Everyone else is hoarding supplies in the post-apocalyptic world. But your strawberry tips make the goddesses say they're delicious. A biscuit can not only make a schoolgirl throw herself at you. A loaf of bread can make a starlet lose her virginity. You have an AK-47 in your left hand. Your right hand is for hugging. The daily delicacies are the basic package. Because you have unlimited supplies in the post-apocalyptic world. And your equipment is superb. But for the first 3 hours of the end of the world, you're still a real loser. Watching the takeaway messages that keep coming in. You put down your mobile phone. Look at the traffic lights. Feeling a bit tired today. No more takeaway orders. Boom, boom, boom. The Lamborghini parked next to you roars like a beast. You look over your shoulder. There's a pretty, fresh young lady in the passenger seat. The man in the car raises an eyebrow at you, as if to show off. You cut out. What are you talking about? When I have money, I'll drive a Wuling Hongguang and drag her away. Suddenly, your Bluetooth headset made a strange noise. There are 3,031 minutes and 13 seconds left before the end of the world. Send the end of the world package 1.500. Listening to this inexplicable voice. Your face is full of doubt. Who is it? Are you trying to trick me? And yet, the mobile phone is saying whether to open the post-apocalyptic package 1.1. Virus. This must be a mobile phone virus. Beep, beep, beep. The car behind you starts honking at you. And you accidentally hit the reception of unlimited supplies. Receive body strengthening. Receive weapons and equipment 1.2. Receive remarks ground extract. Extracting post-apocalyptic gift pack 2.1. Need to upgrade the energy cannon. Listening to this cold voice, you can't help but shiver. You're not serious, are you? Haha. If you have the ability to give me an AK-47 that can't be suppressed. When you saw an AK-47 between your legs, you almost died of fear. Disappear. With the weapon gone, you breathed a sigh of relief. But your heart beats faster. It was so sudden. I wasn't prepared for it. You turn around and head for the rental house. When you got home, you took off your helmet. Wash your face. You're going to brush up on your post-apocalyptic laws. You sat down on the couch. You opened a post-apocalyptic novel. And you start reading. 2 hours later. You've learnt one thing. Self-interest is the most important thing. Open the armory. It's full of handguns of all kinds. Automatic rifles. Sniper rounds. But that's it. There's not a lot of firepower. They're all light weapons. And for the physical enhancements, you can take out a kitchen knife and bend it. You can poke your fingers into a concrete wall. Looking at the dust on your fingers. The smile on your face has grown a little thicker. You take out a pistol. You take a deep breath. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm tired of living like this. I'm not a loser. I'm a big brother. It's early in the morning. A light rain began to fall outside the house. A horrible scream rang through the whole neighborhood. You immediately went to the balcony. Only to see the road has been lying several corpses. One of them tried to save the others. But they were drenched in a liquid like sulfuric acid. It directly eroded their bodies. They fell down with screams like ghosts and wolves. At the same time, the whole neighborhood gradually lit up. They all stood on the balcony and watched in confusion. Suddenly everyone's mobile phones received an emergency notification. All residents should not leave their homes. Don't get wet and wait for rescue. You frown slightly. You turn your head and look at the balcony next to you. A pretty girl is also facing your way. Having lived here for a year. Of course you know your neighbor is an anchorwoman. She's got a great figure. She's really something. What are you looking at, you loser? Then she turned around and went back to her room. You smiled in disbelief. It's the end of the world. Who do you think you are? In the post-apocalyptic world, women are like exchangeable goods. You can do whatever you want with a piece of bread. I've been alive for over 20 years and I didn't even get to fall in love before the end of the world. It's a shame. But it's okay. I've been to 998 a few times. I was just about to make some instant noodles with roast beef to calm my nerves. Then she suddenly remembered that she has unlimited supplies. I had to rinse my mouth with a wall of Buddhas jumping off the wall, while savoring the delicacies that only the rich can eat, while taking out your mobile phone and flicking through Jitterbug. The whole world is in a state of panic. Soon an emergency message was sent out. All water sources are contaminated. You shrugged. It didn't matter. I wonder if in a few days, will a glass of water bring the woman next door to her knees? Humph, call me a loser. Let's go downstairs and see what's going on. I've just arrived at the first floor. Everyone in the neighborhood is lining up outside the convenience store to buy water. Others are coming down one after another to see what's going on. But everyone's face is scared and grumpy. Don't push. What's the point of jumping the queue? The words came out of their mouths. Two men were fighting. The women stood by in fear, taking advantage of the chaos. Many men rushed into the convenience store. All the goods were looted in a few minutes. The women were unable to intervene. Don't you men know that ladies come first? A middle-aged woman with glasses shouted. A strong man scoffs in disdain. Why are you shouting at this time of day? It's the time when men's superiority comes to the fore. You look at the bodies in the rain and the corroded car tires. You lean against the wall and breathe a sigh of relief. It's been less than an hour since the end of the world. Not even an hour ago. The order is already in chaos. When all the food is gone, the evil side of human nature will be fully exposed. And you're planning for it. But then, a beautiful figure catches your eye. A delicate brow. Bright eyes. Red lips like cherry blossoms. Long and graceful swan neck. Elegant and soft. The body is as smooth as a melody. Every part of it is just right. You can't help but feel the urge to be possessed. This kind of girl. How could a delivery man know her? But I've seen her in the lift a few times. In her uniform. Dragging a small suitcase. Looks like an air hostess. Of course, she's so good-looking. How can she not have a boyfriend? The one standing next to him is a handsome man. He usually drives a Porsche 718. Let's go. We still have half a bucket of water at home. The rain won't last long. Ning Ku is calmly appeasing his girlfriend. Anbai's face was a bit pale. But she still said yes. She took a look at you. She went upstairs with her boyfriend. And you smiled. Chow thieves have their own fun. Back home. You turn on your mobile phone. You find that all the apps are closed. Only WeChat is still open. The property group is buzzing with activity. Complaints and insults. No one can sleep soundly this night. Hoping that the rain outside would stop soon. But on the sixth day, it was still raining. And during these days, late at night there would be intermittent sounds of smashing. Along with some screams. It's a depressing atmosphere that can drive you crazy. And you don't open your door. Every day, you ate a lot of food. Until the seventh day. You decided to take a look in the underground garage. The whole neighborhood. The entire neighborhood is transacted in the underground garage. As the lift doors open, the whole underground garage is like a marketplace. Women are exchanging designer bags and cosmetics for food, while the men took out their watches and exchanged them for water. You sigh, thinking that it's still a normal transaction now. But in 3 days, I'm afraid it's not going to be like that. Suddenly, you see your neighbor's anchor selling cosmetics. You take out a bottle of mineral water. You drank it as you walked past. Sun Ting saw you walking past. Her face looked a bit unnatural. This delivery guy must have a lot of food at home. But looking at you drinking water. Sun Ting's heart grew hungry. Soon you saw Anbai at his stall. Because of her good looks. Many people patronize her stall. Pretty girl, play with me once. I'll give you this bottle of water. Wait, I'll give you 2 bottles of water. I'll give you 3 bottles. The men started auctioning at once. Anbai was so angry that her face turned red. Shameless, Anbai cursed fiercely. She put away her stall and headed for the lift. Even you got an innocent stare. One of the men let out a cry of, shit. What are you pretending? The red light district over there. A glass of water will get you a floor of women. Red light district? You look around curiously. The so-called red light district is a warning light. There are a lot of cool women standing around. They're heavily made up. The quality is not good. Suddenly, there's the sound of footsteps. More than 20 young men appeared. The man at the head of the group had a big face. His arms are covered with tattoos. The boys behind him were also fierce. This sudden scene. This area has become very quiet. Grab them all. When the boss gave the word. The boys rushed over with smiles on their faces. Hand over the supplies. To avoid suffering. Is there any law at all? Robbery in broad daylight. A man in his 50s came out and shouted. The law? I am the law. Break his legs. The sound of bones cracking with a thud subdued everyone. Opposing such a vicious man. How dare they resist? Hand over the supplies honestly. So as not to be beaten up for nothing. Take the women standing over there away. Ding Feng looked towards the red light district. He showed a sadistic smile. The boys are also laughing. Most of them were scared by the end of the world. And these guys are enjoying it. Come and go as fast as they can. After the men left. The men were cursing and swearing. They're pointing fingers at each other. You're shaking your head. Then a man with glasses. A man with glasses came out. And said. There's a roll-up door between each floor. I suggest that our building be closed. So as not to be looted again. Even if we have to exchange supplies. We can do it through the gaps in the gates. The man's words. There was immediate agreement. Without saying a word, they pulled down the gates around them. He used an iron hand to jam it. The people in the neighboring buildings. Their eyes lit up. Immediately, they followed suit and lowered the gates. The entire block of 5 buildings was immediately separated. I have another suggestion. The gays and lesbians unite to search for supplies. They're capable of resisting the evil spirits. The man with the glasses is a leader. The response was immediate. And you're not interested in working for someone else. It's the end of the world. Why are you still working? You're crazy. When you get back to your floor. You see the anchor woman sitting in front of the door. Sun Ting teased her. So you're hiding. Although this anchor is not as good-looking as that stewardess. But she's still a good-looking woman. Sun Ting is not stupid. When she saw those people. She immediately ran into the safe passage. She came up the stairs. Seeing you watching the show. Sun Ting gave a cold snort. Then she asked if you still have water at home. What's it to you if there's water in your house? You leaned against the door. With your arms wrapped around your chest, you joked. A loser is a loser. Sun Ting opened the door. Then she closed the door behind her. You couldn't help but laugh. I was always a loser. Now that the last days are here. I just want to live a good life. We'll be fine. I won't bother you. And you don't come after me either. 3 days have passed again. The rain still has no intention of stopping. The 5 buildings are divided into 5 factions. They've reached an agreement. This building is going to hold a meeting tonight. Naturally, I have to attend. The venue is the underground garage. You've noticed that everyone is quite haggard. The pretty Anbai's lips are dry. The anchorwoman isn't much better. The man with glasses is standing on the bonnet with a megaphone. Ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dong Fei. I used to be a corporate executive. Thanks for your support. I'm here to take the lead. The crisis has been more than a week. There's no rescue. No news from the authorities. Our supplies in Building 3 must be almost depleted. Yesterday, someone in Building 4 ventured out for supplies. Although we lost one person. But at least there was food. Dong Fei's words made everyone in the room nod their heads. Yesterday, we saw in the neighborhood group. It was that Ding Feng who went out with his boys. I heard that one of them got caught in the rain. And then he was gone. So I suggest we form a convoy. To search for supplies. But when Dong Fei finished speaking, no one answered. After all, this is a life-threatening job. Dong Fei held up his glasses. His eyes reveal a fierce. I do not force. It doesn't matter if you don't want to contribute. When we get back the supplies. You do not eat I'll go too. A couple of married men have a lot of courage. They've got kids and old people at home. We have to do it. Formed two convoys. Dong Fei naturally went out himself. All go back. I will notify everyone in the group when the time comes. But want to get something for nothing. Then think about what you want in exchange. Anbai looked at her boyfriend beside her and asked in a low voice. Ninggu, we've run out of food at home. Ninggu said impatiently. What's the hurry? My dad said. He's trying to find a way to bring us food. Do you want me to die? No, I don't mean that. Anbai tried to explain. But Ninggu said in a deep voice. Then what do you mean? Anbai's face turned pale. Because that's exactly what she meant. About 3 hours later. 2 cars came back with flaming wheels. There were 6 people there and only 4 left. When the family members saw that their husbands hadn't returned, they cried and cried. Was my husband caught in the rain? Dong Fei said in a deep voice. It's a mess out there. They're all grabbing supplies. Your husband was killed by someone else. Not by the rain. After listening to everyone. Looked at each other. Their faces were filled with fear. But when they saw the food and water in the back of the car, the fear was replaced by desire. I want water. Only to see a skinny man rushing towards the car without a second thought. Dong Fei took the blood-stained baseball bat in his hand and swung it hard. The skinny man's jaw was knocked off his head. But Dong Fei didn't stop. He swung the baseball bat towards the man's head and hit him hard. Until the whole head was cracked. Dong Fei turned back to the crowd. Who else wants to grab it? A man was killed alive. Everyone is too scared to make a sound. Listen up. Men who want to exchange goods. They must go out. Women want to exchange goods. Take your bodies in exchange. Dong Fei's words have refreshed everyone's viewpoints. But it's not Dong Fei's fault. These supplies are traded for lives. Why should we share them? There are rules in the post-apocalyptic world. Until that night. Slight knock on the door suddenly sounded. You put down your pizza. You wiped your hands. And walked to the door. But you had to look in the cat's eye first. When you see that familiar face, the corners of your mouth began to rise. I thought you'd be able to hold back for a long time. You look good today. A little white dress. With delicate makeup. I'm almost as good as that stewardess. Open the door. Sun Ting is standing at the door. Who watches live broadcasts nowadays? Even if there's income. Those figures can't be exchanged for goods. Just now, one of my sisters went to exchange supplies. She told me about the inhuman treatment. Several men took turns. In the end, all they got was a glass of water and an Oreo. That's why we had to come to this delivery guy. This loser must have a lot of food in his house. That's why I've just dressed up. I hoped he'd give me some goodies. Sure enough, just after opening the door, Sun Ting smelled a familiar yet unfamiliar smell. It's Orland's pizza. Seeing the hot pizza on the coffee table, Sun Ting couldn't believe it. He still has pizza at this hour. What's the matter? You asked lightly. Opened a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. Although wearing lipstick, but Sun Ting's red lips are going to be dry and cracked. When the anchors, a little bit of food at home is normal, but now the problem is that there is no water. Just have instant noodles, have nothing to do. Big brother, can you share some water with me? The previously arrogant Sun Ting, when she saw the water flowing out of the corner of Tang Zai's mouth, she couldn't wait to immediately open her mouth and take it next. Tang Zai's smile became much thicker. I still like your condescending and unassuming look. Recover and call me a stinky loser. Big brother, you've misunderstood, it's me who has no eyes. Sun Ting hurriedly apologized. The original plan was completely thrown out of her mind. What seduction, as long as she took a sip of water, do anything. Tang Zai let out a long "oh," slowly lowering the mouth of the bottle. The water slowly flowed down onto the floor. Sun Ting didn't have any hesitation at all, and reflexively got down on the floor, stretching out her dry and cracked tongue to lick the floor. While Tang Zai slowly backed up towards the house, Sun Ting went along the kneeling and licking to enter the house, and the door of the room was also slowly closed. So kneeling and licking isn't an adjective. Putting away the mineral water, Tang Zai sat on the sofa and looked at Sun Ting. Sun Ting slowly raised her head to look at the mineral water bottle in Tang Zai's hand, the longing hard to suppress. Still want it? Tang Zai shifted a little. Sun Ting plopped down at Tang Zai's feet and nodded repeatedly. Yes, I want it. Then I'll give you a little bit more. Sun Ting was still ready to get a cup, but as a result, Tang Zai still poured it on the floor. Even so, Sun Ting obediently licked it. The floor is all licked by you. Reward you with a piece of pizza. Directly throwing a piece of pizza on the floor. In the past, Sun Ting wouldn't even eat this kind of junk food for fear of getting fat, but now it was like a treasure, and she ate it in a big mouthful without any regard for her image. Ugh, look at how dirty you are, go take a shower. Sun Ting was surprised and asked, you still have water here to take a bath? Of course, wash yourself clean and rub some more shower gel. Sun Ting immediately ran into the washroom, and sure enough there was clean water. The door didn't even have time to close. She couldn't wait to wash up. For her, a day without washing is hard on her whole body, not to mention that it's been almost a week. This picture was cheap for Tang Zai. The natural condition of the woman who could become the anchor would not be too bad. After bathing, Sun Ting then realized that the door was left open, and immediately closed it, coming out fully dressed after a long time. I'll go back first, thank you. Sun Ting didn't want to give away the door for nothing. Besides, this stinky loser wasn't like that group of people. There was nothing he could do with himself. It was all like that just now. It was considered food compensation. Tang Zai laughed lightly. Eating my food, patting your arse and wanting to leave. I was already like that just now, and gave it back to you. Sun Ting instantly returned to her original demeanor. Tang Zai expressed his satisfaction and took out the pitch-black pistol. Upon seeing the pistol, Sun Ting froze, but quickly laughed. Is this a lighter, or a squirt gun? Who are you scaring? Bang! A gunshot rang out, the induction lights of the entire building lit up, and everyone in the neighborhood was startled by the sound. Who fired the gun? There was actually a gun. And at this time, Sun Ting's face was pale. Broken decorations fell to the ground. This was the real guy. Those guys down there, a cup of water can make a woman do whatever they want by them, and you ate a piece of my pizza. Why don't I just treat you to another peanut? How about it? Sun Ting instantly sat paralyzed on the ground, trembling in fear, thinking that this was a sheep pen, but not a tiger's den. Where did he get the gun from? Come here. Tang Zai beckoned. How could Sun Ting dare to resist? Her jade arms propped up on the ground, slowly crawling towards Tang Zai on the sofa. Big brother, spare me, I'll never lie to you again. With a sobbing voice, Sun Ting begged for forgiveness again and again, smiling on the surface, looking harmless, but turned out to be a devil. Tang Zhe lifted the muzzle of the gun, sliding on that exquisite face. Sun Ting widened her eyes, feeling like she was about to die. This one became incomparably regretful, agreeing to him wouldn't lose a piece of meat. Early so obedient, how will suffer. Tang Zhe revealed a kind smile, yet no one knew that the shot just now had actually missed. Sun Ting nodded her head fiercely, and even made a wailing sound. However, Tang Zhe's gaze was cold. The muzzle of the gun was already placed on the back of Sun Ting's head. There is only one way to end up lying to Laozi, death. Don't be so picky, it's the end of the world, where are there so many beautiful women? Tang Zhe suddenly found up 1% progress, slightly slow directly Sun Ting through the side. He sat on the sofa to brush a hot pot to replenish energy. This can be too much higher than 998 quality, which is still a bottle of mineral water, plus a piece of pizza for a change. Who said that cheap is poor? Spare your life. Sun Ting let out a thin pleading sound. Tang Zhe froze for a moment, and as he grabbed Sun Ting's hair and pulled it up, he found that her face did not have the slightest bit of blood, and even her skin had become exceptionally dry. Frowning slightly, it turned out to be the energy tank at work. It still had to be a fine line, only 2% progress. This was too slow. Eat some. Tang Zhe said indifferently. A plate was placed by his feet, filled with scalded pancetta and fatty beef. The hungry Sun Ting couldn't care about the pain and quickly crawled to Tang Zhe's feet to eat the food. Nuo, water. This time, Tang Zhe changed to a large bowl, the kind that managed enough. Sun Ting chewed the meat and said vaguely, thank you, thank you. No need to thank you, from now on you're mine. Sun Ting, who was on the ground drinking water, froze, but didn't dare to resist. Tang Zhe didn't explain too much and laughed. You have two choices now, either eat peanut beans or be obedient. I'll be good and obedient. Sun Ting didn't hesitate to choose the latter. Only a fool would want to eat peanuts, as long as she had enough to eat and drink. Tang Zhe touched Sun Ting's head and laughed. From now on, you're mine. Tang Zhe froze, but he was a lot smarter than before. Meanwhile, there were 7 or 8 men sitting in Dong Fei's home, with supplies piled up all over the living room, half of which were mineral water. One of them, a bald man, seemed as if he was in a hurry. Shit, don't come out yet, don't screw up. Dong Fei glanced over his shoulder as he sipped his red wine. What's the hurry, there aren't many women. The bald man laughed bitterly. There are few pretty women, it's not easy to come to the door of a good-looking one, and it takes so long to get it. Compared to women, the gunshot just now is the thing we need to deal with. Dong Fei said in a deep voice. This one gun had already threatened his position. It even felt like a gun was right in front of his head. If he snatched this gun over, then he himself would be able to control the entire neighborhood, and it would not be too much to say that he was the emperor of the neighborhood. A yellow hair sitting next to him said seriously, I feel that the gunshot is in our building. It does look more like it. Another man concurred. Dong Fei placed his red wine glass on the table. Bald head, you and yellow hair check from house to house. Bald head and yellow hair glanced at each other. People had guns in their hands. 1 box of bread and mineral water per person. With a heavy reward, Bald and yellow hair nodded, and after getting up, Bald also shouted towards the bedroom, take it easy, save your breath and wait for me to come back. Dong Fei said helplessly, an old woman who is almost over 40 years old, you like it so much. Brother Dong, you don't know, this woman weekdays I have a craving for. If it wasn't for this end of the world, there's really no way to play with it, and I have to thank the end of the world for that. The crowd revealed a bad smile. This is much more interesting than going to work. After leaving, yellow hair heatedly laughed. Bald brother, 701 there is an anchor, the body can be good, and 603 there is a stewardess, that look, moist very much. You kid is smart, have me cover you, in the future go out to ensure that you do not die. Thank you brother Bald, when you are cool, give brother me also cool. Bald head patted yellow hair's shoulder, don't worry, women in this world, feel free to have a good time. The matter of finding a gun was already forgotten by the two of them, and they directly came to number 603 to look for a flight attendant. Inside the house, Ninggu looked extraordinarily grumpy, fidgety, thirsty and hungry, already almost delirious. The beautiful girlfriend and Baichio sat on the sofa, looking pathetic. Ninggu came to the door and saw the bald and yellow hair through the smoke. How could he open the door? I know you guys are in the house, open the door. Yellow hair drank. Ninggu still retained a trace of his mind. Once this door was opened and Bai would become their plaything. The bald head pressed down on yellow hair and shouted, brother, hungry for many days, right? Yesterday's supplies were very generous, free time to come 201 to talk. After saying that, he left with a puzzled yellow hair. Ninggu breathed a sigh of relief, and Bai similarly breathed a huge sigh of relief. However, the words spoken by the bald man kept echoing in his mind, eroding the man's last will. Soon the two arrived at 701 knocking on the door. The bald man shouted in the same tone, we have a lot of food, come to 201 to talk sometime, being alive is better than anything, it's better than starving to death at home. The door suddenly opened. However, the one that opened was the next door. Tang Zhe looked at the two and said in a deep voice, knock softly, it's noisy. Bald and yellow hair looked at each other. Recently all the men treated them with respect. When did they have this kind of tone? You TMD looking for death, aren't you? How are you talking to my bald brother? Yellow hair suddenly walked towards Tang Zhe, when saw the house suddenly mute, stunned. Bald head suspiciously came and looked into the house, also froze. Only to see on the dining table was a small chicken stewed mushrooms, braised pig's trotters, and stir-fried lettuce. There was also a woman eating next to the accent table. Bright, brother bald, this seems to be that female anchor. Yellow hair was stuttering a bit. After so many days, even the most beautiful women became emaciated because of the lack of food and drink, which was like this anchor woman in front of him. She was practically turning into a fairy. Your kid has a bit of a way, food and drink are not worried, and there are beautiful women at home. The bald man said in a conspiratorial manner, and directly walked into Tang Zhe's house, with yellow hair following closely. Tang Zhe smiled and closed the door behind him. Yellow hair couldn't wait to grab the pig's feet with his hands and eat them. Brother bald head, pig's feet, delicious. Sun Ting didn't panic at all when she saw the two men enter the house, walking over to the sofa and sitting curled up. The bald man looked at Sun Ting and couldn't hide the greed that flowed out. Kid, if you are sensible, take out the food, hand over this woman and suffer less. This is mine, how can I hand it over to you guys? No way. Tang Zhe said with a harmless look. Sun Ting secretly said in her heart, these two idiots will die for sure. Hua, toast or not, brother bald, you stand a little further away, don't let the blood splatter. After saying that, yellow hair took out a fruit knife and directly stabbed towards Tang Zhe. However, when the person didn't stab, yellow hair felt a black fist enveloping his face. With a bang, yellow hair's sky spun around, his entire face was dented in a bit, the bald head all looked shocked, and Sun Ting on the sofa was stunned, knowing that Tang Zhe had a gun, but not expecting his strength to be so strong as well. If there was a little bit of small mind before, now even that little bit of small mind was gone. He didn't want to be beaten by Tang Zhe into this state. Little Ting, go open the window. Tang Zhe laughed softly, lifting yellow hair up. How to say yellow hair was 130 kilograms, one hand could lift it so easily, the bald man's hand was already shaking. Sun Ting obediently opened the window, Tang Zhe directly threw yellow hair out. There was a muffled thud. However, no one paid any attention at all, they were all numb. Every day someone couldn't withstand the mental torture and chose to jump off the building to lighten their lives. Tang Zhe patted his hand and sat down again, smiling, sit, eat together, add a set of chopsticks for this big brother. Sun Ting's well-behaved appearance looked at the bald man's heart. What kind of inhuman things had this young man in front of him done to her? Looking at the shapely Sun Ting walking towards him, there was no semblance of desire in the bald head's heart, fear welled up in the bottom of his heart. Big brother, how is it, this is okay for me? Tang Zhe picked up his chopsticks and ate it unhurriedly. The bald head didn't dare to take the chopsticks at all. Looking down on me? Tang Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly. Bald head hurriedly picked up his chopsticks. Brother, misunderstanding, nothing. That's good, what's the situation outside now? How dare the bald head lie, immediately said, it's chaotic outside now, killing people everywhere to grab supplies. The surrounding convenience store supermarkets have already been ransacked by several neighborhoods. What is your boss planning? The boss said that when this batch of supplies is finished, he will go and rob the surrounding neighborhoods. How much do you guys have left? Save a little, it should be able to cope for a month. Right, is your boss looking for this? Tang Zei directly took the gun out, looking at the bald head. For bread and mineral water, he had given up his life. The bald head nodded. Tang Zei put down his chopsticks already full. What are you waiting for? Eat, it's the last meal, so I can send you on your way. Tears fell out of the bald head's eyes. Big brother, I'm wrong, don't kill me, I'll give you all my supplies, please. Eat it, don't waste it, remember to say thank you to me. Tang Zei's gaze was cold, the bald head desperately stuffed it into his mouth. For the first time he felt so unpalatable. Originally, the bald head felt that Dong Fei was already ruthless enough, he didn't expect this young man in front of him to be even more. Thank you big brother. Come on, jump down yourself, don't make me shoot, splattering blood everywhere, it's hard to clean, right? The bald man kept backing up, his hands pleaded repeatedly, and soon his back was leaning against the wall. Big brother, we have no grievances, you. With a bang, before the words were finished, the sound of a gunshot rang out. A red dot appeared on the bald man's brow, and his entire body collapsed towards the back and fell down the stairs. Sun Ting swallowed her saliva, this man was temperamental, so ruthless nah. Downstairs, Dong Fei and the others once again heard the sound of gunshots. Their faces suddenly changed. Brother Dong, it's bald head falling down. A junior on the balcony shouted. Dong Fei immediately ran to the balcony and saw the bald head's corpse with a gloomy face. Boss, if he doesn't come to us, there's no need for us to trouble him, lest we make enemies. Although Dong Fei was unconvinced, his little brother's words were reasonable. If this gun-wielding man retaliated against himself, a few lives would not be enough to compensate. Dong Fei immediately sent a message in the Building 3 group. Brothers, we have food and drink here, come over and sit down sometime. This was clearly a kind of bowing down, wanting to reconcile, but Dong Fei also had other plans in mind. If he really rushed over, he would have a hongmen banquet. Sitting on the sofa, Tang Zei laughed. There is plenty of time to mess with them, and now the focus is on the issue of rations. Looking at Sun Ting who was rubbing her feet, it was better to let her rest for the night, lest she die suddenly on the spot. Aren't you a dancing master? Go dance a bit. What kind does the master like? You tell me. Sun Ting understood and turned the music on, swinging that charming figure. This little anchor of yours dances well. Tang Zei lit a cigarette, and Sun Ting sat next to him holding an ashtray. Sun Ting skimmed her mouth in disbelief and said, "Who's small anchor? I'm a big anchor that ranks in the top 3 on the platform, starting at 6 figures a month. No wonder I was scolded for being a stinky loser." Sun Ting. At Dong Fei's home, 6 men were drinking beer, their brows furrowed. The deaths of the bald and yellow hairs were a bit of a big blow to their confidence. They thought they could just cover the sky in this building, but they didn't expect there to be a ruthless man in the shadows. Standing on the balcony, Dong Fei looked at the corpses downstairs, and suddenly his eyes gathered. From the location where these 2 people fell, they should have been thrown down from their own plus the upper floors. Dogsy, check the information of these owners upstairs of mine, see how many of them haven't reported to work. The man called Dogsy was around 30 years old, with a sharp mouth and deep eye sockets, obviously overindulging in the past 2 days. Soon, the dog had a result. Brother Dong, there are only 2 upstairs that haven't come in now. One on the 6th floor called in by, a flight attendant, and one on the 7th floor called Tang Zei, a delivery man. The fat man sitting next to him slapped his thigh. That air hostess I bumped into in the lift before, she's massively good looking, her skin is also white, and she's followed by a rich and handsome boyfriend. Could it be that boyfriend of hers has a gun? Dong Fei had also seen in Bai's boyfriend, and that look didn't seem like someone with a gun. Could it be that delivery guy? How could a delivery man have a gun on him? But besides the 2 of them, who else could it be? Could it be that his guess was wrong? Suddenly his mobile phone rang. Seeing the voice call display, Dong Fei couldn't help but sink his brows a few more points. It was Ding Feng, the boss of Building 4 next door. Holding up his eyes, Dong Fei put on a professional smile and answered, "Boss Ding, still up this late?" "Isn't Boss Dong also not asleep?" then it seems that both were kept awake by the gunshots. Ding Feng said teasingly. After all, it was not in Building 4, Ding Feng was not very worried about being untoward to himself. Dong Fei laughed lowly. Don't bother Boss Ding to worry, I can solve it. Alright then, I originally wanted to help Boss Dong, if there's trouble looking for me, I'll be happy to step in. Thank you Boss Ding for your kind words, I still have a few things to do, I'll hang up first. After saying that, Dong Fei hung up his voice, cursing Ding Feng in his heart. How could the gun fall into your hands? On the other side, Ding Feng cut a sound and put down his mobile phone. The woman sitting next to him was in her 30s, she was Ding Feng's girlfriend, and had so many good looks. Brother Feng, we still need to find a way to get the gun. With the gun, you are the emperor of this neighborhood, maybe you can control the surrounding several neighborhoods. The woman's words made Ding Feng's heart flutter. A building was not Ding Feng's goal, to control greater power. Also, I heard from the sisters in the group that there's a stewardess and anchor in Building 3 who are extremely good looking. I still have pictures here. The woman opened her mobile phone and took out the photos of Anbai and Sun Ting to show Ding Feng. Ding Feng's gaze instantly revealed greed, reinforcing his idea, and he laughed fiercely. Have a meeting tomorrow, prepare for it, and tell the men to storm Building 3. The woman was delighted, she had a hand for pleasing men. Brother Feng, I also prepared a midnight snack for you. Oh. Bring it in. The woman yelled. Only to see a girl being brought in by the little brother grabbing her hair. However, this kind of thing gradually became the norm in the neighborhood. The boss with the supplies controlled life and death, and anyone had to bow down to save their lives. Building 3, number 603. Wearing a black high-fashion silk nightgown, Anbai cut open the mineral water bottle, and her tongue, which should have been red, became slightly white as she licked the cap. Ninggu walked out of the bedroom at this time, glancing at Anbai on the sofa. I'll go out first. Where are you going? Anbai hurriedly asked, afraid that Ninggu would leave her alone. Just going out for a bit. Seeing Ninggu not say anything, Anbai walked over and grabbed Ninggu's sleeve. Are you going to look for them? Are you annoyed? Who am I looking for if I'm not going to find them? My old son's Porsche was replaced with a bottle of water and 2 pieces of bread. You're good, you don't do anything to enjoy the food I brought back. After saying that, with a flick of his right hand, the weak Anbai fell to the ground, his face white. Ninggu saw that Anbai had lost her former beauty, her mindset had changed perfectly. To tell you the truth, I've already made a deal with Dong, if you go and accompany them once a day, we'll be able to survive. You're asking me to accompany those beasts? Anbai looked at Ninggu incredulously. Is this still what a boyfriend should say? Then do you want to be starved to death? Can you bear to let me starve to death? Didn't you say you could die for me before? Now it's still not letting you die, it's just letting you sacrifice your body. A feeling of powerlessness filled Anbai's entire body. You should think about how I used to treat you, designer bags, designer jewelry, all kinds of high-end restaurants, which one doesn't cost money, I used to pay for it, now it's your turn. After saying that, Ninggu went out to find Dong Fei to negotiate the price. At least his girlfriend is the most beautiful in this building, although a little deficient from hunger, but a few days of nourishment will be able to recover. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Anbai's eyes are all despair. Dong Fei's group of people have been extinct, the girl fell into their hands worse than death. Looking at this home, Anbai felt that there was no taste of the past, even nausea. Do not want to stay in this home for a moment. Open the door and walk out, the air outside instead. Let Anbai mind clear a lot. His face cannot help but show a self-deprecating smile. Looking at the window of the safe passage, Anbai decided. Even if she dies, she won't be spoilt by those brutes. Walking into the safe passage, Anbai heard the sound of talking coming from upstairs. With suspicion, Anbai gently walked up the stairs and instantly saw Tang Zhe. Both Tang Zhe and Sun Ting were also out for some air. At this moment, Tang Zhe also saw the frail Anbai and smiled. Miss Sister, good afternoon. Sun Ting was puzzled for a moment and looked back at Anbai, not expecting to be weakened like this after not seeing her for a few days, not even as good as herself. Although Anbai was not familiar with Sun Ting, he had heard that Sun Ting was an anchor and earned more than himself. Miss, why are you looking at us like that? Go home. Tang Zhe raised his hand and laughed. Do you still have food at home? Anbai finally asked the words. If there was any other way, she didn't want to die. who wants to die? It's all forced. Sun Ting stood up and walked towards Anbai, her slender jade hand crossed Anbai's dry skin, and the hair that seemed to be drying up. Of course there is food, do you want to eat? I want to. Anbai nodded repeatedly, envying Sun Ting's state. He used to be a few points better looking than her. Sun Ting picked up half a bottle of mineral water on the steps, and Bai was overjoyed when she saw it. When it mattered, it was still a female compatriot who could be relied upon. Thank you, thank you. And Bai reached out to take it while Sun Ting stepped back. Tang Zhe couldn't help but laugh lowly, a little bad, actually flirting. And Bai looked at Sun Ting in disbelief, not knowing what Sun Ting meant, while Sun Ting unscrewed the cap of the bottle and actually poured a little bit of water on the ground. The corner of Tang Zhe's mouth twitched. Good guy, this trick of his own you used on someone else. To drink it like this. Sun Ting demonstrated in front of Anbai. As the drops of water dripped down onto the ground, Anbai gently bit her dry red lips and drank the water as Sun Ting intended. Giggling and giggling, strange sounds resounded in the stairwell. Tang Zhe didn't expect the girl who used to be so high and mighty had also lowered her stature. And as Sun Ting sprinkled water while going up the stairs, Anbai just followed and drank, leading her all the way to the house. As the door to the room closed, Anbai seemed to have just come back to his senses, and immediately smelled a fragrance, which seemed to be from the last century. It was KFC. Upon seeing the KFC on the coffee table, Anbai's eyes showed horror. How was this possible? Thinking that Tang Zhe was a delivery man, he was probably stealing from home. No wonder this anchorwoman was willing to follow him. Can I? Sun Ting looked at Tang Zhe and asked. After all, she also wanted to play but was afraid of upsetting Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe smiled and nodded. Let's see what tricks you can play. Having received Tang Zhe's permission, Sun Ting was much more at ease, picking up a chicken leg bone and throwing it in front of Anbai. Looking down at the chicken leg bone, Anbai's jade arm was shaking, thinking not to eat the bone, but her brain simply wouldn't listen. Her slender hand slowly approached. In the end, hunger overcame dignity. The sound of chewing slowly resounded, along with Anbai's tears. She never thought that she would one day be on the ground eating bones. Why was she so useless? I heard that your boyfriend is going to sell you. Tang Zhe touched out a cigarette. Sun Ting immediately sent fire. Anbai trembled, slightly sideways head said, he did not. You should not know, our building there is a men's group. Yesterday you were inside the auction, the price is quite high, a bottle of water for half an hour, there are 4 appointments. Tang Zhe's words bombarded Anbai's heart. His hands had no strength to support him. Impossible, he just asked me to accompany Dong Fei. Dong Fei is just your first client, take a look. Tang Zhe placed his mobile phone in front of Anbai's eyes. Anbai picked it up and looked at it. The content inside was shocking. There were actually sexy photos of himself. Ninggu was even introducing his own merits. Tears fell, and it felt like the sky had collapsed. Tang Zhe put away the mobile phone, flicked the cigarette ash. Sun Ting on the side actually used both hands to catch the cigarette ash. This action made Tang Zhe call out 6666. Why don't you join me and have food and drink every day? Sun Ting sat sideways beside Anbai, stroking Anbai's cheek, her voice like a devil invading Anbai's brain. This way you can have 3 meals a day, all kinds of food from all over the world, and you can wash away the dirt on your body and live in this chaotic world. Tang Zhe suddenly realized that it would be good to let Sun Ting pimp her out in the future. This was definitely potential stock. Whether you want to stay here or choose to go as a plaything, you decide. Sun Ting patted Anbai's shoulder. She can only help you here. You should be a smart woman, you know which is more important. In the hands of those people, the end is to die a horrible death. In the hands of Tang Zhe, maybe he will be screwed by him in the future, but at least eat and drink enough. Those people will give you enough to eat and drink? Silly sister, don't be naive, they will only give you a little bit of food to make you dependent and thus controlled. Anbai was not a silly white girl, so she whispered, I choose to stay. Louder. Sun Ting revealed a satisfied smile and madly trampled on Anbai's bottom line of dignity. Anbai gritted her silver teeth and shouted, I choose to stay. Tang Zhe wanted to give Sun Ting a salary. This kind of talent had to be kept. Reward you. Tang Zhe flung all the bones in front of Anbai, who didn't resist in any way and frantically stuffed them into his mouth. For Sun Ting, Tangze handed over a bucket of spicy wings. Well done. Thank you, master. Sun Ting was overjoyed, now there was something authentic to eat. Tangze nodded. Holding the bucket of spicy wings, Sun Ting took a big bite and casually gave a bit to Anbai, who also hurriedly stuffed it into her mouth to replenish her strength. She also needs to replenish. Sun Ting suddenly realized something, she couldn't let Anbai die, it was not easy to pull her back. Whatever. Although Sun Ting did not want to give up the spicy wings, but for the sake of the future, she still had to make some trade-offs. Look at the two of you eating with your mouths full of oil, hurry up and go wash it, you clean her up a bit too. Don't worry, clean and dry. For coaxing Tangze to be happy, Sun Ting was now handy. Walking into the washroom, Sun Ting closed the door. The washroom wasn't very big, just enough to stand the two women. Sun Ting pulled her tail out first and couldn't help but hiss. Why are you like this? Anbai looked at Sun Ting in disbelief, so cheapening herself. Sun Ting let out a bitter smile, do we have any other choice, surely choose a strong one. But he doesn't look very strong either. Sister, he has a gun. Sun Ting knocked Anbai, it was also a warning, this kind of talk to herself was fine, if Tangze heard it, she would not be able to eat it. Anbai suddenly realized that the gunshots in the past few days turned out to be fired by him. Sun Ting slowly took off Anbai's nightgown and laughed softly, nice figure, he'll like it. Being ogled by someone else like this, Anbai still looked uncomfortable, biting her red lips, she said, can I still go back? Go back? Go back where? Since you promised, don't go back on your word, he's not a good man, I almost died in his hands. Sun Ting seriously warned, it's fine to make a fool of yourself, but don't make a fool of yourself. Listening to Sun Ting's words, Anbai felt that she had still entered a tiger's den, but at least there was only one man. If you're here, then you're here, this life doesn't know how long it's going to last, if you want to live, put your dignity on the soles of your feet and put your 3 views in the toilet and flush them out. Saying that, Sun Ting turned on the nozzle. When the hot water drenched Anbai's delicate body, that long-lost warmth wrapped around the whole body. Woo-woo. At this moment, Anbai cried in aggravation. Sun Ting sighed and comforted Anbai, women in the end times are too difficult, we should still be considered lucky. After a long time, the two walked out. Looking at Anbai, Tangze suddenly laughed softly, such a beautiful stewardess, I'm afraid that a man will fantasize about it, this building basically will, and now she is standing there, that delicate look as if she is waiting for a man to love her. Anbai understood what it meant and walked towards Tangze, but was still a bit put out. Charming indeed, but this face is a bit oozy. Tangze's words made Anbai freeze, my face oozes? Tangze naturally exaggerated a bit, people were just weak, not as beautiful as before. But this blow was too big for Anbai. Sun Ting who was standing next to him reminded with a smile, don't apologize yet. Sorry. Anbai said without confidence and bowed her head. Unlike Sun Ting, Anbai appeared soft and weak, truly like a kitten. Nurture it for 2 days before you say it, replenish your body. Of course Tangze wanted to have a taste, but he really felt that Anbai's body was too weak. After all, there really weren't many beautiful women, and this building was just the 2 of them. However, just at this time, a roar rang out from outside. Bitch! Where are you hiding? Quickly come out. Don't force me to beat you to death. Ninggu's grumpy voice resounded from outside. Returning home to find Anbai disappeared, this can make Ninggu angry, have already negotiated a good price with the customer, people actually ran away. If I had known this would happen, I should have unlocked the door when I went out. Tangze whispered, what will your boyfriend do if he sees you here with me? Don't. Anbai looked at Tangze pleadingly. However, Tangze signaled Sun Ting, who understood and went to open the door, handsome, here. Ninggu, who had found this floor, froze, you're that anchor woman? Yes. Ninggu thought to himself, how is this anchor woman dainty, and wearing such a sexy dress, martyr, enter the house and cam her. However, when Ninggu entered the door, his expression immediately stiffened. His own girlfriend actually stood there, sitting on the sofa is not that delivery. Just when seeing the KFC on the coffee table, Ninggu's mouth was trembling. Bitch! You TMD actually eat alone. These words made all three of them freeze for a moment. After all, in this kind of scene, it turned out that the first words were related to food. Grabbing the fries on the table, Ninggu stuffed them into her mouth while Tang Zhe watched with a smile, flicking Anbai's cheeks in front of Ninggu. Ninggu ate while watching, although he was angry, but it was nothing compared to the food. To whom to play is not play. After being satisfied, Ninggu wiped his mouth. All this KFC is mine, and the water over here. Listening to Ninggu's words, Anbai shed tears, not caring about himself at all. Seeing that Tang Zhe didn't say anything, he thought he was acquiescing. Anbai, what are you waiting for? Come here for me, my woman is charged by the minute. Sorry, your woman is now mine. Tang Zhe said blandly. You slut, come over here. With that, he walked towards Tang Zhe's side, ready to pull Anbai away. However, Tang Zhe took out a desert eagle from the crack of the sofa. Ninggu looked on dumbfounded. This stinky delivery guy actually had a gun. No wonder Anbai didn't dare to move. Big brother, have a word, you can play as long as you want. Ninggu immediately apologized. Why didn't this bitch say so earlier? Tang Zhe revealed a kind smile. After eating so much of my food, don't you say thank you? Yes, thank you. Ninggu hurriedly apologized. There was a bang. Blood splattered everywhere. Ninggu couldn't figure out why Tang Zhe would beat himself to death after he had done what he wanted. And Tang Zhe said that he wouldn't let threats grow in the cradle, and directly strangled them in the cradle. However, the loud bang once again sends the neighborhood bigwigs into a panic. Obviously the gunshots sounded slightly different, and a little bit of knowledge would tell you that two different calibers. It means there are two guns in the neighborhood. Did they belong to the same person? Or two? The bigwigs were so scared that they held a group meeting. If it was two people, if they joined forces, their side would have no chance of winning. Inside the house, Sun Ting was still calm, while Anbai had fainted from fear, but was woken up directly by Tang Zhe. After waking up, Anbai went to the toilet and vomited violently. Only after a long time did he walk out. When he saw Ninggu lying in a pool of blood, Anbai realized that he didn't have half a ripple in his heart. Shouldn't he be sentimental? Give me a hand. Sun Ting shouted. Oh. The two women dragged the body to the window and threw themselves off the building with all their strength. Sun Ting breathed heavily and looked at Anbai and asked, is it okay? Anbai nodded, but his face was still white. After all, he was dead in front of him this time. I killed your boyfriend, you won't be angry, right? Tangza asked with a smile as he handed over a glass of water. Anbai realized that although Tang Zhe's smile was kind, it was just backbreakingly scary. Anbai shook his head. That's good, get well, that's what you need to do now. Tang Zhe's heart also counted well. The two of them were now able to alternate over, explaining from the progress, twice as fast. But it always felt like it was still slow. But those rouges couldn't get off the ground. Are there any more beauties in our neighborhood? Tang Zhe asked curiously. After all, he went out early and came home late, so maybe there was a leak. Sun Ting shook her head. Sitting at home live every day, how would she know? And by flying all over the world, living here won't be too long. Even if she lives, she's still at home and hasn't gone out. So Tang Zhe's words were equivalent to asking in vain. You two come over and rub my legs. The two women obediently sat on both sides to massage. Tang Zhe opened his mobile phone to look at the community group messages. Building 5, the gunman showed up and took my wife away. Building 2, gunman also appeared on my side, my wife was also taken away. Building 1, just how many gunmen are there? Building 3, the gunmen are in our building, you've all been tricked, so everyone pay attention. Building 5, what? Then won't my wife get fucked for nothing? Tang Zhe sighed. Someone was actually posing as himself to take advantage of the situation. TSK. Both women saw the message, but didn't express their opinion. Smart women wouldn't let themselves appear opinionated, especially in Tang Zhe. Opinionated women die fast. Go wash some fruit. Tang Zhe, who looked at the mobile phone, said. And Bai immediately got up and went to prepare. Sun Ting froze, enlightened. Not long after, the fruit plate prepared by and Bai came. I have to say, this plating does have two hands, so to say Don't challenge people's professions with your interests, professional things, or leave it to the professionals. I, the gunman, is almost ready to show my face. Tang Zhe said indifferently. The two women looked at each other. Sun Ting worriedly said, there are many of them, I'm afraid it's not safe to venture out. If anything happened to Tang Zhe, Sun Ting felt that she wouldn't be any better off. And Bai didn't say anything, perhaps he hadn't realized the problem yet. The next day, the rain became a little heavier, and there were more and more corpses on the green belt in the middle of the neighborhood. Some of them jumped off the building, some of them were thrown out, but at least half of them were naked women. This kind of image hits people's nerves, despair is spreading, humanity is twisting. But in Tang Zhe's house, not a single change could be felt. Sitting at the dining table and enjoying the Hunan cuisine, Sun Ting and Bai sat on their knees, waiting for Tang Zhe to finish. After all, they were eating what Tang Zhe had left over. Burping, Tang Zhe laughed, 5 dishes is a bit much. After saying that, he poured the leftovers onto the 2 plates next to him respectively, saying that they were leftovers, but actually Tang Zhe didn't take 2 bites. Eat. Placing the rice in front of the 2 girls, Tang Zhe also touched their heads. Taking out his mobile phone and looking at it, Dong Fei Kun sent out a message for everyone to go to the underground garage for a meeting tonight. I'll take you guys out tonight. Hearing Tang Zhe's words, Sun Ting instantly revealed a panicked look. After all, Tang Zhe was only one person and had 2 women with him, how could he possibly cope? But at this moment, Sun Ting didn't dare to refute Tang Zhe, she could only meow obediently, and Bai could only follow along when she saw this. The good times haven't lasted 2 days, is it going to be over? Why did you bring the 2 of us, is it to go out and show off? Tang Zhe said, show off is on the one hand, on the other hand can cause trouble. In this kind of post-apocalyptic, with 2 beautiful women out, it is the same as looking for death, too long life. After all, he is a gentleman, you don't do it, how do I have reason to kill you? Night quickly descended, people appeared one after another in the car park of the 3rd building, everyone's mood was low, they all looked around vigilantly, especially Dong Fei and his group. At the same time the surrounding buildings also seem to be meeting this evening, so the underground car park is lively, but no one is talking, they are all standing together with better relations, and from time to time they look at others vigilantly. Motherfucker, that Ninggu actually played disappearing act on me and charged me a deposit for a loaf of bread. A Mediterranean middle-aged man saw that Ninggu didn't show up and started to curse, he was thinking of having a good time, but now it seems that he was fooled. That kid even charged me a deposit for a loaf of bread, I'm going to chop him up later. The one who paid the deposit started cursing and swearing. Dong Fei sat on the bonnet, high on melon seeds, next to him the minions were holding kitchen knives and fruit knives, the one that did the most damage was probably the machete. Dong Fei eyes have been staring at the lift room, disappeared Ninggu is not a gunman, or that takeaway boy, or is there another person hiding in the dark? One of these 2 definitely has a ghost. Suddenly, a thin man pulled his daughter-in-law to Dong Fei and smiled curtly, Brother Dong, this is my wife, I want to exchange 2 bottles of water. At these words, the men around them laughed. One of them pointed at his daughter-in-law and said, just this yellow-faced woman of yours still wants to sell 2 bottles of mineral water, shit law. 1 bottle then, 1 bottle is enough, my daughter-in-law is clean, no one has touched her. The man excitedly stretched out his index finger, dry lips trembling, pulled his daughter-in-law in front of Dong Fei, the woman's hair is very dirty, after all, more than 10 days have not been washed, but also exudes a strange smell. Dong Fei drank coldly, scram. If you want to eat or drink, go out and grab it yourself. This weak man going out is probably also the life of being beaten to death. It's all your fault, why didn't you follow to grab the food? The daughter-in-law suddenly whispered. One sentence ignited the man's anger, grabbing his daughter-in-law's hair, what's the use of me marrying you, a bottle of water can't even be exchanged. Are you still not a man? No conscience, I'll bite you to death. The woman bit down on her husband's arm, hurting him so much that he kicked violently, and then went after her and kicked her head violently. You still blame me for being heartless, what time is it, you still think about washing your face, I let you wash, for you. At once, the daughter-in-law's face was dyed red with blood, originally still struggling, at this time there was no movement, alive and kicked to death. The man looked at his daughter-in-law's face, suddenly seemed to come back to his senses, suddenly kneeled next to the corpse. Wife, I didn't mean it, I was wrong. However, none of the people around is sympathetic. These days, all kinds of beating people to death have been seen. Next to the fourth building roll gate, Ding Feng's side gathered more than 20 young and strong men, basically all owners, each mouth is smoking, waiting for the time is ripe. Next to the vice has been prepared, as long as Ding Feng's order can break into the third building. Dong Fei's group of people hacked over and snatched the substance. But if this was done, the order of the neighborhood would be broken once again, and the other buildings would be on guard, so there would not even be a chance to drive out at that time. Forget it, I'll say a few words. Seeing that neither Ninggu nor Tang Zhe, Dong Fei jumped off the bonnet and said towards the crowd. The words had just fallen out of his mouth when the lift room suddenly dinged and the lift doors slowly opened. Only to see Tang Zhe walk out in casual clothes and trousers. Dong Fei hadn't had the chance to size up Tang Zhe before, but now that he was carefully sizing him up, he felt that this was just an ordinary young man, and that this kind of person shouldn't even dare to kill anyone. Suddenly, Dong Fei saw Tang Zhe following someone. At the next scene, everyone slightly opened those dry and cracked lips, and some even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were dreaming. Only to see two women with exquisite face stepping on high heels slowly out, their beautiful face without half a sign of weakness, even white and red, that white delicate body as if every day cleaned, like a ripe peach. Looking at the dress of the two women, the men were gagging. Both wearing a cat decorative headband, wearing a Cat Pure Desire series, heart-stopping water snake waist all the time is not in the bombardment of all men's nerves. White stockings will be the pair of slender legs embodied to the fullest. What time is it? Suddenly appeared such two stunning women. The scene was silent, the surrounding women all of a sudden eclipsed, in front of them too, the qualification of lifting shoes are not. However, such two women like heavenly fairies who descended to earth, actually followed behind a deliverer-man. This is simply a descending blow. Looking at the woman beside him, and then compared with Sun Ting and Enbai, it is not a level at all. Look at how soft their hair is, look at how lustrous their skin is, while the woman beside them is dirty. Today's Sun Ting and Enbai is really charming, Sun Ting wearing a white version, Enbai wearing a pink version. This impact is extraordinary. You know Sun Ting has a height of 168, that pair of jade legs is not cover, Enbai also has 169, show the beauty of the legs silky smooth. Especially also risked catwalk, before the end of the world, that is certainly surrounded, but in the end of the world, the same is also surrounded, but not the view. Sun Ting's pace is now very confident, show their own proud body, enjoy the men who are greedy and cannot get the silly look, next to the Enbai to be shy a lot, beautiful eyes with nervousness and fear, but it is this poor look, let the surrounding men as if they want to go crazy. Isn't this that female anchor, actually with this delivery guy? This delivery guy must have hoarded a lot of stuff at home, why didn't I think of that? Stewardess, this is that stewardess, that rich boyfriend of hers must be dead. The crowd is considered to see, we are the only good-looking in this building, you have let out. Dong Fei looked at Tang Zhe walking, couldn't help but laugh lowly. If you hide it, no one knows, so bring it out to pretend. Thought about the consequences? Consequences? What consequences? You show me. Tang Zhe looked at Dong Fei and said with a smirk. People from the two buildings next to him came to see what was going on, a large circle of whistlers, and even a man yelling loudly. Brother, how do women sell? 3 bottles of water for sale or not? 3 bottles of water? Old man out of a case of water, this pair for me. Suddenly, a lewd man walked to Sun Ting's side, and his palm directly touched towards Sun Ting's jade arm, that dirty face with teasing. Tang Zhe directly drew out the chopper sword at his waist and directly slashed down with a smile. The evil black palm fell to the ground, and the body gradually slipped from the waist, the whole person was chopped into 2, and the internal organs and intestines fell to the ground. The crowd was instantly shocked by Tang Zhe's ruthless tactics. How much arm strength did he have, actually chopping 2 pieces in one slash? There are 2 skills, no wonder he dares to go out and pretend to be a pussy with 2 stunning colors. Tang Zai's hand flung, the blood on the blade of the chopper flung on the ground, forming a line, then said seriously, moving my rations, that's cutting off my way of life, the end is only death. The crowd looked at me, I looked at you, and finally placed their eyes on Dong Fei. If this delivery man is done away with, those two women can die if they can play around a bit. After all, becoming a flirtatious ghost is better than starving to death. Sun Ting slightly relieved, just know that Tang Zai is not a person who likes to pretend, really liked to long ago took himself out of the house, looking at the pile of rotten meat next to him, it is disgusting. Anbai also saw Tang Zai's force for the first time, was shocked, the previous worry and fear gradually disappeared, confident and well-behaved smile slowly floated on that exquisite face. Only to see Tang Zai sitting at the front of the car, Sun Ting and Anbai had sat sideways on the ground, their sexy petite bodies pressed against Tang Zai's calves, revealing a look of contentment and enjoyment. This is undoubtedly not a knife in the hearts of male compatriots. The end of the world to find a clean woman is difficult, you can actually come so, they are still so cooperative, look at that expression seems to be not pretending. Tang Zai's hands gently stroked the two women's heads, a small episode only, isn't it going to be a meeting, continue. Dong Fei slightly narrowed his eyes, looking at the knife in Tang Zai's hand, his heart was calculating, focusing on wondering if Tang Zai had a gun on him. Dong Fei smiled, holding up his glasses and said, let's have a meeting then. Make a summary for the matter of someone posing as a gunman in the past few days. By the way, do you have a gun? Tang Zai raised his eyebrows slightly, and laughed lowly, I'm a good citizen, how could I have something like that? Dong Fei let out a slight sigh of relief, it seemed that this delivery man indeed didn't have a gun, if he had a gun he could take it out now to deter everyone. Tang Zai of course knows, but the main fight is a play. I have worked all my life, can't I just let go and play? There is also the matter of supplies, in a few days to organize to go out together, little brother, see you knife skills want to be together. Not interested. Tang Zai ruffled Sun Ting's hair and said indifferently. Dong Fei felt that the eyes of the people around him were a bit different, this delivery guy was challenging his own authority, if he didn't build up his authority, in time, these people wouldn't be afraid of him. In that case, little brother, your family should have hoarded a lot. When these words came out, the group all looked at Tang Zai, with beauty, food and water, this life was even more dashing than before the end of the world, eyes red and jealous. Indeed I've hoarded quite a lot, how else would I feed them? Tang Zai pinched the two women's cheeks while they moaned in comfort. A hungry and skinny fat man next to him immediately said, shit, didn't say so earlier, don't know to share with your neighbors even if you have something, selfish. Didn't I say it now? Then share You come and grab it. Tang Zai laughed out loud, share your head. The hungry, thin fat man hesitated, looked at the chopper clutched in Anbai's chest, and the body chopped in two over there, and wimped out. Tang Zai spread his hands skittishly, since you won't grab it, then I'll kill you A sharp flying knife was flung out directly, the fat man stood frozen in place, while a man behind him slowly collapsed with a flying knife sticking out of his forehead, just the man who had asked for 3 bottles of water to buy Anbai before. A little awkward, but give me another chance, promise not to miss. Said Tang Zai smiling and pulling out another flying knife, the people around were stunned, killing someone in the middle of a conversation, even Dong Fei couldn't do it. The hungry and skinny fat man directly knelt on the ground, urine oozing from the ground, little brother, no, big brother, I'm joking. I never joke. Tang Zai laughed, this time the flying dagger was steadily inserted into the fat man's forehead. Seeing the silence around him, Tang Zai lit a cigarette and spat out smoke rings, is there anyone else who wants to come and grab it? If you can snatch it, everything I have is yours, including my big cat. Meow. However no one dared to move, everyone's hopes fell on Dong Fei. Dong Fei knew that if he didn't do something, his prestige would be gone after tonight. This little brother, you are this. Dong Fei gave a thumbs up and complimented. Tang Zai readily accepted. But you should be unaware that this air hostess beside you, her boyfriend has already sold her ownership to me. Dong Fei said as he looked at Anbai. Anbai, who was sitting sideways on the ground, her heart trembled, she didn't expect that she had actually been directly sold by Ninggu, and said that she was only accompanied every day. Anbai couldn't wait to run out and make a few more cuts towards the corpse. Tang Zei nodded. Is that so? Why didn't I know? You call her boyfriend out. The corners of Dong Fei's mouth twitched. Where to look for this? Maybe he's already been slaughtered by you. Only to see Dong Fei take out a slip of paper. This is the letter of sale written by her boyfriend. Who knows if you wrote it? Tang Zei cut in. This also has her boyfriend's fingerprints. Dong Fei pointed at the bright red handprint, obviously not the kind of red of a seal, but blood. Tang Zei shrugged and said, then how can you prove that this handprint is her boyfriend's? I think we need to find an organization to check it. Dong Fei was so angry that his hands were shaking, and said in a cold voice, I'll reason with you again now, don't force me. It's the end of the world, who's still being reasonable, ha ha ha. Tang Zei couldn't help but laugh. Ding Feng and the others in Building 4, who were lying on the roller shutter, also laughed out loud, thinking that Dong Fei was finished. Such a tease. You tricked me. Dong Fei removed his glasses and shouted angrily. Tang Zei hooked the two women's chins with his hand and laughed loudly. I can't believe he doesn't know I'm teasing him. Both women couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. This sentence instantly made Dong Fei lose his mind. Kill him, a case of mineral water, no. 2 cases of mineral water, plus 10 packs of beef jerky. 10 packs of self-heating pots. 20 packets of instant noodles. This was simply blood money. With heavy rewards, even Dong Fei's minions picked up their knives and began to step closer. Tang Zei stood up, pulled the chopper out of Anbai's chest, and twisted his neck to kill directly. A jumping chop directly cut Dong Fei's warlord in two, and with a flip of his wrist, he suddenly went upwards. Ah! The man on the side cried out in pain, his internal organs falling from his crotch to the ground. Just 2 hands scared the crowd away from approaching, but Tang Zei killed again with his chopper in hand. Grab those 2 women. Dong Fei shouted angrily, maybe grabbing those 2 women can control this delivery guy. How come a delivery guy is so strong? Is he out of Shaolin? Sure enough, they were unafraid of death running towards the 2 women, but Sun Ting and Anbai didn't have any intention of escaping, standing in place to be grabbed. Seeing that a hand was soon going to grab Anbai's jade arm, and her brain was directly missed by a flying dagger, Tang Zei, not far away, said in a cold voice, moving my rations is even more serious than moving me. The 2 girls were still scared before, when they saw the man fall, the worry was superfluous, both of them clenched their pink fists and meowed towards Tang Zei. As long as close to the 2 women, were shot in the head by Tangza, at home Tangza but practiced flying dagger, not really shot off, the heart wants to find an opportunity to practice marksmanship it. Soon, the 2 women lay down 4 men around, this time no one close at all. On the side of the Tangza side has appeared more than 10 corpses, blood flow into the river, Tangza clothes are stained with a little blood. The remaining 3 men saw Tang Zei won like a killing god, and immediately ran towards the lift entrance. Want to run? Tang Zei directly threw his chopper out fiercely, 1 through 3, watching everyone stare in disbelief, so strong. This must be the great Shaolin disciple hidden in the American group. Ding Feng saw such a strong Tang Zei, he also changed his plan, this kid is too strong to be tough, outwit him. At this time, the garage was filled with a smell of blood and fishy odor, and the only male words left were Tang Zei and Dong Fei. Just 5 minutes ago, Tang Zei had already killed all the men in Building 3, of course those who didn't come were lucky. Dong Fei looked at the devil-like Tang Zei, his hand shaking as he took out a cigarette from his pocket, his hand holding the lighter was even trembling so much that he didn't light the cigarette several times. And Tang Zei smiled and took out the lighter, out of gas. Here, I have it. Dong Fei watched in horror as Tang Zei slowly stuck out his head and barfed a few mouthfuls to light the cigarette. Hands don't stop, not a word of thanks, very impolite. Tang Zei helplessly said, how everyone is not polite, I hit the fire, your hand has to stop up basic common sense do not understand. Dong Fei froze, said with a stutter, thank you. Just thank you finished, Tang Zei's fist hard pain in Dong Fei's heart, the whole chest is sunken, Dong Fei hard impact on that Porsche 718, car glass broken aground. I hate people who are not polite. Tang Zei lit a cigarette and looked around, all the 2 buildings next to him were watching, when they saw Tang Zei's eyes, some of them subconsciously dodged. Sun Ting and Anbai looked at such a powerful Tang Zai, glad they had to choose, obediently sent the chain to Tang Zai's hand. In the corner, the 12 women hid and shivered, afraid that Tang Zai would slaughter them as well. All the men in this third building were almost dead. Tang Zai stopped and looked at the pile of women, heads all up. Who dared to disobey and raised their heads? Tang Zai sighed in his heart, none of them were good-looking, they were all old women. Pack up this floor of intestines liver and whatnot, a bottle of water each, come to Dong Fei's house to collect it. Hearing this, the women were immediately motivated, even if the men found their husbands' corpses in the pile, without any expression to pack up, but there were a few women crying in a small voice. Ding Feng saw Tang Zai leave and turned around with a grim face. Boss, what should we do? Dong Fei's group was actually all chopped up. It's fine if they were chopped up, it's mainly supplies, it's good that there are fewer people and they don't need to consume supplies. An evil smile appeared on Ding Feng's lips, feeling that Tang Zai was doing himself a favor in disguise. When the time came to kill Tang Zai, he would be able to take over Dong Fei's supplies. On the other side, Tang Zai came to Dong Fei's house, a pile full of supplies. Tang Zai didn't really care. It was just a matter of coming to look at the supplies he had grabbed. Let's see what's in the bedroom. The two women hummed and opened their bedroom doors, and when Sun Ting opened a bedroom door, she was greeted with a foul stench. Sun Ting switched on the light and looked at the corpse on the bed in surprise. Wasn't this her own good sister? As she approached, corpse spots appeared all over the corpse, and a pair of pupils widened. This group of people actually didn't even spare the corpse. Sun Ting clenched her fists tightly, her heart relieved as she remembered the scene where Tang Zai had just hacked them to death. Anbai walked in at this time to take a look, her eyebrows tightly frowning as she said softly, if she was sold by Ninggu, the end should be similar to her. I'm the same, you go look in the bedroom over there. Good. What's wrong? Tang Zai walked in and asked, frowning at the sight of the body on the bed. Nothing, a friend of mine. Oh, throw it out, it stinks. Tang Zai covered his nose, this group of people were perverted enough, this was dead for a few days and still playing. Sun Ting hummed and opened the window, then threw the body out. Master, there's a lot of cigarettes and alcohol over here. Anbai shouted from the master bedroom. Tang Zai walked over to take a look. Oh, this Dong Fei can hoarding so much stuff and actually being so cheap. Taking out a bottle of red wine and walking out of the bedroom, he saw Sun Ting walking out. Go prepare mineral water, let them collect it later, words count. Okay. Said Tang Zai lying on the rocking chair, opened the red wine and took a sip. Then can I do something? Only to see Anbai squatting beside Tang Zai and ask docilely. In her heart she wanted to do something to make Tang Zai feel useful. She had just seen the dead body of Sun Ting's friend, and in her heart she was afraid of being left behind and turning into the same downfall. Tang Zai smiled and patted his leg. Anbai was slightly stunned and sat across Tang Zai with a wave of petulance. This red wine is for you to drink. Tang Zai handed over the red wine. Anbai took the red wine and disliked it into her red lips, her white jade neck rose, the red wine slowly flowed out from the corners of her mouth, a really sexy speciality. At this time those women appeared at the door. When they saw Tang Zai and Anbai sitting on the rocking chair froze for a moment, but they were not too surprised, they have seen too much these days, numb. It was just that as women, their hearts were jealous of their beauty, and their white bodies, and they even smelled the scent of shower gel. They were actually able to take a bath. In looking at these women themselves, their hands were now covered in blood and dirty, worse than picking up rubbish before. This is your reward, take it and go. Sun Ting had already arranged it, a bottle of water for each person. Each person got their payment, really when they saw the room full of food, and the boxes and boxes of mineral water stacked in the corner, their hearts suddenly sprang up with different ideas. One of the women called the other women over and began to discuss in whispers. That's full of Dong Fei's previously looted supplies, isn't it too little for us to take just this little? A 40-year-old woman immediately chimed in, isn't that right, just now moving the corpses was so tiring, how can a bottle of water be dismissed, it's simply dismissing the beggars. Yes, those 3 of them can't eat besides the men are dead, enough for us to eat. The more they talked, the more energized they became, as if they had gone back to before the end of the world. After a long time, the 12 women chose a representative and came to the door again. "Hello, that one, we should have met before." One of the women smiled toward Sun Ting. Sun Ting sized up the woman in front of her, and after half a day of looking at her, she couldn't see who she was. "And you are?" "I'm Zhou Min from the Community Property Department." Sun Ting remembered, "It does look a bit like it. Whatever, what's the matter?" "It's like this, we're all women, we've just consumed too much physical strength moving corpses, Dong Fei has been squeezing us before, there's nothing to eat at all, can you give us something to eat?" After saying that, Zhou Min warily waited for Sun Ting's answer. And Sun Ting couldn't decide this, looking back to Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe held that snow-white water snake waist with both hands, and by closed her beautiful eyes and leaned back slightly, her mouth couldn't help but make a sound. One person, one slice of bread. Tang Zhe, who was in a good mood, was also merciful. Sun Ting nodded and opened a box of 3 squirrels bread next to him, or the egg yolk sandwich kind. One slice for each person. "All right, let's go." Sun Ting's gaze grew impatient. "Don't delay me from pleasing Tang Zhe, look at this little nymph and Bai, how hard she works." However, Zhou Min pressed down on the door that was about to close and shamelessly said, "Can we have both of those 2 boxes?" Sun Ting's face sank. Tang Zhe's brows tightened, his hand subconsciously tightened a few points, and Bai hissed and opened her beautiful eyes. "Little White, you should rest first." Bai thought what was wrong and was startled, gently lying on Tang Zhe's chest. Tang Zhe looked towards the door and asked, "What did you just say?" Facing Tang Zhe, Zhou Min was still scared, but thinking that he didn't seem to kill women made him a little more bold. "Your name is Tang Zhe, right, and you even came to my house to deliver takeaways." Zhou Min immediately drew close, only this horse's arse was about to slap the horse's hoof, oblivious. "Oh, you're from that property." Tang Zhe once again revealed a kind smile. Seeing that Tang Zhe was so honest all of a sudden, he was bold again for a few minutes. "It's like this, there are so many supplies here, can you give 2 more boxes, you guys can't finish so many of them." "That's quite reasonable." Tang Zhe nodded, which made Zhou Min happy. "We'll just take a little, it won't be too much." Tang Zhe didn't say anything. Zhou Min thought Tang Zhe had acquiesced, and directly pushed Sun Ting away. Sun Ting's feet were unsteady and fell, and she wanted to cry from the pain, and turned her head to look at Tang Zhe, and realized that Tang Zhe was just looking at it with a smile on his face. "Old Li, there are still chili fries here, move move move." "There's actually fries, give me a hand, there's also duck necks and chicken wings, there's too many." "Move this box too." A group of women began to move the supplies in a never-ending stream. Tang Zhe patted Bai, who bit her red lip and looked at Tang Zhe, the spring silk in her eyes falling out. Tang Zhe walked up and laughed, "Still moving? Aya, you guys can't finish this much anyway, there's another box here, hurry hurry hurry." Zhou Min answered Tang Zhe while greeting her sisters to move things. That greedy face made Sun Ting want to vomit. "Myself and Bai are paying a price to have food and drink, while you women know how to get something for nothing, it's so hateful." Half of the supplies in the house were all piled up in the doorway outside. Zhou Min clapped her hands and laughed, "Little brother, don't worry about it, this heart is in our hearts, and when it's safe to do so, we'll definitely help you hide the murder." "Then I should thank you guys." Tang Zhe couldn't help but laugh out loud. "No need to thank you, no need to thank you, all living in a neighborhood is fate, there's nothing else we'll leave first." Tang Zhe scratched the back of his head, depressed and said, "Robbed me of so many things, said to leave inappropriated auntie." "How do you child talk, where did you rob, it's take." Zhou Min immediately put on an elder's appearance and reprimanded. "For the record, I didn't agree for you to take it, my cats can testify." Sun Ting immediately nodded her head, and Bai sat on the ground and nodded along. You guys are unbelievable, let's go, ignore them." Zhou Min raised her hand, not wanting to say much to Tang Zhe, as if she had already forgotten how Tang Zhe's hand had just risen. Tang Zhe sighed and silently pulled out his pistol, smiling, "All right, then it's my turn to rob you guys now." There was a bang. The back of Zhou Min's head was directly penetrated, and the whole person fell forward, blood slowly flowing out. pupils widening. The women outside the room were waiting for the lift, with smiles on their faces, when suddenly they heard a gunshot, and then they saw Zhou Min fall, the back of his head shocking. Then they watched a smiling Tang Zhe walk out with a blackened pistol in his hand, and instantly it was as quiet as death. You guys rob me, I'll rob you guys, the main fight is a fair one. Finally a woman reacted. The first thing she did was not to run, but to let out a scream. Ah! Bang 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 bang. Consecutive gunshots rang out in Building 3, and everyone in the neighborhood had a panicked look on their faces, not knowing what was going on. Building 4. Boss, boss, shots rang out in building number 3. I'm not deaf, I heard it. Ding Feng said in a deep voice as he hugged his girlfriend. His girlfriend laughed. I don't know if it's that takeaway boy who was killed. Ding Feng guessed, it's very likely, this one with the gun has probably been waiting for the right moment. I'm sure he doesn't have too many bullets, it just so happens that the delivery boy took out all of Dong Fei's group of men, so he jumped out right away. Ding Feng's guess was agreed upon by many, the possibilities were high. Brother Feng, why don't we go and take a look? The girlfriend suggested. Wait for 2 days. Ding Feng was still very stable. At this time, on the 28th floor of Building 1, House 2801. Sister, gunshots are ringing again. Only a 25-year-old woman stood by the window, her gaze looking towards the window, a pair of bright eyes tinged with panic. This woman had an unspoken beauty, her features seemed to have been carefully sculpted by nature, with both the subtlety of an Oriental woman and the three-dimensionality of the West. A wisdom and gentleness flowed between her brows and eyes, and even though it had been many days since then, the white dress was still as clean as new. With the breeze swinging, the hem of the dress gently fluttered, a sad temperament came out, but unfortunately that wonderful figure was shrouded by the white dress, but it could also be seen the charming waist, and the firm buttocks. Yi Qingyi. The woman who was in the kitchen was probably in her 50s, with slightly more wrinkles on her face and a little bit of blossoming, but from the bottom you could tell that she was just as beautiful as her sister when she was young, just that she was now old and gray. The sister's name was Yi Yuling, and the sister's name was Yi Qingyi. The two were biological sisters, it was just that their parents wanted a son when they were older, but it turned out to be a daughter, which is why the age difference between the sisters was double. In the arrival of the end of the world, Yi Qingyi has never been out of the door, especially when the riots that time, has been hiding in the bedroom. Even now, the whole district do not know Yi Qingyi's existence. She just came to her sister brother-in-law's home to eat a meal, and then ready to take the plane back to Yunhai City. As a result, the whole world was in chaos, especially when she saw a female corpse downstairs. Yi Qingyi knew that if she let others know of her existence, she would not end up any better. Yi Yuling, of course, also heard it and hurriedly pulled her sister away from the window, chiding, "You don't want to die, ah, this bullet is not long-eyed. Sis, when is the end?" Yi Qingyi was about to collapse. Sometimes she really wanted to jump down and get it over with, but she simply couldn't do it. Yi Yuling sighed, "Our building number 1 is quite stable, with your brother-in-law in control it won't be chaotic. Look at the other buildings, they have long been in chaos." Beep beep beep, the sound of pressing the password sounded at the door. Yi Yuling immediately pulled Yi Qingyi behind her and watched vigilantly. When she saw that it was her husband returning, she was relieved. "Husband, how was the meeting? Why did the gun go off again in Building 3? Yi Yuling helped take off the man's jacket and asked curiously. Yi Qingyi also rushed to pour a small amount of water over. "Brother-in-law, drink water." Xia Yuhong took the cup of water, but didn't dare to take a mouthful, just a small sip, and then put it on the coffee table. The next sentence made the two sisters' faces change drastically. "The men in Building 3 should all be dead." What? What? The two sisters looked at each other in disbelief. How did they suddenly die out? They hadn't heard about it before. Xia Yuhong touched her trouser pocket to look for cigarettes, but found that they were long gone, so she could only give up. They were all killed by a delivery man. Delivery? The sisters were incredulous. They had long heard that there were hidden tigers and dragons in the crowd of delivery people. They used to think it was a terrier, but now they think it's very real. "I still have the video here, do you guys want to watch it? It's a bit bloody." Xia Yuhong took out her mobile phone. There was a pile of corpses on the grass below. What else did they not dare to look at? The sisters sat on the sofa and looked at their mobile phones. When she saw Tang Zai, Yi Yuling frowned slightly. This delivery guy looks a bit familiar, he should have delivered to our house. Well, delivered before. Xia Yuhong nodded. Yi Qingyi immediately noticed Sun Ting and Anbai. The way they were dressed made Yi Qingyi blush. How did they go out dressed like this? But they were both so clean, and how was their hair so soft and moisturized? Even if they themselves used conditioner every day, it wasn't clean now. This beautiful woman, even in the end of the world, there is a comparison mind. Yi Qingyi feels that she is not worse than them. Brother-in-law, how did they get this delivery guy to hold them? Were they threatened? Yi Qingyi asked curiously. Two such beautiful and touching women, how could they be like this? Xia Yuhong asked back, look at their expressions, do you think it's a threat? Yi Qingyi really noticed, looking at their well-behaved appearance, even learning to purr like a cat, the depths of their gazes were not at all revolting, even proud of it as if they were proud of it. These two women should have been brainwashed into delivering pet cats. Xia Yuhong felt that this was definitely the case. I also feel that your brother-in-law is right. Yi Qingyi expressed her doubts. Then how could they be so clean on their bodies, unless they took a bath, but the water has stopped now. The couple looked at each other, very puzzled. Very puzzled. When they saw Tang Zai killing it big time, Yi Qingyi covered her small mouth and Yi Yuling was stunned. This was too fierce. A 3-minute video would probably take a few days to digest. Hubby, the national martial arts champion should also be him. Yi Yuling said dully. No matter what, he's pretty much the only man left in Building 3, and those gunshots that just came out were either this delivery man being killed or those women in Building 3, nothing else. It had to be said that Xia Yuhong's IQ was still online, guessing at least half of it. After a long time, Yi Yuling softly asked, how did today's meeting go? Xia Yuhong did not answer directly and said towards Yi Qingyi, Qingyi, go to the bedroom and get a piece of bread. Ah, good. Yi Qingyi got up and walked towards the bedroom, then closed the door, but immediately leaned over the door to eavesdrop, knowing that her brother-in-law was branching out. Xia Yuhong said in a deep voice, although our building number 1 is temporarily safe, sooner or later it will be chaotic. I found out that a few of them have started exchanging food and women. They probably saw that all the other buildings are like this and have started doing it without my knowledge. Then it must be stopped. How can I stop it? There are several of them all pressurizing me. Luckily Gangzi has always stood by me. If I hadn't taken them out to look for food, they would have long since left me out of the picture. Yi Yuling was anxious. Then what to do? You have to let Qingyi be a bit psychologically prepared. After all, she has outstanding looks. Sooner or later she will be discovered, when that time comes. Xia Yuhong did not say any more. There were too many living examples lying on the lawn outside. And Yi Yuling folded her hands, hoping that God would let this disaster pass quickly. The eavesdropping Yi Qingyi slowly sat on the floor, her face white for a few moments, her mind full of those jumping naked women, very helplessly letting out a slight choking sob. Is it okay on your daughter's side? Xia Yuhong asked in a deep voice. Yi Yuling nodded. There's nothing much going on today, the school canteen food and drink is still sufficient. The overall quality of college students is high. Unlike those who live here, most of them are tenants. The social fight at the bottom, with a resentment of injustice, that's why they lose their humanity in such a short period of time. After saying this, Xia Yuhong sighed repeatedly, sighing, lamenting how the world in the end, can't we all work together to resist the disaster? However, Xia Yuhong knew in her heart that when the food was finished, the quality was even higher, but it would also be reduced to animal nature. At this time, the stairwell of the third building came from Tang Zai's vomiting sound. Holding onto the railing, Tang Zai gasped for breath, killing so many people for the first time, completely unable to do nothing about it. These days, what Tang Zai had in mind was the law of doom. Perhaps even he didn't know, he was self-hypnotizing, using the law of doom to cover up his own humanity. That way he felt that what he was doing was justified. However, when this self-hypnosis stopped, recalling the shocking images, he immediately recoiled. But soon Tangza smoothed it out and remembered the law of doom in his heart. Don't feel that you are at fault. There is no fixed right or wrong in the end times. Defending your own interests comes first. Thinking this way, Tang Zai's gaze immediately became firm. Abide by the law of the end times, and have a clear conscience. Coming downstairs, Tang Zhe saw that Anbai and Sun Ting were dragging the corpse down. The stairs were filled with blood, and blood kept flowing down the steps, which couldn't help but make people feel shocked. "Be careful, don't slip," Tang Zhe admonished. The two women looked up and smiled. Their delicate hands were stained with bright red blood, even their white jade bodies were also tinted with a touch of blood red, suddenly filled with a different kind of beauty. Looking at the room full of food and water, Tang Zhe was wondering what to do with it, how to maximize the benefits of these supplies. Bartering for goods? Didn't make sense. Then what else could be exchanged? Trade for people? There weren't many beautiful women in this neighborhood that were worth exchanging. Looking at the window has been raining. Tang Zhe is also very helpless. Want to go outside to find rations, but does not stop the rain. How to get? Look at the weather, seems to be blowing the wind. The two women have also been dragging corpses to the early morning before returning, tired enough to take a hot bath. Tang Zhe will not be shortchanged. Prepared meals. Meals are naturally also a lot more plentiful than before. The two girls have worked hard for a night, naturally have to give them to make up for their body to be able to do so. Soon, a table of barbecue on the table. If the people in the other buildings saw it, I'm afraid they would go crazy, but for Tang Zhe, this was just an ordinary daily routine. Open WeChat. There is no one talking in the group of this building. It is estimated that except for himself and them, they are all dead. The big group in the district is all talking about their own murder, especially in Building 1, it is simply standing on the moral high ground to criticize, to pull themselves out and shoot them. Just now the WeChat function deleted a lot, can't download videos and photos, can't send videos, can't reproduce, can't add a group, can't make a video call, can't even search for people nearby, but some people have a group outside the cell to begin with, and the situation is similar to this side. Tang Zhe looked up and laughed. Don't you both need to rest? Both worked hard all night, and wanted to give them a break. Sun Ting's dainty look is indeed getting better and better at making a whole job of it. Look at Anbai on the side, who is still a bit embarrassed. Only to see Sun Ting stand up and sit on Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe's heart laughed bitterly. Just thinking about things, you come to such a trick. Help me think of something first, then I'll reward you. Tang Zhe reached out and wrapped his arms around Sun Ting's willow waist, which was soft and thin. Think of what? Anbai asked curiously. You guys say, what's the best thing to replace the supplies in this house? Sun Ting directly blurted out, of course it's to exchange for a beautiful woman. Anbai paused for a moment, thinking that if we exchange for beautiful women, what if Tang Zhe doesn't want us in the future? But Sun Ting was aware of Tang Zhe's ability, more rations would come, so his own safety would be guaranteed. Besides, Tang Zhe's also meant this. I have also observed for a long time, our community, in addition to you two, there is no good goods. Tang Zhe's requirements were still there, not all cats and dogs were worthy of being his rations. How do you know if you don't try? After saying that, Sun Ting got up and picked up her mobile phone. Tang Zhe asked curiously, what are you going to do? Advertise it in the cell group. How many supplies to exchange? Sun Ting cursed herself for being an idiot, not even asking Tang Zhe to take the initiative. Tang Zhe didn't put much stock in it this time, and actually had this idea. Half. Tang Zhe said indifferently. Sun Ting's willow eyebrows slightly raised. Isn't half too much? Anbai said softly, if I can blow up a beautiful woman with half the supplies, I think it's still cost-effective. I like this talk from Little White. Tang Zhe patted Anbai's head and gave praise. Sun Ting shrugged her fragrant shoulders. Good, you Little White, sister taught you so many stunts, now all compete with me for favor. Sun Ting immediately opened to send a voice in the community group. Hello owners, I am the third building of the Sun Ting. Have you ever been worried because of hunger? Have you ever been mad because of dry mouth? And I can help you solve this problem. Dong boss of these supplies in exchange for authentic beauty kittens. Interested parties to chat privately. Meow. After finishing, but also took a picture of the supplies sent to the group. Just after sending it, the mobile phone popped up quite a few plus friends at once. The three were all excited to look at it. This look was all art words, photoshopping. Sun Ting and Anbai know too much about this area. The three people lost interest at once. This method is hopeless. There is even a 50-year-old woman, claiming to be the reincarnation of Daji. as long as you drink water, you can immediately become younger. Laughed so hard that Tang Zai's stomach hurt. Forget it, I guess I can't blow up a beautiful woman, or brush up some experience first, just find it slowly, the least of which is time. Building 4 Ding Feng bedroom. This anchor woman actually wants to trade things for beautiful women, is that delivery guy dead or not? Ding Feng's eyebrows formed a Chuan character, that delivery guy made himself wince. The girlfriend next to him whispered, maybe the one with the gun killed the delivery guy, and these 2 women defected to the gunman. But there are definitely not many bullets left. Ding Feng said in a deep voice. Don't forget that there is another gun in existence. The girlfriend reminded that the mantis was catching the yellow bird, and that 3rd building was just too weird. Ding Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, aren't they looking for beautiful women, find one and go take a look. I've already asked those women to go and add WeChat, but they were all rebuffed. Ding Feng rubbed his forehead, how easy was it to find a beautiful woman like the anchor woman? I think it's still a night attack. The girlfriend suggested. Ding Feng hummed, those supplies were more enticing than the women, they had to be taken. House 2801 in Building 1. Yi Qingyi tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, opened WeChat, there were already several girlfriends who couldn't be contacted, and they were in a bad way, only the girlfriends who lived in the upscale neighborhood were slightly safer, but listening to what her brother-in-law had said before, the safety was only temporary. Open the cell owners group, Yi Qingyi found a lot of women chatting, will chat records upwards, immediately saw Sun Ting sent ads. Hello all owners, have you ever fretted because of hunger, have you ever been mad because of dry mouth, and I can help you solve this problem, these supplies behind me in exchange for authentic beauty kittens, interested parties private chat meow. Looking at Sun Ting's sweet smile and smooth skin, Yi Qingyi was envious, especially when she saw the photos, the boxes and boxes of water, and all kinds of food, her belly couldn't help but gurgle a little. But the food in the house can still last for a month, Yi Qingyi naturally will not go to throw herself into the net as some big cat, and have to learn to purr, unless she is crazy. At this time, a voice call came in. Seeing the display, Yi Qingyi revealed a long-lost smile. Zi Hui, still up this late? A gentle voice came out from Yi Qingyi's red lips. A magnetic male voice also sounded in her hand, couldn't sleep, missed you. I miss you too. This moment became quiet, although not yet a couple, but already engaged, originally intended to get married at the end of the year, but unfortunately stumbled upon this kind of thing. How is it on your side today? Jiang Zihui asked with concern. It's okay, don't worry, is your side okay today? Don't worry, my side is all villa area, because there are few people, the supplies are abundant, the property side stocked up a lot. Yi Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief, slightly sideways, where is Nana? This little ninny is still in the mood for yoga, you tell me. Jiang Zihui joked, also wanting Yi Qingyi to relax and unwind. That's nice. Jiang Zihui paused and sighed, you have to find a way to come over, I don't trust you. Yi Qingyi smiled bitterly, Huan City was 400 kilometers away from Yunhai City, in the past, it would be there in a flash, but now, it was difficult to travel an inch. I'll find a way, don't worry, my brother-in-law is still the boss. Yi Qingyi squeezed out a smile and said. My classmates told me that there are so many neighborhood riots, killing people like chickens, some perverts don't even spare women's corpses. Ah. Yi Qingyi was shocked, fear surfaced on her stunningly beautiful face. Jiang Zihui immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing, and hurriedly changed the topic, talking about which country to honeymoon in the future, fantasizing about a bright future. With her mobile phone almost out of power, Yi Qingyi only put down her phone to charge it, looking at the rain outside, she felt that the wind was strong again tonight. A wave of fatigue hit Yi Qingyi, and she fell asleep. But had a horrible dream, dreaming that she had turned into a corpse, and countless men were sitting next to her watching, as if they were looking at a roasted steak, their eyes full of greed. They were destroying their corpses and gnawing on them until they turned into a white bone. Ah! Yi Qingyi was awakened and sat up violently, cold sweat dampened her black hair, her face was pale and powerless, she turned her head to look out of the window, it was already morning, a feeling of powerlessness welled up from the bottom of her heart, could she still get out of this neighborhood? Tears flowed from the corner of his eyes. Compared to Yi Qingyi, Tang Zhe that is full of spirit up, propped up a lazy waist to look out the window, another day full of energy. After brushing a wave of experience last night, it was now at 10%, 90% short of getting the End Times Gift Pack 2.0. Looking at that 90% progress bar, Tang Zhe covered his brain. Although it was now double progress, it was still too slow. At the door, 3 automatic rifles were aimed at the door, and the rope weaved above the room door, connecting the triggers. As long as the door of the room was opened, or violently smashed open, the 3 automatic rifles would empty their magazines and sweep all the people at the door to death. Packing up his weapons, Tang Zhe took out a bowl of Lanzhou ramen, the aroma of the noodles causing the 2 women to open their beautiful eyes. Tang Zhe naturally prepared a nutritious meal for the 2 girls. After all, they are the source of their own strength. At noon, bored Sun Ting sat on the balcony, a white paper on her black silk, a 2B pencil in her delicate hand, brushing on the white paper while looking downstairs. Tang Zhe, who walked out of the bedroom curiously, went and came behind Sun Ting. Nice drawing. Only to see that on the white paper was a sketch of a pile of corpses downstairs. It looked quite strange. Ah, you get up, sorry. Sun Ting hurriedly got up, but was pressed down by Tang Zhe. It's fine, you keep drawing. Sun Ting smiled in embarrassment. You've learned to draw? Tang Zhe asked curiously. I'm an art student. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a painter and tour the country. Alas, the dream is good, the reality is cruel. My 1 month's creation is not as much as I earn from dancing in the live room. Said Sun Ting bitterly smiled, in which the price to pay with the present and what is the difference, is nothing more than to accompany the sleep. And Bai cut the fruit and walked over, helplessly saying, Sister's drawing is actually very good, just didn't run into the right person. Tang Zhe picked up the peeled orange and stuffed it into his mouth. You know, I also have a dream. Sun Ting and Anbai looked at Tang Zhe curiously. I used to look at the blue sky when I was a kid. I wanted to be a great pilot and defend my country's sky, yet in the end I struggled to read, all duck eggs. Pfft, the 2 women couldn't help but laugh chirpily. Looking at Anbai by his side, Tang Zhe raised his hand and slapped it onto that peachy bum. Dare to laugh at me, not to beat you. I really can't hold back. Anbai aggrieved Baba said, that white honey buttocks gradually emerged 5 fingerprints. How about you Xiao Bai, why as a stewardess? Tang Zhe asked. Anbai looked at the sky outside and murmured, I like to travel around, when the stewardess can travel for free. Ah. White whoring ah. Tang Zhe wrapped his arms around Anbai's water snake waist and sat on the sofa in his arms. Anbai pouted her red lips and said arrogantly, which is not, people are also working, okay, wrongly accused people. Sun Ting put her drawing book aside and sat next to her with a cat step and flirted, Xiao Bai, you are not only a white whore, but you also want to marry into a rich family. He is my primary school classmate. Anbai had long since looked away and didn't feel a thing when talking about this dead ex-boyfriend. Sun Ting rolled up the newspaper and reached out to Anbai's mouth, please unfold your story. Aya, there is no story, just once in the first-class cabin, and then chatting, he lied to me at first that he was single, and when I proposed marriage, he said that he was married, and let me wait, immediately divorced, and then it was like this. Tang Zhe was indignant, scum. Too scummy. Sun Ting also chimed in. Anbai also giggled and said, that's right, too scummy. Tang Zhe suddenly asked, then you guys say, is he scum, or am I scum? The 2 women froze and glanced at each other. Tell the truth, or else starve for 3 days. Tang Zhe had a stern look, not like he was joking at all. Looking at the 2 women's unspoken eyes, Tang Zhe understood in a second, saying that I'm scum, right, then I'll scum it up for you. In the blink of an eye 7 days passed. Ding Feng looked at the dwindling supplies, and the heavy rain and wind outside, and decided to attack Building 3 tonight. Brother Feng, the brothers are ready. Ding Feng opened the few remaining beers, and more than 10 men poured a little bit each, while all of them handed over a cigarette, as if they were doing a final farewell ceremony. Brothers, as long as we get Dong Fei's supplies, we'll have food to eat and drink, and we'll also be able to redeem the women in the next few buildings. Ding Feng scanned the crowd, saying these things was their motivation, who would sell out if this pie wasn't drawn well. Good. Follow Brother Feng, can't get enough food, can't get enough women to play with. Cheers. 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 A mouthful of wine down, as if back in the year, the feeling of roadside barbecue stall. Why do you think it's back then? Because it's already forgotten the normal life before. Obviously it's last month, but it's as if many years have passed. Brother Fong, one of my buddies is in Building 1, he sent me a tweet today, saying that Building 1 is about to get messy. Ding Fong sneered, spat out a mouthful of smoke and said, that Xia Yuhong really thinks he can control it, without enough food to support it, chaos is just a matter of time, besides, he's the kind of abusive person that sooner or later he'll regret it. Isn't that right? The food snatched back from outside and distributed to those old men, it's just a waste. Brother Fong, we robbed Building 3 today, when are we going to rob the other buildings as well? Ding Fong squinted his eyes slightly and crossed his legs, turning his head to look at the heavy rain outside. Fong Jin and Sun Yushao have quite a few minions, those people are quite united, really robbing will fold quite a lot of people. If we want to rob, it's Building 1, take advantage of the fact that they're swarming around, the men will all be killed, only the women will be left behind. The crowd of juniors nodded, this plan sounded good. At this time, Ding Feng's mobile phone rang. When he saw the message, his brows furrowed deeply, his cigarette took a drag on the boss. Brother Fong, what's wrong? Fong Jin and Sun Yushao said that they will rob Building 1 together tonight. Ding Fong was so angry, the plan he had just thought of was all disrupted. The juniors looked at each other, one of them asked, then are we still robbing Building 3 tonight? Ding Feng's gaze was fierce, and the junior brother shrunk his head. They were calling out to themselves, if they didn't go and instead robbed Building 3 to get the supplies, then the two of them would make an alliance to take themselves out and then split the supplies from Building 3. In the end, the two of them would kill each other in a fight and whoever won would be the neighborhood overlord. But he absolutely cannot be set on fire by the two of them. With this in mind, Ding Feng immediately said, instead of robbing Building 3 tonight, we'll rob Building 1 together and act in half an hour. The boss made a decision, the crowd of juniors nodded, there are even a few juniors who are relieved, after all, there are guns in Building 3, although they know that there are not many bullets, but they are all going to use their bodies as a body, whoever gets shot dies, and the medical supplies are also extremely lacking right now. Building 1, House 2801. Hubby, what are you doing? Yi Yuling suddenly walked out of the kitchen pulling Xia Yuhong who was about to go out. Yi Qingyi who came out of the bedroom looked on in confusion. Xia Yuhong revealed a smile that was worse than crying, going to Gangzi's house to talk about something. Yi Yuling lifted her husband's clothes as soon as she could, only to see a bottle of mineral water caught on her armpit. You need to take water to talk about things? Yi Yuling said in a low voice, her lips were dry and cracked, so was Yi Qingyi in the bedroom doorway. The family was now very frugal with water, even just a little bit of dry mouth every day. In the face of his wife's reproach, Xia Yuhong squeezed out a smile and explained, in the past, when we talked about things, we either sent money or cigarettes and tea, now it's normal to send water. But this is the last bottle of water in our house, what are we going to drink in the future? Xia Yuhong didn't say anything, but her face sank a few points. Isn't Gangzi your hairdresser? You guys have such an iron relationship, do you need to go with water? You say it. Yi Yuling's emotions seemed to have broken down a bit, frantically shaking her husband. Xia Yuhong seemed to be ignited at this moment, and directly pushed his wife to the ground. Yi Qingyi let out a low cry and hurriedly ran over, looking up in confusion and asked, brother-in-law, what are you doing? My sister is just asking you. Xia Yuhong suddenly let out a laugh, then cried as she laughed. For the sake of this family, in the past, I worked hard in the company, I have to support the family, I have to support you, I have to support my daughter, the mortgage and car loan, which one is not a mountain pressing on my shoulders. There was a moment when this disaster appeared, I felt like my whole body was relaxed, but soon I realized that I still can't be relaxed, I have to protect you all, I still have to fight to the death outside. But what do I get? Before it was what about this month's salary, now it's what about the water? Do you guys know how much pressure I'm under? They've gone crazy now. Xia Yuhong almost hissed with a growl, almost crushing his last nerve. The sisters were confused, not knowing what to say. Yi Yuling suddenly whimpered and cried. Yi Qingyi could only comfort. Xia Yuhong didn't say anything else and walked out of the house with the water. Before closing the door, she also instructed, if it's not me, don't open the door to anyone. After saying that, she closed the door. Soon, Xia Yuhong came to the downstairs floor and pressed the doorbell. Footsteps sounded inside the house, only to see a muscular man open the door. Seeing Xia Yuhong smiled, "Brother Yu, did you figure it out?" Xia Yuhong walked into the house, took out the prepared mineral water and put it on the dining table. "Gongzi, as long as you support me, our building 1 can't be messed up. When the gale passes, brother will take you guys out to find food." Mao Gang covered his forehead and walked back and forth, then violently propped his hands on the dining table and chided, "Brother Yu, I know you're a good person, you want everyone to be safe, but that's impossible. You've done a good job. For so many days, those people have turned into animals, and we're the only ones who are fine. Then we hold on even more, searching for food and waiting for rescue. Gongzi, we can't turn into animals like them." Xia Yuhong grabbed Mao Gang's shoulders with both hands and persuaded loudly. And Mao Gang laughed up, "Brother Yu, you can't be a good person these days, you've already done a good job, I'll be this bad guy." Hearing that Mao Gang was unmoved, Xia Yuhong droned, "Gongzi, wake up. We can't mess up, once we mess up they will surely take advantage of the situation. Brother Yu, you know that too. Then why are you against it? Why don't you support me? Do you still consider me a brother? How come I don't treat you as a brother? I'm the one who lent you money when you didn't have the money to buy a house. That's because you want me to live downstairs from you. You did lend me the money, but the 3,000 mortgage, it's crushing me to death. Originally I just wanted to buy a cheaper neighborhood. You're the one who told me to come here. I listen to you all the time. Brother. Because I want to take care of you." "Oh, you're trying to take care of the old men and wives." Speaking of this, Mao Gang was agitated and shouted angrily, "What's the use of those septuagenarians? They're a complete waste of our resources. We have to preach at us when we share less. What's the use of keeping these people? Look at building 2, kill all the old ones, they won't live long anyway." Hearing this kind of talk from her hair, Xia Yuhong was incredulous. "Gongzi, don't be brainwashed by them. Brother Yu, I've listened to you all my life, now I just have one request, listen to me once." Mao Gang looked closely at Xia Yuhong, while Xia Yuhong also stared closely at Mao Gang. Suddenly, Xia Yuhong found that there was blood behind Mao Gang's ears and frowned, "Where's your wife and child?" "In the bedroom." Xia Yuhong immediately walked towards the bedroom and opened the door to find Mao Gang's wife and child huddled in the corner shivering. Seeing such a situation, Xia Yuhong frowned a few points deeper, closing the door to look at Mao Gang in the living room, suddenly opened another door. When seeing the situation inside, Xia Yuhong all sucked in a breath of cold air, only to see a 70-year-old man lying on the ground, the back of the head inserted a kitchen knife. This was none other than Mao Gang's old father. Xia Yuhong turned her head to look at Mao Gang, while Mao Gang said in a deep voice, "The old man couldn't hold on any longer and asked me to kill him." "Gongzi, are you still human? That's your father." Xia Yuhong grabbed Mao Gang's collar with tears in her eyes. Mao Gang slapped Xia Yuhong's hand away, "Brother Yu, I can even kill my dad, no one can stand in my way." "Crazy man." Xia Yuhong ruthlessly pushed Mao Gang away and picked up the mineral water on the table to leave. Just after opening the door and walking out, the 60-year-old lady across the street also happened to walk out. Seeing the water in Xia Yuhong's hand froze and laughed, "Mr. Xia, you're really nice, coming to deliver water again." "Not for you," Xia Yuhong said in a deep voice. The big mom pulled Xia Yuhong's arm. "What do you mean by this? Didn't you say that the supplies are shared? Then this bottle of water will have my share." "No." Fine, I still have a few bottles anyway." "A few bottles?" Xia Yuhong looked at Big Mother in surprise, while Big Mother also knew that she had blurted out that she actually went to sell her misery every time, and then she was able to get more. "What a few bottles, which has a few bottles, but you hurry to go out to find food do not always find some snacks, find some vegetables and so on, nutrition in order to balance the recent fire, teeth are beginning to ache up, agu, again, I'll go back to the you hurry to convene the people to go out to find food." After saying this, Big Mother went back to the house. Xia Yuhong clenched her fists, these words were undoubtedly bombarding the brain. But what Xia Yuhong was afraid of wasn't this, he was afraid that his wife would be defiled and bullied, along with a sister-in-law. "It's me." Xia Yuhong at the door shouted. Yi Yuling looked at the cat's eye and opened the reverse lock. Hubby, how's the talk going? Yi Yuling asked curiously. Not good. Didn't Gangzi listen to you the most? That bottle of water didn't work? Xia Yuhong set out the water, Yi Yuling and Yi Qingyi gave a beat, the other party confiscated it. That was a refusal. Both sisters' faces were of the miserable kind. The doorbell suddenly rang, and all of a sudden, nerves tightened. Brother Yu, it's me, Gangzi, I've figured it out, you were right. Mao Gang's shout rang out from outside. Yi Yuling was delighted, I'll go open the door. Wait. Xia Yuhong immediately stopped it. You two go to the bedroom. The sisters looked at each other, but still obeyed and went to the bedroom. Looking at Mao Gang outside the cat's eye, Xia Yuhong shouted, Gangzi, have you really figured it out? Brother Yu, just now Ingzi gave me a lecture, think you are right, I still support you, just now I'm sorry that's it, I'll go back first, brother Yu, you go to bed early. Said Mao just turned around and walked towards the lift. Xia Yuhong breathed a sigh of relief, opened the door and shouted, Gangzi, I'm happy that you can figure it out. Mao Gang, who had his back turned, said softly, brother Yu, you might as well open the door. Xia Yuhong froze and was about to close the door, but Mao Gang's big hand pressed on it and suddenly felt a coldness in his arm, only to see his right hand fall to the ground, blood splattered everywhere, followed by a sharp pain in his abdomen, and he was kicked down inside the house. Mao Gang walked into the house and closed the door, with a maniacal laugh, brother Yu, why are you forcing me, why don't you trust me for once, why do you want me to cut you? Why Gangzi, stop being obsessed. It's not me who's obsessed, it's you those people are attacking the building tonight, we have no choice where's the key to the roller shutter? Give it to me. Mao Gang stretched out his hand, his gaze a few more points colder. Xia Yuhong stood up with severe pain, incredulously saying, you betrayed me. Being their mole. Who told you to distribute all the food to those useless people? Do you know how much those old nobodies have hidden in their homes? Give me the key. I won't give it to you even if I die. Brother Yu, in my next life I'll still be your brother. After saying that, he took out his prepared bone slasher, and the sound of writhing sprang up in the living room. The two sisters hiding in the bedroom were terrified, hiding under the bed, they could think of a fight outside. Yi Yuling was incomparably worried, I'm going to go see your brother-in-law. Sister, don't go out brother-in-law will naturally come to open the door after winning. Yi Qingyi whispered. Then what if the one who opens the door is Gangzi? Even if he finds me, he will also find you. Yi Yuling stared tightly at her sister. As the sounds of the jostling outside faded away, Yi Yuling said softly, if anything happens to me, I must find you. Sis. Yi Qingyi just watched her sister climb out of the bottom of the bed, there is no way to stop her sister from this risky move, but in her heart, she reassured herself that the memory of brother Gangzi is naive and simple, hanging a smile every day, and when she was studying that time she was harassed by the punks, and brother Gangzi directly beat them away, so there should not be any accident. And at this time the bedroom door just happened to be opened. Yi Qingyi covered his mouth, because see that is not brother-in-law's feet, the bottom of this pair of shoes are even blood. The one who opened the door was naturally Mao Gang, his whole body was splattered with blood. Yi Yuling covered her mouth as saw her husband lying on his back in the living room, surrounded by blood. And Mao Gang revealed a blood-stained smile, just like the devil, sister-in-law, just now brother you said that you know where the key to the roller shutter is. Yi Yuling was scared out of her wits and slowly raised her hand to point at the dressing table next to her. Mao Gang immediately went to rummage through it, and Yi Yuling muttered, when Ingzi had a baby, your brother Yu helped you contact the hospital, when you didn't have a job, brother Yu helped you look for one, when the baby wasn't available, sister-in-law helped you bring it up. Mao Gang quickly found the key, turned his head and smiled, sister-in-law, I'll be an ox in my next life to repay you and brother Yu for your kindness. How could you lay your hands on me? You're an animal. Yi Yuling frantically pounded Mao Gang, who did not resist, but the machete in his hand was still dripping blood. Sister-in-law, I know that you and brother Yu are very much in love, if brother Yu goes down now, he will definitely be lonely, why don't you go down and accompany him anyway, it's going to be chaotic soon, so as not to be played to death by those men, sister-in-law, I'm going to give you a pain in the arse, brother, you will thank me for this. Well, he will definitely do it. After murmuring, Mao Gang, who was in a trance, lifted his bone-chopping knife and chopped directly on Yi Yuling's forehead. The skull was instantly dented. Yi Yuling slowly collapsed with her eyes wide open. Yi Qingyi looked at her sister's forehead on the machete dead cover her mouth. The whole body cannot help but shiver, tears cannot stop flowing out, looking at her sister's gaze. This is to let themselves find her daughter. Only to see Mao just bent down and pulled out the bone chopper, then fell down fiercely. Bang bang bang. Sister-in-law, I am helping you, don't blame me. Brother, I've sent sister-in-law to accompany you, you're reunited as husband and wife. Yi Qingyi just watched her own sister being hacked to death alive. Her whole face was completely disfigured. She didn't dare to make any noise even if her brains were splattered on her eyes. Listening to the sound of the door closing, Yi Qingyi, who was hiding under the bed, finally couldn't suppress the fear and panic within her heart, but she only dared to cry in a small voice, and at this moment, the sky collapsed. In the garage, the men from Building 2, Building 4 and Building 5 had already gathered, a total of 53 men. Of course there were still men who didn't participate. Maybe they didn't want to turn into an animal that only kills people, or maybe they didn't have the guts to do so. They were afraid of being arrested and shot after the disaster. These 53 men were all holding knives. There were kitchen knives and fruit knives from home. Like the three bosses, Feng Jin, Ding Feng and Sun Yushao were holding those 50-centimeter-long watermelon knives. At this moment, the three of them were smoking cigarettes and their faces were like wild beasts with the excitement of the impending arrival. Boss Ding, Boss Sun, after messing with this Building 1, let's discuss a time to take Dong Fei's supplies from Building 3. As for that gunman, can the bullets be as many as our people? Feng Jin's body is thin, but has 1.8 meters. There is a mole at the corner of the mouth. The whole person looks very incongruous. And this person is also a criminal, has been imprisoned for theft, in addition to not killing people, sort of all have done. Ding Feng at best is considered a gangster. Show people the scene. Sun Youxiang is a contractor. Weekdays did not less contact with some ruthless, although the body is round, but ruthless is also led a person after fear. It can be said that these three are not a good one. Sun Yushao took a hard drag on his cigarette, squinted his eyes and said, "What's there to discuss? Rob this side tonight, rob that side tomorrow night, dry or not." The three of them all knew that Building 3 was more dangerous than Building 1, but there were definitely more supplies than Building 1. I agree. Ding Feng flicked his cigarette ash. I'll take those two females. Feng Jin's eyes were glowing, and he was also lustful. Ding Feng and Sun Yushao would not agree. A woman like Anbai and Sun Ting was something a man would want to have. Ding Feng suggested, grab the women and auction them off with supplies. Kind of interesting, okay. Feng Jin didn't object, and naturally, Sun Yushao wouldn't object either, but all three of them were thinking in their hearts that they would find an opportunity to take each other out, and it would be best to find someone to join forces with first, so that it would be a lot easier. At this time, Mao Gang ran out from the lift room, and his face that was covered in blood caused a pause. Brush brush brush. The roller shutter was opened, and a group of demons were about to be rushed down the building. Three big brothers said not to move my family. Mao Gang said warily, fearing that the three would back out. Sun Youxiang patted Mao Gang's shoulder, "Don't worry, those who come out to mix, speak of honesty, brothers, give me a charge. Kill all the old ones, arrest all the young ones, and those who resist, directly fuck them to death." Yes, boss. The group of people didn't take the lift, they all walked up the stairs. The three bosses walked slowly behind. In less than a minute, the sounds of crying, howling, and begging for mercy resounded through the neighborhood, like a human purgatory, illuminating that butcher's knife. The oldest mother who lived opposite Mao Gang heard someone knocking on the door, put down the remote control, and went to open the door with curses in her mouth. Big night, still let people rest, all day do not want to think about getting supplies, just hold these useless. Also do not look at the cat's eye. The old lady directly opened the door, when saw two young people standing at the door with a knife. The old lady actually did not have the slightest fear, and even preach up, "What are you doing? Have time to take a knife to scare me as an old woman, have the ability to go to the takeaway to grab supplies." Now the young people all do not respect the old and love the young. The two young men at the door were confused. What kind of strange person lives in this building 1? It actually managed to survive until now? What are you looking at? Get lost. With that, they were ready to close the door. But the young man's hand was already pressed on the door. Ning smiled and said, "Old man, I've wanted to cut you guys for a long time." After saying this, he raised the kitchen knife and chopped down. The oldest mother's shoulder was hit by the knife, and she fell to the ground with an ouch, her mouth still cursing and swearing. Let you every day to amplify the speaker, noisy game I have no way to play. A knife cut on the body of the old lady. At this time, Mao Gang walked to the door of the house and looked at this oldest mother. "Gangzi, save me." The dying oldest mother looked at Mao Gang and begged for help, while Mao Gang turned a blind eye, even with an arc at the corner of his mouth. Presumably he had also been wanting to hack this oldest mother to death. With one slash, the oldest mother died, and the two searched the house for supplies. This old guy actually stocked up on a carton of yogurt, and 2 cartons of water. There's actually sugar-free happy water? The two young men were confused. How did an old mum manage to hoard so many supplies? Of course it was by reaching out and asking for it. If the two young men knew, their 3 views would be shattered again. At this moment, Tang Zhe of Building 3 looked towards Building 1 on his right and laughed. "It's very lively tonight." Building number 1 was breached by a few others. And Bai carried a hint of worry. Once this number 1 building was broken, the next one would be himself. Sun Ting scrubbed the floor and admonished Bai, "Xiao Bai, this is not something we should worry about." Bai pursed her red lips, thinking of the female corpse in the bedroom before, and said firmly, "Even if I die, I don't want to fall into the hands of those people." Tang Zhe smiled faintly, confidently said, "I'm not even dead. How can you guys die? I'll kill as many as come." An hour later, the great purge of Building 1 came to an end. Box after box of supplies were moved to the underground car park one after another. Looking at the supplies that were like a small mountain, the 3 bosses were a bit confused. Next to them, the men and women of Building 1 were squatting on the ground separately. Seeing so many supplies, they were also a bit surprised. Didn't they say they were out of them? That Xia Yuhong Kena got so many supplies. Feng Jin opened a box of chili fries, took out a packet and tore it open with his teeth and took a hard bite. A junior brother smiled curtly and said, "Boss, most of these supplies were scavenged from those old men's homes." "Hee, that boss of yours is really a great benefactor, leaving all the good things for the old guys and letting you youngsters starve." Sun Yushao couldn't help but laugh maniacally. It was hilarious. At this time, several men came forward to berate Xia Yuhong and asked to join in the other teams. The 3 teams naturally needed to absorb young male members. However, there were still a few men who did not choose, retaining their rigid character. Feng Jin did not have an ounce of pity. Chop them to death. "Husband!" One of the women shouted and ran towards her husband, but was immediately pulled away by her junior brother. "You bunch of animals, you will definitely be shot in the future." The woman cursed madly. But it didn't matter to the 3. Before long, several men were hacked to death on the spot. Looking at the 20 or so women around 30, Sun Jin laughed. "What are you waiting for? Split it up. To be fair, let's take turns to choose. I'm older, it's okay for me to go first." Feng Jin leaned on his old age and already had his eye on one of the younger women, the one who had just lost her husband. Of course the other 2 were unwilling. At this time in the basement, Yi Qingyi hid inside, her hands hugging her legs. Her whole body couldn't help shivering, as if she was very cold. Yi Qingyi just took advantage of the chaos to run here to hide. This is also before Xia Yuhong urged. Suddenly a bright light shone over. It was the mobile phone light. "Boss, there is still a woman hiding here." The junior brother was instantly excited. Yi Qingyi immediately fled, not expecting to be discovered so quickly, but which could outrun the youngster. A hand was grabbed by the long hair. "Bitch, still want to run? Where can you run to?" Painful Yi Qingyi let out a miserable scream, was grabbed by the hair and dragged. Coming to the car park, the little brother threw Yi Qingyi in the middle. "Boss, this woman is very good at hiding, fortunately I looked for it." After saying that, he was looking like he wanted to collect the reward. The cloaked hair of Yi Qingyi didn't arouse the interest of the 3 bosses, while one of the junior brothers squatted down, lifted that messy hair out of the way and hooked up Yi Qingyi's chin. That expression stiffened at once, and they all started to stutter, old, big, superb. Sun Yoxiang looked at his own little brother this silly, directly as a kick on the ground. What extremely good, not extremely good, see you this out of breath. And when Sun Yoxiang took a look, also froze. Ding Feng also went up to take a look, sort of understand. Really excellent, never thought that this broken district has such a great color, not the slightest bit worse than those two. And for so many days, the face was clean and dry, it was just that the skirt was dirty when it was dragged. Let go of me. Yi Qingyi shook off her little brother's dirty hands and looked at the men around her warily, as if a dream had come true. Feng Jin laughed out loud, still a little fiery horse, I wonder how it feels to ride it. The surrounding minions also looked over in unison, this can be too much stronger than those women, vegetarian face are so good looking, dress up and take off, this time the harvest is not small. Sun Yoxiang directly took out a handful of cigarettes and threw it to the little brother, reward you. Holding a handful of hibiscus king in his hand, the little brother rejoiced, these days, a cigarette can make a smoker work for himself, thank you boss. Boss Feng, Boss Ding, this woman was found by my little brother, you won't come to rob her, right? Sun Yoxiao's words carried a deep threat. Feng Jin laughed, Boss Sun said this, it was agreed long ago that everything in Building 1 would be shared equally. At this time, Ding Feng was definitely on Feng Jin's side, chiming in, Boss Feng is right, Boss Sun wouldn't be trying to break the agreement between us. Sun Yoxiang took a hard drag on his cigarette, the smoke could not hide even the smoke from that pair of vicious gazes. Suddenly, Sun Yushao laughed, just kidding, see how nervous you guys are. Saying this on his mouth, in his heart, he could not wait to cut the two to death. It had to be said that red faces were useful at all times, and this one almost made the three parties tear up that fragile partnership. As Sun Yushao let out a laugh, Feng Jin and Ding Feng also followed along and laughed together, but just now as long as Sun Yushao didn't agree, then needless to say, the people on Sun Yoxiao's side would be directly hacked to death. However, Sun Yushao laughed, there is only one of this kind of goods, the three of us take turns. Such extreme goods, that's what one would want to keep for oneself, who would want to share. Yi Qingyi who was sitting on the ground listened to the dialogue of the three, her face was pale, she was like a commodity being shared equally by them. Looking at the load-bearing wall next to her, Yi Qingyi suddenly got up and ran towards the front. However, the quick-eyed Feng Jin grabbed Yi Qingyi's hair, want to die? How can it be that easy? Yi Qingyi collapsed, waving her hands and cursing, you bastards, you shall not die. Tie her up. Ding Feng droned coldly. The junior brothers took out ropes and tied Yi Qingyi up, bean-sized tears cut across that exquisite face, after hiding for so many days, she still hadn't escaped the clutches of the devil. This kind of extreme product, let's not take turns, didn't we say before, auction? Feng Jin suggested. Okay, auction. Sun Yuyi was in favor, Ding Feng was not in the picture. However, Feng Jin suddenly revealed a thieving gaze, since it's an auction, it's definitely necessary to take a good look at the goods, correct or incorrect. The moment these words came out, the men understood. What are you doing, don't come over. Looking at the two little brothers coming towards her, Yi Qingyi shouted frantically, but this only increased the men's excitement. The three bosses' eyes were shining, there was not a bit of fat on their bodies, the willow waist still had a waistline, and there was a sense of power in the softness, this look and this figure, compared to the big stars on the TV was not too much. Tie her to the roof of the car. The crying and helpless Yi Qingyi was forcibly tied to the roof of the car in a humiliating pose for people to admire this piece of merchandise that was about to be auctioned. Feng Jin asked towards building number 1, does anyone recognize it? Immediately, a woman returned, she seems to be Xia Yuhong's sister-in-law. Feng Jin immediately laughed, I didn't expect Boss Xia's family actually hid an excellent product, this good old man actually didn't even move a bit, it must be reserved for our brothers. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding men burst into laughter. Yi Qingyi on the roof of the car, whose tears seemed to have dried up, trembled as she listened to the evil laughter around her. People are still graduates of 985 colleges and universities, I heard that they are going to get married soon, and the object is still the son of the boss of a top 500 company in the country. Another woman broke the news. Sun Yushao was happy, such a high degree, before bumping into us, I guess the bird will not bird it. Isn't that so? Now there are only birds to eat. Feng Jin laughed maniacally. Sun Yushao coughed lightly, okay, start the auction. A little impatient. Boss, why don't I be the auctioneer? A little brother volunteered. Ooh, okay, I'll see what flowers you can say. The little brother joyfully walked to the side of the car, coughed lightly and shouted, fellow homeowners, neighbors, brothers and sisters, tonight we welcome a unique auction of this beautiful woman. What's the name? Yi Qingyi. Someone in the crowd reminded. Right, our auction item is this Miss Yi Qingyi, this year? Mao Gang from the crowd reminded, 25 years old, vice president of an advertising company. The surrounding people immediately let out tsk sounds, such a woman used to be a goddess, everyone only dared to watch from afar, although now they are also watching, but they can see that snow-white petite body. Yi Qingyi looked at Mao Gang in the crowd and gritted her teeth in death. Brother Gongzi was no longer the previous Brother Gongzi. This Miss Yi Qingyi is 25 years old, the vice president of the advertising company, and also the daughter-in-law of the boss of the top 500 companies in the country. Everyone think about it, is it not very cool to buy the daughter-in-law of the boss of this top 500 company? It is absolutely inexpensive and beautiful. Of course, this is only the identity of Miss Yi Qingyi, the focus is Miss Yi Qingyi's own. Look at this exquisite features, there is no trace of artificial traces, pure natural. Look at this glowing skin, the touch is absolutely top enjoyment. Of course the brightest is still the internal structure. The three bosses go home and slowly appreciate, we will not look at it. Now also still can interpret the words, poor reward you sweet, rich taste you salty, bidding price of a bottle of mineral water from, the top is not capped. I'll bid a bottle. Only to see a little brother suddenly excited shouting price, beside the friend was shocked, you kid crazy, with the boss to grab a woman, not afraid to have life to grab, no life to play it. Ding Feng faintly shouted, 1 box. Boss Ding is being petty 5 boxes. Sun Yushao directly stretched out his palm, determined to win. And Feng Jin said indifferently, Boss Sun, these 5 boxes of yours, are they for your own private use, or for your entire brotherhood? Those juniors of Sun Yuxiang froze. Yes, the boss took his own water to shoot women, and as a result, he didn't get to play? Sun Yushao cursed in his heart, stirring up trouble. Of course it's private. Sun Yushao said in a deep voice, this time cannot rob the brothers of their water, it is equal to rob them of their lives. The little brothers were instantly relieved. Alright, we'll shoot with our own supplies. Ding Feng finished and continued, 6 cases of water. Feng Jin's face deteriorated a few points, but still shouted, 7 cases. For one person to have 7 cases of mineral water, that was a huge amount of money, especially now when supplies were still so scarce. 7.5 cases. Ding Feng's teeth clenched, the big deal was that he would save some for himself to drink, and then go to his little brother's place to get some more, and after hearing this, Point Rain Wind went to look for supplies. 8 boxes. Sun Yushao gave a disdainful cry. The whole scene was a clamor, 8 boxes of water can save how many people's lives, but now it is used to shoot a beautiful woman. Good-looking women are more popular no matter what the environment is. But this made many women beside them jealous. 10 boxes. Suddenly a laughing voice rang out. The 3 bosses were puzzled for a moment, as none of them shouted, and looked behind them. Isn't this the delivery guy? He didn't die. Could it be that the dead one was the gunman? That's right, the one who came was Tang Zhe, who had just brushed a wave of experience at home, and was idly bored, so he came down to see how many supplies they'd scavenged, and in the meantime, see if there were any good goods. As soon as he came down, he heard the sound of the auction, approached to see, the roof of the car actually tied up a woman. Tang Zhe are surprised, they have never seen in the neighborhood, this woman is very extreme, and in Bai they have a comparison, and even in the aura to be slightly stronger. Today is really lucky, rations are falling from the sky, triple speed is about to open. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but look up at Tang Zhe, isn't this the takeaway boy? No, the murderous takeaway boy. Tang Zhe's appearance made the entire underground garage silent, Wasn't he afraid of everyone besieging him, daring to appear alone? Feng Jin was the first to break the deadlock. Isn't this the boss of Building 3, free to go downstairs for a walk? Idle and bored, seeing you guys in the auction, I couldn't help but want to intervene, no problem. Tang Zhe scanned the three bosses, his smile was easygoing, but this smile the three bosses had seen before, killing eyes without blinking. Looking at him today he didn't seem to bring that chopper either. Did he bring a gun? Sun Yushao was not afraid of Tang Zhe, directly said, as soon as you come here, you want to share the loot we have fought, it's not appropriate, right? There was a bang. A little smoke came out of the mouth of the pistol, while a bloody hole appeared in Sun Yushao's eyebrow. Blood flowed out of his eyebrow, he even reached out and wiped it, then fell straight down in disbelief. Is it appropriate now? Tang Zhe smiled as he looked towards Feng Jin and Ding Feng. The two of them, whose composure had just disappeared in an instant, looked warily at Tang Zhe, as well as the gun in Tang Zhe's hand. In their hearts, they were even thinking, let the brothers rush up and kill him, but being so close to him, they would definitely be killed first. Of course it is a great life. This guy actually has a gun in his hand. Do you want to go and bet that the gun in his hand has no bullets? All the surrounding minions were stunned by Tang Zhe's ruthlessness. The last time the chopper chopped over a group of Dong Fei, and today, as soon as he came out, he blew the head off of the boss of Building 5, Sun Yuxiang. This delivery guy is too scary. Not only were the juniors scared, Yi Qingyi's delicate face was even less bloody, it even felt hot on her cheeks. Could it be blood? Of course it's appropriate. What do you think, Boss Ding? Feng Jin reacted and immediately smiled apologetically. Ding Feng immediately chimed in, suitable, couldn't be more suitable. I'm a reasonable person, the auction shoots normally, I can't shoot, that's my problem. Listening to Tang Zhe's words, everyone's mind conjured up Tang Zhe's maniacal laughter that day. Who's reasonable in the end times? So he was being reasonable now? Then is he being reasonable or not? No, moving around and blowing people's heads off, that's still being reasonable. Auctioneer, what are you waiting for? Tang Zhe reminded, hurrying to point, waiting to go back and brush up his experience. The auctioneer made a few O's in a row, that, the boss of building number 3 bid for 10 cases of mineral water, is there any higher? 11 cases. Feng Jin's cheeks were throbbing with heartache, sort of contributing his family's wealth. However, when Tang Zhe was heard to let out a low voice, you really dare to raise the price with me? Ding Feng secretly rejoiced, hoping that Tang Zhe would shoot Feng Jin with one shot. Feng Jin was also startled and revealed a panicked expression. Didn't you say normal auction? Feng Jin's startled look fell in the eyes of his little brother, his heart was weird, his boss was actually scared into a bird. Yeah, I was just saying, what are you excited about? Tang Zhe shrugged his shoulders, Feng Jin's face was already too dark to be black, while Ding Feng secretly said it was a pity that this murderous takeaway boy didn't act according to common sense. However, Tang Zhe continued, but I'm now very skeptical, you simply don't have 11 cases of mineral water. How can that be? Then you set it out and take a look. Feng Jin just wanted to say, what about you, but thinking of the fact that people had hijacked Dong Fei's supplies, he didn't say this. You guys, go to my house and bring the water over. The little brother immediately ran to building 2, and a group of people waited while Tang Zhe looked Yi Qingyi up and down. Yi Qingyi naturally felt the gaze from Tang Zhe, and found that Tang Zhe's gaze was different from other men. Other men were lustful, while his gaze couldn't be described, as if he saw something delicious. Soon, boxes and boxes of mineral water were carried over by the little brother. Tang Zhe laughed, you're also short here. The supplies I grabbed this time, I can share 4 boxes, plus exactly 11 boxes. Tang Zhe slapped his forehead, you bullied me for being bad at maths, you only have 6 boxes here. How can that be, my family clearly has 7 boxes. Feng Jin immediately let out a low shout and immediately went to count, but after counting, it was still a 6. Then immediately towards the little brother drank, is not still missing a box, hurry to find The little brothers panicked and ran back again, while Tang Zhe waited with a smile on his face, and also winked towards Yi Qingyi, which confused Yi Qingyi for a moment. What does he mean? Is he saving me? At this moment, Yi Qingyi felt that there was still a bright light in the world, and that righteous people like her brother-in-law hadn't disappeared. Soon the little brothers ran back again. One of them was holding a box in his hand, but there was also a 30-year-old woman, dressed in pajamas in a hurry. "Honey, what's wrong? Panicking?" The woman looked at Feng Jin puzzled and asked, how to move all the water out. When she saw Yi Qingyi on the roof of the car, she immediately understood, and her heart was immediately angry. "Boss, the water is here, it's just..." The little brother didn't know what to say. "What?" The little brother's face was strange as he turned the box around, only to see that the box was torn open. Only 2 bottles of mineral water were left inside. Feng Jin man was dumbfounded and suddenly shouted lowly, "Who moved my water?" The woman rolled her eyes. "Wasn't it you who thought I stunk, and took a slight shower?" "You woman!" Feng Jin stiffened in place, and the people around him were sighing. There was actually water for bathing. Tang Zhe gave a long, oh so long cry at this time. "You don't have 11 boxes, you only have 10 boxes and 2 bottles. I can still go borrow a few bottles, wait, right away," said Feng Jin. He was about to go and ask his little brother to borrow water. With a bang, the shell casings fell to the ground. As if Feng Jin had been immobilized, his eyes widened, then he collapsed, blood coming out of his forehead. Tang Zhe blew a little air towards the muzzle of his gun and said blandly, "I hate it when people lie to me." At the side, Ding Feng was happy and scared in his heart, but more scared, and cold sweat broke out. In a few minutes, he had killed Feng Jin and Sun Yushao. He was the boss himself. No, would he kill himself as well? With this thought, Ding Feng began to worry immensely. "Husband." Seeing that her man had been killed, the woman rushed over and found that her man was already dead. "What are you guys still waiting for? He killed your boss, why don't you kill him?" There was another bang. The woman also collapsed on top of Feng Jin. She didn't even seem to realize who was really in charge here. Tang Zhe sighed, "What's up, fighting and killing, can't we just live in peace?" These words infuriated everyone. Who the hell is fighting and killing? Who the hell started the fight? Nice try. But also only dare to think about it in their hearts. No one dares to be the head of the pack. Whoever is the head of the pack dies. Yi Qingyi felt that Tang Zhe was strange, acting like a cold-blooded killer, but talking with a bit of humor. What a strange man, but still thank him. "I'm calling 10 boxes, do you still want to follow?" Tang Zhe looked towards Ding Feng. Ding Feng quickly shook his head. "This is still following, it's like following with your life. Anyone else want to follow? I'm very fair and impartial." Tang Zhe looked around and shouted. Not a sound was heard at all, looking at Tang Zhe with fear. Tangze shrugged his shoulders in boredom. "All right then, don't announce it yet." Well, congratulations to the oldest in building number 3 for winning the beautiful auction." After saying that, he immediately ran to hand the rope to Tang Zhe, as well as Yi Qingyi's pile of tattered clothes, with her mobile phone inside. Tang Zhe slapped his forehead. "Right, oh, I haven't given water yet, but I can't eat the bully. I killed 2 bosses, so their supplies should be considered mine. Is this understanding okay?" Tang Zhe looked at the crowd. Ding Feng laughed. "No problem, of course there's no problem. Since that's the case, then it will be deducted from the 2 bosses' side. Today's mood is good, any extra will be counted as me treating everyone to a drink." A thought popped up in the hearts of the crowd. Never have I seen such a brazen person, running over to empty his gloves, paying nothing, and taking the extremely beautiful woman away. No, paid for 3 bullets. Suddenly remembering something, Tang Zhe turned back to the group without a boss and reminded, "If I were you guys, hurry up and pick a boss out." The corners of Ding Feng's mouth trembled. Was this defending himself? Looking at those people in Building 2 and Building 5 surrounded each other, Ding Feng's forehead formed a Chuan character. It's not easy to die too. Are 2 new ones going to pop up to compete with him? Damn takeaway boy, I will definitely make you pay. Coming to the lift room, Yi Qingyi said weakly, "Can you let me put on my clothes?" Tang Zhe turned around and laughed. "It's quite nice. Why wear it?" It's all tattered and torn. Wear it, it's so troublesome." "Can you untie it?" "Tangze Tsged, am I here to serve you?" Although wearing clothes, but Tang Zhe thought it was quite good, ripped and beautiful. Yi Qingyi said gratefully, "Thank you for saving me." Tang Zai just a sound, the lift door opened, Tang Zai walked in, Yi Qingyi pursed her red lips and also walked in. Soon coming inside, Tang Zai suddenly clapped his hands, meow meowers get up, here comes the newcomer. Anbai and Sun Ting opened their eyes with fatigue, slowly sitting up to look at Yi Qingyi. Their original fatigue was gone in a flash, becoming stunning. This? Where did you find this? Anbai asked dumbfounded. This neighborhood actually had a superb girl of the same class as himself. Tang Zai poured a cup of water and leaned against the wall, snickering, walking outside, picked it up in passing, this luck came really can't stop. Sun Ting and Anbai got up and walked over to Yi Qingyi and sized her up. Yi Qingyi was a little scared, leaning back, feeling that the two of them were too strange. But Yi Qingyi thanked again, thank you for saving me. Tang Zai helplessly returned, you said it before. Yi Qingyi looked a little embarrassed, and paused for a moment before saying cheekily, you're so powerful, do you have a way to get out of here? I'm not Superman, but I can't fly out. Tang Zai spread his hands, this woman's demands were really many. Tang Zai directly said, take her for a bath first. You can take a bath here? Yi Qingyi couldn't believe it, no wonder they exuded a scent. Sun Ting laughed, of course, if you don't take a bath won't you stink, the master will dislike it. Saying this, she pushed Yi Qingyi towards the bathroom. Yi Qingyi hurriedly said, I'll just do it myself. Let's help you and tell you about our rules. Before Yi Qingyi could say anything, she was pushed in by the two women, and Tang Zai didn't bother. Sun Ting was a big instructor, and had great conditioning skills. In the bathroom, Anbai released the hot water, the water mist gradually shrouded up, the three blood-spurting petite bodies were hidden in the mist, and couldn't help but make people spurt nosebleeds. Sister's body is awesome. Sun Ting picked up the shower gel and applied it on Yi Qingyi's body. Anbai smiled sheepishly, yeah, we can relax some more. Yi Qingyi was confused by what she heard and hurriedly said, I can just do it myself. Sun Ting sked, from now on, we'll be a gang, we have to take care of each other in order to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Yeah, we're a gang. Said Anbai snickering. Yi Qingyi was getting confused, what do you mean we are a gang? We are all master's kittens Sun Ting knocked Yi Qingyi's forehead, looking so pretty, how come her reaction was slower than Xiao Bai? Yi Qingyi immediately took a step back after hearing this, and her gaze changed a bit, I'm not any little cat, and I'm not going to be one. Anbai and Sun Ting froze for a moment, as if seeing themselves for the first time. Sister, don't get excited first, this is just a formality, our main task is just to make our master happy. Sun Ting explained. However, Yi Qingyi's tone changed instantly, I'm not anyone's slave, there's no need for me to make anyone happy, and I won't be joining you guys, get out of the way, I want to go out. With that, she went to get her tattered skirt. Anbai and Sun Ting secretly said bad things, this is the rhythm of death. Outside, Tang Zai suddenly saw the bathroom door open, secretly thinking that he had washed it so quickly, but saw the furious Yi Qingyi walking out, looking at his own gaze were incomparably disgusted. What's the situation? Taking a step, Tang Zai stopped Yi Qingyi. Get out of the way, I'm going out. You're all in the same boat as them, I was wrong about you. Tang Zai. Beauty, what do you mean you've misjudged me? What do you see me as? A hero? Tang Zai was all amused, this woman's brain was very comprehensive. Yi Qingyi really did see it that way, but now it wasn't at all, and didn't want to say more, directly going round from Tang Zai's side. Tang Zai couldn't help but let out an ouch, if it wasn't for the fact that he was severely lacking in rations, he would have turned around and collapsed. A hand grabbed Yi Qingyi's dampened hair. Let go of me, you scumbag. Tang Zai ruthlessly grabbed Yi Qingyi's long hair and pulled it down hard and said in a deep voice, I've spent 10 cases of mineral water to get you on film, and you're telling me that you're going to leave? I am not your goods, and you don't want to have your way. Enduring the pain, Yi Qingyi angrily rebuked Tang Zai. Tang Zai's face became extraordinarily cold, directly taking out his pistol and moving it towards Yi Qingyi's forehead. Do you really think that I can't spare your extremely good rations? Looking at Tang Zai's icy gaze, Yi Qingyi knew that she had angered a devil, it would be better to die, lest she be defiled, Zi Hui would only know that she was missing. Don't. In the nick of time, Anbai, who walked out of the bathroom, subconsciously shouted. Tang Zai's gaze shifted to Anbai, as if to say, "You want to die for her too? I can fulfill you." Anbai was scared and directly paralyzed to the ground. Sun Ting was still quite stable, immediately explained, "Xiao Bai is not that, Xiao Bai is thinking that this sister still has a chance, didn't we resist at first?" Tang Zai narrowed his eyes slightly. Sun Ting continued, "It would be too cheap to beat her to death now, she doesn't know how to be grateful at all." Tang Zai felt a bit reasonable when he heard this, killing her with one shot did seem a bit cheap. But even if it wasn't one shot to death, it was still necessary to let her know that I, Tang Zai, was not a good man or woman. The right fist fell hard on Yi Qingyi's soft belly, although it only used a little bit of force, but it was not something a woman could withstand. Yi Qingyi's wide-eyed beauty covered her belly, her knees couldn't help but kneel on the ground and then fall down, the intense pain made her roll up her body, cold sweat kept coming out. "Fine, then I'll give you guys a few days, if you still make a lot of noise, not only will she have to die, you guys will also be punished." Sun Ting hated to slap herself, how did she get herself involved? This woman is going to get everyone killed, what's the point of pretending? Bring it in and wash it. Tang Zai finished lighting a cigarette. Other people still say that the gift of saving a life is returned in kind, this is good, scolding himself shamelessly. Sun Ting and the terrified Anbai dragged Yi Qingyi into the bathroom. The furious Sun Ting took the nozzle and drenched it, and lying on the floor Yi Qingyi was so painful that her face was pale, like a piece of paper, and she had no strength to speak. "We were kind enough to talk to you, you were good, causing us all to be punished." The moment they thought of that feeling, Sun Ting and Anbai's faces also went white, never in their lives did they want to experience that horrible punishment. The more Sun Ting thought about it, the more fearful she became. She directly raised her jade foot and stepped on Yi Qingyi's petite body. Yi Qingyi could only make muffled noises and curled up her body in a difficult situation. "Xiao Bai, what are you waiting for? You save her, she's still harming both of us." Anbai appeared to be struggling, his lips trembling. "I don't dare." "Xiao Bai, do you know why that ex-boyfriend of yours can control you? You are just cowardly." "I'm not cowardly, I'm just..." shook Anbai's head. Sun Ting held Anbai's chin and said in a low voice, "Xiao Bai, the two of us are grasshoppers on a rope." "I know." "Then kick her." Anbai looked down at the agonized Yi Qingyi, her face covered in struggle, but she slowly raised her jade leg, then stepped on it with her eyes closed. "Ah!" Yi Qingyi let out a painful wail. After all, the woman stepped down with her eyes closed. That was not light or heavy, it could be a lot heavier than Sun Ting's hand. Sitting on the sofa, Tang Zai silently heard the miserable screams coming from Yi Qingyi. His face didn't have half a ripple. Originally he was quite happy tonight, thinking that he had picked up a treasure, but as a result. She thinks she is a charity here, when is she still so naive? In the bathroom, Sun Ting has finished her anger, Anbai crouched on the floor, unable to believe that she would hurt a stranger, with tension and panic in her eyes, but there is also a little bit of excitement after venting. Sun Ting looked at Anbai that demeanor, sighed, "We even moved the corpse, what is there to be afraid of? This kind of woman do not need to pity for her, really think everyone will be spoiled." Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Several consecutive WeChat sounds. Sun Ting looked to the side of the mobile phone, seems to be this woman's mobile phone. Yi Qingyi looked at Sun Ting picking up her own mobile phone, endured the pain and shouted, "Give it back to me." Sun Ting gave Yi Qingyi a disdainful look, then grabbed Yi Qingyi's hand, however Yi Qingyi immediately struggled, not giving Sun Ting the fingerprint lock. "Xiao Bai, Xiao Bai. Anbai." Sun Ting continuously shouted several times before Anbai came back to his senses. "Don't be dazed, hold her down." Oh. Anbai looked at Yi Qingyi with an apologetic gaze and then pressed her down as Sun Ting managed to open her phone. Sun Ting opened WeChat, and the corner of her mouth rose up slightly. "What an intimate note, Mr. Hui, the future old male son. Give it back to me, you give me back my mobile phone." Even though Yi Qingyi was being pressed by Anbai, even though her whole body was in pain, she still reached out her hand to grab the mobile phone. However, Sun Ting's jade foot directly stepped on the back of Yi Qingyi's hand. "Ah!" 5 fingers connected to the heart, Yi Qingyi from childhood to adulthood which had suffered a crime like today, had always been held in the heart of the hand to care for. Sun Ting laughed. Your future old male son, Mr. Hui, seems to be in a hurry, asking how you are doing. Why don't you reply to his message? How do you think I should reply? Yi Qingyi held back from crying even when she was beaten, but when she heard such a threat, the long-suppressed tears couldn't help but flow out. Because Yi Qingyi didn't dare to tell her fiancé that this side had been in chaos, her brother-in-law and sister had died, and she herself had been arrested. She is clean in her fiancé's heart, so she has to keep it up all the time, and even be ready to die, that the pure fiancé is still in his heart, instead of being tainted. Looking at Yi Qingyi's reaction, Sun Ting's beautiful eyes lit up, as if she had caught the handle. Sitting on the sofa, Tang Zhe looked at the TV. Now there was only network TV to watch, the local satellite TV was gone. As the bathroom door opened, Tang Zhe turned his head to look. The cleaned Yi Qingyi was really different, but her eyes were a bit empty. Master, I'll take her to dress up first, soon. Tang Zhe absently propped up his chin and mumbled. Although Yi Qingyi was now trembling with fear and trembling, he still didn't have a good feeling towards her. 20 minutes later, Yi Qingyi was finally led out. The original slightly dry and messy hair became incomparably soft and smooth, emitting a fragrance. The light makeup made that face even better looking. The pure white dress embodied her bumpy figure to the fullest. The willow waist was tied with a black belt, highlighting that thin waist. Still not calling out. Sun Ting slapped Yi Qingyi's hip and reminded. Yi Qingyi pinched her fingers into her hand, lowered her head and gritted her teeth. Seeing that Yi Qingyi did not speak, Sun Ting that gas came up at once, while Yi Qingyi whispered a few times in her ear. Yi Qingyi's delicate body trembled, slowly spat out, Master. Tang Zhe gave an affirmative gaze. This hand of yours takes my breath away. Come here. Tang Zhe ordered, not to be questioned. Yi Qingyi got up and came to Tang Zhe's side, but with her head lowered, she didn't look at Tang Zhe. In the past, a delivery person and a vice president of an advertising agency were completely incapable of crossing paths, yet now it was more than just to cross paths. Sit over here. Tang Zhe patted his leg and said indifferently. Yi Qingyi tightly bit her red lips, and those delicate red lips were blanched. Tang Zhe didn't have half a bit of pity in his heart, placing his hands on that smooth and slender jade leg. Look at me. Seeing that Yi Qingyi didn't react, Tang Zhe faintly said, I don't want to repeat what I said. The crying red beautiful eyes slowly looked towards Tang Zhe, while Tang Zhe found that Yi Qingyi's gaze still carried unwillingness in its depths, as well as hatred. Suddenly, a familiar ringtone rang out, a voice call. Sun Ting took Yi Qingyi's mobile phone and glanced at it, smiling, it's your fiancé calling. With just this one sentence, it made Yi Qingyi panic and hurriedly said, don't answer it. How can that be? Your fiancé is worried about your safety. I'll help you pick it up, speak for yourself. Sun Ting said and helped answer it, then handed it to Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi wanted to hang up too late. Her fiancé's appearance had already appeared in the mobile phone. The mobile phone immediately rang with Jiang Zihui's worried voice. Yi, why don't you reply to my message? I thought something happened to you, worried me to death. Why are you crying? What happened? Listening to her fiancé's worried voice, a wave of uneasiness welled up in Yi Qingyi's heart. No, I'm just scared. Yi Qingyi suppressed her tears and revealed a sincere smile, telling her fiancé not to worry. Jiang Zihui was heartbroken. As a man he actually had no way to protect his fiancé. I'm sorry, I hate myself so much for being incapable and not being able to pick you up, letting you be scared all day long. Yi Qingyi's face didn't show any cracks, even said gently, Fool, don't blame yourself, we will all be fine. Well, don't cry. I won't cry. Suddenly, Jiang Zihui found that his fiancée was extraordinarily beautiful tonight. Why are you suddenly wearing makeup? It's not that I didn't reply to your message, I'm afraid you'll get angry, so I put on some makeup to let you see the beautiful me. The corner of Tang Zhe's mouth hooked up a trace of arc. This woman cheating his own man, IQ directly broke through the sky. You are the most beautiful woman in the world. Sun Ting skimmed her mouth after hearing this, and whispered towards and by at her side, what a scummy quote. Well, I've heard it too. Jiang Zihui's words made Yi Qingyi ashamed. She actually betrayed the man she loved so much. Zihui, take an early rest, I'm going to rest too. Yi Qingyi was afraid that she would make strange noises that would make her fiancé suspicious and didn't want to say anything more. Jiang Zihui even gave a kiss towards the camera, and several people shouted shamelessly ah. Tang Zhe smiled faintly, what a loving pair of people to be envied, I like your body, but I don't like your eyes. I don't need you to like it. Yi Qingyi said in a deep voice. Tang Zhe suddenly let out a laugh, you seem to be more afraid of them than me, why is that? Yi Qingyi didn't say anything, her pretty face turning white in pain. Tang Zhe stretched out his hand, cupped Yi Qingyi's chin, and said indifferently, they'll threaten you and tell your fiancé about you, I won't, I'll just find your fiancé and kill his entire family, you've seen my methods before. You're not human. Yi Qingyi grabbed Tang Zhe's clothes and chortled, she was scared. When did I say I'm human? I'm the devil of devils, and the more colorful kind. Yi Qingyi couldn't imagine what would happen if her fiancé found out, he would even go as far as to kill Zihui's entire family, remembering that murderous look, Yi Qingyi really wouldn't doubt the authenticity of this. In the future, you eat their leftovers, if you behave well, you still have a chance to be like them, now you know what to do. The next day, Yi Qingyi woke up in a daze, the first thing she felt was if she was dead, when she saw the furnishings around her, she didn't die but was still in hell, remembering last night's abuse, Yi Qingyi wanted to cry but found that she couldn't. The next day, Yi Qingyi woke up in a daze, the first thing she felt was if she was dead, when she saw the furnishings around her, she didn't die but was still in hell, remembering last night's abuse, Yi Qingyi wanted to cry but found that she couldn't. Sister brother-in-law died tragically at home, he also ended up in such a situation, looking at the door is not far away, Yi Qingyi sprouted the idea of escape. Just a little bit of moving the body, the abdomen comes from a sharp pain, if I had known this, the first time should be earlier to the fiancé. Enduring the pain, Yi Qingyi slowly moved, the clanging sound of the chains woke up the two women sleeping next to her. Sun Ting yawned and said faintly, looks like you haven't grown a memory. Yi Qingyi was able to become the vice president, although she had the help of her fiancé, but her own brain was also very bright. Having fallen into such a situation, the only way was to hold back and look for another opportunity, definitely not to bow down. No, I'm just a bit hungry. Yi Qingyi hurriedly explained. Anbai lightly laughed, it's not time to eat yet, the master hasn't even got up yet. Yi Qingyi found that Anbai and Sun Ting were different, Sun Ting was Tang Zhe's most loyal follower, but Anbai felt different, as if she was oppressed just like herself. Maybe a breakthrough point could be found here. No matter what, he could only obey him now, or else not only would he die, those photos would be sent out, and even the lives of his fiancé's entire family would be threatened. After getting up, Tang Zhe brushed his teeth, his progress over the past 2 days had been quite fast, reaching 16%. At this rate, 3% a day, almost a month would be enough to unlock the End Times Gift Pack 2.0. If there were 3 more rations, the time could be reduced by double. Unfortunately, so far, these 3 were already the top rations, and after getting used to eating fat abalone, how could he still look at crooked rations? Coming to the balcony, Tang Zhe felt a cold wind coming. For the south in September, this weather is a little strange, good thing there is air conditioning in the house. Opened the mobile phone, already does not show the weather temperature, but Tang Zhe felt, outside only about 10 degrees, this change in the speed of the weather is also too fast. Coming to the living room, Tang Zhe's gaze looked towards Yi Qingyi, who couldn't help but move backwards, fearful of Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe ignored it, stroked Anbai and Sun Ting's heads, and prepared to enjoy breakfast. Breakfast was basically the most nutritious meal of the day, but for what Yi Qingyi had done, it was natural to still eat the rest of the 2 women's leftovers as said. When the shiitake mushroom chicken soup appeared, Yi Qingyi's people were dumbfounded, they actually had this kind of food, how could it be? That was actually still sweet and sour pork, there was even a bowl of black chicken rice noodles. Sun Ting and Anbai had long been hungry and screaming, lying on the floor they hurriedly ate, the living room was filled with the aroma of chicken soup, Yi Qingyi's red lips were madly secreting mucus, her jade neck couldn't help but swallow, but could only watch with bated breath. Tang Zhe is not so rich in food, get 2 meat buns and rice, see what news in the community group. After more than 10 minutes, the 2 women were considered full, and the rest was left to Yi Qingyi. Sweet and sour spare ribs only had bones left, Wu chicken rice noodle only had half a bowl of soup with bones all over it, and the same with the mushroom chicken soup. Eat, don't keep looking. Sun Ting said indifferently. Yi Qingyi looked at the leftover food and soup. She had never eaten so much in her life, but the thick aroma of the chicken soup was too irresistible. How could she have the strength to think of a way to escape without eating enough? With this self-congratulation, Yi Qingyi immediately began to drink the black chicken soup, and immediately felt warmth in her stomach. It was actually more delicious than a Michelin restaurant. Mix her some rice. Tang Zhe said indifferently, you guys ate all the meat, just her drinking some soup and gnawing on bones can eat enough not eat full which have the strength to withstand the savage rushing. And by a sound, quickly served a large spoon of white rice. Yi Qingyi looked up at that mass of white rice. It feels like it has been years since I saw it, in this kind of lack of water, who still has water to cook, is eating raw rice to satiate the stomach. Hurry up and eat. And by reminded, don't make Tang Zhe angry when the time comes, there's nothing to eat. Yi Qingyi looked at Anbai gratefully, with the white rice placed within the chicken soup, it was all about to turn into cassoulet chicken rice. The living room rang with the sound of Yi Qingyi eating, even the leftover bones. Yi Qingyi didn't let go of them, chewing and swallowing. Hiccup. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but burp, this time even she felt ashamed. But it felt like it had been a long, long time since she had been full like this. If there was another bowl, Yi Qingyi felt like she could eat it too. Suddenly, a familiar bell rang. Your fiancé really cares about you. Sun Ting picked up the mobile phone and laughed. Yi Qingyi didn't have the intention of stepping out to grab it, because she knew that doing so would only provoke them and get herself hurt. My dad's friend said that there will be a big temperature drop and heavy wind and snow in a few days, so you have to pay attention to keeping warm. Cooling? Yi Qingyi didn't feel anything at all. Well, in the southern region, it's about -20 degrees during the day and -40 degrees at night. The northern region is even colder, and don't touch the heavy snow, it's the same as this rain. Tang Zhe frowned after hearing this. He thought there would be a rain stop, but he didn't realize that the next step was a big cooling. It seems that he will still be stuck here. No way, need to find a chance to get out. Getting out to find rations is the top priority. Well, I know, we'll pay attention to keep warm, don't you worry. Why are you crying again? Jiang Zihui saw his fiancée crying, that anxious Nothing, just a little sentimental. Alas, if you didn't go to your sister's house for dinner that night, you would already be by my side. Jiang Zihui sighed. Yi Qingyi felt the same way. If she left, she wouldn't have run into this devil. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Suddenly a youthful voice rang out, which made Tang Zhe pause for a moment, and Yi Qingyi was finally relieved. The girl in the mobile phone was about 17 or 18 years old. Her pretty cheeks manifested youthfulness and vitality, carrying the innocence and aura of youth, wearing a wool sweater, revealing that slightly sexy collarbone, and wearing a new Hermes summer adornment on her jade neck. Nana. Nana, I'm resting. Jiang Nana froze. Sister-in-law, you need to rest well, it will be fine. Okay, I will rest well, don't worry guys. Yi Qingyi's face all gradually reddened. How did she become like this, taking out her dead brother-in-law as well? Jiang Nana expressed her uncertainty. Sister-in-law, you must be safe. My brother always misses you, he even secretly looks at your pictures. What are you little brats saying? Jiang Zihui was a little embarrassed, while Yi Qingyi was even more ashamed, feeling that she was being unfaithful to love and was no longer worthy of her fiancé. You have a good rest, I'll go clean her up. Nonsense. Well, you go. Listening to the playful sounds coming from the mobile phone, Yi Qingyi was envious. Originally she should have been in the middle of it. Switching off the video call and having to face Tang Zhe. So she's your little aunt. Sun Ting took her mobile phone and opened the photo album, finding the photo and showing it to Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe couldn't help but nod his head after looking at it. Not a bad choice. What are you doing? Yi Qingyi suddenly let out a low shout. Hearing this questioning tone, Tang Zhe became a bit irritated. In the afternoon. Have some. In the living room, Anbai secretly took out the leftovers from the fridge and came to Yi Qingyi. Looking at Anbai, Yi Qingyi gradually dropped her defenses and weakly said thank you. Sister, don't provoke the master again. Yi Qingyi took a big bite of her meal, wanting to die herself, but not daring to. "Anbai, why are you all so obedient?" Yi Qingyi asked, "Why are none of you resisting?" Anbai froze for a moment and whispered, "We still have food and drink now, it's all because of our master. If it wasn't for our master, I'm afraid that we would have already turned into corpses, and there are 4 or 5 more female corpses these days." Yi Qingyi certainly didn't want to. Every time she saw the female corpses on the grass, they were basically brutally abused. What happened to this world? It became so horrible. If at first it was because of fear, then now maybe it's paying back the favor. Paying back the favor? Yi Qingyi gave a surprised cry. Yes, what is the character of those people in the neighborhood? Is there a single girl who was captured who ended up in a good place, while we are safe under the shelter of our master? What we give and what we get is not worth mentioning at all. Yi Qingyi suddenly realized that Anbai had a point. Sun Ting walked out from the bedroom at this time. Seeing the two in the living room, Yi Qingyi hurriedly put down the plate in her hand, fearing that Sun Ting would go and tell on her. And Sun Ting said faintly, "Eat, lest you be starved to death." Anbai nodded and whispered, "Sister Ting is actually not bad, the main thing is that you are too stubborn." This wasn't bad, it was all her idea to be like this herself. "Xiao Bai, don't talk nonsense, I'm a bad woman." Sun Ting skimmed her red lips. In this kind of world, there was nothing good about being a good person, it was better to be a bad person. Anbai pursed her lips, knowing that Sun Ting was speaking in anger. "Thanks, I'm full." Yi Qingyi wiped the corners of her mouth. This feeling of fullness gave people an urge to sleep. Sun Ting faintly reminded, "If you want to die, you can beg, the master will give you that chance, but if you want to live, then put down your vice president, or perhaps the identity of the Grand Duke's fiancé, and don't involve me and Xiao Bai." It was an individual who wanted to live, no one wanted to die. The living room was silent. Anbai poured a cup of warm water for Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi took the warm water and didn't drink it, but said in a low voice, "Can you find me a nice-looking dress?" Sun Ting and Anbai glanced at each other. This time it seemed to be a bit different. It seemed that life still came first. Tang Zhe did take a steady nap, got up and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the green belt in the middle of the district, all to be completely covered by corpses. Perhaps because the temperature had recently lowered, the stench of corpses was reduced a bit. This kind of environment, Tang Zhe does not want to stay, sooner or later will be smoked to death. Opening the door and walking out of the bedroom, Tang Zhe found that Yi Qingyi did not make any noise and seemed to be quieter, and directly took out the food reward. When Yi Qingyi saw a complete fried chicken leg appear in front of her eyes, she suddenly had an urge to cry. This kind of junk food that she didn't even look at before actually had to make herself throw away her dignity to obtain it. Without thinking, she ate it all. Isn't it all about filling your stomach in the middle of the post-apocalyptic world? Any more requests? Tang Zhe calmly looked at Yi Qingyi and asked. This question was tricky, but it was hard to beat the highly educated Yi Qingyi, who wouldn't make any requests in front of Tang Zhe, and could only obey unconditionally, even if he told himself to jump down from here. "I have no demands, I just want to bring my master never-ending pleasure." Sun Ting and Anbai once again looked at each other. This woman was very good at making men happy. However, Tang Zhe didn't trust Yi Qingyi, and even in his heart, he didn't trust Sun Ting and Anbai. The law of the end times, no one else could be trusted except himself. "Pretty good, you two eat these." Tang Zhe gave the remaining chicken legs and wings to Sun Ting and Anbai, mainly to let Yi Qingyi know, don't think that by bowing your head and pampering yourself, you're better than them. Don't make a little substantial contribution, and always eat the leftover food of the two of them. Listening to the sound of chewing on the fried chicken leg, Yi Qingyi also longed for it, but now she could only live like this. "You can still talk and communicate with your fiancé, but only under my supervision." Tang Zhe lightly stroked Yi Qingyi's hair with a faint smile. Yi Qingyi of course understood the meaning of this supervision, but at least she could still see her fiancé. "Thank you." Of course, you can also secretly ask your fiancé for help, so that your fiancé can come and save you. "No, I promise I won't." Yi Qingyi shook her head frantically, but in her heart, she had this idea. Tang Zhe slightly lowered his head, his index finger tickling that pretty face, his thumb touching on those soft red lips. "It doesn't matter, I'll chop off your fiancé's head and make his skull into a bowl, so that you'll eat in that bowl every day, and your thoughts will all be more harmonious." Listening to Tang Zai say such horrible words, images even appeared in Yi Qingyi's mind, not to mention Yi Qingyi, Sun Ting and Anbai were also shocked. Suddenly Tang Zai laughed out loud. I'm just kidding, see how scared you guys are, I won't tease you anymore. Sun Ting and Anbai looked at Tang Zai grudgingly, but Yi Qingyi felt that Tang Zai wasn't joking and immediately said, I don't want contact, I'm all yours. Perhaps this was the only way to preserve her fiancé's family. I said I was joking, it's not like I'm trying to break up your loving couple, make it seem like I'm the bad guy. Could there be a worse one than this? Yi Qingyi also only dared to think about it in her heart, but she didn't continue to talk about it, and under the contact of the past few days, she summarized a few important pieces of information. For what Tang Zai said, there was no need to ask more questions, don't pursue, and even more don't question. Of course, sometimes it was possible, but it was definitely a pleasing and pampering type of questioning. Ting, give her back her mobile phone. Sun Ting handed Yi Qingyi's out, this time Yi Qingyi was a bit confused, wasn't this something that threatened her? At this time Sun Ting was embarrassed, I impersonated you for a bit in the morning, sorry. Impersonating me? Just want to know where your fiancé lives, don't think too much. Instantly, Yi Qingyi's face went white. Tang Zai glared, TSK, don't scare people all the time. Said Tang Zai as he hugged Yi Qingyi to his body. If there's a chance to go to Yunhai City, I'll let you guys meet. Just about to say no, Yi Qingyi immediately changed her words and obediently said, but I'm the master's cat, would it not be good? What's not good, don't you want to meet? Yi Qingyi didn't dare to say no, I want to see. If your fiancé knows about us, will he get angry and hit you? Listening to Tang Zai's flirtatious tone, Yi Qingyi softly said, my fiancé won't know. You're really getting more and more right, just rest today. Yi Qingyi obediently sat down next to her, and was rewarded with a 6 yuan packet of Ritz cucumber-flavored crisps. Tang Zai hugged Anbai to his side and said in a low voice, I'm planning to leave this neighborhood in a few days. The three women immediately looked up at Tang Zai. Leave this place? Will you take us with you? Of course I have to bring you guys along, otherwise who am I going to? With such a sentence, the three girls were relieved at the same time. Without Tang Zai, the great god, they would be snatched at any time, and then abused in a deal etc. etc. But it's getting colder and colder now, and you can't touch the rain or snow, if the wind blows into your clothes you'll die. Sun Ting raised her concerns, going out there was a possibility of dying, even though there were only 3 here, it was better than going out and risking your life. But Sun Ting didn't know what Tang Zai was up to, 3 was too few, a drop in the bucket. Besides, this neighborhood was running out of people to play with. These days I have prepared something that can withstand the rain and snow, of course, I am and will not force you, you can choose to stay, I am reasonable. After saying that Tang Zai revealed a gentle smile. Only such a smile fell in the eyes of the 3 women, not gentle at all, like a bloodthirsty beast. Without any hesitation, the 3 women nodded at the same time. Taking out his mobile phone, Tang Zai pointed the camera at himself, be cute, let's take a selfie. Anbai obediently closed her beautiful eyes and stretched out her pink little tongue, 10,000 times cuter. Card. Tang Zai on the mobile phone smiled, Anbai's beautiful face with a hint of redness, a little cute and a little shy, jade-like fragrant shoulders snuggled up to Tang Zai. Tang Zai backhanded it and sent it to his friend's circle, adding a sentence. It's really well behaved. In Tang Zai's WeChat contacts, the vast majority of them are the leaders of the past part-time jobs, no less than they call and shout, no other meaning, just pure and simple to show off, and then visit one by one. Sure enough, this circle of friends exploded. Tang Zai you kid can there is such a beautiful woman accompanied, I have some supplies, want? Grass, Tang Zai you are still loaded, quickly send the beauty. Xiao Tang, as your former leader to tell you a word, this rich you cannot enjoy. Tang Zai where do you live, old son now come to find you. I'm getting hot just looking at me, this slut is superb. All sorts of envious and jealous words were left underneath the photo, all in a condescending manner, looking at Tang Zai's smile grew even thicker. Ting, you come over too, the 3 of us will take a picture together. Tang Zai beckoned. Sun Ting obediently sat aside, the two women simultaneously kissed towards Tang Zai's cheeks. This picture was as luscious as it could be. After all, most women nowadays haven't taken care of themselves for a long time. How could they be as beautiful as they are? And this time, Tang Zai deliberately moved the camera down, revealing that half of the proud snowy mountain, black lace hidden, let a person spurt blood. Plus the accompanying text. Double happiness. Sure enough, once this circle of friends was sent, it was even more overwhelming. Xiao Tang, listen to uncle's advice, can't afford to enjoy to uncle has plenty of supplies. Tang Zai, where the hell did you find a woman? Brother Tang, I have supplies on my side, do we want to share? Brother Tang, we're not as well off as a dog, but you're so dashing, point the way. Looking at these hostile replies, Tang Zai appeared extraordinarily calm, slowly got up. Yi Qingyi on the side thought she would call on herself to take a selfie with her. She was about to stand up, but as a result, Tang Zai walked away. This makes Yi Qingyi froze in place, feeling particularly clown, with their own posture, is not qualified to join the selfie, become show-off capital. A sudden wave of frustration welled up in Yi Qingyi's heart. Tang Zai was going to take a picture of the supplies, and then send it in the circle of friends. Can't even finish eating. With beautiful women and supplies, all men knew that this was definitely a divine life. All the people originally called Xiao Tang, Tang Zai changed their names. All of them were Chief Tang. Tang Zai said that everyone used to be colleagues and had to take care of each other, promising that they would go and send a little bit of supplies when they had time. A video call came directly to Tang Zai's side, Huan Hotel Manager Xiao. Tang Zai answered the video call, and a middle-aged Mediterranean man appeared on the screen with a lewd smile. Xiao Tang, still remember me? Manager Xiao, of course I remember. How could Tang Zai forget? At that time when he was working as a doorman in Huan Hotel, Manager Xiao was the hotel lobby manager, and just because he was honest, the most tiring and dirty work was always his own. Now he still remembered Manager Xiao's reprimand. Just you a hick, life is a working life. Let you as a porter is to look up to you, or sweep the toilet to go. Only that reprimanding look disappeared back then, with a pleasing smile. Xiao Tang, I knew that you are promising, but unfortunately at that time you left the job too quickly, was going to give you a captain to be. Manager Xiao, how can I be a captain, think too highly of me. Xiao Tang, you are wrong, you are the most promising young man I have ever seen. A burst of rainbow farts tried to pat Tang Zai into submission. While Tang Zai sat on the sofa and pulled Yi Qingyi on the floor into his arms, while Manager Xiao saw the charming Yi Qingyi, his smile stiffened. This is the third fucking one. These days there are 3 superb women living at home. What kind of strength does it have to be? Manager Zhao's heart is very clear, at least it's a boss level. Yi Qingyi's heart was finally comfortable, more accurately said it was slightly balanced, but turned his head and thought, why would he care about this kind of thing? He must be crazy. Manager Xiao looking for me should have something, right? Tang Zai held that full snowy peak and laughed. Yi Qingyi bit her red lips and murmured, which could make Manager Xiao look at the tears. It is the home to eat fast to the bottom. Xiao Manager are a little bit unable to open the mouth. How to Tang Zai back then is still a little bit of memory, in not really no way. Tang Zai seconds to understand. Xiao Manager, see what you say, you used to take care of me so much, I deserve to repay. You first give me an address, and so the weather is a little bit better, I send you. Aya, that's great, I knew I didn't see the wrong person. Manager Xiao was overjoyed, only with jealousy in the depths of his gaze, he even started to play bad thoughts in his heart. Getting an address, Tang Zai wasn't satisfied, the former leaders sent congratulatory messages one after another, one address after another appeared. And when Tang Zai saw those addresses, the smile on his face grew even thicker. Ding-dong sound. Tang Zai WeChat rang. The 3 girls looked at Tang Zai's mobile phone at the same time. The look was like a boyfriend WeChat ringing. The girlfriend subconsciously will look over. This is not to blame the 3 girls. Tang Zai's WeChat has never called, even just now. It was all about calling the video over to make sure that Tang Zai really has supplies, not pictures. Tang Zai also thought it was some embarrassed former leader, but saw the WeChat name pause. This is not a former leader, it's an ex-girlfriend. No, it's not even an ex-girlfriend, because the person didn't even agree. When the 3 women saw Tang Zai's expression, they knew in their hearts that there must be a story, so strong that the man's heart is loaded with things. Gossip heart burning in the heart, even Yi Qingyi is also incomparably curious, can only say that women know too much. Tang Zai's gaze swept towards the three women, the latter immediately lowered their heads, absently looking away. Come and see if you want to, like a thief. Tang Zai laughed. Anbai was the first to rush over. Sun Ting could not even pull, in case Tang Zai was just talking, you also took it seriously, be careful not to have dinner at night. When looking at Tang Zai really do not blame after, Sun Ting only peace of mind to walk to gossip. Yi Qingyi told himself in his heart, what good gossip, off you Yi Qingyi what, when saw Sun Ting and Anbai that exaggerated expression, Yi Qingyi scolded himself, immediately also came up to gossip. Only to see a cartoon avatar of a person to send a sentence. Are you okay? With 4 simple words, the 3 women were immediately able to conclude that the other party was a woman, and that the relationship with Tang Zai was absolutely extraordinary, or else they wouldn't have used this opening. So the 3 women came to the conclusion in their hearts that 9 times out of 10, it was an ex-girlfriend. Ask one by one, the noise is hurting my ears. Tang Zai was speechless, are you women that gossipy? Yi Qingyi, starting with you, then Xiao Bai, then Ting Ting. Upon hearing Tang Zai put himself first, Yi Qingyi was still a little happy in her heart, but soon felt that something was wrong. Why should she be happy, just because she was ranked first? What's there to be happy about? Yi Qingyi, don't be brainwashed by him, you're just bored and want to listen to a story. Sun Ting immediately voiced out a suggestion, should we drink some red wine? That way we can listen to the story. You're the one with too much to do, go get it. Tang Zai didn't care, being bored was boring anyway, and I'm afraid no one else knows about this matter other than himself. Sun Ting opened a bottle of 800 renminbi red wine and poured it all, even pouring a glass for Yi Qingyi as well. Ask. Tang Zai took a sip and leaned back on the sofa. Yi Qingyi coughed lightly, who is she? Should be considered a former object of pursuit. Tang Zai said truthfully, that was a not-so-happy past, but now he was able to ignore that past, and even share it with them all. Anbai immediately pursued, did you catch up? Or did you catch up and break up? Of course I didn't catch up. Sun Ting picked up and asked, why didn't you catch up? Tang Zai was speechless, are you stupid? If I went after one of you before, would you care about me? There was nothing wrong with this statement, the 3 girls didn't deny this fact, in the past they really wouldn't have bothered with Tang Zai. What does she do that she can't see you? Yi Qingyi asked next. Tang Zai shook the red wine in his glass and said softly, 3 years ago, we were working in a hotel, I was a doorman and she was the receptionist. Wouldn't that be pretty as us? Look at the photo. Anbai couldn't wait to see the photos, Yi Qingyi all showed keen interest. Tang Zai sked, where are the photos? There must be in the circle of friends. The 3 girls insisted on looking. Holy shit, you guys. Master, you just said you wouldn't get angry. Anbai said pitifully. Tang Zai. Okay, who let me be reasonable. Said opened the other party's circle of friends, however, it was visible for 3 days, and the 3 women were disappointed for a while, but to be able to work at the front desk of the Huan Hotel, the looks must not be bad. Sun Ting continued to ask, so does she have a boyfriend to reject you, or is it something else? Tang Zai drank the red wine in one gulp and said blandly, I don't know, but she does look pretty good, but it's still a bit worse than you guys. These words made the 3 women feel comfortable in their hearts. Although worse than you guys, but in the eyes of others, that is also a beautiful woman, the hotel workers belong to the sought-after women, I am certainly among them. The 3 women couldn't help but listen with fascination, their minds began to conjure up an image of a poor boy courting a flamboyant woman, and then being. The master was so miserable, the compassion in the women's hearts immediately surged out, they couldn't wait to immediately comfort the injured master and make him happy. At that time, the salary as a doorman was 800 a month. Yi Qingyi exclaimed, only 800 ah. Only later did I realize that it was just a card for my trial period. Yi Qingyi all felt that Tang Zai was also too miserable, no wonder he was so vindictive. I remember it was a sunny noon, and I spent a huge amount of money to buy her a cafeteria meal of the highest specification in the hotel. As soon as these words came out, the three women snorted, really unable to hold it in. The corner of Tang Zai's mouth twitched. Is it so funny for Lousy to tell you guys something so sad? And Bai was aggrieved. I didn't laugh, it was you guys who were laughing. Tang Zai said helplessly, I thought she would accept, but reality is cruel, I was rejected. The three women could already guess the outcome, in their place they would have rejected it as well. But Tang Zai didn't finish and continued, she tipped over the dinner plate and those expensive dishes fell on the ground. The people around them all looked this way. Hearing this, Anbai stopped pouting and was a bit incredulous. Even if she rejected someone, she didn't have to do this. Then uttered a sentence that was memorable, and even looked at Sun Ting after saying it, your loser sentence really doesn't count for much. Sun Ting cursed herself. What was the point of cursing people at that time? The main thing was that there was too much vicious language on the public screen during the dance, so she couldn't help but be annoyed, and when she saw Tang Zai, she took her anger out on him. She said that I am a dirt dog, I should lift my leg and take a piss to see what qualifications I have to invite her to dinner. The living room became quiet all of a sudden. Yi Qingyi didn't think that there was actually this kind of woman. It's really hateful, just reject it. Why do you still have to say something to hurt people, although Tang Zai is not a human being, the devil? Then did you beat her up? Anbai asked with anticipation, wanting to hear that Tang Zai had beaten up that bad woman. Tang Zai smiled and shook his head. I picked up the rice that fell on the floor, that was bought for 199 yuan, can't be wasted, even though there were giggles all around. The three girls were shocked. Was the previous Tang Zai so cowardly and timid? This was a completely different person from the god of kill he saw. So it was a failure before it even started. Tang Zai shrugged and lit a cigarette. Now that he thought about it, the self at that time was very childish and weak. Then don't reply to her, starve her to death. And Beidou said angrily. Yi Qingyi suddenly said, that would be too cheap for her. This time Tang Zai plus the two women all looked at Yi Qingyi, you're changing too fast. The smart Yi Qingyi of course knew the stance on this issue, and went along with Tang Zai to make him happy so that she could have a chance. But Yi Qingyi seemed to forget that her chances were to be paid for by someone else's pain, and in a way, Yi Qingyi's mind was slowly starting to change. Then how do you guys think it's more appropriate for me to reply? Tang Zai thought it was kinda interesting to see their reactions. Yi Qingyi volunteered, Master, why don't you leave it to me to reply? Sun Ting and Anbai looked away, you've got a lot of guts. Tang Zai paused for a moment, rather curious about how Yi Qingyi would handle it, directly placing the mobile phone in Yi Qingyi's hand. Yi Qingyi thought for a moment and replied. Pretty good. Mountain Lake District is considered high-grade in Huan City, reaching an average of 20,000 square feet, and it is also relatively close to the city center, and downstairs is the underground, which is very convenient. The people who lived here were naturally elites, and there wasn't a situation like Tang Zai's side, but it was only a matter of time. On the sofa, Chao Yu was wearing light pajamas with his eyes looking at the TV. It didn't matter what was playing on the TV, his mind was thinking about one thing, that dirt dog from before was actually having a good time at a time like this. There was even a girl prettier than himself with him, and the supplies were going to be piled up in half of the living room. Looking at the supplies he was about to bottom out, Chao Yu frowned deeply, if only he could trick those supplies. Still no reply to you? A man in his 50s came out of the toilet, a whole round older. With Chao Yu's financial strength naturally couldn't afford to buy a house here. This suite belonged to the man, used exclusively to keep his lover, and also the deputy general manager of Huan Hotel, but this man was a bit ridiculously fat, with at least 300 pounds, whereas Chao Yu was only 90 pounds, which sometimes pressed down to the point that he couldn't catch his breath. Not yet. Chao Yu said helplessly. Bai Jian sat next to her, that fat hand resting on her fragrant shoulder. This kind of man will show off once he gains power, especially to those who have abandoned him before, so he will definitely reply to you, and maybe even want you. Bai Jian whispered sinisterly, his mind calculating how to grab the supplies. Without the supplies, those two beauties would naturally leave him, and then they would all be his own. There was a ding-dong sound. Look, it's not hooked. Chao Yu picked up his mobile phone and sighed in relief. He thought he wouldn't take the bait. Be direct, make him feel good. Bai Jian reminded on the side. Chow Yu took a deep breath and replied, I miss you. Yi Qingyi on the other side gave an exasperated laugh when she saw such a reply. This woman was shameless. Tang Zhe smiled without saying anything and pinched Sun Ting's exquisite face. A front desk girl from a few years ago was just a little girl, unable to compete with the anchor on her body at all. Yi Qingyi continued to reply. Now you know you miss me, what did you do before? Bai Jian took a look at such a reply and laughed. It seems there is still love for you, continue. I'm sorry I was wrong, can you still forgive me? Yi Qingyi couldn't take it anymore, she wanted to rush across the screen and pound this shameless woman on the ground. Simply a green tea whore. And Bai huffed and said, Master, you must not be soft. Hee, do you think I will forgive you? Don't even think about it. Chow Yu's face sank a few points when he saw such a reply. An earth dog actually said this about himself. But Bai Jian is a veteran, the more angry he gets the more he proves he cares. That's what you don't understand, keep showing weakness. It was my stupidity back then, it's all my fault, can you give me another chance? Unless you kneel down and take a picture to show me. Chow Yu wanted to just start cursing, the dirt dog actually told me to kneel down. But with Bai Jian around, he naturally snapped the photo and sent it over. Yi Qingyi saw the photo and had a dark moment. Tang, master, she knelt. Tang Zhe glanced at it, good job, get the address. Yi Qingyi continued to reply, rather a lot more obedient than back then, you give me the address, I'll see if you're well behaved or not when I get the chance. Tell him. Bai Jian thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, when the time comes to arrest the person, he is still afraid that the material will not run away. Mountain Lake Subdivision, Building 3, Unit 1, 501. Wash your arse and wait for me to come. After replying, Yi Qingyi got comfortable. Tang Zhe took the phone and looked at it. You're good at chatting, you actually told her to wash it clean, or you can go play. No, I'm helping my master relieve his anger. Yi Qingyi hastily shook her head. Since you're chatting so energetically, tell me about you. Yi Qingyi asked doubtfully, my matter? What things? Could it be that she had done something wrong again and provoked this devil? And Bai reminded, it's just some personal issues, the neighborhood didn't even see much of you before, or how you and your fiancé met. Yi Qingyi's expression became sad after hearing this. I have been hiding in my brother-in-law and sister's house until that day, when my brother-in-law was betrayed by his brother and killed his brother-in-law and sister. The trio didn't react particularly well after hearing this. It was as if they were all used to this kind of betrayal, who wasn't a person who had come before. Then how did you and your fiancé meet? Sun Ting began to gossip. It's actually nothing much. Yi Qingyi subconsciously said, but quickly reacted and added, my fiancé and I met on an advert cooperation. Sun Ting asked, you knew she was a second-generation rich girl, so you chased after him? How could that be? At that time he was studying at his family's company, his position was even lower than mine, and he chased me with a deadbeat. Money attack? Anbai asked with curious beautiful eyes. If it's a money offensive, it still can't catch up, using shamelessness plus tenderness offensive. Sun Ting laughed, serious women eat this. Then what was your reaction when you knew he was a rich second generation? Tang Zhe was curious as to whether he should be happy or unhappy. Yi Qingyi joked, isn't there that saying, you can pretend to be poor, but you can't really be poor. Pithy. Sun Ting gave a thumbs up. Just kidding, I was kinda angry at the time, but there was also a kind of happiness, it's contradictory anyway. Yi Qingyi thought back and didn't lie. Sun Ting suddenly threw out the death question, so now do you think the master is good, or the fiancé? Of course it's the fiancé that's good. Yi Qingyi spoke her thoughts without even thinking. And Bai secretly said it's not good, the master will be angry. But Tang Zhe wasn't angry, he was just showing it with practical actions. In the garage. Boss, we'll flush building 3 tonight. That's right, we'll clean up both buildings 2 and 5, don't even worry about the numbers, that crap gun doesn't have many bullets. Boss, think about it, that's a house full of supplies and 3 beauties. Hearing the little brother's words, the supplies didn't smell that good, but the thought of those 3 women's bodies, that's the motivation in motivation, which man would refuse such a stunning beauty, and that damn delivery can play every day. When I think of my own family's goods, this is no way to compare. Not just a few deaths, fuck it. Prepare, we'll go and take out that delivery guy tonight, but there's still a plan to kill him directly. Ding Feng's heart was crossed, either sit back and enjoy the beauty supplies or get killed, there was no third option. Propping up the bold, starving the timid. In the evening, Ding Feng gathered his minders and promised to capture the beauty and give it to them to play with for some time. The minders then agreed with a smile. Large round plate dining table, sitting 10 men, Ding Feng sat in the main seat, the boss position sat solid, next to the girlfriend, although not beautiful, but young, can use. Brother Feng, now you are also the boss of the neighborhood, when will you take your brothers to conquer the world? One of the little brothers was a little drunk and laughed. Ding Feng took a sip of beer and laughed. Conquering the world is a bit of an exaggeration, but this district of ours is not in the picture. When the time comes, what kind of beauties do you guys want that you don't have, even if it's a star? Boss, I want Li Ling'er, okay, just once, death is okay. A man with a rat's eye and a swine's head said drunkenly, a mouthful of yellow teeth could smoke people to death. The short man sitting next to him burped, I also want Li Ling'er. Li Ling'er. You men nah, can't you speak in a civilized manner? Ding Feng's girlfriend rolled her eyes, he is a rookie popularity idol, he looks like a country that's falling in love with the city, you guys going to lick your toes isn't even enough to qualify. The second leader laughed, sister-in-law, what we are doing is not a civilized thing, but also the civilized words. Fuck civilization, cheers. Ding Feng raised his cup and drank. Cheers. A mouthful of beer down is very cool, if coupled with a beautiful woman cool on top of cool. At this time the knock on the door sounded, one of the junior brothers unwillingly got up and yelled, what door is knocking, these men are really insensitive, they still want to come in and eat. Opening the door of the room, the junior brother looked at the doorway aisle, the 4 men who were supposed to guard the doorway fell in a pool of blood, while the delivery boy stood in the doorway with a smile on his face. It's really sad and upsetting that you don't call your brothers over to get together even if there's good food. Tang Zei heatedly laughed, the chopper in his hand directly stabbing through the little brother's abdomen across everything, intestines scattered all over the place. The people in the house froze for a moment, immediately took out the mobile phone on the table to shake people, but when they saw the takeaway boy Tang Zei standing in the doorway, the angry face gradually covered with a layer of fear. Him. Why did he suddenly come? Ding Feng, who had originally still carried a sense of arrogance, was so terrified at this point that his hands began to tremble. Tang Zei dragged his bloodied chopper into the room, leaving long blood marks on the tip of the blade. As Tang Zei sat down, the hearts of the men around him were all in their throats, not daring to breathe a single breath. Just now indeed in the conspiracy to kill Tang Zei, but also out of the state of conspiracy, when seeing myself appear, that is a different attitude, otherwise how would conspire to kill, is because of fear. And peanuts and rice, good eating. Tang Zei easily ate the peanut rice. As the boss, Ding Feng felt Tang Zei's unkindness, but he had just conspired and Tang Zei appeared, this was too much of a coincidence. There's a traitor in the team. Just after the thought, a junior brother immediately knelt in front of Tang Zei, Brother Tang, you promised not to kill me and give me supplies. The crowd looked at this man of betrayal and hated him. When did I promise you? Tang Zei gave a curious cry, and as the little brother looked confused, the knife flashed, scattering hot blood on the white wall. Sticking the knife in the corpse, Tang Zei looked at the crowd and said, if I can betray you today, I will betray me tomorrow, so I helped you kill this traitor, shouldn't you thank me? None of the 9 men dared to speak, that sister-in-law was trembling in fear, his own man was so much worse compared to him, sitting there he could control everyone and scare them out of their wits. This is the sister-in-law right, don't be afraid, I don't kill women. Tang Zei laughed. Ding Feng knew that tonight would not be peaceful, who made himself up to kill, if he didn't, he probably wouldn't have come to the door. It was better to simply do nothing, than to be slaughtered like a pig. What do you want? Ding Feng asked in a low voice, losing a step in terms of aura. Tang Zei scratched his hair and sked, as the saying goes, when you're going to kill, be prepared to be killed back. Fuck him. Ding Feng instantly picked up the wine bottle and smashed it towards Tang Zei, the two minions sitting beside Tang Zai immediately pressed on Tang Zai's shoulders. The bottle landed steadily on Tang Zai's forehead and shattered. The wine flowed down Tang Zai's face but didn't bleed. A little less strength, I'm going to start resisting. Oh. Tang Zai's laughter made the hearts of the two minions next to him sink. A huge strength came from them, they simply couldn't suppress the beast in front of them. Pulling out his chopper, he directly chopped off the heads of the two people beside him. Know why I like to use a sword? Compared to using a gun, I prefer the feeling of the blade cutting into a person's body, the skin splitting open, the blood splattering everywhere, and the desperate and agonizing cries. Ding Feng felt that he was already perverted enough, but he didn't think that there was an even more perverted one here. What are you all waiting for? Kill him. Or else we'll all die. Ding Feng shouted frantically. There was no way back for himself. Under the threat of death, the crowd of juniors couldn't care less about benefits and rushed towards Tang Zai. The sound of hurried footsteps also sounded outside the house, only to see the owner's minions collectively come. When they saw Tang Zai inside the house, and the corpse on the ground, they were all afraid. He's only one person, let's fuck him to death. All is ours. Ding Feng shouted loudly and angrily. The men of the entire neighborhood were assembled here. Could they not kill a delivery man? Obviously, Ding Feng had underestimated this delivery man. Kill. Brothers, kill him, the beauties are all ours. As expected, the beauties were even more motivated, some even lunged towards Tang Zai, but Tang Zai directly made a downward chop. The whole person was split in half. This terrifying power shook the crowd. But those at the back didn't see it, and still squeezed towards the inside, fearing that they wouldn't be able to grab the credit. This is simply lined up to send death method, Tang Zai but cut the more excited, eyes red obviously on the head, directly all killed to the door. The ground corpses are piled up, like hell. General horror. Back to the house, Ding Feng stood frozen in place. The hand of the fruit knife has been holding unsteady, eyes looking at the blood of the General Tang Zai, like just climbed out of hell. Tang Zai stuck the knife on the pile of corpses, drew out a few paper towels and wiped the blood on his face that had not yet dried. Can't you be a little more peaceful? Originally I didn't want to kill you guys. After all, I still have to live for a few days, but I don't want the neighborhood to be dead and unpopular. Well now, the men are almost all cut up by me. Ding Feng breathed in sharply, suddenly gripping the fruit knife tightly and rushing towards Tang Zai, his gaze radiating a final light. Drawing the knife, he stabbed. Plop. Before he could rush in front of Tang Zai, his abdomen was penetrated by the chopper, his entire body was stuck in the wall by the knife, the blade was facing upwards, veins rose on Ding Feng's forehead, his hands gripped the hilt of the knife with a death grip, his own body sinking, he would be cut in half. The woman on the side was too scared to move at all, her whole body couldn't help but tremble. Don't be afraid, I really don't kill women. Tang Zai walked next to the woman and laughed, then pressed the person onto the table. Ding Feng's eyes were bloodshot with hatred, but it quickly turned into fear. His own woman had actually turned into a dry corpse, as if her blood had been drained. Was this delivery man a vampire? Arriving in front of Ding Feng, Tang Zai laughed. I didn't expect you to last this long, so I'll spare your life. I still have to visit the other owners. Drawing out his chopper, Ding Feng dropped to the ground. The blade had cut into his chest position, the ground was already bleeding, his face was pale. This wasn't sparing his life, this was just a painful wait for death. Demon, devil, demon, ghost. Mumbled Ding Feng. Obviously he could eat and drink, why did he have to mess with such a person? The word lust is a knife, the ancients do not deceive me. And Tang Zai, who tasted the sweetness, began to knock on the door from door to door. Not open the door, will door directly brute force pull open. Standing in the master bedroom, Tang Zai smiled and lifted the bed. Your husband tried to kill me and was killed by me in return, won't blame me. The woman shook her head violently, not daring to look at Tang Zai. When Tang Zai walked out of the bedroom and collected the supplies in the house, Tang Zai continued to visit the next house. This night was a bloody night, a night of killing. The screams never stopped until dawn. In the living room, the three women didn't sleep because they couldn't sleep. Last night, Tang Zai just said that he had to go out for something, and then he never came back, and now it's dawn, and there's still no news at all, and there's non-stop sounds of panic coming from outside. What the hell is going on? If Tang Zei died, then what was waiting for them would be inhuman torture. Even Yi Qingyi didn't want anything to happen to Tang Zei at this moment. And this pressure made Yi Qingyi couldn't help but cry in a small voice, remembering the recent tragic encounters, the tragic death of her sister and brother-in-law. She couldn't suppress her bawling even more. Crying was also infectious, and Bai also followed along and cried. Sun Ting couldn't help but shiver, remembering that she would turn into a corpse like her best friend. Fear made her eyes tear up. Leaving Tang Zei, she was nothing. With the sound of the door opening, the three women's gazes looked with fear and expectation. Only to see Tang Zei walked into the house with a smile on his face, still holding a large gift box in his hand, only to be covered in blood, crying early in the morning, "I'm not dead yet." And Bai instantly wowed and cried, really scared to death. If Tang Zei died outside, he felt like he would jump. Not martyrdom, just don't want to be tortured anymore. Oops, mind her. Tang Zei said helplessly. Sun Ting wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Xiao Bai is like this, timid. Tang Zei shook his head and came to Yi Qingyi's side, putting the gift box down. It's for you, no need to thank you. Looking at the gift box in front of her, Yi Qingyi was a bit confused, and Bai didn't even cry anymore. Sun Ting was even more envious. This was Tang Zei's first time giving a gift. Inside is probably loaded with cakes or something. Sun Ting thought to herself that Yi Qingyi didn't do anything. How did she get such a reward? Could it be that she performed well last night? I'm going to take a shower, you guys clean up, your makeup is crying, like a ghost, be careful, I'll kill them all. The three women froze and hurriedly packed up. Tang Zei only likes beautiful women, not ugly women. In the bathroom, hot water rushed on Tang Zei's robust body, blood was washed into the drain. Thinking about the results of the night, Tang Zei's heart was secretly happy. All of a sudden, he rushed to 63% of the progress, and was still a little short of upgrading the gift bag. It's still this kind of coming fast. It's just the quality that's worrying. In the living room, the three women had already tidied up their makeup, and were now sitting next to the gift box. What exactly is it? Really curious. And Bai opened her big watery eyes. Sun Ting said enviously, we haven't had a gift after coming for so many days. You've only been here for a short time and you've got a gift. Maybe because I'm a fledgling. These words were too devastating. Sun Ting and Bai looked hurt. Yi Qingyi snorted out a laugh. Just teasing you guys, let's eat together. Getting on good terms with them was definitely necessary. Hearing Yi Qingyi's willingness to share the food, Sun Ting and Bai were happy and slightly changed their opinion of Yi Qingyi. Only to see Yi Qingyi slowly remove the box, the three women's originally smiling faces immediately stiffened. Oh. And Bai instantly covered her mouth, her stomach churning, and she instantly went towards the rubbish bin next to her to vomit. Sun Ting originally just wanted to vomit, but hearing this vomiting sound of Bai, she couldn't help but vomit as well. On the contrary, Yi Qingyi didn't have any reaction and looked at the human head in the gift box. It was the murderer who killed her brother-in-law and sister. Mao Gang. Sun Ting vomited and turned white, pointing and asking, who is this? It's the person who killed my sister's brother-in-law. Yi Qingyi calmly said, sister brother-in-law, you can rest in peace. Gangzi went over to kowtow to you to thank you. And Bai drew out a tissue and wiped his lips, enviously saying, Master is so good to you. Yi Qingyi just laughed awkwardly. Why was Tang Zei suddenly like this? Was he attracted to his beauty? Soon, Tang Zei walked out in his trousers and sat directly on the sofa. Tired me out. Sun Ting and Bai understood in seconds and immediately went to massage Tang Zei. Thank you. Yi Qingyi squatted by Tang Zei's feet and said gratefully. Tang Zei closed his eyes and said indifferently, just happened to run into it, said it was your brother-in-law's good brother, so I just slaughtered it. What about his wife and daughter? All dead. Tang Zei said slowly, feeling like falling asleep. The massaging Sun Ting looked at Yi Qingyi and smiled, curiously asking, Master, how to go out for a night? Killed some people. In the future, you do not need to stay in the house all the time, to be able to walk around the neighborhood. Tang Zei said with a pleasant relief. And Bai, I don't dare to walk around, we'll be arrested. There's only the four of us left in the entire neighborhood. And Bai and Sun Ting looked at Tang Zei incredulously. They were the only ones left in the entire neighborhood? Where were the others? Are all dead? Alright, I'm going to sleep first. Tang Zai patted Yi Qingyi's head. I like your performance. Returning to the bedroom, Tang Zai directly opened to sleep. Only a pistol was set up at the door. Whoever dared to open the door, it was definitely a shot to the head. The three girls all knew this rule and would not enter Tang Zai's bedroom at all. Let's go out and take a look. Sun Ting suggested. And Bai worriedly said, what if it's a joke? Yi Qingyi shook her head. He won't joke with our lives. Yi Qingyi still had the brains to take charge. Sun Ting and Anbai felt that it was also right. The three women opened the door and went out from the kitchen with a kitchen knife. Bravely walking to the underground garage, quiet and frightening, came to the fourth building, just entered the building and smelled the smell of blood. Stairs above the non-stop blood dripping down, gulped, the three women continued to walk up. Bold Sun Ting walked in front, bold Anbai in the middle, Yi Qingyi escorted back. Soon came to the ground floor. The smell of blood filled the entire aisle, the man's body lying on the ground. When walking into the house, the three women sucked in a breath of cool air. This scene is simply uncontrollable. The three women directly hold on the wall and vomit in unison. The corpses are into a small mountain, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. There is also a dried-up female corpse lying on the dining table, wide eyes full of horror. So many people, did he kill them all? Yi Qingyi muttered, was this something one person could do? Sun Ting couldn't believe it either, but the facts were right in front of her. He should be a disciple of some master. The delivery is just hiding his identity. And by all felt that Sun Ting's speculation was a bit reasonable, otherwise how could he be so powerful that one person had mowed down the entire neighborhood? How did this woman become like this? Yi Qingyi endured the smell of blood and walked into the house to observe the situation. Anbai whispered, it seems like all the blood in her entire body has been sucked away. Could it be a vampire? Sun Ting knocked Anbai's head. Have you watched too many American dramas and vampires? Then she was really sucked dry. Anbai aggrieved. Baba touched his head. Knocked silly, how to do, the master will put me a shot in the head. Yi Qingyi felt that Anbai was right. There is indeed no blood on her body. This is too strange. Is it another virus? Let's go look again. Coming to the next house, the three women equally saw dried-up female corpses. The whole building 4 was the same. The women were all dried up. No, I should say the whole neighborhood. This scared the three women to death. Because this time can be sure, should be Tang Zai dry, plus a little bit of small speculation, even more will be able to determine, because that time of their own also almost become such a corpse. Back in the house, the three women did not return to their senses, just like the Walking Dead. Thinking that Tang Zai was a vampire. And it was the kind that specialized in sucking women. At this time, Tang Zai yawned and walked out of the house, and immediately saw the three women showing fearful gazes towards themselves. Firstly, he was stunned, and then laughed. All saw it. Anbai nodded warily. Could you be a vampire? Yi Qingyi asked dully. Tang Zai aired, saying that she was smart. She was indeed smart, and saying that she was stupid. She was also a bit. Only to see Tang Zai become deeper all of a sudden, with a dull timbre said, originally, I was planning to make peace with you guys, but now I'm not pretending. Showdown Law, I'm Edward 79th branch in the country Nicholas Domestic Dual Prosperity Road Vampire. The three women sucked in a breath of cool air after hearing this. Really vampire no wonder can change food. This is afraid that the vampire's special ability, the film are so acted. Looking at the reaction of the three women, Tang Zai heart laughs, this you all believe Forget it, let's believe it, silly. Walking in front of them, Tang Zai suddenly made a ferocious face, scaring the three girls into a direct hug. Ha ha ha. Listening to Tang Zai's open-hearted laughter, the three girls were convinced. Be honest, or I'll suck all your blood out. Tang Zai pinched Anbai's cheeks. This Xiaobai was still quite cute. Little White that was nodding vigorously. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi on the side also followed along. Teasing them is also finished. Hungry, whole meal. Today's lunch will be a filet mignon. Have to replenish the nutrition. Master, can I ask you a question? Anbai looked up and asked nervously. Eating a piece of steak in one bite, Tangza mumbled. Master, how come you only eat meat and don't drink some blood? Will it be malnourished? Tang Zai's mouth twitched. Master, are you sleeping in a coffin at night? Master, are you evolved and not even afraid of sunlight? If the blood type is different, will you regurgitate when you suck it? Anbai was like a curious baby seemingly asking crazy questions, while Tang Zei's mouth began to twitch up, and directly picked up the curious baby Bai to the balcony and said fiercely, "Suck you now." "Don't, master." Tang Zei directly towards Anbai that snow-white neck bite, Anbai all feel like dying, but found that the neck does not hurt. "Ask more and I'll suck your blood dry," Tang Zei said fiercely. Anbai tightly hugged Tang Zei's neck, her slender jade legs wrapped around Tang Zei's tiger waist, slightly raising her head and letting out a petulant gasp, Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Bai was going to die. Suddenly, Tang Zei stopped, his eyes looked outside, the wind stopped, the rain stopped, when it happened was unknown. The rain stopped. Anbai shouted incredulously. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi in the house came to the balcony at once and opened the window. Although there was a dark cloud overhead, the rain had indeed stopped, the wind had stopped, and they could even see the sunlight in the dark cloud, as if it was about to break out. Yi Qingyi secretly thought in her heart, is this a sign that help is coming soon, or this crisis will also pass? Yi Qingyi's original slightly dark gaze brightened up all of a sudden, even Sun Ting. But before they could be happy, they saw scattered crowds of people appearing outside the neighborhood's gates, which were gathering more and more, and their shoes seemed to be covered in some kind of plastic, so they walked a little strangely. But if they were not mistaken, they should be walking towards their own neighborhood. The number of people was at least 100 or so, knowing that there were only 50 or 60 males left in their own neighborhood at the end of the day, and with so many of them left, there was definitely no civil unrest, or at least less civil unrest. All of these people had knives in their hands. This was definitely not to rescue, this was to kill. Tang Zei was instantly excited. Last night he hadn't killed enough, today someone else came to give away their heads. It would be good if killing people could raise the energy slot. Under the small area. The man in the lead had a large bald head, looking fierce, holding a pig-killing knife, even using a white cloth to wrap the handle and hand together. "Boss, wait Xia Yuhong and Feng Jin for me to kill, Mard. Last time in the supermarket they cut my brother," a man said in a cold voice, itching to chop the two into pieces. Mohan turned to look at his brothers and drank. Today's mission is simple, kill men. Rob the women. Rob supplies. The little brothers raised their swords and shouted excitedly, kill men, rob women, rob supplies. "Boss, I heard that there are still beautiful women in this district, air hostesses. I saw them last time, they are old and beautiful." The men's lewd appearance was simply vomit-inducing. Mohan spat out a mouthful of saliva. "In the future, all the women in this district will be my Mohans. I have a harem of 3,000 beauties. Long live the boss." Tang Zei on the balcony hugged the panting Anbai and laughed. "These people are united, unlike us here. Why don't we hide?" Yi Qingyi suggested. There were too many people on the other side. However, Tang Zei threw the red-faced Anbai on the sofa and once again took out his chopper sword. The golden hilt was engraved with intricate patterns to show off its nobility, and the blade's sharpness exuded a cold light. Seeing Tang Zei going out to fight for his life again, Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi began to worry. "I didn't kill enough yesterday, I'll make up for it today," said Tang Zei as he opened the door, but paused for a moment. Taking out a gun he threw it to Sun Ting and instructed, "You can use it to kill people or kill yourselves, I don't want to see my rations dirty." After saying that, Tang Zei closed the door and left. Sun Ting held the cold pistol in her hand and looked towards Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi gulped, her brain seemed to be a bit spinning. Sun Ting looked towards Anbai again, or forget it, she couldn't even find the north. The group of people below had already entered the district. When they saw the bodies in the central green belt, they also paused for a few moments. "This neighborhood is really messy, so many people died." "Isn't that so? Look at these women, tsk, it's not good enough to leave me to juggle." However, there are still a few men hiding on the side and vomiting furiously. They thought that their own neighborhood was already cruel enough, but after entering this Jin Yuan neighborhood, they realized that their side was still too gentle. At least they didn't die so many women. "Boss, it's a bit quiet, I don't feel right." A junior brother looked at the surrounding floors. He thought that there would be people watching, or at least going to secretly report, but he found that there was not a single silhouette by all the windows, eerily chilling one's back. It even felt like there was a morose chill. Mohan snorted coldly, so what if it's an ambush? If we don't rob them today, your wives and children will all starve to death. Upon hearing this, the men who were originally still a little confused immediately gripped the knives in their hands. Now either they die or they die. Act according to the previously divided action, quick battle, this damn weather don't know when it will rain. Only to see a group of people walk into different floors and put their shoe covers outside. A group of people cracked the glass directly into the hall. Mohan is here today to find Ding Feng to take revenge. Last time he robbed something outside and suffered a loss, most of them let Ding Feng rob them. So this rain just stopped. Mohan chose Jinyuan neighborhood instead of other neighborhoods. Boss, there's the smell of blood. The little brother who rushed at the front was only 20 years old, wearing a duck-tongued cap. He seemed a bit nervous, the knife in his hand was trembling. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us, go. Mohan sneered, although the floor is high, but will not take the lift, too narrow. In case of ambush, the advantage of their own people cannot be reflected. Boss, there are so many corpses upstairs. The little brother panicked, face pale, and ran down. Simply do not dare in the upward, simply too miserable, like hell. Mohan reached out and slapped. No talent, the corpses are afraid to be like this, all follow me. 20 or so people bravely climbed the stairs, the blood on the steps gradually more and more, shocking and chilling. Even Mohan could not help but start to get nervous. What happened here? Soon, the crowd saw one body after another. Some were cut into pieces, some were separated from the middle, and there were also heads moving. The ground was full of scattered internal organs. Vomit. Half of the people immediately dry-heaved. Such a scene had never been seen even in a film. When walking into the house, the 3 layers of corpses made the group stand frozen in place. What the hell happened here? Boss, this? What the hell happened here? It seems like they were all butchered by some kind of sharp blade. The little brother crouching on the ground said as he looked at the wounds. Why don't we leave, boss? It's weird and evil. Mohan looked at Ding Feng's corpse. It felt too wrong. He had a gash opened in his chest. Go find supplies, quick. The crowd scattered at once to look for supplies. A junior brother accidentally touched the woman on the dining table and her body fell to the ground. When the junior brother saw the woman's appearance, he immediately let out a scream, startling the people around him. Grass mud horse, screaming for death. Boss, this woman, this woman. The little brother pointed at the woman's whole body trembling, his speech stuttering. Mohan looked at it and was instantly shocked as well. The woman actually only had skin left, like a dry corpse. Boss, there are no supplies in all the rooms. What? Mohan angrily shouted. He himself rushed into the bedroom to look, and sure enough, there was nothing. Could it be that they were robbed earlier by another group of people? Otherwise, how could so many people die? And what about this woman? Search the whole building for me. I don't believe there are no supplies. Mohan's face was gloomy. Compared to this strange woman, he was more afraid of being starved to death. At this time the mobile phone rang. It was the person who went to the other buildings to lead the way. Boss, all the people here are dead. The women have turned into dry corpses. Same on my side, none of them are alive. And there's not a single bit of supplies. It's long since been raided. We seem to have come too late, or else, ah. The little brother let out a miserable scream before he finished his sentence. Mohan immediately shouted, hey, glasses. Speak. A wave of panic spread out, and Mohan felt that it was actually better to be hungry than to die here. Tell the brothers to withdraw, quick. Said the group immediately shouting withdraw. However, the miserable hissing sounds had already started to appear in the neighborhood, sending shivers down one's spine. Boss, building number 3. There are people in building 3, killing all of our people, heading towards building 2. Mohan immediately anxiously pursued, how many people on the other side? Only saw one, but we're not even right, ah. Mohan thought that the other party was a group of people, but it turned out to be only one. Brothers, only one person was scared out of their wits. Fuck our people, can't just let it go. It is estimated that the supplies are all in this person's house. Kill him. Kill him. Mohan looked at the bloodthirsty men. The fear in his heart was blown away once again, and ordered towards the group, "All brothers go to the first floor." By the time they put on their shoe covers and took careful steps to the second building, screams were already ringing out from inside, which undoubtedly put a tranquilizer on their excited hearts. "Brothers, don't be afraid." Mohan tried his best to stabilize people's hearts before everyone carefully walked inside Building 2. Opening his mobile phone, Mohan shouted in a low voice, "Hey, what's the situation in Building 2? After waiting for half a minute the group was quiet. "Hello. Knife. Vegetable chicken. Monk. Hey. TMD, are they all dead? Say something." However, no one replied in the WeChat group, and Mohan's lips began to tremble as he looked at the door, not daring to touch it at all. Suddenly a man slammed the door to the safe passage open, and a wail of pain rang out. "Rookie, where did you run?" Mohan gradually slowed down and realized that the rookie's legs were gone and he was crawling on his hands, two shocking streams of blood running down the porcelain plate. While crawling, the vegetable chicken mumbled in a trance, "All dead, all dead, all dead, devil, I want to go home, I want to go home." Listening to the rookie's words, Mohan couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of dry saliva. At this moment, the door of the safe passage was opened again, and everyone looked in the direction. Only to see a bloody man appear holding a chopper, unable to see his face clearly at all, but the corners of his mouth could be seen slightly upturned. "There are still so many people." Tang Zhe walked over to the side of the chopper and laughed, lifting the knife and chopping off the chopper's head all of a sudden. Interpreting what it meant to kill someone like a chicken. At this time, there are already little brothers began to run, and it is with a screaming sound to run. There is one all forgot to put on shoe covers, shoes stepped on the undried road surface, the rubber soles did not take a moment to melt, when the soles of the feet touched the water stains on the ground, the whole person collapsed in pain, the whole body convulsions, not a few seconds to die. There is also a wearing soled uppers, pulling his legs to run, but splashing up water fell on the back, instantly eroded to the skin, ouch, and fell down. Tang Zhe lifted his knife and flung it, scarlet hot blood spreading out a gorgeous snowflake, and put the blade on his shoulder. "What are you waiting for? Why don't you run?" Even Mohan, the boss, turned and ran without hesitation. The others saw that their bosses had run away and hurriedly followed. Tang Zhe stood in the doorway and looked at the escaping people, while Mohan saw Tang Zhe not chasing after him. His panic turned into reassurance. "CNMs, you wait for me, kill my brother, next time I'm bound to chop you to death." After saying that, he saw Tang Zhe put down his knife, and didn't know where he got a pair of one-piece trousers, like the kind of waterproof trousers used to fish and shrimp in the pond. But Tang Zhe's set wasn't made of rubber, and when he saw Tang Zhe coming with the chopper again, Mohan's face went black and he hurriedly ran. The brothers next to him cursed the boss. "People just didn't even come after him, what kind of harsh words are they putting? Now it's good, they are coming after him again." Out of the neighborhood, the street actually appeared only the hub of the car, which also sat 4 people. A little break does not bring knock down the 2 people fleeing for their lives. The 2 in the back row also stretched out the middle finger and laughed. "You stupid bastards, run over you." Tang Zhe slightly lurched, the hands of the chopper like an arrow feather shot out. The main driver and deputy driver, 2 people, were directly through the neck. Out-of-control car rushed into the green belt next to the impact on the trees. The escaping crowd looked back with strange expressions, but still ran towards their own neighborhood. Tang Zhe came to the car without slowing down, and the 2 men in the back climbed out of the car dazed and bleeding from their foreheads. Pulling the chopper out of the man's neck, Tang Zhe said indifferently, "I hate it when people call me stupid." The man had no arrogance just now, looking at Tang Zhe with pleading, but he couldn't stop the blade from falling, his head rolling, looking at his own body, and the man who looked like a devil. "I regret, why should I get high? In the past, it did not matter, but now, it is a life-threatening thing." At this time, Tang Zhe's state of mind was like a lake, killing without half a ripple, just like stepping on a mole cricket, looking at those fleeing crowds, and their fearful gazes. The corner of his mouth gradually raised an arc. "Quickly close the door. Quickly close the door." The men who were the first to rush into the neighborhood began to hiss loudly, and quite a few figures appeared next to the windows, looking at the men who had just gone out not long ago with suspicion. How did they come back so quickly? They didn't have any supplies in their hands either. Did they not rob the neighborhood across the street? No, how come so many people were missing? Wait for me. Wait for me. I'm not in yet. The man running behind shouted loudly, the knife in his hand didn't know where to fling it, and there was only one thought in his heart: go home, close the door tightly, hide under the bed, and hope that today is all a dream. Mohan looked at the appearing Tang Zai, his heart was hard. Close the door. The double iron doors gradually closed, immediately chained up. At this time everyone was relieved. Wait, if he dares to flip, stab him to death. Mohan still carried panic, but his brain was still flexible. Open the door, brother, I even gave you water yesterday, please, my wife and child are still inside. The man who was locked outside directly kneeled down and begged. However, the brother inside was pale and didn't dare to answer a single word, while at one of the windows on the third floor, a woman with a child looked towards the gate. Mummy, that's Daddy, why don't you let Daddy in? The little girl was 7 or 8 years old and seemed to not know what was going on, asking with innocence. The young woman was also only in her early 30s, and by now was already disorientated from fear, her peeling lips trembling slightly. Upon seeing that knife-wielding teenager walk to her husband's side and raise that blood-red blade to chop down, her husband's head rolled to the ground. The woman instantly covered her own mouth, and subconsciously also covered her child's eyes. At the doorway, Tang Zai looked at the men inside the iron gate and kicked the head under his feet to the side of the rubbish bin, blood continuously gushing out from that body. Courtesy, now it's my turn to rob you guys. Tang Zai's soft laughter sounded like a voice coming from hell, sending shivers down one's spine. Mohan held up his knife and laughed maniacally in low, kid, if you have the guts to flip in. When he rolled over, he would stab him in the stomach. Tang Zai looked at the iron gate in front of him. It was true that he could flip over, but why go through all that trouble? Raising his chopper, Tang Zai's gaze gathered. There was a clanging sound. Blowing out blinding sparks, the iron chain was actually chopped off. The men looked as if they were watching a ghost. Was this strength still personal? The men who just had a little bit of courage immediately screamed and ran towards the building, hating that their parents didn't give birth to more legs. Tang Zai not slow to open the iron door, once again the iron door to chain up. Obviously, Tang Zai did not intend to spare anyone in the neighborhood. A one-sided massacre was about to take place. Mohan returned home stunned, and directly began to pack his clothes. Hubby, what are you doing? What the hell is going on? Where are you people? Mohan didn't say a word, packing his clothes with all his might. His whole body was trembling, even his trousers were wet with urine, oblivious to it. Hubby? Husband. Ah. Mohan looked back at his wife in horror. Go, go, we can't stay here, the devil, the devil. He killed everyone. Looking at her husband who was already delirious, the woman didn't know what to do. Suddenly the daughter next to her pointed out the window, Mum, it's raining again. Mohan's whole body stiffened after hearing this, his head slowly lifted up, the glass window was gradually wetted, and he directly sat down on the ground. It's over, no one can leave now. Quickly, quickly go and close the door, put all the furniture against the door, quickly. Mohan hissed loudly in fear, his wife was scared to death. The neighborhood bully was actually scared to such an extent, so it was evident that Tang Zai's tactics had already broken his soul. Downstairs, Tang Zai had just arrived at the building when it started to rain outside. It was also good that no one could walk away like this. He came directly to the outside of House 101 in Building 1. Tang Zai tidied up his grooming, then knocked on the door with a smile, Owner 101, your takeaway is here. Inside the house is a family of 3, the man is just out, at this time, dead cover their mouths, the wife beside them is the same, 10-year-old son seems to have not realized what, still want to talk, directly by the man to cover his mouth. Whoever makes a sound will die. Fear has filled the man's heart, did not notice that his own big hand will cover all the son's mouth and nose, and even extra hard. The son began to struggle, but the man just looked at the door in horror. The knocking sound is like a death knell. Knock knock knock. With a bang, the security door was directly kicked open by Tang Zai. Looking at the 3 people beside the sofa, Tang Zai said indifferently, you know what, I hate delivery those who don't open the door, do you know I'm in a hurry? Said Tang Zai stunned, lost his smile, brother, you can even the son is muffled to death, bull. Said also gave a thumbs up. I'm afraid Tang Zai cannot do this kind of thing. The man looked down, his son was no longer breathing. Ah! The woman lost her voice and screamed. The man seemed to be motionless as if he was a puppet. Tang Zai walked slowly, the blade of the knife rubbing on the ground, making a slightly piercing sound. Sitting on the small bench, Tang Zai breathed a sigh of relief. This world is like this, you rob me, I rob you, either you kill me or I kill you, unlucky for you, you are weaker than me. After saying that, he directly chopped down with a knife, the man's head was split open, blood splattered everywhere. The women's screams resounded throughout the entire neighborhood, all the women's faces were extraordinarily pale, there were no exceptions. As Tang Zai walked out, he once again came to the door of another room. Owner 102, your takeaway is here. As if the hypnotic words rang out again. As the sky darkened, the screams in the neighborhood did not stop. Mohan squatted on the ground, his body wrapped in a quilt to increase his sense of security, and a pair of eyes looked at the neighborhood group. Coming to knock on my door. What to do? What to do, who will save me? Why it's a delivery boy. Why can't you guys even kill a delivery guy? Somebody help me, I don't want to die, he's knocking on my door, ugh. I told you not to go out and rob the neighborhood, you'll be retaliated against, you just don't listen. Ah! I can't take it anymore. A muffled voice rang out from outside the house as a man directly chose to jump off a building to escape his psychological fear. However, these owners who sent the message never sent a second one. Mohan's eyes were desperate, the mobile phone slipped from his hand to the wooden floor, his wife looked at her husband, he was the boss, and at this moment, he was scared to such an extent. Knock knock knock. Your takeaway is here. The voice from the doorway made Mohan trance for a moment, looking at the half bottle of water in his hand, his gaze gradually firming up, as if the bottle of water blew away the fear. Looking at his wife and daughter, Mohan gripped the bottle and whispered, I will die with him, you must live well. Husband. Dad. Mohan seemed to take on the responsibility of a husband and father at this time, slowly opening the bottle cap. That's right, this is the rainwater that he didn't want to catch with his life, but anyone who was splashed a little would meet the king of hell, who would dare to do such a dangerous thing. Don't look at Mohan is the boss, every day sleep in fear, afraid that the little brother below kills himself to take over the throne, this bottle of water is the big killer. Now, it came in handy. Standing to the door, listening to the voice of Tang Zai outside, Mohan reveals a death-defying demeanor, throws away the table and chair pushed at the door, fiercely opens the door, and directly throws the water at Tang Zai half a meter away, while some water flows down along the bottle, wetting Mohan's hand. But at this moment, Mohan had no fear and even laughed madly as the devil in front of him had rainwater all over his face. Ha 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 ha, you dead delivery boy, I finally got you. Tang Zai stood still, his expression a little stiff, never thought that someone would actually want to splash water on himself. Is he crazy? A heartbreaking pain welled up in Mohan's heart, his breathing immediately became rapid, his whole body slid down along the wall, but the devil in front of him didn't react at all. Fear surfaced on Mohan's face once again, why? Why are you alright? Why is this happening? You splashed rainwater? Tangza froze and subconsciously touched his face. A wave of fear simultaneously surged onto Tangza's face and he shouted angrily, grass mud horse. Raising his chopper, Tang Zai slashed with frantic fury, the porcelain plates were all chopped to pieces, and Mohan's body emitted a foul stench like mush. Tang Zai breathed heavily, careless, he was careless. I didn't think that there was someone who would kill someone by using rainwater, I didn't think of this by 1,000 calculations. No, he was poisoned. Why hasn't he been poisoned himself? Could it be that it's not time yet? After waiting for a minute, Tang Zai still didn't feel anything, the impression was that people who were drenched in the rain would convulse and suffer in 5 seconds, and die in 10 seconds. Could it be a strengthened body? Even this virus can resist. Walking to the window, Tang Zai directly opened the window and slowly stretched his hand out. The cold rainwater fell on his hand, gradually forming water droplets. If Tang Zai was not nervous at this time, it was impossible. But just now were splashed a face are fine. Time was moving slowly, and the smile on Tang Zai's face was getting deeper and deeper. His own strengthened body could really resist the virus invasion. A low laugh slowly sounded, getting louder and louder, but in other people's ears, it was the devil's greedy laugh. On the other side, the three women sat on the furry carpet, none of them saying much, perhaps all thinking about their own things. Sun Ting looked at the rain falling outside, and then at the gun in her hand. Will he come back? Anbai asked softly, hugging her legs. Do you want him to come back? Sun Ting asked in return. Anbai paused because he didn't know how to answer. If he didn't come back, the supplies here would last for a long time, even the whole neighborhood was deserted and very safe. But on the one hand, he wished to come back because of the sense of security. Sun Ting looked at Yi Qingyi again. What about you? Yi Qingyi nodded, feeling that if she said a no, she would be exploded by Sun Ting. Yi Qingyi's guess was really right. As long as she answered incorrectly, Sun Ting would not hesitate to take a shot, because then there would be one less person to eat the supplies, and even if Tang Zai came back, he would still have the facts as evidence. In fact, Sun Ting did not know how to answer in her heart, both hoping to come back and hoping not to come back. Perhaps all three women have the same idea in their hearts. Suddenly, the mobile phone rang. The sound of the voice call startled the three women. After all, the whole district is only the three of them left. It was Yi Qingyi's mobile phone, so she didn't need to think to know who it was. Zi Hui. Yi Qingyi held her mobile phone, her face taut. Jiang Zihui could see that Yi Qingyi was not right. What's wrong? So tense? Oh, it just stopped raining for a bit, but it ended up raining again. I thought I could go out. What a pity. It stopped raining on your side, not on my side. Yi Qingyi gave an "oh." Jiang Zihui could feel that his fiancée was a bit strange lately. She used to be always very dependent on herself, and some recent days she didn't feel so dependent. She didn't even ask how her side was doing, and she was the one who called her. Hold on a little longer, my dad is preparing to form a team. Yi Qingyi froze. What team? It's to make our side the safest area, with security, a search team, a medical team and so on. Then do you guys have guns? After these days, Yi Qingyi knew that having a gun was the king, everything else was for nothing. My dad's company security department has a few pistols, I'll go get them when the rain stops. Yi Qingyi nodded and suggested, if you can, it's best to go to the police station's armory to take a look. Huh? Jiang Zihui exclaimed in shock that his fiancée could actually say something like robbing the police station so openly. Seeing that her fiancée was shocked by herself, Yi Qingyi squeezed out a smile. Isn't it always like this on films? Idiot, that's a film. When the rain stopped, the police didn't all go back to the police station to get their guns, and you still went to rob it. But that day it was raining in the early hours of the morning, all off duty at home, and now staying at home. How much is left? Yi Qingyi said faintly, hoping that her fiancé would consider it. Jiang Zihui a little bit do not recognize the fiancé in front of him. Before he was still worrying about not having food, now he is actually worrying about the issue of whether there is a gun or not. It felt like his fiancé wasn't overly stressed and exhausted. No matter what, wait for me, I will come to pick you up, I swear. Yi Qingyi smiled and just now look at the fiancé. Actually Heart did not have the same joy and dependence before. What the hell is wrong with himself, sick. She even felt that when her fiancé said that he swore, she actually felt funny in her heart, instead of being touched. Hang up the phone. Yi Qingyi, hands inserted into the hair, look extraordinarily confused. At this time, Yi Qingyi's mobile phone voice call rang again. When she saw the display, Yi Qingyi immediately answered it. You. Looking at the girl in the video, Yi Qingyi heaved a sigh of relief. The girl in the mobile phone looks clear and beautiful, thin red lips, eyebrows and eyes moving, black shiny long hair, waist, muscle like white fat, especially the pair of eyes like the crescent moon, as if it can speak. You. Auntie, I just called Mom and Dad and they didn't answer. Are you guys together? Xia Mingyue had a worried face. Seeing that her aunt was fine, her parents should probably be fine as well. Yi Qingyi paused for a moment, revealing a peaceful smile. Brother-in-law and sister are at Gangzi's house to talk about things. Don't worry, I guess the mobile phone fell at home. So scared me to death. Xia Mingyue patted her chest to reveal a smile, a very warm kind. You, what's wrong with you these days? You've switched off your phone. There was a problem with the electric gate, it was only fixed today, but I suspect that someone deliberately broke it, not wanting us to contact the outside. Xia Mingyue slightly frowned eyebrows, but there were a few cute points. Yi Qingyi instantly felt bad. Did something happen recently? Is there still food? There is a lot less food than before. I also saw some girls go to the room with the teacher, and the next day that girl got a lot of food. Yi Qingyi secretly said bad things. This phenomenon is the prelude. Now also pretend, wait until the back, pretend, do not even start to pretend. Auntie, don't worry, I won't go even if I die, don't tell my parents, lest they worry. Yi Qingyi nodded, not knowing at all how to tell Yu about her sister's brother-in-law. Ending the call, Yi Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief. Your niece's side is also about to get messy. Sun Ting said indifferently, everything starts from exchanging with food. Once a woman is submissive, the man's greed will gradually grow. Of course there are good ones that exist, but there's really nothing good that comes from being a good person these days. And it was a university, the least of which was beautiful young girls. Once it got messy, it might be even more exaggerated than here. Yi Qingyi shook her head. What could she do? She simply couldn't get through. A kind of powerlessness engulfed Yi Qingyi. Didn't Master say he would take us away? And Bai suddenly whispered, which made Yi Qingyi seem to regain hope. Sun Ting sneered, he won't save anyone for you. And Yi Qingyi subconsciously said, my niece is very pretty. After saying that, she even took out her mobile phone and flipped to the photo. So she's your niece. Sun Ting flipped through Yi Qingyi's mobile phone, perhaps because of a woman's sympathy, and didn't mention the matter of these photos to Tang Zhe. Sun Ting snorted and laughed, you're such a good sister-in-law, we seem to be safe here, but we're not safe in a sense. Yi Qingyi looked up and stared at Sun Ting and said in a deep voice, one is better than a bunch, following him will at least keep you alive, you can't die. You are looking away. Sun Ting took a sip of water and couldn't help but laugh a little. From ancient times to the present day, there is only one way for a woman to go, and that is to snuggle up next to a powerful man, that way all will be guaranteed. And Bai hugged her pillow and asked curiously, what about your fiancé, are you going to abandon him? This question was too sharp. It was as if asking, do you want to fulfill your own sister's last wishes, or do you choose to go to your fiancé's house? Yi Qingyi would definitely choose to save her niece and then go to her fiancé's house. However, this idea was a pie in the sky, it was simply impossible. If she really had to choose, Yi Qingyi chose the former. Yu was dangerous, while her fiancé's side was safe. Sun Ting suddenly thought of something and said with a bad smile, won't the two of you be embarrassed in the future? And Bai. The corner of Yi Qingyi's mouth twitched, this hadn't really occurred to her. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Sun Ting laughed thievishly, that scene must be very explosive, and Bai opened her big eyes as if she was also looking forward to it a bit. Yi Qingyi's eyes rolled, two perverts. Goosey. Sun Ting and Bai both laughed, and seemed to melt together quite a bit at once. This night, all three women didn't sleep either, chatting about old anecdotes, skin care products, celebrities, and finally men, and in the end the topic was already unbearable, and they all had begun to talk about which position was the most comfortable. The sky is gradually widening, but still black, the rain is still falling. Tang Zhe long exhaled a breath, finally a brush full, thought it would be quickly brush full, did not expect the last 10% spent a night's work. Fortunately, the last one is finally 100%. The unlocking of the End Times Gift Pack 2.0. Supplies 2.0 inch has been accepted. Advanced Body Strengthening accepted. Weaponry 2.0 accepted. The Nemesis Master has been activated. Note, extracting items by intention. Extracting End Times Bundle 3.0 requires upgraded energy tanks. Oh, Advanced Body Strengthening. Tang Zhe couldn't wait to test how strong it was. How about trying a slash towards himself? Or forget it, afraid of the pain. Supplies version 2.0 had more protective clothing, modified vehicles, and medical equipment supplies. Weaponry version 2.0, Tang Zhe finally saw a lot of new weapons, grenades, RPG, anti-tank mines, javelins, stings and other single combat equipment. Compared to hot weapons, Tang Ze still prefer to use cold weapons, but unfortunately, the 2.0 version does not have aircraft artillery tanks. If you come to a round of Dongfeng, that would have to be more cool. Look at the main event. The Nimble Master. An ability to actually control items. Looking towards the cup on the coffee table, Tang Ze stared closely, yet the other side didn't move. Shit, how does this operate? At least give a sheet of instructions. Don't always let me study by myself. Do I want it to fly up? With a thought, the teacup suddenly floated in the air. Tang Ze are shocked, with the magic like shatter. The teacup instantly shattered, but did not fall. The residue continued to float. Fun. With Tang Ze's intention, the debris set into the wall like a bullet, which made Tang Ze suck in a breath of cool air. This is not slower than a bullet. Interesting, this devil of mine is simply getting more and more perverted. Let those ordinary people how to live. Standing on the balcony, Tang Ze looked down at a Toyota Corolla below. Only to see the vehicle gradually floating, and then ruthlessly crashed into a big tree on the side. However, Tang Ze instantly felt a little dizzy, cursing. Was the distance too far, or was the vehicle too heavy? But perhaps it was because he was not strong enough to experience this feeling of dizziness. Sitting on the sofa and resting a little, Tang Ze felt a little more comfortable. This ability is his own killer ability. It's better to use it when it matters. Like this splash of water, if it wasn't for the body strengthening to resist the virus, I'm afraid I would have already been lying on the ground as a corpse. Thinking about it is still a bit scary. The old man's dazzling life has just begun. All the supplies in the district will be confiscated, although not worried about the supplies, but also will not leave the supplies to others. Want me Tang Ze to be a good person? This life is impossible, drenched in rain directly out. The district behind him was emptied. Looking at the damaged Corolla, Tang Ze raised his knife and chopped down, only to see the whole car split in two from the B-pillar. Tang Ze froze for a moment and shook his head helplessly. It was really ridiculously strong. As for upgrading 3.0 gift packs, Tang Ze is not in a hurry now. The first thing is that this brush method is a bit tiring, and the quality is not very good, and you have to go door to door to find it. If you line up to come over it is okay, but people are not stupid, and they are still queuing up. Moreover, unlike the beginning of the rise so quickly, the last 1% of the full with 10 people, are ready to sweep the next neighborhood. There is also the fact that the entire neighborhood, a good-looking one is not the beginning of all. We're screwed. This problem Tang Ze also really guessed correctly. Did die a few good-looking quite good. If you know earlier that the body can resist rain, perhaps can be included in the bag. Back in the neighborhood, Tang Ze will take off all the clothes on the body, and then take out the water to rinse directly, especially the hair, not only rain, but also blood, so as not to go back to screw them. Now there are too few beautiful women. Upstairs, after chatting all night, the three women fell asleep, but this time they did not separate, but leaned together. Until the sound of the door opening, Sun Ting immediately woke up, gripping her pistol and aiming it at the door. Whoa, I surrender. Tang Ze laughed and raised his hands. If this shot was really fired, I'm afraid that bullet would turn around and blow your head off. Sun Ting instantly let out a long breath. Scared me to death, thought it was someone. And Bai immediately went to pour water. All the original worries turned into smiles, turning into a good boy in seconds. Even Yi Qingyi also put down her hanging heart. Unconsciously, Tang Ze's life and death seemed to represent their life and death as well. If she died, Tang Ze would definitely live, but if Tang Ze died, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be able to walk out of this city at all, maybe not even out of this district. Remember to switch on the insurance next time. Tang Ze patted Sun Ting's head. Sun Ting was confused. This kind of gun hadn't been played with. Here. Sun Ting handed over the pistol. Wouldn't take this kind of dangerous thing. For Tang Ze's character, Sun Ting felt that she could understand a thing or two. Owning a gun was a threat to him. Tang Ze glanced at it and smiled faintly. Keep it for yourself. Huh. Sun Ting was stunned. Yi Qingyi and Anbai were also dumbfounded. Even more unthinkable things appeared as Tang Ze pulled out two more pistols and gave them to Anbai and Yi Qingyi. Since he was planning to go out, the defense guys had to be ready. They'd better have some means of defense as well. He didn't want to save them if he had nothing to do. Wait a moment, you all practice your marksmanship, starve me, kill the knight. Said Tang Zhe turned around, back to the three women began to prepare food. The three women held their pistols, for them, this was the perfect opportunity. Just open the safety, towards the back of Tang Zhe's head to take a shot, free. Once Tang Zhe died, 3 guns, enough for the 3 women to ensure their own safety, and with supplies at home, Yi Qingyi felt like she could go to Yu. But this is just a test for Tang Zhe. It is said that human nature cannot stand the test. Tang Zhe would like to try. Do you have the courage to kill me? In fact, Tang Zhe had wanted to try it for a long time, but it was too risky before, and he really killed himself and became an ingrate. But now it's different, the ability of the nimble master is simply fearless. As long as the shot is fired, the next second she will die herself. For a while, the living room was a bit terrifyingly quiet and suffocating. And Tang Zhe pulled out breakfasts such as fried thin rice, dunked soup dumplings, and steamed dumplings. Anbai didn't have any reaction, Sun Ting frowned and didn't have much of a reaction, while Yi Qingyi slowly raised her arm, only this arc wasn't very big. At this time, Yi Qingyi's heart was at war, killing him, can these bullets of his own really go out? Even Yi Qingyi thought to herself, if she fired this shot, Sun Ting's and Anbai's bullets would kill her, even if Anbai was too timid to shoot, Sun Ting would definitely do it. Tang Zhe was food and life in Sun Ting's heart, killing Tang Zhe would be cutting off her life. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyi lowered her jade arm, perhaps this was her life. Tang Zhe squinted at the afterglow, his gaze carried a coldness, but as Yi Qingyi lowered her gun, Tang Zhe revealed a disdainful smile. I thought you would shoot, but I was disappointed, you are just an ordinary woman after all. Ruthlessly satiated, Tang Zhe burped and began to let the 3 girls practice their marksmanship at home. Don't stick your arse up so high. Tang Zhe slapped on Anbai's honey buttocks. Anbai was aggrieved, if you want to hit people's buttocks, just say it, people's buttocks were originally so high. Sun Ting is a good learner, 10 meters are on target. And Yi Qingyi's posture was a bit off, Tang Zhe personally walked to hold Yi Qingyi. Hold it with both hands. Tang Zhe whispered in Yi Qingyi's ear, which made Yi Qingyi a little nervous, but still did as Tang Zhe said. But this next sentence made Yi Qingyi feel like falling into an ice cave. Just now you raised your hand. Yi Qingyi was so scared that she pulled the trigger, and with a bang, the pistol fell to the ground. Tang Zhe picked up the dropped pistol and handed it to Yi Qingyi with a smile. Why are you even more timid than Xiaobai, letting me down a bit? I won't let you down. Yi Qingyi immediately said firmly. Tang Zhe patted Yi Qingyi's arse and said with a mysterious smile, then it's up to you to perform, you guys have a good practice, I'm going to bed. When Tang Zhe closed the door, Yi Qingyi directly sat on the floor in shock, he saw himself raising his hand. And ready to kill himself. A coldness came from his back. The fact that he can give us the gun to use means that he's not afraid anymore. Sun Ting said it in one word. Why didn't he give the money in the past, but instead, he could now give it with confidence and boldness, there must be something wrong with it. Right, he's a vampire, maybe if he went out and upgraded this time, he wouldn't be afraid of guns. Yi Qingyi cursed herself, how did she forget this identity of his? Suddenly, Tang Zhe stuck his head out of the bedroom and laughed, whoever goes below 8 rings at night, then congratulations, has to stay with me all night. After saying that Tang Zhe closed the door. The 3 women glanced at each other and immediately began to practice their marksmanship, even the scared Anbai became determined. Overnight this who can withstand, or practice this gun is good, nature will not die that gun will die. This sleep Tangza slept until the evening before waking up, while eating and looking at the results. As the saying goes, sharpshooters are all fed out by bullets, besides, it is only 20 meters, not too difficult. The 3 women all passed. Then the difficulty increases. 50 meters of distance, not off target on the line, and then there is 100 meters of distance, or not off target on the line, but good results have rewards. Master, what is the reward Anbai asked curiously. What reward do you want? Anbai thought for a moment and said shyly, I want to just accompany Master. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi secretly said that it would be a good idea, maybe if they made a mistake in the future, Tang Zhe wouldn't be able to kill them. There is competition, there is progress, from the balcony to the opposite side of a building is almost exactly 100 meters. And this 100 meters of distance, the bottle on the opposite side of the coffee table is a small for the pistol is very difficult. Bang bang bang, the shells on the ground were getting more and more, but Tang Zhe had prepared 10 boxes of bullets a long time ago, which confused the three girls. It was like an arms dealer. The people in the other neighborhoods thought they were setting off firecrackers, and kept banging and banging all the time. After 2 consecutive days of drilling, the 100-meter distance could more or less hit the target. Tang Zhe was already very satisfied with their progress. The next step was the rifle. The AK had a bit too much recoil for them, so they would use the G36 assault rifle. For the weight of the rifle, the three girls were still a bit uncomfortable, so they started to do some strength exercises if nothing else, lifting dumbbells and whatnot. Sun Ting, 9 o'clock below, the body in the white jacket. Tang Zhe said as he held the binoculars. Sun Ting was now holding the gun in a handsome position, and in one fluid motion, pulled the trigger continuously towards the corpse. Bang bang bang. Tangza revealed a satisfied smile. At least all of them hit the corpse. Seeing you in this getup, I'm reminded of the peaceful elite. Tang Zhe looked at Sun Ting and teased, "Black silk girl, isn't this proper skin?" Yi Qingyi laughed lightly, "It's kinda true. You yourself are different." Sun Ting rolled her eyes, "Good enough to say it about me, you are much more flirty than me." The next Anbai and Yi Qingyi both completed their shooting missions. The corpses were beaten to a bloody pulp. "Master, do you have a sniper rifle?" Anbai asked curiously. "You like sniper rifles?" Tang Zhe asked curiously. "I usually like to play CSGO when I rest. Sniper rifles are old and ruthless." Tang Zhe directly took out an sniper rifle. Yi Qingyi said that even if Tang Zhe pulled out a rocket launcher from his trousers, he wouldn't be very surprised. Anbai's eyes glistened at the first look, and he directly played with it, even putting his bipod down and setting up his gun on the ground. Tang Zhe sat directly on Anbai's back, holding the binoculars to observe the target. 11 o'clock, there's a crystal ball in the red curtains. Roger. Anbai was quite professional. There was a bang. Tang Zhe raised an eyebrow, "This little white has a bit of something. Too close. Give her back her cow." Downstairs street, about 300 meters, street light bulb. Bang. Awesome, a little white. Yi Qingyi couldn't even help but give a compliment. Tang Zhe suddenly had an idea, the rations can't be too weak. Sometimes they have to help themselves to grab other dog food, can't raise in vain, wasting their talent. Tang Zhe continued to look for a target. Suddenly a window caught Tang Zhe's attention, the corners of his mouth rose up. Xiao Bai, 2 o'clock direction, about 700 meters, 8th floor middle window. Anbai glanced towards the target, only to see a woman with her hands pressed against the window, seemingly in pain, and the man behind her with a cocky smile, and kept whipping the woman's body. "Your target is that man," Tang Zhe said indifferently. Anbai gave a sound, aiming at the man's head, not scared at all at this moment, even if it was the first time to shoot a living person, because looking at that man, it would remind him of those beastly guys. Bang bang. Anbai's delicate body slightly trembled. Tang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief and patted Anbai's fragrant shoulder, "Still need more practice." After saying that, he put down the binoculars. Sun Ting immediately took the binoculars and looked at it. It did hit, but exploded the woman's head. "Xiao Bai, you have also relieved her of her pain," Sun Ting comforted. Anbai's face was a bit bad and guilty. He clearly wanted to kill that man, but he forgot that the trajectory had a drop, which wasn't there in the game at all. Yi Qingyi said softly, "Xiao Bai, even if you killed that man, the other men would have killed that woman." But it was my mistake." Tang Zhe patted Anbai's head, "Practice more if you dish." This could dry up Anbai's unconvincing energy. As a girl, there was no shortage of being spat out as a dish when playing games. Especially this sentence, "Dish then practice more." The next 3 days, Anbai crazy practice up, at first 800 meters distance, gradually the distance is getting farther and farther, the best achievement is 1000 meters headshot. The dead were all men, and sometimes they would even shock themselves and pop out a sentence, "Almost hit the cute cat." This made Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi stunned. Before, the coy white used a sniper rifle to kill men without blinking, and even extraordinarily pursued the headshot rate. It had to be said that this was a girl who was addicted to the game. However, this also led to all the floors in the opposite direction pulling up the curtains, too scared to venture out at all. And Anbai and Sun Ting's marksmanship also improved quite a lot. The corpses in the center of the cell were no longer intact, now it was just a matter of actual combat. Before the actual battle or have to practice a little close combat, don't go to grab hair or something. As for fighting, Tang Zhe also has little experience. His own experience is a cut, are the body's subconscious behavior, but they can't. Good thing Yi Qingyi learnt a bit of sparring, a little teaching is better than nothing. Before going out the door or to practice a little, now the engagement is basically building based, the enemy's heavy firepower is machete, nothing to fear, the only thing to pay attention to is that the enemy will not be afraid of death to catch the rain splash, so be sure to keep a good distance. The next three women began to teamwork, but dressed in terms of still so sexy, Tang Zhe feel with is in the pleasure of their own. Ask who will wear AT trousers wrapped in breasts to shoot. This configuration can only appear in the game, maybe the game will be harmonized off. Early in the morning, outside the house is still raining, but a lot smaller. Outside the street from time to time there will be vehicles, are out of desperation to find supplies. After all, the wind is not blowing now, wait for the wind to blow, not many people out. Clicks and clacks rang out in the living room. The three women wiped their pistols, their movements skilled. Tang Zhe grabbed his fluffy hair and came into the living room. Looks like it's almost done, we'll go out today. The three girls stopped moving at once. There was a sense of excitement and nervousness, as well as fear of the unknown. Patting Yi Qingyi's rounded arse, Tang Zhe laughed. Going out dressed like this won't hide the gun. Master, we've long been ready. Anbai put on the lengthened down coat on the side, revealing only her white ankles. But when Anbai opened the down coat, the scene was indeed blood-spattering and overly sexy, and the gun was hidden on the side of the down coat. I have to say, in the aspect of pleasing Tang Zhe, also put effort. The down jacket once off anytime, anywhere, the main thing is a convenient. All the supplies will be taken away, even a bottle of water is not left. This is the principle of Tang Zhe, wherever he goes, not an inch of grass. Since it was the first time they went out, the three girls dressed up carefully. Sister Yi is so pretty, no wonder she charmed the rich second generation to death. Little Bai, see if I don't tear your mouth off. Yi Qingyi lunged towards Anbai with a smile on her face. Anbai hurriedly hid behind Sun Ting. Sister Ting, help. Ting, you get out of the way. Alright, it's all going out. Sun Ting squeezed out a smile. The rain was still falling outside, although Tang Zhe said there was a way, but they didn't know. What if they died from the rain? Why wouldn't Anbai be worried, just using this way to keep herself from thinking about it? Preparing everything, Anbai suddenly whispered, if there is an afterlife, we might be friends, the best kind. Yi Qingyi revealed a rubbing smile and patted Anbai's head. There won't be an afterlife, just this life. Well, there will be wine in this life. Sun Ting also patted Anbai's head. Anbai's mouth glanced up. All of you pat me silly, when the time comes the master doesn't want me you guys to pay for it. Goosey. Tang Zhe, who was waiting outside, heard the laughter of the three women. What's the matter, so happy, don't know to share. Soon the three girls came in front of Tang Zhe, slightly swinging their bodies with a bit of showing off and pleasing. I have to say that the grid set chosen by Xiao Bai is good, pure lust style, with hazy sexy, and also transparent. Yi Qingyi is also good this time, sexy fishtail small lace, soft lace close to the skin, soft bow decoration, sweet style. Sun Ting is more direct, wearing black hanging neck open gear one-piece socks. The design of the circular connection is just right, showing a hot pull style. But looking at their high heels, Tang Zhe said really good, chasing people cannot run. However, if they like them stood on the street, I'm afraid that men would come like zombies and tear them apart. Let's go. The three women are wearing a down coat, will be that exquisite delicate body to cover, just those three beautiful face again. How to cover is useless, the men are not blind. Coming into the underground garage, the three girls saw Tang Zhe's pre-prepared clothes, which looked like protective clothing. Sealed all over the body, warm and rain-resistant besides, easy to put on and take off. Tang Ze definitely won't let the three girls die. After all, they have all been trained for so long. They are also considered their own fighters. This ration plus fighters, where to find This clothing is in the supplies 2.0, the past 2 days to try a pipe. It's really quite lightweight. Sun Ting exclaimed as she moved after putting it on. And Bai naively said, why do I feel like we're like the group of scientists in Resident Evil? It's really a bit like that. Yi Qingyi tried a split leg. Flexibility is also very good. Does he have Doraemon's pockets? Anything can give change out. Do we walk out? Anbai asked curiously. Tang Ze shook his head. Do I look like someone who can walk? No. Pressing the car key. Beep. Only a broken-down version of the Tank 300 flashed not far away. Anbai curiously trotted over, then wowed, come see, you guys, it's awesome. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi walked over to take a look and also froze. The tires of this car were actually tracks. It felt like this should be for snow, but it was best used at this time of the year. Tang Ze came and patted the bonnet. The original 2.0 was replaced with a 4.0 engine, reinforced crash beams, thickened body, bulletproof glass, not a single rubber part in the whole car. With this guy, we can shuttle anywhere. Yi Qingyi couldn't wait to immediately go to Yunhai City to bring her niece out. As for her fiancé's side, her brain is very messy right now. You drive. Tang Ze threw the car keys to Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi was stunned. Wasn't he afraid that he would drive and run away? Now that he had a gun, a protective suit, and even a car, the world was still not big enough for him to go. Tang Ze forgot to say, there are still 2 C4 bombs in the car, but whenever you drive the car away, you can blow up to the sky. I am afraid that I will be sad for 3 days. After all, Xiao Bai is still very cute. But Yi Qingyi is not stupid. Tang Ze is not so easy to hand over to himself. Maybe the car put a locator or something like that. If he drove away, he will soon be able to find. I have to say, Yi Qingyi's brain is still turning very fast, but ignored one point. Tang Ze will not go to find at all. There is only one end of betrayal. Death. Take off the protective suit first. The car will be fine. Wait to get off and then put it on. After saying that, Tang Ze sat in the back row. Sun Ting and Anbai naturally sat obediently on both sides of Tang Ze. Yi Qingyi drove honestly. Crawler car Yi Qingyi had never driven before, and appeared to be extra careful. Tang Ze said blandly, feel free to drive. With such a sentence, Yi Qingyi directly a foot throttle, pushback feeling are out, just tracks or to slow down a lot. Driving out of the underground garage, the rain drenched on the roof of the car, the wipers turned on automatically. It would be a lie to say that it wasn't tense. Tang Ze, who was holding Sun Ting, said indifferently, first go to Yinghua Road, Dahai District. The appearance of the car attracted a lot of attention. Everyone looked at the road from the window with surprise and envy. Indeed, one had to be envious. After all, the car was filled with top-notch beauties, and the aroma was overflowing. Tang Ze's gaze looked to both sides of the street. Burnt-out vehicles, scattered corpses lying everywhere, especially in front of supermarkets or shopping malls. But the street appeared to be very cold. Basically no one was there. After all, it happened in the early hours of the morning. Everyone was basically at home. Yi Qingyi, who drove the car, didn't avoid the corpses at all, and directly pressed through. Tang Ze was speechless. You've never driven a car before. It's too wobbly. How to be a driver? Sorry, that lazy to avoid the corpse. You guys look, there are a lot of dead people over at the police station. Anbai pointed not far away and shouted, there were indeed a lot of dead people at the entrance. Sun Ting guessed, it's probably a few gangs of people all trying to go to the police station to get their guns and fight and kill each other. Go take a look. Tang Ze said indifferently. Yi Qingyi drove the car into the police station and stopped. You guys go, I'll guard the car. Tang Ze's words made the 3 women's hearts tremble. This was a police station. In case there were gun-toting people hiding inside, I'm afraid it would be over. But the 3 girls didn't dare to go against Tang Ze's intention, put on the protective clothing, took the MP9 submachine gun and opened the door to get out of the car. Now is not a drill, but into the actual battle. Tang Ze found that Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi all look nervous, and Bai instead excited. The 3 women didn't speak, all relying on hand signals to enter the hall. The lights in the hall were still on. and there were a few bodies lying on the floor. One of them was still wearing a police uniform, maybe it was on duty. And Bai and Yi Qingyi guarded the surrounding area. Sun Ting observed the wounds of the corpses to see if they were gunshot wounds or knife wounds. However, they were all knife wounds, no gunshot wounds appeared, and the three women continued to feel their way towards the building. Just after crossing the corridor, Yi Qingyi noticed that there were more corpses in front of her. Immediately raising her hands and clenching her fists, the tension surged out at once. Yi Qingyi carefully approached the corpses and actually found that the corpses had gunshot wounds. Her face changed at once. Walking along the corpses, they really walked to the gun warehouse. The door was open, and the safes inside were all open, so they didn't need to think about it to know that the guns were taken away. The three women looked at each other and nodded to continue searching the room. Along the way there were at least 50 to 60 corpses, all of them were shot and killed. There were bullet holes in the walls, the glass was broken. It seems that there was a gunfight here. Sitting in the car, Tang Zhe closed his eyes and waited quietly. He couldn't keep guarding them all the time, he had to grow up as soon as possible. Half an hour later, Tang Zhe saw the three women walk out, the courage to fall. The three women came under the carport, pressed a key on the wrist to sterilize. The rain on the protective clothing slowly evaporated, and only after doing this did they get into the car. "How's it going?" Sun Ting replied back in a deep voice. "There is no one inside, but there was a gunfight, a lot of people died inside, no guns were found, they should have been taken away. Even if it was taken away, I guess there aren't many bullets left." Yi Qingyi added, looking at the degree of decomposition of those corpses, at least they had been dead for 10 days and half a month. "Doesn't matter, let's go." Tang Zhe didn't put it in his heart. What kind of weapons can an ordinary police station have? Pistols come standard, at best, plus shotguns. Maybe the city council only has rifles or something. Sun Ting pursed her dry red lips and said, "To be able to rush into a police station and grab a gun, this is also a group of outlaws. Some of the elites of the upscale neighborhoods won't take the risk, most likely organized by the big brother of the society." "What you mean is that these people are most likely hiding in clubs, KTVs, saunas, bars, and these entertainment venues." Yi Qingyi let out a low cry. And Bai gave a reminder, in the early hours of the morning, only these entertainment venues are open. Tang Zhe suddenly let out a laugh. The three women all looked at Tang Zhe. "We're discussing a problem, what are you laughing at?" In their hearts, they thought so, but didn't dare to say it. It's really three female zhuge, able to surmise that it probably had to be the murderer. Tang Zhe gave a thumbs up. Get Tang Zhe's affirmation, the three women are a little smug. Look down on who? We are all university graduates, people EE or 985 high school students. In fact, Sun Ting had such a guess because she just found out when examining the bodies that most of them had tattooed social youths. "I have to do my own thing first." Tang Zhe also didn't want to waste his time in this kind of place. Yi Qingyi continued to start the car and drove towards her destination. 20 minutes later, it arrived at the target neighborhood and parked under the eaves of the alley. "You guys wait here, I'll go and come." Putting on his protective suit, Tang Zhe slowly walked out of the alley. The three women looked a little quiet in the car, and Bai played with the submachine gun, seemingly very interested in firearms. Yi Qingyi was gripping the steering wheel tightly, and didn't know what she was thinking. However, Sun Ting reminded, "If you dare to drive away, all three of us will die." Yi Qingyi tightly frowned her eyebrows after hearing this, and after a long time, she stretched, "I won't drive away." "Find a chance to say something about your niece, maybe he will go." Yi Qingyi hummed, "Thank you." On the other side, Tang Zhe had already walked into the neighborhood. Unlike his own side of the neighborhood, there weren't a lot of corpses downstairs. It seemed like the quality of the people in the high-class neighborhoods was much higher, much more harmonious. Finding the place according to the address, Tang Zhe knocked on the door. Footsteps sounded inside. The door of the house just opened. Tang Zhe saw a man with dry lips, disheveled, thin. If remember correctly, this is the manager of the hot pot restaurant. Used to be a fat man. When he worked in the shop, he would only bully himself, find all kinds of reasons to deduct wages, let himself work overtime and do not give overtime pay, and finally eavesdropped. This guy actually took his own deductions. Angry that half a month's salary did not ask for it and left, I think he also took his own half a month's salary. "Tang Zhe? You're really coming?" Great, bring food? The man instantly looked at Tang Zai's hands, but Tang Zai's hands were empty. Why didn't you bring food? Didn't I tell you to bring food? The manager's face immediately changed, reverting back to before. Looking at the previous manager's mouth, Tang Zai revealed a sincere smile and pulled out his pistol. Bang! The manager fell straight to the ground, while Tang Zai walked into the lift with his hands in his pockets and left. Next. Just the neighborhood was stunned by the gunshot, unease welling up in every heart. Perhaps Tang Zai didn't know that he had fired this shot, making the riots in the neighborhood start earlier, but Tang Zai wouldn't care at all. In the midst of this post-apocalyptic world, what Tang Zai cared about most was himself, and everyone else was just floating clouds. Looking at the car in the alley, Tang Zai smiled, so well-behaved that he didn't actually drive away. Next, Tang Zai executed one by one according to the list, until 4 in the afternoon. Then all the people on the list were cleaned up. This is also considered to be an explanation with his former self. But now there was still one left. I've already contacted them and said they'll arrive this afternoon. Yi Qingyi returned the mobile phone to Tang Zai. Tang Zai was satisfied. I've heard that the Mountain Lake district is inhabited by rich people, so I'm sure there shouldn't be too few beautiful women. The 3 women shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know, and that it would depend on luck. Mountain Lake District is a Riverview house in Huan City. The same is also a school district house. Not far away there is a park, can be said to be a golden property. Many bosses are here to buy a set, of course, a lot of people loans to buy, to show their identity. For Tang Zai, a house here is astronomical. But that was before, now maybe a bottle of water can get it. At this moment, Bai Jian and Chao Yu were discussing how to take down Tang Zai, to get him to hand over all his supplies. Are we going to leave here? Chao Yu seemed a bit reluctant to leave, but the food and drink here was almost gone. After so many days, Bai Jian's size hadn't even changed much, but he was still slightly thinner. What, can't let go of this nice house? Bai Jian snorted coldly. If it wasn't for the fact that you were somewhat useful, he would have dumped it long ago. Chao Yu didn't say anything. Bai Jian looked at the information in his mobile phone. His face was gloomy. His own community is considered to be fortunate. Colleagues group sent those photos shocking. Bai Jian felt that this community is finished is only a matter of time. Do not leave before it is too late. It is estimated that it is the same as these useless subordinates. And Tang Zai actually said that there is a way to come over. This is undoubtedly to make Bai Jian happy. Really a stupid, for such a stupid woman to run to show off, laughable. When the time comes, he himself has his supplies, and those few women, isn't it much better than this? When he comes later, I'll drug the water. Bai Jian took out a pill. How could Chao Yu not recognize it? Sometimes Bai Jian would just make himself eat it, his whole body powerless for him to destroy. Chao Yu could only nod, not daring to resist. Bai Jian used that fat body to hold Chao Yu to draw a big cake. By then we will have those supplies. At least we can carry it for a few months. Maybe this crisis will be over. Hearing this, hope also welled up in Chao Yu's gaze, and his gaze became firm. At this time, the mobile phone rang and Chao Yu looked at it. He's almost here. Bai Jian instantly revealed a wry smile. If he really brought a woman with him, then he could have a good time himself. Tang Zai could bring more than just one would be bringing 3. There's someone at the petrol station in front. Yi Qingyi, who was driving, looked to the left front. There was indeed a Sinopec. There seemed to be 2 cars parked under the roof, and a few silhouettes could be seen standing by the cars. Then go and fill up with petrol. After saying that, Tang Zai patted Sun Ting's head. Still eating, work. It's all about to be my turn. And Bai said pitifully. Tang Zai shook his head helplessly and put his trousers back on. Sun Ting took out her pistol and checked the ammunition, then loaded the bullets. And Bai on the side could only stuff in a bubblegum first to relieve his craving, skillfully checking the pistol. The mechanical sound of brushing seemed to make Bai very engrossed. Brother crazy, a car is coming. Next to the car, a young man with dyed green hair shouted, holding a baseball bat in his hand, which in Tang Zai's eyes was no different from a primitive tool. The man sitting in the car smoking had a flat head, wearing a silver decorative necklace on his chest. The colder weather was actually just wearing a black vest, with a skull tattooed on his shoulder, a pair of eyes sinister and vicious, a character that was not to be messed with, and holding a Nepalese military knife in his hand, stained with a bit of blood. Holy shit, crazy brother, we got rich. Actually still modified tank 300, with tracks. The little brother in the passenger seat was so excited that he opened the door to get out of the car with the knife. Crazy brother exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Tracks, indeed a good idea, smart. Crazy brother, kill them all later, or... Crazy brother flicked his cigarette butt out, not caring that this was a petrol station. Since I have this ability, naturally I have to keep it, it will be helpful to General Hua. But crazy brother also reminded, seeing that we're here and still dare to come is not a good thing. All pay attention, observe before you start, don't mess up the plan. Yes, brother crazy. When the group saw that the one driving the car was actually a woman, they all froze for a moment and moved closer to watch. It was actually a beautiful woman. Brother crazy, extremely beautiful. Brother crazy is all stunned for a moment. The crisis has been almost a month, where the women have such an exquisite presence, even the woman beside General Manager Hua doesn't compare to her. Take a look first, when it's suitable, grab the woman and send her back first. Brother Crazy's mouth gradually reveals a bloodthirsty smile, looking so pretty and still wandering around outside, really stupid. Yi Qingyi parked the car, opened the door slowly and stretched out her white ankles. Standing next to the men looked at the red high-heeled shoes, as well as the white ankles, saliva swallowed hard, as if it has been a long time without touching a woman seems to be. When seeing Yi Qingyi's face, a pair of eyes were like jackals, eager to tear Yi Qingyi into pieces. The only pity was wearing a long down coat, invisible figure. But even if the flat body is also a superb After getting out of the car, Yi Qingyi propped up a lazy waist, twisted her slightly stiff neck and whispered, tired to death. On the side of the crazy brother and other people confused, could it be that she can't see us, we are invisible? At this time the rear car door also opened. When Sa and Bai and Sun Ting get off, the little brothers, including the crazy brother dumbfounded, how long have not seen such a woman, those high heels seem to step on the ground, clearly is stepping on the heart of the brothers the heart of ecstasy. This shall not grab those legs and fuck Today, picked up the leak, encountered 3 superb, who a total must not be ruthlessly rewarded, crazy brother have the idea of monopoly. Sure enough, for a beautiful woman, anything can be done. The red face is a scourge. Finally, Tang Zhe jumped down from the car, attracting the attention of Brother Crazy and the others, a man and 3 women? What is this man's status? How could he have such an excellent company of 3 women? Crazy brother? What's going on? The junior brother hurriedly asked. Brother Crazy wasn't too confused, probe the bottom first. If you can have the confidence to bring 3 superb women out, you must have 2 brushes. Brother Crazy, isn't it too cautious, just 1 man, what are 3 pussies afraid of? The junior brother seemed to have been overwhelmed by beauty. However, crazy brother was offended, you're the boss or I'm the boss. The little brother hurriedly apologized. Tang Zhe smiled and fished out a packet of cigarettes. Sun Ting, who was standing next to him, pulled out a lighter and lit it. You 2 go to the house and take a look. Tang Zhe said indifferently. And Bai and Yi Qingyi hummed towards the house, only that the food and water inside had all been looted, and there were some corpses lying on the ground, 3 of which were wearing the working clothes of the petrol station. After all, the petrol station was also a place where supplies were stored, and that was equivalent to a battlefield. And over at the cash register, a naked woman was there, her hair messy, unable to see her face clearly, and a buck-toothed man with a sardonic smile invested in not even noticing the arrival of Bai and Yi Qingyi. Outside, the little brother walked up with the bat on his shoulder. Brother, where is it? Tang Zhe flicked his cigarette ash and said indifferently, none of your business. This statement could make the little brother upset. If not for the boss saying to be steady, he would have directly greeted him towards his head. We're General Manager Hua's people, over there is Brother Crazy, go over and say hello. After saying that, those eyes scanned Sun Ting's face, getting greedier and greedier. Inside the duvet, Sun Ting held her gun, unable to resist the urge to blow his head off. The sudden emergence of some General Manager Hua made Tang Zhe pause for a moment, his eyes looking towards the car not far away, walking with a sincere smile. The little brother looked like you know what you're doing, and even displayed a flick of his tongue toward Sun Ting. Brother Crazy, I've heard a lot about you. Tang Zai laughed out loud. Seeing that Tang Zai seemed to be very knowledgeable, Crazy Brother opened the door and walked down, also letting Tang Zai look at the Nepalese army knife in his hand, which had already been stained with 10 lives. Where is brother preparing to go? Crazy Brother asked with a smile, as if he was an old friend who hadn't seen him for years. Tang Zai shrugged, not much of a plan, wandering around blindly. Just you alone? Brother Crazy asked curiously. My neighborhood has already killed Madness, who stays and waits to die. Crazy Brother let out a big laugh when he heard that there was only one person. Isn't that so? The current neighborhood is hypocritical, which is like us. We are righteous, we share the same difficulties, we share the same blessings, and we have women to play with. So it sounds like Brother Crazy, your side of the environment is good. Indeed, the Royal Capital Club heard of it. Our boss would total big grasp of supplies, as long as there are capable people, very happy to receive. I see brother, this modification means good. Want to join us? Tang Zai did hear of the Royal Capital Club, and even went inside to deliver takeaways. In Huan City is also a well-known conference hall. Inside the Miss Young and Beautiful is a bit expensive. Tang Zai said he could not afford to play. If he didn't have to go to Chow Yu's house, Tang Zai really wanted to go for a walk. Wherever there was a beautiful woman, he would go towards where. Want to but a few days? You give me a WeChat? Tang Zai's words were sincere, but falling on Crazy Brother's ears, it was too perfunctory, simply rejecting himself. Where is brother going to be busy? The smile on Brother Crazy's face disappeared a bit, and the evil at the corners of his mouth gradually began to unfold. To pay a visit to an old friend. So. Tang Zai looked at the empty car and asked curiously, what about you guys, where are you planning to go? Didn't search for supplies? Brother Crazy didn't answer, but sighed, brother, you should know this world in your heart. I'll talk to you properly, you talk properly too, or else you'll make things difficult for everyone. How did I not speak properly? Tang Zai looked confused. That innocent look fell in Sun Ting's eyes, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Kid, you're just refusing to drink until you're forced to do so. Tang Zai scratched the back of his head and innocently said, I'm also in a difficult position with you messing with me like this. The minions standing next to him had already moved slowly in an encircling position, their knives in their hands glittering. Crazy. Suddenly a panicked voice rang out from the house. A junior brother didn't even have time to put on his trousers and ran wildly towards the outside, as if he had seen a ghost. However, the surrounding people laughed playfully, and some even joked, Brother Fish, why don't you put on your trousers? The brothers are not good at this. I'm afraid that this fish brother, directly scared impotence, is happy to see two guns appeared, subconsciously ran out. Bang of a gunshot broke this fragile balance. Fish brother in the back of the head shot in the end. The surrounding minions are confused, look to the door. Yi Qingyi raised his arm, a little smoke coming out of the muzzle. And that Crazy Brother, people are stupid, that woman actually has a gun. Yi Qingyi walked slowly, the surrounding juniors subconsciously backed up, a bit at a loss. Coming to Fish's side, Yi Qingyi emptied the magazine towards Fish's crotch. Bang 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 bang. Beat to death, the surrounding minions were all shocked by Yi Qingyi. Originally thought it was just a soft woman, killing people actually without blinking an eye. Yi Qingyi is indeed the first time to kill people, but to kill this kind of scum, there is no sense of guilt at all, and even the heart is very cool, especially when these men look at their eyes, even more cool. Withdrawing the magazine, Yi Qingyi took out a new magazine from his pocket and clicked it to load it again. The little brothers seemed to be immobilized, and then looked at Brother Crazy. They have guns, Brother Crazy, what should we do? Tang Zai spread his hands and said helplessly, I told you it's difficult, right? You don't believe me, now it's good, my cats and kittens have gone berserk, I can't control them. Hearing Tang Zai's words, the three girls knew what to do, but felt no challenge at all, the weapons in their hands were too primitive. Where was Crazy Brother's attitude just now? He immediately laughed, brother, why don't I give you a micro? The words were not even finished, Sun Ting directly raised her hand and shot her head. Why people give me a Weibo just, you burst your head. Tang Zhe turned around and rolled his eyes, to be so cruel. Sun Ting, poor beak, I'm sorry. Why do you say sorry to me? Say it to others. Okay. Coming in front of Brother Crazy, Sun Ting said in a serious manner, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have shot you in the head. After saying that, she shot towards the head again. The surrounding juniors had never seen such a ruthless one, talking and laughing about the crazy brother, and even dying and exploding his head. Are bullets so worthless? Tang Zhe covered his forehead with a hand. You broke his face, how to sweep his face to open the mobile phone later. Crazy brother's mobile phone is fingerprint unlocked. The little brother on the side hurriedly dropped the knife in his hand, worthy of being a model for those who know what's good for them. Anbai reveals a gentle smile towards the little brother, thank you. Ah, you're welcome. The little brother was shy for a moment, such a cute girl should be coerced. There was another bang. The little brother incredulously collapsed. The last image in his mind was the gentle girl who lifted the pistol. Why was her smile so soft? The surrounding little brother who had seen such a pervert, it felt like they were playing house. There were two little brothers even ran towards the rain. Anbai and Yi Qing directly raised their hands and shot. The running junior brother's head shot out a blood mist in the end, not being drenched by the rain, but being exploded. Sister is a good shot. Anbai smiled and said. Yi Qingyi was modest, good luck. The remaining 4 juniors directly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, which are people, they are all devils, compared to them, General Hua is like a docile primary school student. Tang Zhe sighed, I just want a WeChat only, have to firefight, now well, dead. The 4 little brothers cried and cursed shamelessly in their hearts, too shameless. Tell me, where are you guys preparing to go to grab supplies? Tang Zhe smiled. The little brothers had never seen such a terrifying smile before, and were so scared that they scrambled to explain the facts. Big brother, we are preparing to go to Mountain Lake District. Tang Zhe froze, so the goal was the same, you people are going to rob the Mountain Lake community? It's not to rob it, it's to give a lesson, and to probe the truth in the meantime. Tang Zhe hissed, I can't understand a bit of what you're saying. Sun Ting raised her hand and shot. You say it. The little brother looked at the fallen body beside him, shitting and pissing all over the place, unable to say a word. Bang! Tang Zhe pressed a hand on the little brother's shoulder, revealing a comforting smile, don't be nervous, just don't be like the 2 of them. The little brother nodded vigorously. Our general manager Hua has a deal with the Shi of the Mountain Lake District, our general manager Hua provides the water, and the Shi purchases it with 100 times the market price, but in the past 2 days the Shi's real estate has been mortgaged to general manager Hua, and general manager Hua lets her out of the young men and women, and general manager Shi is reluctant to do so, and then he sends us to make a mess and kill a few people. The 4 are surprised for a moment after hearing this, using money to still buy supplies? It had to be said that they were still expecting a return to the old days, and as businessmen, there really wasn't anything wrong with that. Yi Qingyi suddenly asked in curiosity, the President Shi you are talking about is not the President Shi of Conway Properties? Yes, that's her. Tang Zhe turned around and asked, you know? I've met her once at a banquet, and this Mountain Lake District is also her property. Anbai suddenly remembered something as well, I seem to have also heard the boss of the first-class cabin talk about it, Huan City's queen of what's-his-name property, General Manager Shi, is also a philanthropist, donating to a lot of primary schools. Right, that's it. The little brother hurriedly nodded his head. Tang Zhe frowned, did I let you speak? Sun Ting raised her hand and shot. The last little brother's whole body trembled, suddenly his whole body convulsed and foamed at the mouth, his eyes rounded out, and he fell to the ground and convulsed twice before he was gone. Did this die of fright? Anbai was puzzled. Yi Qingyi frowned brow, it should be. So scary. Tang Zhe. Who the hell is scary? You women are simply more shameless than me. But from this time, it seems that their fighting strength has been formed, and their shooting skills are not bad 10 meters of moving target headshots. Just after thinking about it, Tang Zhe heard the sound of vomiting. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi propped up next to the petrol pump and vomited, and Bai patted the 2 girls on the back and showed a helpless expression towards Tang Zhe. This kind of situation would be good to get used to. Go get a mobile phone. Tang Zhe said softly. Anbai took out the mobile phone from his little brother's pocket, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and then changed the settings. Tang Zhe just wanted to see what kind of character the so-called general manager Huo was. Getting useful information was still necessary. Back in the car, Tang Zhe suddenly remembered something. Is the general manager she you guys just talked about pretty? Well, pretty. Yi Qingyi nodded. Same as you? Pretty much, the breasts are bigger than mine. Tang Zhe, who was sitting in the back row, froze and stuck his head to the front row to look at it, then reached out to grab it again. Really? Yi Qingyi's face went slightly red. Well, really. Okay, so big boss, how old is he? Seems like 36 or 77. Old woman ah. Tang Zhe lost half of his interest at once. What appeared in his mind was slack flesh, sagging, and crow's feet. Yi Qingyi, that white eyes were rolled to the back of her head. People maintain very well, I've seen it, it looks like it's just 272 or 28 touch. You just blow it. Really, didn't lie to you. Don't believe me. You. Unless you bring someone. Yi Qingyi. Anbai and Sun Ting snickered on the sidelines, suddenly realizing that this is the real Tang Zhe, right, with that little bit of humor, actually thinking that Tang Zhe is quite handsome. How come he doesn't have a girlfriend? It's not because of one word. Poor. Just as Yi Qingyi was about to step on the accelerator and leave, the woman in the house draped in a single coat ran out. Her hair was messy, but she didn't look very old, estimated to be around 30, and her figure was not bad. Wait. Yi Qingyi stopped the car and lowered the window. What's wrong? Can you take me away, please? I don't want to stay here. The woman begged bitterly and made a bow with both hands. Seeing that Yi Qingyi didn't say anything, the woman continued to beg, these people intentionally keep me, every time I come, please, show some kindness, and be a cow or a horse to repay. Tang Zhe lowered the window on one side and laughed, sorry beauty, can't sit down. However, the woman saw that there was no one in the passenger seat, and instantly knelt down, big brother, please, I still have a mother at home and a child, please. Tang Zhe sighed, it's also strange and pitiful, let her be relieved, lest she be humiliated. Yi Qingyi's heart trembled. After saving her, do you still want to kill her? Looking at the woman kneeling on the ground and kowtowing, Yi Qingyi slowly pulled out her pistol. However, as soon as the woman looked up, she saw the gun pointed at her. Her gaze instantly became fearful. I'm sorry, I'll just go. After saying that, the woman turned around and ran, while Yi Qingyi pulled the trigger. Bang! A mist of blood floated in the air. Anbai slightly lowered her head, her mood seemed to be a little lost. Tang Zhe embraced Anbai to his side. This is the way of the world, she will only suffer and die, so she might as well give it a go. However, Tang Zhe added, if you want to get on the bus, you should at least have standards like theirs. Taking out his little brother's mobile phone, Tang Zhe flipped through the chat logs. This general manager Huo did have a bit of tact. This group actually had 287 people in it, and he was the boss. These 8 people are just a group inside. The so-called crazy brother is just the leader of the group. Just as they said, it is to go to Shanhu district to make trouble, but this trouble is not vandalism, but to kill people. You guys, these guys didn't reply to the boss's message. Will they think that they were taken out by the people of Mountain Lake community? Tang Zhe snickered. Sun Ting unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Tang Zhe. With this chief was tactics. Next time it won't be intimidation, it will be rallying his minions to take down Mountain Lake Cell. Then we'll have to act first. There should be a lot of beautiful women in the neighborhoods that haven't been captured yet. Tang Zhe hemmed and hawed and laughed. Lao Zi is now a big colorful batch. Ordinary women are lazy to take care of, the kind that don't even want to be sent to the door. In order to brush experience suffer no longer want, after all, in order to brush and brush, really boring, like a livestock like. It's definitely more than our neighborhood. Sun Ting is now also a little worried in her heart. If a newcomer joins, will it affect herself? Looked at playing with the firearms of Xiao Bai, a little bit of heart, driving Yi Qingyi even have the illusion of detachment. Their own 3 said unity a little, said not united also a little, and this Mountain Lake district really, if there are a few beautiful women, I'm afraid to join in is also another group. At that time their own 3 not united. Sun Ting think about it on the back of the cold. Xiao Bai is obedient. Wait to talk to Yi Qingyi. No matter how we are now united, there are new women who joined, but also to step on them. Driving Yi Qingyi is not stupid. The two women have thought of a piece. No matter what kind of woman joins in the future, they will have to go through a series of training before they can get on the job. And this so-called training, Yi Qingyi has already experienced once, for words to describe. Life is worse than death. Tang Zhe was afraid that he didn't know right now that even this cat's nest of his had begun to appear as a class layer. But Tang Zhe doesn't care about these. There is competition to make progress. What's the difference between a group of women with no thinking and robots, or that sentence, my Tang Zhe's requirements will become higher and higher, not to raise idlers. Change the car. Tang Zhe suddenly said. Yi Qingyi, who was driving the car, in fact, she had just wanted to propose to change a car. After all, driving such a modified car into another neighborhood was a bit inappropriate. Change the lace hangings you guys are wearing inside, or people will think I'm a pervert. The three women snorted at the same time. TSK, what are you laughing at? Believe it or not, fuck you guys. Tang Zhe's eyes rolled. If I'm a pervert, you guys are even more perverted than me. Aromatic change of clothes appeared in the car. Tang Zhe flirted with it from time to time, this little day of comfort. Putting the car in an alley not far from the neighborhood, the four of them found a BYD with only wheels and sat in it. Xiao Bai, when you go in, you are my girlfriend. Really, great. And Bai was gorgeous. Sun Ting skimmed her small mouth. Master, next time let me be the girlfriend too, okay? Fine, all take turns. Tang Zhe spread his hands, now scrambling to be the girlfriend. How come he didn't see such positivity when delivering takeaways in the past? Suddenly, Tang Zhe put his hand on top of Yi Qingyi's head, gently rubbing it. Little Yi, how about we make a bet? Bet? Yi Qingyi asked doubtfully. I know you have a niece trapped in the school. If you win, we go. Yi Qingyi's gaze was instantly delighted and she hurriedly nodded her head. Don't nod so hastily, you know the consequences of being saved by me. Listening to Tang Zhe's words, Yi Qingyi slightly bit her red lips. Her originally tender red lips gradually lost their blood color, and after a long time, she returned, I know. Don't be happy so early. If I win, I'm going to kill your fiancé's whole family. Do you dare to bet? Sitting in the back row, Godin Bai and Sun Ting both froze. This was making Yi Qingyi choose. It seemed that Tang Zhe had never let down his guard against Yi Qingyi. I won't lose. Yi Qingyi said in a deep voice as she gripped the steering wheel tightly. Good, I appreciate this strength of yours. Tang Zhe patted Yi Qingyi's fragrant shoulder. A woman with courage is much stronger than those who only beg. What's the bet? Tang Zhe didn't even think much about it yet. Looking back to Anbai and Sun Ting, what do you think we should bet on? Sun Ting and Anbai were stunned. Actually given the choice of bets to choose for themselves, weren't they afraid that they would favor Yi Qingyi? Turning back, Yi Qingyi looked at the two with pleading. Sun Ting secretly said, if she chose a bet that favored Tang Zhe, Yi Qingyi was afraid that she would break her heart, and now there was an unknown mountain lake community of beautiful women who would surely be retaliated against. It would be better to send a smooth lover, even if it topped being chastised by Tang Zhe. How about we make a bet with that Mr. Shi? Xiao Bai, who was on the side, suddenly said. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi's hearts both paused for a moment. Using a woman as a bet, wasn't that Tang Zhe's strong point? Which woman could escape his clutches? It's still my family Xiao Bai who is well-behaved and understanding. Tang Zhe reached out and pinched Anbai's face, and Anbai mischievously rubbed against Tang Zhe's palm, just like a large Muppet cat. Anbai continued, you guys just bet on whether this General 11 will run in the end. Master, you can't threaten people. Hee, interesting. Tang Zhe also came to be interested at once, then looked at Yi Qingyi, ladies first. Yi Qingyi clenched her small fists, her heartbeat accelerated, her breathing was rapid, and her mind had gone haywire. Won't run. Yi Qingyi said in a deep voice. General, she was not a stupid woman, she should also realize the benefits of following Tang Zhe. However, Yi Qingyi seemed to have forgotten one thing, what Anbai said about not being able to threaten. Then I'll guess she'll run. You two testify. Sun Ting and Anbai nodded. Of course, you two can offer her a little help this time, lest I bully. Yi Qingyi was secretly happy. although she only had a one-sided relationship with Shimon, she was still considered an acquaintance. Hey hey hey, you guys can't threaten people with guns. Tang Zhe had to remind, don't break the rules of the game, otherwise eat peanuts. Oh. The three girls naturally wouldn't play tricks, knowing that Tang Zhe didn't like it. And Bai suddenly laughed delicately, Master, really curious about how you take down this property queen, can't threaten a food temptation deal. You little white, blocking all the roads I'm good at. And Bai spat out his fragrant tongue, Master, you were not bad at all, tall and majestic, jade-like, to that one-stop people she always worshipped. Ha ha ha, this little mouth of yours will say, go go go, let's go and see what this General 11 is in the end. Tang Zhe waved his hand. However, he suddenly added, before that, let's make it a little more difficult for our General 11. After saying this, Tang Zhe took his little brother's mobile phone and sent a message. General Hua is bad, crazy brother and the others have been killed. The three women looked at the message Tang Zhe sent and thought up in their hearts, this was an accelerated attack on the Shanhu district, leaving themselves little time. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi suddenly glanced at each other and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Their mission was to keep General 11 from running away, the prerequisite must surely be to follow Tang Zhe, so they had to put their hands on General 11, Tang Zhe didn't even have to do anything, the three of them would help him chase him down. Xiao Bai, what kind of topic you came up with And Xiao Bai is really stupid white sweet? Obviously not, it seems to give Tang Zhe a high degree of difficulty in fact, as long as they themselves to complete the purpose, naturally can be achieved, will not let Tang Zhe lose face at all, and even in time will be complimented. How to coax Tang Zhe to be happy, Xiao Bai has her own set of methods in her heart. At the entrance to the garage of Mountain Lake Community, several cars were blocking the entrance and exit, and around them sat 7 or 8 men with knives in their hands. But these men are dressed very decent, it seems to be the social elite people dressed, the eyes are not even ferocious color, those knives as if it is just to scare people, and these blocked vehicles are just to prevent the outside of someone driving a car to crash in. After all, in the past 2 days, the rain was less, many people began to venture outside, as one of the rich neighborhoods, people did not dare to slack off. Ugh, when is it going to end? Only a man in his 40s wearing a cardigan sighed. General manager, she said, it's getting close, just hold on for another month and it'll go back to the old life. The other one revealed a yearning gaze. The man in the lead shaved his head, mainly because there was no water to wash it, shaving it was the easiest and still had a deterrent effect. His name was Luo Jun, the head of the security department of Mountain Lake Community, he had 2 brushes and was loyal to General Manager Shi. General Manager Shi has given us 10 times our salary, and when the disaster is over, we will also own shares in the Mountain Lake Group, that's tens of millions. Once they heard this figure, everyone's eyes glowed, in their hearts, the disaster was only temporary, there would always be a time when the sky cleared up. It wasn't just Shimon, some of the other bosses might have put down a hefty payout to provide a guarantee of safety. The elite of the neighborhood naturally joined in, incredibly sure that the light would once again shine on the earth. Just as a few people were thinking about their future lives, horns blared wildly and an urgent voice came over the intercom, there's a car breaking into the garage. As soon as the people heard this, they immediately picked up their knives and stood up, their gazes tightly fixed on the entrance. 10 seconds later, a BYD crashed straight in, the tireless wheels couldn't brake at all. With a bang, the 2 cars blocking the front were directly smashed, and the airbags in the cars burst out. A group of people carefully looked at the car that rushed in, none of them dared to rush up, only Luo Jun slowly approached to observe. When he saw that inside the car was a man and 3 women, he was slightly relieved, it shouldn't be those people from General Hua. The probability is that they ran out from the outside, but these 3 women are actually so beautiful and there is a man sitting next to them, this combination is really strange. Brother Luo, support will be here soon, you guys hold on. An urgent voice came out from the walkie-talkie. Luo Jun pressed the intercom, it's fleeing, no need to be nervous. Mard, scared me, I thought it was those people. Tang Zhe inside the car kicked the door open and laughed, sorry, this thing just can't break, smoke smoke smoke. Seeing Tang Zhe actually send out cigarettes, the anger on the faces of several men immediately calmed down a lot, and even a little embarrassed, for them, the cigarettes have long been gone, and the Hua Zi that Tang Zhe took out, is simply a god thing. Men dealing with men, the most direct thing is the cigarette. As the three women in the car came down, the men's cigarettes in their mouths fell off, and they stared blankly. Originally thought that she always good-looking enough, did not expect a down 3. Luo Jun was collected fast, although there is no smoke, but the lighter does not leave the hand, directly lit, and also gave Tang Zhe on the fire. Brothers, what's going on with you guys? Tang Zhe's acting skills came at once. If it wasn't for them, how could I risk running out? Looking at the beauty of the three women, the man knew in his heart that if he didn't bring them out, he was afraid that it would be fatal. Tang Zhe pulled An Bai to his side. This is my girlfriend Xiao Bai. This is my girlfriend's best friend Sun Ting, and this is my girlfriend's neighbor Yi Qingyi. Big brother, hello. An Bai shouted warily, like a frightened big cat giving the man the feeling that she was human and harmless. Who would have thought that she had just smashed someone's head to pieces? Yi Qingyi is still a cold and quiet look, just nodded as a greeting. The men did not say anything, but just secretly happy in their hearts. What to pretend? Sun Ting instead turned into a hostess for a second. Hello big brothers, excuse me. Luo Jun viciously inhaled the breath smoke, feel the smoke in the lungs around the comfort, and then spit out. Brothers, you can be really fierce, with three women just run out, enough man. A man next to him asked curiously, how do you run to our neighborhood? Who in our Huan city doesn't know about the Mountain Lake neighborhood, thinking that you guys must be a little safer here? The men laughed. Isn't that the feeling of buying a house here? But these three women are really good looking, this body, this little face, this honey arse. The woman in the lead immediately caught Tang Zhe's attention. No need to guess that it was that general manager she. Because Yi Qingyi had said that general manager she had big breasts, indeed big long hair coiled on the back of the head, exquisite face, pretty nose, flaming red lips, even at this time are wearing accessories, showing their authority. Seems to be a red dress cannot wrap that peak, as if to break out of the general. Simone. I have to say, Yi Qingyi did not lie to himself. This 11 total skin white and beautiful, really cannot see that there are more than 30, not bad, too big, they cannot control. Behind her are two other good-looking women. The rich man's neighborhood is indeed full of beautiful women. For outsiders, Shimeng are very vigilant, is to avoid mixing in the bad guys, as long as the investigation is clear, or will be permitted to stay. Although many people opposed, but also cannot shake the status of Simone, because Simone has its own warehouse of supplies. Food is quite a lot, but the water is in short supply, but Simone will pay wages, no one noisy. Simone's eyes naturally gazed at the three girls, seemed a little surprised. Their faces actually have such a rosy color, better than their own, not like malnutrition at all. How does that girl look familiar? Can't think of who it is for a moment. Chief Shi, it's them who just broke in. Luo Jun laughed on the side. Shi Meng stood there with an unruffled aura. Tang Zhe felt that it was a lot stronger than Yi Qingyi, who was still just a vice president, while the other person, Shi Meng, was the chairman of the group, and was the youngest kind. Yi Qingyi suddenly exclaimed, "You are President Shi? You are?" Seeing that Yi Qingyi also revealed a look of recognition, Shi Meng was also curious. "We've met in Yunhai City, the reception. I'm Jiang Zihui's fiancé." "Oh, could it be why I think you look so familiar?" Shimeng revealed a kind smile, just to say that she seemed to have seen it somewhere. It turned out to be the grandson-in-law of Chief Jiang. Yi Qingyi was ashamed. "I'm really sorry Chief Shi, we really can't help it. I was originally at my sister's brother-in-law's house, but the neighborhood was rioting. If it wasn't for Tang Zhe, we wouldn't have been able to run out." Shi Meng's eyes looked towards Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe naively scratched the back of his head. Simply a good social teenager. They're all my girlfriend's friends, and they're just along for the ride. "What do you do?" Shi Meng asked as she sized up Tang Zhe. "I'm a delivery boy." "Any proof?" Tang Zhe secretly said that this woman was so cautious, but he himself was originally a delivery Directly, he took out his mobile phone to show Shimeng the deliverman's information. Shimeng slightly put her heart down, looked at An Bai and asked, "What about you? What do you do?" "I'm from an airline, a flight attendant." An Bai hugged Tang Zhe's arm tightly and said carefully. Seeing An Bai in this state, Shimeng didn't pursue anything. "What about you?" I'm an anchor, the dancing and chatting kind. As Sun Ting finished speaking, a man next to him let out a low cry. No wonder why I think you look familiar. I've seen your live broadcast in the same city, and brushed rockets for you. Sun Ting directly shouted daintily, thank you boss for the big rocket. Ha ha ha. The men all laughed, and the atmosphere eased a bit. And Tang Zhe secretly laughed, you women nah, there's no ambiguity in deceiving people. They were completely unaware that 4 fierce tigers entered the sheepfold. In the back of the crowd, Bai Jian and Chao Yu stood there. Bai Jian's eyes have been on the 3 women, the eyes as if they want to swallow the 3 women. In this neighborhood Bai Jian can only be under the seat dream, but if he goes out, Bai Jian feels that he can be the overlord of the other neighborhoods. The beautiful women can play how they want to play, all the men become their own wage earners, and all the women become crotch objects. Perhaps for Yi Qingyi's sake, Xi Meng personally took the 4 to find an empty house. Walking through the underground garages of the rich, Tang Zhe saw many luxury cars, enough for a car show. Soon, Tang Zhe came to a large 148-square-foot house, which was beautifully decorated to make Tang Zhe feel ho-hum. The owner of this place is abroad and it's been empty, so you guys can live here first, but don't break the home. Xi Meng reminded Tang Zhe, thinking that girls would be careful. Tang Zhe not so much. Tang Zhe nodded with an I'm honest look. Xi Meng felt that it was a miracle that Tang Zhe was able to escape with 3 such beautiful girls, skinny and weak, without a bit of fighting power. Let him do some logistics when the time comes. Tang Zhe, since we're here, everyone will have their own job. Good, I understand. With regards to Tang Zhe's attitude, Xi Meng was still relatively satisfied, and Tang Zhe could feel that this general manager Xi's gaze at himself was no different from that of an employee. After all, this kind of gaze was all too familiar to him. This is your supplies for a week, save it. A man reluctantly brought in a box of water and a box of breakfast biscuits. Tang Zhe was stunned. Not only Tang Zhe, but Yi Qingyi's 3 women were also dumbstruck. The reactions of the 4 fell into Xi Meng's eyes, looking so normal and not too suspicious. As long as you follow my orders, supplies are the most basic guarantee. When the disaster is over, you can all come work for my company and will be reused for sure. Thank you boss, I will definitely listen. Tang Zhe immediately stated his position, and Bai and Sun Ting followed along. Yi Qingyi naturally did not. There's a program every night. It takes place in the underground garage at 7 o'clock. There's also a raffle with lots of prizes, drinks, snacks, and even meat. There was actually an entertainment program at this time. Tang Zhe was given a shock, but it had to be said that this general manager Xi was still strong at drawing cakes. General Manager Xi, thank you. Yi Qingyi walked up to express her gratitude. Xi Meng turned around and smiled, a show of hands. We'll definitely be working together again in the future. Sending Xi Meng away, Yi Qingyi understood very well that she was letting herself stay and was also planning for the future. The queen of investment was not a cover, everything she did was an investment. Once the people left, Tang Zhe directly lay down on the sofa. Little Yi, this general manager Xi is indeed bigger than you. Yi Qingyi was also convinced in her heart, talking as if she was a small dumpling. The environment here is good And Bai stood on the balcony looking towards the lake. There was also a golf course not far from there. Sun Ting also stood next to her. Before she didn't have the opportunity to live in such a good house, she really envied the rich. But now it was not so envious. Bai, check if there's any surveillance or anything here. Tang Zhe threw in Bai an instrument. And Bai took the instrument and started scanning the entire house, and didn't find any surveillance. Guys, you all keep it. Tang Zhe threw the pistol to the 3 girls, so that they would also have the ability to defend themselves, that what's-his-name general manager Huo would call at any time. Holding the gun, the 3 women clearly felt like they were holding their own lives, and likewise controlling the lives of others. Little E, you almost have to report to your fiancé that you're safe, lest that general manager Xi snatch the credit first. Tang Zhe patted his leg and laughed, the old rules, you know. Yi Qingyi didn't resist. Why did she feel this way? The video call was quickly connected. You finally called me. Jiang Zihue deliberately didn't contact for 2 days, just waiting for Yi Qingyi to call over automatically. Originally he was going to be unable to resist, luckily his fiancée called, he was suddenly happy. Yi Qingyi revealed a contented smile. Zihue, I'm sorry, the past 2 days were chaotic in our building, so I didn't contact you for fear that you would be worried. It's good that it's safe now. What? Messy? Where are you now? Jiang Zihue stood up violently and looked at his fiancée closely. Don't worry, I ran out with a few friends. You should know General Manager Shi of Mountain Lake Group, she just took us in. Thank goodness, really scared me to death. Jiang Zihue patted his chest, his face was white with fear. But such an expression fell in Yi Qingyi's eyes. Instead of being touched, she felt that her fiancé was weak and timid, especially that chest patting. Why was it so girly? Worthy of being a woman who has killed people, her thoughts have changed radically. Right, where is your sister's brother-in-law? Yi Qingyi slightly bowed her head without saying anything. After hearing this, Jiang Zihue instantly understood and expressed regret. At this time, Anbai suddenly came to the side and waved her hand and sweetly shouted, "Hello big brother Jiang." Seeing Anbai, Jiang Zihue froze for a moment. Such a sweet girl. Hello, thanks for taking care of my family. Big brother Jiang, can escape thanks to my boyfriend. That must be thanks. Is your boyfriend in? Yi Qingyi's heart was about to roll her eyes. Xiao Baiyu did it on purpose. Zihue, you wait. This confused Tang Zhe. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by your fiancé? Actually so intense. Mr. Jiang, hello. Tang Zhe shouted with a smile, your fiancé is a bit flirty today. Looking at the ordinary man in front of him, Jiang Zihue was instantly relieved. His fiancé wouldn't like this at all, but that cute girl is actually his girlfriend. It's really strange. Brother, thanks for taking care of my fiancé. When the disaster is over, 5 million will directly hit the brother's account. Tang Zhe said, your fiancé is on me right now, a face of satisfaction and intoxication. Looks like buddy, I took care of her pretty well. Don't worry Mr. Jiang, they are all in the same building. As long as I'm not dead, Mr. Jiang's fiancé will be fine. Good, let's have a couple more drinks after we meet. The camera shifted to Yi Qingyi's face once again, but it got a little red. Looking at such a delicate and attractive fiancé, Jiang Zihue's heart itched, but there were some love words that he couldn't say right now. I'll ask my dad to say a few words to General Manager Shi, so that she can take care of you for a moment or two. Zihue, I love you. Jiang Zihue didn't expect his fiancé to be so straightforward. He was a little embarrassed, but he also returned the call and hung up the phone. As soon as the phone hung up, Yi Qingyi's petulant cries could no longer be contained, gushing out from the depths of her throat with impunity. Aya, can't stand it, the whole neighborhood is going to hear it. Anbai covered her ears and shouted. After the pleasure, Yi Qingyi lay on Tang Zhe's chest gasping for breath, as if she had already traveled further and further down the road of degradation. Did you guys hear that just now? Our fiancé is only worth 5 million. Sun Ting laughed thievishly, and patted Yi Qingyi's arse. Yi Qingyi unwillingly slapped back, you dead Ting Ting, not hitting you. Master, how much are we worth in your heart? Anbai suddenly asked curiously. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting's gazes also looked over. And Tang Zhe slowly said, worthless. The three women were stunned, then let out a petulant laugh. Hearing that she was worth 5 million, Yi Qingyi's heart was uncomfortable, but hearing Tang Zhe's sentence of being worthless, Yi Qingyi found it quite funny. Well, I have to pay a visit to my so-called ex-girlfriend. Won't Master take me to show off? Anbai said pitifully, begging Master to bring me along. However, Tang Zhe shrugged, do I look like the kind of person who likes to show off? After saying that, Tang Zhe opened the door and walked out. Anbai lost his mind for a while because he wanted to kill someone so badly. As expected, Anbai's mentality also began to appear a change. Nowadays, to say normal, there is only Sun Ting left. Yi Qingyi are beginning to gradually degenerate. After going out, Tang Zhe saw the camera on the corner. He was a Nianli master, wasn't it a simple matter to destroy all the cameras? Not long after walking into the lift, in the surveillance room, all the images turned into snowflakes, and the security guard on duty was still huffing and puffing. Arriving outside room 501 of Unit 1, Tang Zhe rang the doorbell. Bai Jian in the room immediately gave Chao Yu a wink, and hid himself in the wardrobe. Chao Yu wore a semi-transparent nightgown, painted beautiful makeup, and organized her thoughts before walking out of the bedroom. Chow Yu. As the door opened, Tang Zhe saw this woman from many years ago, and not quite an ex-girlfriend, much more mature compared to before. You're here. Chow Yu ruffled her temples, as if deliberately lowering her body slightly to show off her deep V's. In her heart, she secretly thought, even Bai Jian can't stand to wear herself like this, so you, a poor loser, won't be charmed by me, and honestly drink the water prepared for you. Tang Zhe smiled slightly and said, wearing such a slutty dress, wait for me to come to Cam Yua. Chow Yu was stunned upon hearing this, not expecting Tang Zhe to be so direct, and was about to explain, when he was instantly choked by Tang Zhe's large hand. A wave of suffocation surged through his heart. Let go of me. Chow Yu subconsciously slapped Tang Zhe's arm, but which was something a weak woman could break away from. Tang Zhe choked Chow Yu's neck and walked into the house, the door to the room gradually closing. Didn't I just do what you wanted, straight to the point? Tang Zhe revealed a devilish smile, and directly headed towards the bedroom, already sensing that there was someone else hiding in the bedroom. With your income, can you buy a house here? Give someone a mistress, right? Want to join forces to pit me? Really take me as a fool to play? Don't, let's have a good chat, wait. Chow Yu hurriedly begged for forgiveness. This is not at all what she wanted. It's fine, let's chat while we're calm. You. Let go of me. A foot kicked open the bedroom door, which startled Bai Jian in the wardrobe. What was the situation? When he heard Chow Yu's pleas for mercy, Bai Jian frowned. This was not what he thought. Get lost, Tang Zhe, you beast. Tang Zhe descended straight down to press Chow Yu against the wardrobe. Bai Jian, who was hiding inside, could see Chow Yu's face through the gap. His heart gradually tensed up. You stinking loser, I won't let you go. Feeling a strong sense of suffocation, Chow Yu stopped cursing and started begging for mercy. Don't kill me, I'm going to die, save me. Old Bai, save me. Chow Yu's bulging pair of eyes looked towards the scared Bai Jian in the wardrobe for help. Bai Jian simply didn't expect Tang Zhe to be so brutal. This didn't fit the persona of a delivery man at all. And? What's your stinky woman's name? You'll expose me. Hey, at least it's your woman, won't you come out to save her? Bai Jian didn't dare to squeak at all, thinking Tang Zhe was scamming. Look, it's him who doesn't come out to save you. In front of the king of Hades, you'll have to report his name. With a click, Chow Yu's cervical vertebrae was pinched off, and that white neck was crooked down 90 degrees as if it was unsupported. Watching Chow Yu's eyes widen, that horrible look made Bai Jian tremble, suddenly covering his chest. The whole person fell out of the wardrobe. Tang Zidu hurriedly backed up a little bit. Don't be hit by this fat man. Bai Jian fell to the ground, covering his chest, as if he had a heart attack, subconsciously pulled out the quick-acting heart-saving pills from his trouser pocket, but a moment did not hold, rolled aside, reached out to get it, but was slowly moved away by Tang Zhe with his shoes. How do I feel? You are a bit familiar. Ah, yes, oh, the year-end conference has seen, you seem to be the manager of the hotel. Bai Jian grabbed Tang Zhe's trouser leg, his gaze carrying a plea. So fat, go down and lose weight. You. Bai Jian felt that he was shrewd all over, climbed from nothing to the position of deputy general manager of the hotel, but was planted in the hands of a delivery man. Tang Zhe just quietly watched Bai Jian not breathing, and then threw the two bodies on the bed. Remember not to practice lineage devils in your next life, you will die a horrible death. Soon Tang Zhe returned to the house, and Bai trotted over and asked curiously, Master, what punishment did you give her? Crushed her neck with my bare hands. Tang Zhe said with a smile as he pinched Bai's jade neck, while Bai wasn't scared at all and even had a face of enjoyment. Sun Ting said softly, that's too cheap. If it were me, I'd have to torture hard. Well, torture. Yi Qingyi concurred. Tang Zhe let out a long sigh. How did he get together with some perverts, in the end? Who taught them? They all brought up bad. In the luxurious box of the Royal Capital Club, a 50-year-old man sat on the sofa smoking a cigar, his neck hung with a gold chain, and the gold ring in his hand bossed two women lying in front of them to serve. Fucking bitch, actually dare to kill my people. Huo Wanyan thought more and more angry, suddenly stood up, picked up the whip on the coffee table and walked to the side. Here hangs an 18-year-old girl, caught by Huo Wanyan for escaping. Her body has been whipped to the point of skinning, with only a faint breath left. Snap! The girl's delicate body once again had 3 more blood marks, shocking to the eyes. The 2 students kneeling next to her didn't dare to speak at all. In the early hours of the morning, still playing in the clubhouse, this is what happens when you play. Pick up the mobile phone, Huo Wanyan to Shimeng call, stinking woman, really think that with your community those men can resist my attack? At this time sitting at home, Shimeng saw the phone call from Huo Wanyan, her brows knit, but she had no choice but to answer. Hello. General 11, I just sent someone to talk to you and you killed them, it's not appropriate. Shimeng listens in confusion. What are you talking about, General Manager Hua? I don't really understand. Grass mud horse, what are you pretending with labor? If you don't give me an explanation on this matter, you'll all wait for death. Shimeng is also on fire. Somehow she's been labeled as a murderer. Huo Wanyan, clean your mouth, don't think that I, Shimeng, am afraid of you. Good. Waiting for you to say this, your neighborhood waiting to die. After saying this, Huo Wanyan hangs up the phone. Shimeng also slaps her mobile phone hard on the table, revealing annoyance between her brows. At this time, a man in his 40s appears next to him, holding a cup of hot water and smiling. Wife, don't be angry, have a sip of hot water. This well-mannered man was Shimeng's husband, Fu Qi, belonging to the Sage Helpers. However, Shimeng was able to stand on her own feet, also relying on the help of Fu Qi's family. Otherwise how could a weak woman reach such an achievement? Shimeng took the hot water and drank a little, saying faintly, hubby, you drink some too. I'm not thirsty. Shimeng doesn't say anything more, her slender fingers inserted into her hair. Did you have a bad time with Mr. Hua? Shimeng hums. Actually, I don't think it's a bad thing to cooperate with General Manager Hua. General Manager Hua has water, you have food warehouses, but water is more scarce. Fu Qi persuaded. In fact, this wasn't the first time he had persuaded, but he just wouldn't listen. Shimeng instantly said in a deep voice, are those conditions he put forward by a human being, sending them women at regular intervals, but also men to be their fighters? When did I, Shimeng, ever bow down with the evil forces? AI, this is not what it used to be. Today you let a few strangers in and sent out supplies. Someone has already expressed their opinion to me. Who? Shimeng's eyes went cold. Aya, don't worry about who it is. Now that supplies are so scarce, you should stop handing out kindness. When the time comes, the people below will turn against you. With a bang, Shimeng fiercely slapped the table and drank. Dare. Fu Qi looked at his obsessive wife and also shook his head straight, finally experiencing the terror of compassion. In the clubhouse box, Huo Wanyan ruthlessly slams his mobile phone on the sofa, grabbing a handful of the kneeling girl's hair to vent. 30 seconds later, Huo Wanyan slightly relieved himself for a few moments, picking up his mobile phone and dialing out a number, followed by a signature smile on his face. General Qian, I wonder if I've received my gift yet? The phone rang with the girl's screams of misery, and at the same time, General Manager Qian's voice also sounded. These girls are very good, I like them a lot. I still have more on my side. When General Manager Qian gets tired of playing with them, then I'll send new ones. Good, General Hui, you do understand me. Hiss, Mr. Qian, what happened last time? Qian Zhongran pauses and laughs. General Manager Hua, guns are not easy to get nowadays. The ones on duty over at the General Administration would rather destroy all the bullets than hand them over. Didn't you say last time that you could get a gun on the armed police side? Oh, the armed police door died a bunch of. They would rather starve to death in the inside, but also do not deal with me, old brother. Huo Wanyan cursed in his heart. The old man sent a few pretty past. Actually a gun are not given. When I get my hands on a gun, I'll have to shoot you down. Oops, Mr. Qian, I'm planning to get the Mountain Lake District. You just give me the gun, I'll bundle up Simone and send it to your bed. How? Is this true? Qian Zhongran's tone becomes serious all of a sudden. It seems that Shimeng's temptation is still great. Huo Wanyan cursed the old greaseball. Can I lie to you, General Qian? Hehe, the amount you wouldn't dare. Let's do it this way. We've grabbed a few jets in the escort company. We'll give you one at that time, plus 5 bullets. Escort? Huo Wanyan wants to slap himself. how did he not expect this group of people actually let Qian Zhongran take the lead? Chief Qian, aren't 5 bullets a little less? Less what less? Nowadays the gun is the deterrent effect. Who will still bet on whether you have bullets in your gun or not? Fire 1 shot and all of them will be scared. A handful of sprays plus 5 bullets for a beauty like Shimeng. Huo Wanyan himself was laughed at by the whole thing. I'll give you a fart to eat, get the gun first. Then thank you Mr. Qian, I'll send someone to your place later. Bring 2 more beauties over. Straw mud horse. Okay, I'll make sure to choose the best ones for you, General Qian. Hanging up the phone, Huo Wanyan roars loudly to vent, looks at the woman next to him, realizes he can't lift his head, gets even more angry, picks up the whip and lashes out. The sound of pain rang out at once. Waiting to take the Shanhu district, collected the men there, and then cut the money. Zhongran, you have more bullets, have more of my people? As soon as he thought of this, Huo Wanyan's self-confidence returned, pulling out one of the pistols on his waist and putting it on top of the girl's head. Serve me well. Don't kill me, I'll do it, I'll do it. Huo Wanyan closed his eyes to enjoy himself, yet no one knew that there were no bullets in this gun at all. Huo Wanyan had shot them all in the police station. However, it was by relying on this gun that no junior dared to disobey, let alone these women. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Tang Zhe held An Bai's small hand and came to the underground garage. Sun Ting followed behind enviously. Yi Qingyi surveyed the surroundings, and found that the men's gazes were all looking towards their side. Compared to this kind of gaze, Yi Qingyi preferred those gazes at the petrol station. Fear, dread. Wipe my car once, 10,000 yuan. Suddenly a voice rang out. A boss wearing sunglasses raised a dozen red banknotes in his hand, while a Rolls-Royce was parked next to him. Boss, I'll do it. I'll do it, I'll do it. Don't grab it from me. 5 or 6 men scrambled and surged forward, even arguing. Gosh, the money is still useful. An Bai was all given a shock, thinking that the money had long since been used up. Yi Qingyi said faintly, they all think it's just temporary. Tang Zhe muttered, 10,000 yuan for polishing a car once, I want to go. Little White helped wipe it together. Tang Zhe hemmed and hawed, pinched Xiao Bai's face, tender and smooth. Both felt that their skin was much better than before. Could it be that they had absorbed their own serum? Coated on the face there is this effect? Brother, still have cigarettes? A voice suddenly sounded beside him, only to see Luo Jun standing by with a smile on his face. Tang Zhe froze and took out his cigarettes. There was only one left. Forget it, keep it for yourself. Luo Jun patted Tang Zhe's shoulder and laughed. Tang Zhe, however, handed it to Luo Jun. Actually, I rarely smoke, here you go. Luo Jun really couldn't stand it. That cigarette before was split several times before he finished it. Taking a puff felt like a luxury. Brother, if you have any difficulties in the future, just come and find me. Luo Jun didn't push back and took the cigarette. Tang Zhe curiously asked, what is this? There's a stage in the middle, a speech? General 11. This is also to give everyone hope, also let everyone not stay at home, come out to walk and exchange can soothe the mood. That way. Tang Zhe felt, isn't this a big pie? Luo Jun sighed, 11 is always a good person, I hope this crisis will pass quickly, otherwise everyone won't be able to hold out. To be able to give out a box of water, Tang Zhe all felt that this is the living god of the top, after all, in his own neighborhood, who has this kind of boldness. Who is that pretty girl? Tangza looked to a woman, looks exquisite, wearing a shirt, small tie, black skirt, and black silk, very professional suit. Although it is not a high-quality ration, but it can be a poor-quality ration. Luo Jun was a little surprised that his girlfriend was right next to him, and asked for another woman. But for the sake of a cigarette, Luo Jun also introduced, her name is Feng Mengmeng, she is the secretary of General Manager Shi. Secretaries can all live here? Tang Zhe secretly said that secretaries are highly paid. She doesn't live here. That night she was reporting on her work at General Manager Shi's house until late, then it rained and never went back. I heard that her neighborhood is in chaos. Tang Zhe long a sound, with more and more people down one after another. Tang Zhe also did not find that kind of extreme, like Feng Mengmeng kind are only one, not to mention the 11 total like extreme. It's not right, there are so few beauties in the rich area. The good news is that there are a lot of stars and schoolgirls in the area. The heart of the hunt for sex was reduced by half, and if not for the fact that there is still a general manager 11, I do not want to play on. Sun Ting, who was observing from the side, put her heart down. There won't be too many that can be looked at by Tang Zhe. Even if Shimeng is added, there will only be 2 left. At this time, Shimeng finally walked out of the lift room. Should be so eye-catching, enchanting physique let a person can't take their eyes off, ripe women in ripe women, with a peach-like. And behind Shimeng there is a man, Tang Zhe curiously asked, who is that man? That's she's husband, Fu Qi. Oops, there's a husband Chow thief gathered here. Standing on the stage, Shimeng picked up the loudspeaker, owners, are we all here? Everyone looks around for a head count. Mr. Shi, old Bai didn't come. Shimeng frowned, call him and tell him to come down, no sense of time at all. However, the call went unanswered at all, and Tang Zhe stood in the crowd keeping a smile on his face. Go call him down. Good. Not long after, a man ran back with helplessness, President Shi won't open the door. This was not a naked challenge to Shimeng's authority. Now there was the first one who didn't come, next time there would be the second one, and he had to be severely punished. Pry the door open for me, I want to see what this guy is doing. Raising a mistress will not even attend. Tang Zhe laughed lowly, that dead fatso knows all about raising a mistress. Master, how do you know? Little White asked in a curious low voice. Not telling you. Ooing and Bai's pouting voice was extraordinarily seductive, causing Tang Zhe to want to pull Xiao Bai to the side to do it once first. If Little White died now, Tang Zhe was afraid that he would have to grieve for 4 days, that's all. Soon a few men hurriedly ran down, Chief Shi, it's not good, Bai Jian is dead. These words immediately shocked everyone, the neighborhood that has not been dead actually died, who is not afraid Dead? How did he die? Killed? Shimeng asked in a deep voice. Several men looked at each other. Say it. Bai Jian and that lover of his died in bed, that lover of his had his neck snapped, Bai Jian himself seems to have died suddenly from an illness. When this came out, the crowd sighed, that fat man played with excitement and screwed himself to death, didn't he? And Bai at this time counted to understand, so it is so Shimeng was relieved to hear it, and thought it was a homicide. This Bai Jian is usually sneaky, no good intentions, it's good to be dead. And Mr. Shi, the monitoring room seems to be poisoned, there is no picture. Everyone was in an uproar, and conspiracy theories ran out. Be at peace. Shimeng's words silenced the crowd. Today is exactly 1 month from the start of the disaster. In this month, we have all worked together to tide over the difficulties. Next we have to maintain this state even more. I believe that in a short while, this disaster will pass and return to the original life. Tang Zhe was about to fall asleep listening. It turned out that this general manager she would channel such notions every night. How deep the hope is now, how ruthless the riots will be when the time comes. General Manager Shi, just how much longer is there? Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted out. Everyone's eyes were placed on Shimeng. Shimeng laughed, everyone, truth be told, I got news today that there will be a rescue next month at the earliest. Fu Qi, who was standing next to him, stared at himself. The wife was lying. However, everyone's faces once again broke out into smiles after hearing this, and some even shouted that there is a rescue, there is a rescue. I really don't know how she will end up next month. Sun Ting whispered. Yi Qingyi said indifferently, can't wait for next month, just stabilizing these people. Master, there is a white short-skirt beauty over there And Bai reminded in a low voice. Tang Zhe had already noticed it and laughed lowly, average, a bit worse than you. Master, you'll just have to make do with what you've got, wait for Xiao Bai to find you a good one later. Okay, really reluctant. Yi Qingyi all rolled her eyes, looking at him agreeing so hard, I guess he already had a set of plans in his heart. Just when everyone was having fun, the walkie-talkie in Luo Jun's hand let out a terrified voice, Brother Luo, there is a dump truck rushing towards the garage. Luo Jun froze, turned back to look at the entrance not far away, and immediately shouted, all scatter. All spread out. Everyone looked at the anxious Luo Jun in confusion. And at this time, the dump truck had already appeared, directly rushing away, the cars blocking the way at the entrance. The crowd fled in all directions in fear. There were even a few who were knocked down by the cars and fell on the ground wailing. "Wife, what are you still waiting for? Go. How can I go at a time like this? If you want to go, you go." Shi Meng drank and shook off Fu Chi's hand and shouted towards the crowd, "Don't panic, everyone, pick up your weapons and resist. Don't run." The raincloth on the dump truck lifts, only to see 20 young strong men jumping down with knives, the leading man holding a half-meter machete. "Mr. Shi, Mr. Hua asked us to give you his regards. Kill. Killing Run." The so-called upper-class elitists encountered the ground hooligans. They were just scared shitless. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 of them fell to the ground. Luo Jun angrily shouted, "Brothers, go." However, the surrounding brothers were also shocked by the other party and were a bit at a loss for words. Tang Zhe gave the 3 girls a look, "Don't shoot at this time, go back." The 3 women who were already up for the kill walked up the stairs fondly, while Tang Zhe didn't leave. "Brother, go." Luo Jun looked at Tang Zhe and barked, rushing up with his knife. Several men saw Luo Jun rushing and followed along. While Shimon was still anxiously blocking the fleeing men, these losers were scared out of their wits. "Don't run, how many of them are there? We have so many." However, Shi Meng could not stop these fleeing elites at all. At this time, Shi Meng's face was ugly and anxious. She hurriedly chirped, "Luo Jun, organize manpower to kill them. Chief Shi, you go quickly, I'll take the top here." Luo Jun shouted. However, with such a distraction, his back was hit by a knife. Looking for death. Luo Jun still had 2 strokes, a knife slashed on the other's neck, blood splattered everywhere. Seeing Luo Jun killing 1 person back, the brothers on this side also rose their morale. They picked up their weapons and rushed up, just that the fighting technique was worrying. Then look at Huo Wanyan's men, there was even thick paper tied to their wrists and arms. That leader was even wearing a bulletproof vest. "Brother Luo, be careful." Plop. Luo Jun's back hurt. He immediately felt as if the lower half of his body was out of control. His backside was stabbed. Collapsing helplessly to the ground, Luo Jun struggled to brandish his knife, but was soon surrounded by 3 people, slashing to death. The huazi clamped on his ear slowly rolled to the ground, stained with blood. And Tang Zhe was now heroically saving the day. The rich man's neighborhood really has a lot of beautiful women. A little brother stood in front of Feng Mengmeng with a watermelon knife, revealing a greedy smile. How had Feng Mengmeng ever seen such? So scared that she kept retreating, leaning against the wall unable to retreat, looking at the men who fled for their lives. Feng Mengmeng was desperate and wanted to leave this place so badly. Treating a lady like this, a little impolite. "Oh." Tang Zhe's voice sounded from the side. The little brother froze, and immediately looked back. The fist in front of him was getting closer and closer, and he was directly knocked out by a punch. This was of course Tang Zhe's retracted strength, otherwise it could have pierced the head. Then the others would still not look at themselves like monsters. Feng Mengmeng dumbly looked at Tang Zhe in front of her. "What are you staring at? Don't go yet." Tang Zhe patted Feng Mengmeng's head. Only then did Feng Mengmeng come back to her senses and immediately ran towards the lift room, but quickly turned back and shouted, "Thank you." Tang Zhe smiled back, "I charge for it." Oh. Feng Mengmeng froze, but also immediately ran away. Looking towards the middle of the battlefield, those punks on the opposite side actually had the upper hand. Isn't that Luo Jun? Dead? Originally thought he was quite good. Coming to Luo Jun's side, Tang Zhe closed those eyes with a light sigh and muttered, "I'll send them to you." At this time, the man leading the group drank towards Shi Meng. "Brothers, arrest that woman. Kill. Wife, it's too late if you don't leave." Fu Chi tugged at Shi Meng and pulled her inside. And there were only 4 loyal henchmen in front of Shi Meng, but these 4 seemed a bit small. There were 17 or 18 more on the other side. Tang Zhe felt that this place was too sad. It was just like a kindergarten. 20 people scared away hundreds of people. Can you believe this? Earlier, he also felt that the 8 people from the petrol station were a bit stupid to run to other people's neighborhoods to intimidate them, but now it seems that he was mistaken. All of them are greedy and fearful of death. They can only share the same blessings, but not the same difficulties. Tang Zhe sighed softly, then opened the show. Chief Shi, run, I'll take the top here. Only to see Tang Zhe yell out, directly running to the row of 4, his righteousness infecting the other 4. Even Shimeng was, very pleased, Mr. Righteousness. Mr. Shi, go away. Tang Zhe was also convinced, can't you stop the whole falsehood, shouting at you to run, gibberish. However, Shimeng looked as if she was dying, I won't go, I will accompany you to fight until death. Tang Zhe. Is this woman out of her mind? However, the 4 people next to her froze, and one of them suddenly drank, Mr. Shi, treat my parents well. After saying this, he rushed out by himself. The other 3 also similarly left their last words and rushed out. Tang Zhe counted at this time to understand how a leader could make his subordinates generous to death. General Manager Shi, take care of my girlfriend for me. Tang Zhe also obediently threw down a sentence and rushed out. Of course, Tang Zhe naturally had to tighten his grip, he couldn't be too strong or too weak. With the same aura of death, the opposite side of the minions were also suddenly weak, especially the 4 loyal subordinates, who were hit by several knives also had to hold one of the minions to cut. Tang Zhe thought while chopping, if all the men here were like this, would they be afraid of them? Unfortunately, even Ding Feng and the others were inferior. Soon there was only Tang Zhe left alone, while there were still 8 on the opposite side. The bodies lying on the ground made these little brothers scared too. After all, Mr. Hua said that they wouldn't resist, but it turned out that there were still dead people. The big brother in the lead saw that the little brother was a bit scared, and immediately drank. Brothers, when we go back, Mr. Hua will send women, food, and beer. Sure enough, the little brother's gaze gradually grew ferocious after hearing this. Shimeng stared at each other in death, and Fu Qi was desperate, wife, go away, it's not working. All said, I won't go. Fu Qi almost cracked on the spot, still stubborn at this time, what good would it do to be caught by them? Do you still think Hua Wanyan won't do anything to you? Don't be so naive. Is Shimeng that stupid? Her eyes were on Tang Zhe, she had just been paying attention to him, those juniors were no match for him at all, even the blood on his body was from the other side, not even a single injury. He was clearly different. Luo Jun was now dead, the other loyal ones were also dead. If he was taken in as a bodyguard, then he would have more say here. Tang Zhe, I will accompany you in the fight. Shimeng actually walked forward and stood beside Tang Zhe. The 2 acting masters soared on the spot, and the husband next to them was completely messed up. Tang Zhe really wanted to break this woman's head open to see if it was filled with shit, yet Shimeng wanted to see just how strong Tang Zhe was. It had to be said that Shimeng's vigor was truly extraordinary. If it were any other woman, she would have run away in fear long ago. Kill. The one leading the group shouted angrily. It was just one person. After drying up and tying up Shimeng, his mission would be complete. Tang Zhe can only sigh, holding a knife and rushed up. After a brutal battle, finally all the other party cut over on the ground, and Tang Zhe's body has no injuries. In order to act to get hurt, this is not Tang Zhe's style. Big brother, don't kill me, why don't you go with me to mix with General Manager Hua's side? There are a lot of beautiful women on General Manager Hua's side, just take your pick, big brother. Really? Tang Zhe gave a deliberate cry. Sure enough, Shimeng secretly said, Tang Zhe, don't be fooled by his flowery words. Brother Tang, don't believe this woman, she's pitted General Hua for a lot of goods. A bunch of nonsense. Shimeng exploded with anger. Brother Tang, really don't lie to you, there are female college students, schoolgirls, all kinds of things over at General Manager Hua's side, this woman has nothing to offer you. Shimeng cursed the shamelessness, actually using a woman to tempt, and this Tang Zhe seemed to eat this. Tang Zhe, I also have benefits here, kill him. Don't phase. Before he could finish his words, he was directly chopped off his head by Tang Zhe. The head slowly rolled at Shimeng's feet. Shimeng's entire body was trembling with fear, even Fu Qi next to him looked at Tang Zhe with fear. The corpses around them were all stabbed to death, the beheaded one was just this one, shocking to the eyes, from the mental devastation. Of course I trust you, Mr. Shi. Tang Zhe turned back and smiled. And Shimeng looked at Tang Zhe with this smile, and had a shuddering feeling. Letting herself calm down, Shimeng patted Tang Zhe's shoulder, little Tang, I think highly of you, follow me in the future and you'll have everything. Thank you, Mr. Shi. Tang Zhe had a very happy look on his face, and Shi Meng secretly thought, it seems that his body is not proportional to his brain. Fu Qi asked curiously, little brother, where did you learn this skill? I was abandoned in front of Shaolin when I was a child, so I learnt martial arts from a young age. Fu Qi sighed, sure enough, none of the takeaway boys are ordinary. Thinking to himself that his wife had picked up a treasure this time. However, both of them didn't realize that the curves of Tang Zhe's mouth were getting deeper and deeper, the game had only just begun. As the invaders were killed, the men who had just escaped came down one after another, and when they saw the scene, they vomited everywhere. However, Shimeng began his own excellent speech, are going to boast Tang Zhe to the garage god of war. Really ancient lift god of war, existing garage god of war. Brothers and sisters, we are encountering difficulties and challenges every day, escape is not a solution, as long as we have the courage, every step is on the way to success, do not be afraid of failure, failure is just another way to success, their deaths make us stronger, bravely take steps, the darkest moments are usually just before dawn, keep the faith, the victory will belong to us. Belongs to our hero, Tang Zhe. The group looked at Tang Zhe, this man is too powerful, especially since he is now standing beside General Manager Shi, so he is even more powerful than Luo Jun. I heard that the head of that leader was chopped off by Tang Zhe, what a fierce takeaway boy. Meng, is he really a takeaway? The white-skirted girl from before asked curiously. It should be, he even saved me before. Feng Meng said softly, as if she hadn't regained her senses from her fear. Alas, General Manager Hua has already started to make his move, I'm afraid we'll be unsafe. Fang Wei worriedly said, she was a girl with no one to turn to, if she was really caught just now, I'm afraid it would be unthinkable. Feng Meng sighed and looked towards Tang Zhe's back, thinking that it would be good if she had such a powerful person to protect her. Fang Wei followed Feng Meng's gaze, perhaps also thinking about this in her heart, when it comes to this kind of thing, women will go to find a powerful man to shelter them, rather than looking for a rich one. Tang Zhe was considered to have made a name for himself, and was even rewarded with a lot of snacks. Tang Zhe, it's been hard on you at night, there are some things we'll talk about tomorrow. Shi Meng revealed a gentle smile, feeling that she had taken Tang Zhe under her wing. Thank you, General Manager Shi, you also have an early night. Seeing Tang Zhe treating himself with such respect, Shi Meng was satisfied, nodding her head and turning to leave. Just as the door closed, Tang Zhe propped up a lazy waist, it's really a bit tiring. It seems like General Manager Shi hasn't realized his problem yet. Sun Ting snickered, she probably felt that she had picked up a big bargain. Yi Qingyi shook her head helplessly, and who would know Tang Zhe's true origins. On the other side, Shimeng returned home and poured a glass of red wine. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? If it wasn't for Tang Zhe, we'd all be dead. Shimeng's smile intensified, if I left, would Tang Zhe willingly follow me? He would only feel now that he's found a good boss, and all that food and water is enough to keep him happy for days. Wife, think about it, that Tang Zhe is so good with his hands, how could he run out of the neighborhood with 3 such beautiful girls? Maybe he's all but killed the entire neighborhood and is just switching to a different one. Shi Meng couldn't help but laugh chirpily, hubby, he's strong, but he's only one person, if the other side points more people today, I'm afraid Tang Zhe won't be able to do it, and it's also because of his stature that he could bring the girls and run out. Fu Qi said helplessly, I'm just asking you to be wary of him. Don't worry, with him around, these owners won't dare to mess around. Shimeng's eyes flashed ferociously, whoever dared to oppose himself, let Tang Zhe kill him. At this time, Huo Wanyan was waiting for the replies from his little brothers, a little anxious. As it gets later and later, Huo Wanyan knows that this plan has failed. Still underestimated this stinky woman, Shi Meng. On the big bed, Shi Meng and Fu Qi are both asleep. Fu Qi stretched out his hand towards Shi Meng at this time. And Shi Meng said softly, I'm too tired today. I'll just put it there. Fu Qi laughed. Shi Meng's mind was thinking about big things, and she immediately said unhappily, I said I'm very tired, and you can't extinguish the fire by touching it out, so I still have to do it myself. Fu Qi's face collapsed and he could only turn around and go over. I'm afraid no one knows that this investment queen's husband is an impotent. The next morning, Tang Zhe enjoyed a hearty breakfast. At this time there was a knock on the door. Well, game over. Tidying up his clothes, Tang Zhe walked to open the door. The one who opened the door was a girl. Isn't this the Feng Mengmeng that he saved yesterday? Low cut, so slutty. Feeling Tang Zhe's eyes, Feng Mengmeng slightly lowered her head and cupped the dinner plate in her hand. Oh, thanks. Tang Zhe received it with both hands, but when he did, he deliberately touched Feng Mengmeng's fingers, which made Feng Mengmeng blush, and hurriedly pressed the lift to leave. Closing the door, Sun Ting then smiled and said, I told you, Master Jade Tree, now don't even make a move, little sisters are all going to squeeze their heads to show their affection. Tang Zhe bitterly smiled as he opened the dinner plate, which contained 4 fried eggs, and he had to say that there were still eggs now. It was indeed very bold and bloodthirsty. For me, women who throw themselves at me are meaningless. I still like the kind that has a strong sense of resistance, like our little Yi. Yi Qingyi said petulantly, where do people resist? Yi sister now do not admit it. Little white you, skin itchy is not it. Yi sister, I have more than just itchy skin. Tang Zhe was sitting on the sofa when his mobile phone rang. Are you free now? Something to discuss with you. Free. It was Shimeng who called. Well, wait for you. Hanging up the phone, Tang Zhe got up to loosen his muscles. Master, we have an agreement, we can't threaten to renege. Tang Zhe waved an okay gesture and smiled as he opened the door to leave. Soon Tang Zhe arrived at the door of Shimeng's house and rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. The one who opened the door was Feng Mengmeng. Seeing Tang Zhe at the door, she even left her gaze a little shyly. Tang Zhe said before is sincere, that kind of throw in the towel feeling no fun, of course, are sent to the door, but also throw away free of charge do not play white not play. On the sofa, Shimeng posed elegantly looking at the mobile phone, slightly frowning in a different way. But Shimeng is not intentionally posing, just received a call from Huo Wanyan in the morning. He wanted to negotiate face-to-face, the location in his clubhouse. Shimeng of course knows that this is a trap, but why not an opportunity for himself? If he can kill Huo Wanyan, then he will have no worries, and even Huo Wanyan's people can be collected, thus growing. But under these prerequisites, it depended on whether Tang Zhe could do it or not. Tang Zhe is here. Feng Mengmeng said respectfully as she stood on the side, still working as a secretary, while Shimeng was still in a big boss stance, not changing in the slightest. And Tang Zhe liked this kind of high and mighty woman. Falling down would definitely hurt like hell. Pour a glass of water. Okay. Soon Feng Mengmeng poured 2 cups of water over, very extravagant But to Tang Zhe here, the arc of the bowed waist was a lot bigger. Tang Zhe could see the white and tender deep V. Drinking tea. Shimeng looked in the eyes. Although his girlfriend looks sweet and lovely, but men which do not steal incense, outside the stimulation can be more than at home. With Feng Mengmeng left, Shimeng smiled and looked at Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe a very shy bowed his head. This made Shimeng recall those freshly graduated college students in the company, wasn't it this expression? And these people were the best to control. Tang Zhe, if there's anything you need to tell me at home, don't be polite. Tang Zhe nodded vigorously, there's everything in the house, I'll let you take the trouble. That's a bit of a split birth, you're almost my younger brother at this age, in the future you can simply call me Sister Shi. The corner of Tang Zhe's mouth twitched. Did he have to make the relationship so complicated? Sister and brother all popped up. How can that be a good thing? Tang Zhe said innocently. What's there to be embarrassed about, just call out to your sister now. Tang Zhe interpreted that twisted look to the fullest. Yi Qingyi had to be convinced when she looked at it. I'm afraid this is a graduate of the Chinese theater. Sister Shi. After holding his tongue for half a day, he finally gave a shout out. Shimeng is very satisfied. This is not shouted out, after you is my brother, have sister and the sister do not need to be afraid. At this time, Fu Qi walked out from the bedroom and laughed. After recognizing your younger brother, won't I become a brother-in-law? Good day brother-in-law. Tang Zhe got up and shouted. Sit down, we're all family from now on. Tang Zhe hummed, you two are quite good at calculating people, but this tactic is much better than by Jian and Chao Yu. You siblings chat first, I'll go out for a walk. Fu Qi smiled, took a sip of water and went out. As Fu Qi left, Xi Meng shook her head helplessly. Your brother-in-law, at this time of the year, he would go out and brag with other men. I often brag about it too. Tang Zhe laughed nervously and scratched the back of his head. Brother, there's one thing I want to ask you, it's crucial, you have to tell me truthfully. Xi Meng blinked her beautiful eyes and said seriously. Well, I won't lie to you, Sister Xi. Tang Zhe's sitting posture was practically back to his primary school's days, his hands resting on his legs. If I'm your enemy, and I'm sitting here, can you have a way to kill it directly? So simple. Hearing Tang Zhe's answer, Xi Meng felt that Tang Zhe was bragging. Young people are like that, brother, no big talk. No, really. Then you demonstrate it to me. Sister Xi, feel free to throw paper cups. Tang Zhe said confidently. Xi Meng wanted to see what kind of gourd medicine Tang Zhe was selling, drank the water out of the paper cup, and casually threw it in a direction, when Tang Zhe flung out his right hand, and the paper cup was instantly poked through by the flying dagger, and turned into two pieces that fell to the ground. Xi Meng was stunned, she didn't even see his movements clearly. In this era of knife slashing, there was such a handful of flying daggers, similar to a gun. Awesome, brother. Xi Meng all applauded, and patted Tangza's leg. While Tangza was shy, Xi Meng felt like she was going to take this little brother. Suddenly the conversation turned. Brother, how about that girl just now? Did you like it? I have a girlfriend. Tang Zhe's reaction, it was simply flawless, a woman who grasped details like Xi Meng didn't even notice. Xi Meng sked, my good brother, even if the family flower is fragrant, the wildflower has a unique flavor, don't worry, my sister will keep it a secret for you. Seeing Tang Zhe hesitate to speak, Xi Meng secretly said, men are just men after all. Sister swear okay, promise I won't say anything. I believe it, it's just. Just what? I don't like that girl. Xi Meng froze, then laughed, then which one does brother like? Sister will help you go and talk about it. Tang Zhe's face was shy, bowed his head and stammered a little embarrassed. Xi Meng looked at it and froze, how to exclude himself, so a young man to see himself, will certainly have ideas, again normal. You cannot think nonsense. Xi Meng deliberately put on a serious look and said unhappily. Tang Zhe didn't say anything, just revealed a lost look and lowered his head without looking at Xi Meng. This little brat was really hard to deal with, his ideas were hitting on himself. Tang Zhe suddenly raised his head to look at Xi Meng. Xi Meng froze for a moment, was this look that sad? Is sister looking down on me? Xi Meng. Never in a million years did I expect him to come up with such a sentence. I know I'm an orphan, no one looks down on me, doing the lowest level of work, unlike my sister's glamour, my sister and I are just two different people, it's me who's making a fool of myself. After saying this, Tang Zhe got up and prepared to leave, and even reddened his eyes, not giving Tang Zhe a little gold man is really heavenly. Xi Meng stared blankly at Tang Zhe's back, how could such a powerful expert be so inferior? What are you doing brother, sister didn't say she looked down on you. Xi Meng hurriedly got up and pulled Tang Zhe, now Tang Zhe was her only weapon, if Tang Zhe was not around, those people below would not be at peace, not to mention killing Huo Wanyan, that would disrupt all of her plans. Tang Zhe looked like a negative little child, stubborn with aggression. Alright, sister is wrong alright, let's sit down and chat, okay. Half pushed, Tang Zhe was still pressed on the sofa by Xi Meng. Xi Meng looked at Tang Zhe also had a headache, how could he think of such an idea? As a result, this little brother had his mind on himself, and was angry and funny. Brother, if you help sister kill that person, sister will give up her life. Xi Meng directly threw out a big cake, it was estimated that a man would obediently nod his head. However, Tang Zhe said in a serious manner, no. Why? Xi Meng was surprised, this was also too decisive. My previous bosses have all said pretty much the same thing, but instead of killing people, none of them fulfilled their promises in the end. What kind of black-hearted bosses are these, teaching a child to be so vigilant? Looking at Tang Zhe's appearance, Xi Meng was helpless and laughed lightly, you can make any requests you want. Tang Zai looked like he wanted to speak and glanced away again. Shi Meng knew, this was a guy with a colored heart and no guts, so it was good to talk. As long as you agree to your sister's request, after it's done my sister won't let you suffer. Ha, Tang Zai was shocked, painting me a big cake. I knew that elder sister still looks down on me, I know, I'll just leave now. As Tang Zai got up, Shi Meng became anxious all of a sudden, without giving him a little favor, he really wouldn't agree to himself. Stop. Shi Meng drank, Tang Zai's mouth curved out, who in the end was holding who? Shi Meng came to Tang Zai's front and looked at him fiercely. Tang Zai skimmed his head and didn't look. This made Shi Meng both angry and amused. As long as she could get rid of Huo Wanyan, everything she did was worth it. Leaving Shi Meng's home, Tang Zai propped up a lazy waist, didn't rush to leave, walked into the safe passage, opened a window to get some air and smoke a cigarette. Only after 2 puffs, he heard footsteps ringing out downstairs. When seeing Feng Meng walk up, the two stared at each other and lived. The scene was a little awkward and a little ambiguous. Feng Meng ruffled her temples, looking slightly nervous. Why don't you take the lift? Tang Zai was the first to speak. I live downstairs, waiting for the lift is too slow, the stairs are faster. Feng Meng lowered her head and said. Tang Zai let out an "oh," and was quiet once again. Thank you for saving me last night. Feng Meng looked towards Tang Zai and expressed her gratitude. Small matter, no need to hang on to your heart. Feng Meng slightly bit her red lips, the documents she was holding became tighter and tighter, and said in a very small voice, Did General Manager Shi tell you? Tang Zai froze after hearing this. Is this how you all communicate about murder? Look at the child given a fright. Said ah. Then you agreed? Well ah. Feng Meng's face was red. In the morning, General Manager Shi had already told himself, and he did not resent it. It is considered to be a repayment for saving his life, and maybe he can also protect himself in the future. Tang Zai looked at the shy Feng Meng. It feels wrong ah, kill you shy like this, you are not a little white. Only to see Feng Meng said softly, why don't you go to my home? Tang Zai mouthed a corner of a draw, this is sort of understand, before Shi Meng said, let her accompany their own, feelings we chat not in a channel ah. However, Feng Meng's condition is really quite good, but also automatically sent to the door, that's fine. Hearing Tang Zai's promise, Feng Meng was also very happy. After all, with such a powerful backer, she would also be a little safer. Sun Ting all wowed, this is not better than EE. After a long time Tang Zai returned to the house and began to tell his story. The 3 women listened with great interest. Sun Ting all wowed, this is not better than EE. Yi Qingyi pinched Sun Ting's neck. Sun Ting spat out her fragrant tongue. And Bai let out a long sigh, never thought that it would be our turn yet. Along with Bai's words, Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi laughed thievishly, both having been there before. Originally, Yi Qingyi was still worried that Shi Meng would not let Tang Zai get his hands on her so easily, never thought that Shi Meng would go so far as to let Tang Zai kill people, really a staggering woman, really unscrupulous for the sake of power. Thought Shi Meng is a big good man, living Buddha. It turned out that she just want to control the whole building, even those rich bosses, and now the idea has hit to another group of people. This kind of boldness Yi Qingyi is ashamed to be inferior, no wonder other people's business is getting bigger and bigger. At this time Feng Meng came to the door of Simeng, the whole person as if bathing in the spring breeze. After entering the house will be handed out tonight's manuscript. I'll do it tonight. Fu Qi smiled and took the manuscript. Feng Meng looked at Shi Meng in doubt and said with concern, is General Manager Shi catching a cold? Shi Meng did not say anything, sullen and very unhappy. Feng Meng was a little worried in her heart, it could not be because of herself. Chief Shi, you need to pay attention to rest, we can't live without you. Feng Meng said softly, if there was no Chief Shi, I'm afraid that all those owners would revolt. Shi Meng then raised her hand to let Feng Meng go out. Feng Meng looked at Fu Qi nodded. As Feng Meng left, Fu Qi comforted, wife, don't worry, this kind of speech is something I often do in my unit as well. I'm going to take a break first. Slightly hoarse, Shi Meng walked towards the bedroom. Fu Qi felt a little strange, obviously Tang Zai had already agreed, why did she still look annoyed? Lying on the bed, Shimeng tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. In the afternoon, idle and bored Tang Zhe decided to go to Feng Mengmeng to have some fun. After all, it was still fresh, causing the meows in the house to scream. However, when Tang Zhe left, he suddenly rejoiced. It was another relaxing day, let the other women suffer. Arriving at the door, Tang Zhe knocked on the door. However, the one who opened the door was an unfamiliar girl. Wasn't this the girl in the white dress? Is Meng Meng in? Tang Zhe asked curiously. Did he go to the wrong door? I'm her friend, my name is Fang Wei. Hello, my name is Tang Zhe. The two shook hands amicably. At this time Feng Mengmeng came out from the bedroom. Seeing Tang Zhe was still a little shy. What Tang Zhe came for Feng Mengmeng was of course clear in her heart, just a friend playing at home. Brother Tang, come in and sit down. Feng Wei looked at Feng Mengmeng's expression was a bit wrong, blushing what Tang Zhe walked into the house. Feng Mengmeng poured half a cup of water. Nowadays can take water to receive guests, that is definitely the most sincere gesture. Feng Mengmeng is also embarrassed to sit next to Tang Zhe, sitting on the other end of the sofa, Feng Wei sitting on a single sofa hugging pillows. The atmosphere is a little awkward. Tang Zhe was helpless. This little Feng is very unintelligent. I have come, smart, you should not find an excuse to leave. Is it waiting to watch the show? Are you guys chatting? Tang Zhe was also not very good at making friends with girls. What else can you make friends with? Feng Mengmeng hummed. Well, Wei Wei is homesick. You don't live here? Tang Zhe asked suspiciously. Feng Wei sighed. I work in Huan City. My dad was afraid that some neighborhoods were unsafe, so he bought me a set here. Then you're a rich second generation. Tang Zhe shrugged his shoulders. But Feng Wei's sitting position was a bit strange. Didn't she realize that she could see the white lace trimmed trousers, or was it intentional? Brother Tang is joking, my dad is just slightly rich. Feng Wei modestly laughed. Tang Zhe also did not ask deeply, what does this have to do with himself? Feng Mengmeng looked at the light rain falling outside and sighed. I don't know what's the end of this. If it rained harder it would be good, at least Mr. Hua's group wouldn't dare to come. Yes, if it's windy again, who would dare to go out? This light rain is really killing people. Feng Wei also looks despondent, all the time thinking about how to leave and return home to be safe. It's also gotten much colder these past few days. I don't even have any warm clothes. If the power goes out, I'm afraid I'll freeze to death. Thinking of this, Feng Mengmeng couldn't help but shiver a little, terrified that the power would go out the next moment, which would definitely be a fatal blow. As for when the power would go out, no one knew. But it was only a matter of time. Perhaps the next moment, there would not even be a mobile phone signal. I'll go to the toilet first, I've been on fire lately. Feng Wei laughed bitterly. Can you not get on fire by eating some snacks every day to fill up your hunger? Waiting for Feng Wei to leave, the toilet door closed. Tang Zhe and Feng Mengmeng glanced at each other. Feng Mengmeng immediately shyly lowered her head, while Tang Zhe directly pulled a hand into his arms too. After a long time, the toilet door opened. Feng Mengmeng immediately sat to the side. Tang Zhe also like nothing happened. I also don't know how the other cities are doing, there is no kind of safety. Feng Wei didn't notice anything unusual and sighed repeatedly. I guess there will be, it's just that there's no way to even get out now. Tang Zhe looked at Feng Mengmeng's difficult appearance funny. Feng Wei tentatively asked, Brother Tang, you're so powerful. You should be able to escape to a safe city as well. This tentative words Tang Zhe just laughed without saying anything. My car is not that good. Seeing Tang Zhe's silence, Feng Wei also knew that if she didn't give something, Tang Zhe couldn't possibly protect herself, and with last night's retaliation, who knows when the next time General Hua's men will come. Think about those men who ran away. When they bragged, one of them was as bullish as the Hulk, but when they really killed over, they ran faster than anyone else. I'm going to the toilet. Feng Mengmeng said with a slightly red face. Tang Zhe shook his head. Why are you guys taking turns going to the toilet? Suddenly, Feng Wei sat over from the sofa next to her and directly sat next to Tang Zhe, exhaling like orchids. You are? Tang Zhe froze. Are girls so proactive nowadays? Come up and hold their hands? There was no such treatment when delivering takeaways, and there was a time when I fantasized about female owners dragging themselves into the house in a domineering manner. Brother Tang, can you protect me? Fang Wei looked up eagerly at Tang Zhe. The corner of Tang Zhe's mouth twitched, so this is a deal with me, kinda know how to do it. Then this is good to talk about. With the sound of the door opening, Fang Wei hurriedly sat back. Brother Tang, you were really great last night. Don't say that, it's all just about staying alive. I also don't know when General Manager Hua's group will come next time. Chief Shi definitely has his own methods. Feng Mengmeng, who knew the inside story, comforted. As they chatted, it was already past 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Tang Zhe himself was hungry and was ready to go back and have a big meal before saying anything. Brother Tang, there's still a piece of pork in the fridge, why don't you stay for a meal? Feng Mengmeng naturally wanted to curry favor with Tang Zhe, even giving up such a rare thing as pork. Sure enough, she was immediately met with Fang Wei's spit. You're willing to eat meat when Brother Tang is here, you can't even spare it for me. Isn't it there now, and you're still talking about blaming me? Feng Mengmeng didn't have the good sense to say, you've dallied with this meal. Soon, Lao Ganma fried pork was served on the table, along with hot sizzling white rice. It was simply extravagant to the extreme, but the meat tasted strange. It should have been frozen for too long, losing the freshness that pork should have. After the meal, Tang Zhe whistled. Tang Zhe pressed the lift and looked at the time. It was almost 7 o'clock. It was good to go and see Shi sister's speech. This kind of small life is really comfortable to live. With the appearance of Tang Zhe, the surrounding people are also showing good, and even some women have begun to throw winks, but Tang Zhe cannot look at those mediocre powder, the minimum acceptance conditions at least like Meng Meng and Fang Wei, I can picky eaters it. Feng Mengmeng saw Tang Zhe come, seemed to pass by Tang Zhe, but whispered, come to my house at night. Tang Zhe spread his hands. I don't know why, after the end of the world, he was particularly popular, why on earth? But for this kind of woman who took the initiative to fall back, Tang Zhe said he didn't mean much. With Fu Qi standing on the stage, Tang Zhe paused for a moment. Owners, General Manager Shi is a bit unwell today, so I'll say a few words in her place. Tang Zhe scratched his hair. This mustn't be an apology to Sister Shi, lest he say he's too aggressive. Soon Tang Zhe arrived outside Shi Meng's house and pressed the doorbell. Shi Meng threw the cat's eye to see Tang Zhe at the door. Originally angry, do not want to open the door, but if he is again rambling, then his own efforts today will not be in vain. Open the door. Shi Meng looked at Tang Zhe with a stern face and walked back to the living room with an angry look. Tang Zhe walked into the house embarrassed. Sister Shi, I just heard that you're not feeling well, so I specially came to see you for a bit. Shi Meng rolled her eyes. Since she was a child, she had never suffered such a loss. She had always played men in the palm of her hand, and Tang Zhe was no exception, only the price she paid was too great. Tang Zhe sat beside Shi Meng, suddenly held Shi Meng's hand. Shi Meng froze, her heartbeat accelerated, wanted to pull out but couldn't. If you keep doing this, sister will get angry. Today I'll let you as you wish. Shi Meng said in her eyes. A pair of beautiful eyes looked horizontally at Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe wouldn't be such a wimp, actually when saw Sister Shi, I liked you. After saying that, he felt that he shouldn't have gone to deliver takeaways before, he should have gone to Hengdian to try out for the theater, and maybe become a star because of his good acting skills. Shi Meng coldly snorted, you this kind of word sister heard a lot. Cheat that little girlfriend of yours is okay. She has no sister, you understand me? Ah. Shi Meng's heart, however, couldn't help but tremble. This Tang Zhe is still really good at it. Go out for some air. Shi Meng got up and walked towards the outside of the house. Tang Zhe was stunned and followed with a smile. Tang Zhe threw his cigarette butt on the ground and stepped on it. All right then, I'll go back first. Sister Shi, go back quickly, don't catch a cold. In the safe passage, Tang Zhe leaned against the railing and laughed. Sister Shi, you're not going home yet. The air outside is good. Shi Meng glared at Tang Zhe without a good mood. If it wasn't for the sake of the plan, how could I possibly suffer a loss? This is not my style at all, Shi Meng. Tang Zhe threw his cigarette butt on the ground and stepped on it. All right then, I'll go back first. Sister Shi, go back quickly, don't catch a cold. Shi Meng's face sank. She just watched Tang Zhe go downstairs. This bastard, when things are over, I'm going to find a way to get rid of him. Adjusting her emotions, Shi Meng returned home. Fu Qi was sitting on the sofa watching a film, seeing his wife return. Where did you go? Ah. Don't go out recklessly if you have a cold. Shimeng said softly, didn't go anywhere, got some air at the stairway. A little hungry, bring me something to eat. Shimeng said helplessly, her stomach was hungry. Forget it, just consider it a dog bite, just kill Huo Wanyan. Tang Zhe didn't return to his house until the early hours of the morning. Entering the door, he saw 3 pairs of pitifully beautiful eyes. Oops, thinking about his own happiness, he forgot to prepare a meal for them. Recounting what happened in the evening, the 3 women were stunned, and it had to be said that this kind of erotic encounter was because of the Garage War God's title. If Tang Zhe wanted to, those women who threw winks would go one by one. Master is really powerful, how long has it been? Xiao Bai was intimately pampered next to Tang Zhe, a living kitten. Sun Ting snickered, so who actually wins in the end, and will she always leave? Yi Qingyi's eyebrow was frowning, she had been wary about the bet, afraid that if she lost, there would be no one to save you at that time. Master, have you already thought of a way to make General 11 decide to stay or go? Sun Ting asked curiously. Of course I've thought of it, but it's a secret for now, you guys will know when the time comes. See Tang Zhe mysterious, completely the 3 women's appetite to hang up, no matter how much pampering Tang Zhe is not to say, after all, my brother Tang's heart is hard as a rock, pampering cannot melt away. The next morning, Tang Zhe was woken up by Shimeng's phone call. Sister Shi, did you miss me so early? Tang Zhe yawned and said, last night he worked overtime again, now his eyelids are a bit heavy, these gossiping women are really something. Think you ahead, come up here. Got it. Yawning Tang Zhe came upstairs and rang the doorbell. Opening the door was Feng Mengmeng, seeing Tang Zhe's heart surging, obviously, Feng Mengmeng likes Tang Zhe's hard power. Mr. Shi, then I'll leave first. Feng Mengmeng gave Tang Zhe a look that Tang Zhe understood in a second. Walking into the house, Shimeng put down her mobile phone and said in a low voice, I've already made an appointment with General Manager Hua for the location. Tang Zhe laughed, sitting on the side and asked, just an appointment? Shimeng all feel that he is the one who is on the pirate ship, listen to this tone of voice, also want to take advantage of their own cheap, where there is such a good thing, almost on the line. Originally not so fast, but also had to speed up, said sternly, I have an appointment with General Manager Hua this evening, the location of the Xinhua bookstore on Baoyuan Road, I need you to go in advance, will be some hidden dangers to exclude. What perfume is sister spraying today, it smells so good. I'm talking to you, do you hear me? Shimeng is going crazy, it feels like Tang Zhe is not attentive at all, handing over such an important task to him, in the end, is it okay, is it too unreliable? Hear that? Tang Zhe sighed and said, is there that much tension, it's not just solving a person, it's not a god. Can you be more serious, this matter is very important to me. Shimeng said seriously, if in the past, he had such an employee, he would directly fire him. Shimeng to crack, this hangdog look is maddening, it all feels like a blood loss, but he is the only one who can do this thing. Really so torn ah. It didn't take long for Fu Qi to return, Tang Zhe had no choice but to leave. The returning Fu Qi instantly inquired with a reproachful gaze, what were you guys just chatting about? What else could I be chatting about, what kind of eyes are you looking at, doubting me? As soon as he heard Shimeng's elevated tone, Fu Qi wimped out, I don't mean that. Looking at this wimpy husband, Shimeng's heart was filled with anger. Think about it yourself, what role did you play in the disaster for so many days, while I did what should have been done by you men, Tang Zhe is now my only bargaining chip, he can do whatever he wants. After saying that, he walked into the bedroom and closed the door fiercely. Bored Tang Zhe could only go to Feng Mengmeng's house for a cup of tea. Brother Tang. Feng Mengmeng beside him drew circles with her fingers on Tang Zhe's chest. What's wrong? Brother Tang, you have to come back safely. Feng Mengmeng didn't want Tang Zhe to die, otherwise her efforts would be in vain. Just a bunch of little yakuza, don't worry. Hearing Tang Zhe say this, Feng Mengmeng also only thought that Tang Zhe was bragging, as she had heard too many such words. Don't worry, when the time comes, Brother Tang will take you out of here. Feng Mengmeng's eyes immediately lit up after hearing this. Tang Zhe has a way to leave? How do you think I got here? It's just that the car didn't drive in. After all, I'm afraid of being robbed. Tang Zhe said with a smile. If Yi Qing-yi saw this smile, she would know what bad thoughts Tang Zhe was playing. Feng Mengmeng excitedly all sat up, displaying that charming petite body. Brother Tang, you have a car? Nowadays, the tires of the car can't even be used. The tires are unusable, but my car is tracked. Feng Mengmeng came to a realization. Tang Zhe, you are really awesome. Mengmeng likes it so much. When the time comes, you must bring Mengmeng along. In the future, Mengmeng will listen to Brother Tang. If it wasn't for the fact that you're so well behaved, I wouldn't tell you this secret. You have to keep it a secret for me. Well, promise not to tell. So good. Leaving Feng Mengmeng's home was already almost 11 o'clock. Tang Zhe didn't intend to go back. After all, he is also a man of his word. Things still need to go and do a little. Taking out his little brother's mobile phone, Tang Zhe's mouth revealed a devilish smile. Mr. Hua, I don't know if you are like your little brother, but don't make it difficult for me. Arriving in the garage, the men around him respectfully called out Brother Tang. Brother Tang, the car is ready. Rushing up is fine, but the tires won't last long. A man walked up with the car keys and barked. I know. Receiving the car keys, it was still a BMW 5 Series, with a layer of plastic sheeting attached to the bonnet to prevent the rain from leaking in, but this car was probably the least of the cars in the garage. All move the car a bit, Tang is going out. More than 10 men looked at Tang Zhe's relaxed and cozy face, as if he was going out for a trip, and secretly wondered if he was faking it. If Chief Shi and Tang Zhe came back safe and sound today, then this Tang Zhe was considered a real fierce man, and could all be considered the second-in-command of the neighborhood. Unfortunately, Tang Zhe is not interested in the second-in-command, not even interested in the first-in-command, but still interested in the last-in-command. Royal Capital Clubhouse. At noon, Huo Wanyan followed a group of juniors to eat real rice and fried vegetables, simply no difference from the usual. Of course, eat so good is also occasionally. Today go out to do business even more, have to let the brothers eat a good meal, bring not a lot of people, but also 70 or 80. But this 70-80 mouths to eat the meal can be quite a lot, even Huo Wanyan also heartache. Putting down his chopsticks, Huo Wanyan stood directly on the table. Brothers, I'll say a few words. The little brothers looked at their boss, their eyes were hot with admiration, especially the shotgun in Huo Wanyan's hand. With this spray gun, we still won't take down the entire Huan city, by then the entire city will be our brothers, we can do whatever we want. This operation, the purpose is only one, tie up Shimeng, then we will have more guns, it's only a matter of time before we take Huan city. The juniors' blood boiled, there was only one idea in their heads, take Huan city and be the king of Huan city. But according to the clues provided by the informant, a strange man appeared beside this woman, Shimeng, claiming to be a delivery man, but killed all of our brothers, Scar and the others. What should we do? Revenge. 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 Huo Wanyan is very satisfied with the reaction of his little brothers. That's right, we mix the word righteousness in the Jianghu, blood is paid for blood, no matter if he is a delivery man, or a head delivery man, all beings are equal in front of the sprayer. After saying that, he raised the shotgun in his hand, and the juniors whistled excitedly. After eating, we will go to the bookstore first, and when the people come, all but Simone will be killed. Before the minions could applaud. Knock knock. Suddenly the knock on the door sounded. The men in the hall looked at the door at once. What does the one guarding the door outside mean? What door is he knocking on? The cops are here. Your takeaway is here. Oh. A familiar voice sounded outside the door. Not Tang Zhe, and who would it be? Tang Zhe pressed not to go to the Xinhua bookstore, directly to the lair is not good, save trouble. With the sound of Tang Zhe's words falling, the hall looked extraordinarily quiet. What time is it? There is actually a delivery. Go open the door. Huo Wanyan frowned, his hands gripping the spray tightly. Who is it, making a pretense? The four juniors came to the door with their machetes. Through the glass on the door, they could vaguely see a man standing there, indeed carrying something in his hand. The four nodded, and two of them opened the double doors. Mr. Hua, don't open the door. The brothers at the door have been killed. The walkie-talkie in Huo Wanyan's trouser pocket shouts out, it should be the little brother in charge of monitoring, he just didn't know what he went to do and only found out now. But at this time the door had opened, and the 4 juniors saw the man in front of them. With a smirk on his face, he was carrying a golden chopper on his shoulder, carrying 2 heads in his right hand, and the bodies were lying next to him. "Noah, takeout for you guys." Tang Zhe laughed as he tossed the heads out, rolling down onto the dining table in the middle of the hall, instantly staining the delicious meal bright red. Vomit. Several juniors vomited on the spot, clearly visible bones and throats, neatly sliced off. Huo Wanyan's face all becomes incomparably grave as he looks towards the takeaway boy not far away. Delivery? Could it be someone from Shimeng? He's crazy, running alone to his own territory. Kill him. Huo Wanyan shouted angrily, there is a way to heaven you don't go, there is no door to hell you insist on breaking through, leave your life behind and see what else Shimeng can rely on. Tang Zhe froze, hey, Mr. Hua, I'm here to talk business with you. Huo Wanyan has never seen such a shameless one, taking the heads of his 2 little brothers to talk business? Is this the way you talk business? The 4 little brothers in front of him don't care so much, they must avenge the death of their brothers and kill him, maybe Hua always rewards female college students. Looking at the 4 knives towards himself, Tang Zhe helplessly sighed, I knew it, what kind of little brother, what kind of boss, all will make it hard to do. There was a swish. The 4 people were as if they were paused, their raised arms fell to the ground with their machetes, followed by 4 heads dropping without warning, the headless corpses spewed blood wildly, as if they were dispersing as if they were welcoming the blood monarch. Tang Zhe's hand immediately shocked everyone, this is more than a little strong, is strong a little perverted ah. How much arm strength was needed for that horizontal chop just now? Get out of the way. Huo Wanyan droned, jumping down with the shotgun, the muzzle aimed at Tang Zhe, but in order to improve the hit rate, Huo Wanyan was still slightly closer to Tang Zhe, now a bullet was more precious than gold. The surrounding juniors cheered when they saw the boss using the snatch. In front of hot weapons, what is that knife in your hand? It's just a primitive weapon. You're the delivery guy next to Shimeng. Huo Wanyan suddenly didn't want to kill Tang Zhe just like that, if Tang Zhe could be used for himself, then his strength would be infinitely doubled. Tang Zhe hummed, spread his hands and laughed, yes, originally came over to talk business with you, your little brother outside didn't allow it, and used a knife on me, I also acted in self-defense, General Manager Hua don't blame me. Huo Wanyan's face skin all twitched, killed my people, but also let me not blame you? Is there such a shameless person? What business do you want to talk to me about? Huo Wanyan asked in a deep voice. Just cooperate with me in a play, it's simple. What's in it for me? Tang Zhe laughed out loud, the benefit is your lives, isn't this business a good deal? You fucking tricked me, fuck. Huo Wanyan was not Shimeng, being insulted by a delivery man, regardless of whether he was an expert or not, he would directly shoot him. Looking at Tang Zhe who rushed over, Huo Wanyan directly shot. Bang! General Manager Hua, your marksmanship isn't even as good as my family's meow. Tang Zhe held the gun facing upwards and didn't forget to flirt a bit. Huo Wanyan looked at Tang Zhe in disbelief, he had just clearly pulled the trigger, but the trigger seemed to be stuck as if it was stuck, until this delivery man held the muzzle up and the trigger went down. Let go! Huo Wanyan shouted angrily with panic, the surrounding juniors also turned from excited to nervous, that gun was actually held by someone else. You are also the one who is the boss, can you be smart? Said a kick on Huo Wanyan's big tummy, Huo Wanyan fell to the ground like a boiled shrimp, and his hand was loosened. Holding the spray, the bullet is loaded, I have to give you a kick to let go, why bother General Hua? The minions saw the loaded spray and were scared to back off and didn't dare to approach, in the middle of this post-apocalyptic world, the deterrent brought by a gun is really scary as hell. Huo Wanyan scans the surrounding minions, so angry that his lips tremble with fear. What are you afraid of, he's just one person. There are still 3 bullets inside the gun, kill him and the women are at your disposal. In the future, he'll be the boss of a district. Tang Zhe sked, the gun pointed at Huo Wanyan and said in a deep voice, Mr. Hua, it's really hard to talk business with you, you're making it very unpleasant for me. What are you doing? Huo Wannian's eyes showed panic. What do you say? Huo Wannian shouted hysterically, kill him. Kill him quickly. Bang! All the juniors who raised their knives paused for a moment. Their boss, General Manager Huo's face, was smashed. Bang! Bang! Each shot all hit Chief Huo's face. Blood and brain matter and other substances were everywhere. The entire head was shot into a bloody hole. The juniors were all subdued by Tang Zei's ruthless tactics. It's not that they haven't killed before, but such a killing method is shocking to the eyes. So few bullets. Who still has them? Lend me a few. Tang Zei pulled the shotgun. Such a big boss to prepare this point of bullets, can kill a few people, really disappointing. The little brothers looked at Tang Zei dumbfounded. Lend you a few bullets, when we are stupid? Brothers, he is out of bullets. Whoever kills him, who is the boss? Someone in the crowd immediately shouted. This was undoubtedly the most tempting reward. Who here didn't want to be the boss? Looking at the crowd that was once again surging, Tang Zei shook his head helplessly, his right hand reaching into his trouser pocket and pulling out the bullets from his red shotgun. The person rushing at the front was dumbfounded. He actually had shotgun shells in his trouser pocket? How was this possible? Looking at Tang Zei still loading the bullets, the little brother instantly reddened. Whether he could be the boss or not depended on this. While he hadn't loaded the bullets, cut off his head. There was a click. Sorry, you're a little slow. Tang Zei looked at the little brother with a smile. Bang! The little brother's body was shaken by the impact and flew 2 meters, a bleeding hole gradually emerging from his chest. The little brother at the back heard that there were still gunshots, and immediately panicked. Who just said that there were no bullets? This was not letting the brothers get killed. Kill me, who is the boss? Don't hurry, what are you waiting for? When Tang Zei finished speaking, he blew out the head of the nearest little brother, then clicked his tongue and loaded the gun again. Behind him, another little brother suddenly rushed out. Tang Zei directly raised his gun back. Bang! Another little brother fell. His face was completely disfigured and his eyeballs were exposed. Who dares to go forward? This is simply a pervert. Brothers go on. Afraid of him for what? Just so little bullets. We have more people. At this time to say such words, no one dares to go up. The ground lying a few people who want to be the boss. Since you guys don't go up, I don't blame me for opening fire and killing. Tang Zei put away his smile and fired a shot directly into the crowd. Instantly 4 or 5 people were shot and fell to the ground, wailing. At this time there were people who wanted to run, but found that the doors actually couldn't even be opened, as if they were all locked in the hall. Even the windows couldn't be opened, smashing through the glass and wanting to jump out, but it was still raining outside, and the specialized Macintosh was still upstairs. Listening to the back of the constant gunfire, wailing, everyone is scared out of their wits. That delivery man is simply the devil. He is not a person at all. Killing people is like killing chickens. Big brother, don't kill me. I'm also being held hostage by Mr. Hua. I'm a college student. You'll be my boss from now on. A young man with glasses dropped the knife in his hand and knelt on the ground. Tang Zei hummed and shot towards the head, blood splattering everywhere. Don't think I don't know. You're the one with the loudest voice. Tangza continued to load, scan the hall, more than 30 specific, and 7 or 8 bleeding and injured. Loaded the bullet. Tang Zei single-handedly loaded the gun, teasingly shouted, all hide well. Don't let me find it. There were almost 40 people left hiding in the box, or the toilet, or the kitchen. Everyone was trembling their bodies. Obviously they were going to cut someone else. How could this happen? This must be a dream. This must be a dream. Tang Zei is like playing a cat and mouse game. Seems to look extraordinarily interested. A foot kicked open the door of the box. There is still music playing inside. A cloaked woman was hanging next to her, legs in M shape. The body is full of blood marks. Tang Zei walked to the side and found that there was still breathing. Looking at the appearance is also in his 20s, actually abused like this. Beautiful girl, did you see someone come in? The girl looked at Tang Zei, and the gun in Tang Zei's hand, and her weak gaze moved to the direction of the toilet next to her. The corner of Tang Zei's mouth revealed an arc, directly kicking the toilet door open. Big brother, spare, bang. Walking out of the toilet, Tang Zei smiled towards the girl, help you take revenge. After saying that, he was ready to leave. Big brother. Tang Zhe turned back in confusion. What's wrong? There's someone else? Can kill me. Tang Zhe looked at the girl's situation. Now every minute for her is torture, really sinful. Play with women, just play. Why abuse into this look, perverted? Ah. Miss Sister, this gun hurts on the body, I'll break your neck. Since he was going to do it, he still had to seek the opinion of the girl. The girl smiled and nodded, not wanting any more pain, then closed her eyes. Tang Zhe placed the gun on the side and held the girl's head with both hands. With a click, the girl's body went completely soft. Sighing, Tangza picked up the gun and changed to the next box. Never thought that in every box there were girls hanging, or tied to the sofa. All of them were all over the place. Tangza had to come up with a sentence after looking at them. All of them were animals. One by one, help the girls to relieve the pain. Coming to the toilet, Tangza was shocked again, feeling that his young mind was hurt. The row of lower half of the body exposed outside the toilet door. Tang Zhe walked to look. This is afraid that the public toilet of those juniors, a little bit of ability to have their own box. Looking inside the toilet, the woman was tied up with her hands unable to move, and did not know whether she had fainted or died. Falling into the hands of this group of people was indeed worse than death. Suddenly, Tang Zhe saw a black footprint, so there was one hiding here. Directly, he fired a shot towards the door. Bang! Blood gradually flowed out of the door. Tang Zhe carried the spray and left the toilet. Looking at these things, all felt too pure and honest. Upon arriving in the kitchen, Dans again felt uncharacteristically merciful in his means. On the countertop there was a emanating woman's head, her thighs were still laid out on the cutting board, and there was chopped meat in the bowl next to her, and the pot was even still cooking. I can't believe you guys are perverted enough to eat human flesh. Yo, there's still someone hiding in the freezer. Open the door of the freezer room. There are 7 frozen female corpses hanging upside down, the originally slender legs covered with a layer of frost. From the wounds on the body it seems that they were not abused in life. When a good girl do not go in and out of entertainment in the early hours of the morning, early home does not smell. Discovered that the depths seemed to have gasped out of the hot air, Tang Zhe did not say anything, and directly closed the door and locked it. The 3 men in the cold room were frozen to the ground. Is it gone? It should be gone. Go out and take a look. The 3 men sneaked to the door and tried to open it, but they couldn't open it, which undoubtedly made them so scared that they couldn't care less if they were killed or what, and frantically knocked on the door. And Tangza stood in the doorway and lit a cigarette, listening to the knocking sound behind him, slowly closed the kitchen door. Soon the ground floor and the first floor were cleaned up, and those who should be killed were killed, and those who should be relieved were relieved. Come to the 3rd floor, this should be the office. The room is a lot less, save yourself to find. General Manager's office. Tang Zhe held the door handle, but paused slightly, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Bang! The wooden door was pierced. Tang Zhe then opened the door and went in. On the ground lying a bleeding man with a knife, towards the head to make up a shot. On the sofa sat 4 girls, scared pale. Thinking where did this person come from, actually killed the man who managed them. Tang Zhe turned his head to look at the 4 girls. They were all quite young, but unfortunately not pretty enough. They could still be used if they brushed their experience. Big brother, don't kill us. The 4 girls shivered. Tang Zhe asked curiously, why are you guys here? Still dressed so well? One of the girls said with panic, we don't know, it seems like we're being sent somewhere. Oh, that's so, I should have known not to beat him to death. You guys wait for me here for a while, I'll go find someone to ask. The 4 frightened girls nodded. After Tang Zhe left, one of the bold girls came to the door and heard the sound of footsteps gradually moving away. He's gone, let's hurry and run. Didn't he tell us to wait here? A soft girl said. Are you stupid, still waiting for him to come? Do you want to go to the toilet as a bidet? Upon hearing this, the girl's face was covered in panic and she immediately got up and ran along. Opening the door and seeing Tang Zhe with his back turned, the girl beckoned, run. Only to see the 4 girls running desperately towards the stairway. Tang Zhe looked back and sighed helplessly, run what run ah you guys, where can you run when it's raining outside? Bang 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 bang. The 4 girls fell to the ground, their bodies twitching every now and then, blood seeping out from that fair skin. Said to wait for me, hate those who don't keep their word. After saying that, Tang Zhe opened the next door. Big brother. Tang Zhe froze. This person actually knelt directly in the middle. It was a bit different. Say it, let's see what you have to live for. Tang Zhe sat on the mahogany desk, playing with the golden fountain pen, aiming at the kneeling man's head. I'm willing to talk business with Big Brother. Tang Zhe couldn't help but laugh. You're the first one willing to talk business with me, and certainly the last. The kneeling man was terrified. He didn't expect everyone to be dead, only himself was left. Big Brother, my name is Ning Qingwei, I sell alcohol in the clubhouse, so I know some things that Big Brother wants to know. You're smart. What happened to those 4 girls in the manager's office just now? Ning Qingwei lowered his head and didn't dare to lift it up, and immediately replied, those 4 women were originally intended to be sent to General Manager Qian in exchange for 4 bullets. Ooh, 1 bullet for 1 woman, do you have that many women to exchange? Big Brother, you also know that we are in the business of entertainment venues. The least thing inside the venues is women. General Manager who recently concentrated all the women held in the branch shops to be held in the clubhouse, lest they be played to death by some of the juniors. Tang Zhe's gaze lit up. Take me to take a look. Big Brother, this way please. Ning Qingwei led the way, and Tang Zhe followed, absently asking, how many women are locked up? Almost 100. So many. What do they eat and drink? All they ate was human flesh, and what they drank was urine blended with a little water. After saying that, he also revealed a bad smile, which was as evil as it could be. Tang Zhe sort of understand, the original kitchen, those human meat are for the imprisoned women to eat, otherwise more than 100 mouths every day still have to manage to get full, but it is completely when the livestock in the feeding. Think about yourself, there are still bones to eat, there is water to drink, but also can take a bath. Don't be too good. Little Yi is still complaining, really should have brought her to see the environment here. Soon Ning Qingwei brought Tang Zhe to the secret passage. As soon as the door was opened, it was full of incarcerated women, there was even a stench. Tang Zhe all deeply frowned, brushing experience wouldn't even go for them. Thought there would be pretty ones. The imprisoned women all looked at each other in unison, some had dull gazes, some were crazy, and some were shouting for help. You're showing me this? Being held against his head by the spray, Ning Qingwei immediately said, Big Brother, they can still be exchanged for something if they're cleaned up. Tang Zhe directly pulled the trigger. With a click, the crisp trigger sounded for a moment. Wait, I'll load a bullet. Ning Qingwei wet his trousers in fear, squatting on the ground and kowtowing fiercely, Big Brother, I still know a lot of secrets. Mr. Hua still has more than 100 brothers scattered in various venues, calling them back will definitely be able to be used for Big Brother. Seeing Tang Zhe still loading bullets, Ning Qingwei's head was running wild. General Qian got a lot of sprays in the escort company, even General Hua has to send him women on a regular basis. The sprays in your hand, Big Brother, are also from General Qian to General Hua. Also, there are a few beautiful women around General Manager Hua. Tang Zhe's action of loading bullets paused for a moment. How pretty. Ning Qingwei was secretly pleased and immediately replied, anyway, they are prettier than these. General Manager Hua can't even give them to General Manager Qian, saying that he wants to have fun before giving them away. Lie to me again, this gun head will be shoved into your chrysanthemum, you should be able to fantasize about that scene. Yes, Big Brother, this way please. There are quite a few secret doors. Ning Qingda gasped, cold sweat pouring out. In the past, this was all a dark pavilion prepared for some bosses and celebrities. Walking into the house, Tang Zhe saw 3 women sitting on the sofa, wearing bikinis. To be honest, not as good looking as Feng Mengmeng, let alone going with Sun Ting and the others. But this kid didn't lie to himself, it was indeed better than the ones outside. And the 3 women looked at Tang Zhe, who was holding a gun, a little confused, especially that familiar-looking spray. Isn't it Mr. Hua's? This is the new Big Brother, don't call Big Brother yet. Ning Qingwei hurriedly reminded. The woman in the purple lace bikini instantly understands that Chief Hua is dead and has changed his Big Brother. Aya, my little daughter has met Big Brother. The woman daintily came to Tang Zhe's side, cried out in a whiny voice, her hands were on Tang Zhe's shoulders. There was a bang. The woman was directly sprayed onto the bed, her slightly flabby abdomen was pierced through, and she couldn't even believe why she had to kill herself. Ning Qingwei was also confused. Is this woman not good? Even if it is not good, there is no need to kill to the following little brother can still help with the work. This clip sound makes me so hard Tang Zhe all gritted his teeth, never heard such a difficult clip sound. The other two women were so scared that they directly knelt on the ground, their delicate bodies trembling. This new big brother was even more vicious than General Manager Hua. And you? Lying to me again? Ning Qingwei flopped to his knees again. Big brother, this is really top-notch. This is called top-notch. Look at this nose made to look like a ghost. This snake face is disgusting to me when I look at it. Is this the taste of that General Manager Hua of yours? Bang! Another shot takes one away. Ning Qingwei gulps hard. The remaining women can't control their collapsing emotions and let out screams as they run towards the outside. Bang! The woman's body collapsed onto the concrete floor, and the women imprisoned outside instantly leaned against the wall in fear. Ning, I don't think you're very useful anymore. What do you think? Feeling the muzzle of the gun on his head, Ning Qingwei still wanted to struggle a bit. I'm useful. Big brother, wait for me to think. There must be news that big brother likes. I'll count to 3. 1. 3. Ning Qingwei instantly shouted, I remember, there's an actress trapped in Huan City. If you say it again slower, your head won't be pulled. Tang Zhe instantly raised his eyebrows, helped Ning Qingwei up, and handed him a cigarette, which Ning Qingwei dared to take. Not giving me face? Ning Qingwei immediately took the cigarette, already scared out of his wits. Tang Zhe lit a cigarette and sat on the sofa. Tell me about the big star. I just overheard the phone call between General Manager Hua and General Manager Qian. It seems like General Manager Qian asked General Manager Hua to do this. Say directly where. I only know that it's in Shuangdong District. Tang Zhe helplessly laughed. Do you know how big Shuangdong District is? Big brother, surely a star wouldn't live too poorly, and there's only one villa area in Shuangdong District, so it's definitely in there. This idea of yours is still reliable. Which actress? Big brother, this I really don't know anymore. Tang Zhe AI stood up and stomped out the cigarette. Big brother? Big brother? As if he didn't hear it, Tang Zhe walked outside and opened one of the iron doors. Big brother, don't open it. Ning Qingwei instantly panicked. And when the women saw the iron doors open, those eyes immediately locked onto Ning Qingwei as if they wanted to swallow him. What are all frozen for? Tang Zhe shouted. Only to see the women frantically rushing out, running away from Tang Zhe, pouncing on the fleeing Ning Qingwei directly, and with one bite, they bit down on Ning Qingwei's arm, hardening a piece of flesh. Ah! Ah! You stinking women! Big brother, save me! Beat them to death! Tang Zhe ignored it. This Ning Qingwei actually knew such a secret place. He was probably also the person in charge of this place, and he definitely didn't mistreat them on weekdays. These poor women, let them have a chance to take revenge as well. Ning Qingwei just watched as the body was all torn apart and rotted by the women. The scene was shocking, and Ning Qingwei lived to watch himself being gnawed away. Unfortunately, originally, he also wanted Chief Hua to cooperate in a play, and also let himself have a hero's addiction. He had to make such a scene. Why bother? Now I can only borrow General Manager Hua's head for a while. I also have to go to the monitoring room and delete my handsome side. Shenhua Wanyan's mobile phone. It is this Apple mobile phone. Still have to sweep the face to unlock. If I had known, I would not break. Forget it. Take a person's head back to deliver, lest she said he lied to her again, originally wanted to scare her. Talking about a business move, what gun is not it Hua? I do not know if Mr. Shi still recognize By the way, shoot some more material to go back, otherwise no one will believe it, especially have to talk to little Meow Meow. The environment of your breeding is too good, don't be so picky. After Tang Zhe left, the women ran out with their mouths full of blood. When they saw the corpses in the hall, they first froze for a moment, and then screamed madly as if they were venting. There were a few women who seemed to be rummaging through someone, and when they saw that familiar face, they didn't have any hesitation, and tore at it with their mouths while crying. There were also a few women who rushed out of the clubhouse with maniacal laughter after venting, spreading their arms and enjoying being rained on, falling to the ground and convulsing within seconds, but even when they died, it was with a smile and relief. Tang Zei saw it in the rear-view mirror, go home early in your next life. At this time, Shimeng sat on the sofa, clutching her mobile phone tightly in her hand, delayed in getting a reply from Tang Zei, and gradually became anxious in her heart. On the side of the Fu Qi brought a cup of milk, looking at the sofa charming wife, and the coffee table, his mind suddenly remembered the morning's picture, that Tang Zei should die outside. Actually fuck his wife. Suppressing his anger, Fu Qi forced out a smile, wife, milk for you. It must be said that being slightly developed by Tang Zei, at this time, Shimeng is even more beautiful and moving. After all, even the best woman needs a man's reclamation, otherwise the ground is barren. Looking at the milk in her husband's hand, Shimeng suddenly brow wrinkled. It's disgusting to look at, drink it yourself. Fu Qi froze and looked at the milk in the cup, his face was suddenly twitching. Shimeng did not even notice her husband's face, her mind was on the plan, paying so much, just waiting for this day. But at this time also do not dare to call Tang Zei, perhaps Tang Zei is hiding in the bookstore somewhere, they're on a phone call, I am afraid it will be exposed. Looking at the time, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Go call some people, it's time to go. Anxious Shimeng could no longer wait a bit. If something really happened to Tang Zei, Huo Wanyan would even come to the phone to taunt him. Wife, isn't it a bit early? It's safe to go early so as not to be fooled, said Shimeng as she got up and went back to her room to tidy up her appearance. When Shimeng walks out, Fu Qi is even more angry, his own delicate wife like a flower, actually. Those legs he had rarely played with, why would he, a moral and decent man, go and pretend? Wearing high heels, Shimeng looked at the dull and motionless Fu Qi unpleasantly said, froze for what, go Oh, good. Shimeng hated the iron, if you have some ability, can I be played by Tang Zei so much? But then again, when I saw my husband come back, that feeling was unprecedented. Shook her head, what time is it, still thinking about this, really washed out by Tang Zei, this time better give me Huo Wanyan killed, otherwise, hee. In the car park, more than a dozen men with the family kitchen knives ready, also doing goodbye to the family, who knows this time out there is no life back. In the corner, a few old bosses are also chatting in a low voice. Mr. Chen, if Shimeng doesn't come back this time, it looks like you'll still have to come out and preside over the situation. Don't worry Mr. Liang, I'm 100 times better than Shimeng, what's wrong with cooperating with Huo Wanyan? This Shimeng is just too greedy for the power in his hand, and is unwilling to be under someone else's thumb. That's right, we can't play with her with our lives. At this time, Shimeng has already walked out from the lift, these people naturally shut up, after all, Shimeng is still the boss. Just looking at Shimeng's enchanting body, especially today wearing a white dress, the towering peaks seem to be breaking out of the clothes, the slender jade legs stimulate the physiological limits of the surrounding men, if this is caught by Huo Wanyan, I'm afraid that the consequences will be disastrous. Wife, these are the only ones. Fu Qi said as he looked towards the men who were already ready. Shimeng frowns tightly as she looks over, these men don't have any momentum at all, their heads hang down and they feel as if they are going to send them to their deaths. I'm not afraid of a woman, what are you guys afraid of? Shimeng instantly chirped, although Tang Zei was bad, at least he hadn't been afraid. One of the little fat men said with trepidation, General 11, it's not much use for us to go with this number of people, why don't we cooperate with General Hua, don't fight, it won't be good for our district. Yes, Mr. 11, cooperation is a win-win situation, and we will all listen to you when the time comes, why take this risk, we all only have one life. Maybe Tang Zei is already dead now, we're just giving away our heads if we go again, Mr. Shi, we're not afraid, but we don't want to die for nothing. Fu Qi all felt that what they said made sense, but he wouldn't agree at this time, that would be slapping his wife's face. Although it really wanted to hit her face. Shimeng really didn't expect that these people she raised didn't have the slightest bit of guts, didn't have the slightest bit of bloodlust, especially after the death of those who followed Luo Jun, there was no one who could take charge at all. Disappointment surfaced in Shimeng's mind, and even began to self-doubt, what is the point of having them, what he wants is men who can fight and kill. Chief Shi, Brother Tang's car is back. Suddenly the intercom rang with an excited voice. This news undoubtedly blew away the disappointment in Shimeng's mind, Tang Zei is actually alive, no what's he coming back for, didn't he tell him to wait? This Tang Zhe, how come he always disobeyed his own orders? The car at the door couldn't move in time, a BMW 5 Series rushed straight in, crashing into it, the bonnet was smoking white smoke. Quickly go and bring out the people. Shi Meng hurriedly shouted, although she didn't know why she had come back, but Tang Zhe was the only tough guy around who could fight. Fu Qi looked at such a flustered wife, heartbroken white boy in front of his own face. You are afraid that he was faint. Under the guise of needing Tang Zhe, so that you can satisfy the emptiness inside yourself for many years. Not waiting for the person to pass, Tang Zhe kicked open the door and grabbed the bloody head of the passenger side and the sprayer. Upon seeing Tang Zhe, who appeared with the head and the spray gun in his hand, the few men who had originally rescued the others were scared and took 2 steps back. He had actually gotten a gun outside. How was this possible? And who was that human head? Fu Qi saw the sprayer in Tang Zhe's hand and became even more desperate. This little white boy is getting stronger and stronger, and even felt that his wife is not his opponent at all, being played by him. At this moment, everyone in the car park's eyes were tense, surprised, and fearful. None of their faces were with a smile, even Shi Meng. Chief Shi, I've completed my mission. Tang Zhe laughed as he threw Huo Wanyan's head at Shi Meng's feet. Looking at the smashed face, Shi Meng forced herself to vomit. Who is this? Didn't you ask me to kill Huo Wanyan, isn't this him? Tang Zhe shrugged, having given you such a big gift, how are you going to repay me? When these words came out, the crowd couldn't believe it as they looked at the rolling head. That person was Huo Wanyan? Huo Wanyan had his head chopped off by Tang Zhe? Wasn't it claimed that Huo Wanyan had hundreds of brothers around him? How did Tang Zhe do it? How is this possible? Shi Meng was not happy in his heart, because what he wanted was not only Huo Wanyan's head, but also Huo Wanyan's group of desperate brothers. Killing Huo Wanyan was just for deterrence, making it easy for him to take in those little brothers. And now he actually killed directly and brought back the head. Shi Meng almost didn't spit out blood in anger, but it seemed as if his own orders were indeed just like that, and he almost didn't cry from anger, his elaborate design all destroyed. How do you prove that this is Huo Wanyan? Fu Qi immediately questioned, who knows if it's true, what if it's you who killed a random person from outside, chopped off his head and said it's Huo Wanyan? Tang Zhe looked at Fu Qi with a smile, while the corner of Fu Qi's eyes trembled. What do you mean by this smile? President Shi can make a phone call and try. Shi Meng is actually a bit unconvinced. Since her husband has said so, she takes out her mobile phone and makes a call to Huo Wanyan. Ring ring ring. A crisp ringtone rings from Tang Zhe's trouser pocket, while Tang Zhe takes out his mobile phone, which displays 2 words. Stinky pussy. The corner of Shi Meng's mouth twitched, not expecting Huo Wanyan to give himself such a note. But he really did. Huo Wanyan died just like that. Looking at the human head under her feet, Shi Meng felt unreal. Her strongest opponent had died. Slowly raising her jade feet, she stepped on Huo Wanyan's head with her high heels. Owners, Huo Wanyan is dead. We are safe. Woohoo! The crowd cheered at once. The owners upstairs received the news and also came down, knowing that Huo Wanyan, the scourge, had been removed. Everyone's hearts that were hanging in the air at that moment were finally secure. Feng Mengmeng and Fang Wei also rushed down and rejoiced to see that Tang Zhe was fine and had done such a great thing. Feeling that with their relationship with Tang Zhe, they were at least very safe here, they couldn't wait to bring Tang Zhe home now and serve him well. But some of the bosses found a problem. Huo Wanyan was dead, and a new trouble seemed to be being born. It was Tang Zhe with the sprayer, who could directly threaten their lives. Brother Tang, general manager, she said that it's best to keep this gun in her safekeeping. Only to see a man cautiously walk over to accompany the smile. Many people's gazes looked over to see if Tang Zhe would hand over the gun. And Shi Meng was using an individual to test Tang Zhe. It would be better if he could hand it over, and if he didn't hand it over, it would show that Tang Zhe wasn't stupid, and even had intentions. Tang Zhe ignored the man in front of him, which was just a messenger, and walked directly towards Shi Meng. And Shi Meng looked at the walking Tang Zhe, her heart tensed up at once, actually afraid of being killed by Tang Zhe with a single shot, then immediately negated the idea, and held him with her own body. President Shi, he said you're going to rob me of my gun. I don't believe it. Shimeng. Is this really stupid or is he pretending to be stupid? Fu Qi on the side was very sure that this Tang Zhe had come here with a purpose ever since, perhaps to control the entire neighborhood. How come? This is a weapon you collected outside, under the control of an individual. Shimeng displayed a gentle smile, but in her heart, she had already begun to be wary of Tang Zhe, feeling that Tang Zhe was an unstable bomb. Told you, General Manager Shi is so nice. Shimeng smiled faintly. Fu Qi just watched the two of them frown at each other, and if that spray gun was in his hand, he would directly start spraying. Owners, from today onwards, our neighborhood has its own gun. Also, long live General Manager Shi, long live Brother Tang. Shimeng was displeased after hearing this. Tang Zhe had only been here for a few days, and he was now on par with himself. Impossible, Tang Zhe was just a man under his control, letting him bite whoever he wanted. From today onwards, Tang Zhe is the head of the district security department, as well as my personal bodyguard. With these words, he was clearly telling everyone, as strong as Tang Zhe is, he's still my bodyguard. That's why everyone's eyes looked towards Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe smiled and shouted, willing to serve General 11. Everyone never expected that Tang Zhe, who had a gun, would be willing to sit under General Manager Shi. Wouldn't he want to do something else? A few old bosses seemed to start discussing, using Tang Zhe to oust Shimeng from his position. This boss, much of the neighborhood is full of calculations, unlike ordinary neighborhoods, which are directly open to killing. Listening to Shimeng's long speech, Tang Zhe held the spray and said towards Fu Qi beside him, "Brother-in-law, do you want to go out for a card game at night? I want to be alone with my sister." Fu Qi almost didn't have a heart attack, but looking at the blackened muzzle, he couldn't spit out a single word. "Brother-in-law, you don't say anything, I'll take it as your default. Brother-in-law, you're a really good person, sister has you so a husband, good fortune. Kill and kill. Look at Fu Qi, his face is green. Don't worry about it, brother-in-law, I don't have feelings with my sister, pure supply and demand relationship, we can also exchange ideas." Fu Qi's eyes rounded, his whole body began to tremble, his teeth grinding and crunching. Too shameless. Too bullying. Still exchanging tips on wives. Fu Qi was so angry that he fainted on the spot. Tang Zhe instantly exclaimed in shock, Chief Fu, someone come quickly." Chief Fu fainted. Shimeng hurriedly walked off the stage, her eyes looking towards Tang Zhe. Just now on the stage, she saw Tang Zhe talking to her husband about something. Now she directly fainted, maybe she was talking about. And Tang Zhe revealed an "I'm wronged" expression. But what can Shimeng do? Now even more need to rely on the deterrent brought by Tang Zhe, but this is not a long-term solution. In the future, I'm afraid that I'll have to get rid of this big trouble in my heart, but I can't right now. A few men carried Fu Qi back home. Tang Zhe naturally did not go to join in the fun, or go back first. The family's Miao is going to rebel, the past 2 days have not fed them much. The three women said, "Don't, we can just take a break." Feng Mengmeng and Fang Wei looked at Tang Zhe, went back, heart slightly disappointed, remembered Tang Zhe, that cute and beautiful girlfriend, seems to be better than their own, the heart of the inexplicable uneasiness, in the event that in the future, Tang Zhe does not take their own leave, how to do? Although a general manager Hua is dead now, but maybe there will be a second general manager Hua in the future, a third. Once this kind of thought is there, a woman will start to think wildly and become more and more anxious. Fang Wei didn't want to go home either, so she simply came to Feng Mengmeng's house to chat. Although the TV was on, her mind wasn't on it. "Mengmeng, how do you think Tang Zhe killed General Manager Hua? There are so many people around General Hua, how did he do it?" Fang Wei couldn't figure out how on earth Tang Zhe did it with his strength alone, and with the other party having a gun. Feng Mengmeng let out a long sigh. "Tang Zhe might be more complicated than we thought. Every time I see him smile, I get a creepy, right? Wei, you also have this feeling? I thought I was the only one." Feng Mengmeng laughed helplessly, feeling like she wasn't overthinking things. Fang Wei clamped those long legs that she was so proud of on the coffee table. "Maybe it's because he has killed people, so we have this feeling. Maybe, I even feel that Chief Shi is a bit afraid of him." Feng Mengmeng had been following Shimeng for a few years and had captured quite a few details today that she had never found before. Fang Wei sat up and nervously asked, now that Tang Zhe has a gun, will he control the entire neighborhood? I don't know, at least just now I can tell that Mr. Shi is still able to control him, if he can't control it one day. Feng Mengmeng bit her lower lip, feeling that this place was getting less and less safe. Fang Wei also felt the same way, especially when she was tangled up with Tang Zhe. He didn't have the intention to love and cherish himself at all, he just used himself as a venting tool, even though it was said to be a deal. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that Tang Zhe was unreliable, and those words after lingering were all lies, and I still had to rely on myself. Chatting away, the two women fell asleep on the sofa. Even had the same dream, Tang Zhe came and directly gave open eyes. A warehouse on the outskirts of Huan City. The warehouse was brightly lit, boxes of supplies were going to be piled up into a small mountain, the men played cards, drank wine, and after drinking wine, they went into the small room next to them to solve their problems. In the office on the first floor, a man in his 60s listened to the reports of his men. This man with gray hair growing on his temples was none other than General Manager Qian Zhongran. He wasn't a big boss, he didn't even have the qualifications to lift General Manager Hua's shoes in the past, after all, he only owned a few large warehouses. But nowadays it was different, these warehouses were worth more than even gold, and everyone had to obey. And this is just one of the warehouses, the supplies are the least, and things like transporting supplies, Qian Zhongran are handed over to his two sons, it is impossible for outsiders to know, and it controls their lifeblood. Coupled with the two shotguns in the hands of his sons, the people below are even more honest. Dad, something happened on Hua Wanyan's side. Standing on the side was the eldest son, Qian Ming, now 42, just looking slightly older, almost as old as Qian Zhongran. Qian Zhongran frowned, what happened? People were taken out by Chief Shi's men again? Didn't we give him the gun? Our little brother went to pick up the goods today, but ended up entering the house full of corpses. Hua Wanyan's head is gone, the ground is full of bullet casings from the spray, same model as ours. Qian Ming's face was heavy, the enemy is very strong. Qian Zhongran's eyes shot out a venomous glare, so there is someone else with the same idea as us, but why would they go and rob Hua Wanyan? Dad, isn't it Shiming's people? Hee, how could there be a gun in that neighborhood? It must be that Hua Wanyan messed with someone he shouldn't have, but don't expose me. Qian Zhongran was angry, after all, the main fight was an obscene development. But the younger Qian Ming didn't think so. Dad, we have a gun in our hands, we can totally just kill our way in, what's the point of looking for someone else? You just know there's no one more powerful? How long has it been now? A month out, the person who moves first will definitely die first, look at Hua Wanyan, isn't this an accident, wasting my gun and bullets, not even seeing a hair on Shimeng's head. Qian Zhongran is also considered an old sex batch. Previously witnessed Shimeng's stunning beauty, if not for the disaster, would not have thought that he would have the opportunity to taste that half of the lips. But he didn't want to do it himself for fear of being targeted by others. Speaking of the matter of women, Qian Ming laughed, Dad, although Hua Wanyan is dead, the clubhouse is full of women, although a lot of them are dead, we have brought them all back, almost 60 or so, all aged 20 to 30, just a bit smelly, have to wash them. Oh, Hua Wanyan raised so many women, and lied to me that there were no women, it's good to die, don't waste too much water. Good, Dad, how about arranging one for you to try? Wash it clean, don't let your mum know. Don't worry about it. Qian Ming left the office, a man lying on the parapet smoking, it was the oldest Tu Qian Pu, younger than Qian Ming by 2 years, the two brothers did look alike, both with a national face. But Qian Pu obviously feel to be fierce a few points, from that pair of eyes can be seen, this period of time did not kill a lot. What did Dad say? Qian Pu asked. Dad still advocates stability, let us not care so much, wait a few more months to act. Wait a few more months. Qian Pu stomped the cigarette out, his eyes looking at his old father in the office, very dissatisfied. Older brother, don't be so grumpy, brother find a decent woman to let off some steam for you. Qian Pu shook off Qian Ming's hand and said in a deep voice, Big brother, you and Dad don't think about women all day long, nowadays the world has changed, we have a large number of people with guns, we need to occupy the territory first to grab first That also have to keep if you collect a lot of little brother, then how many mouths to eat? Don't always think of fighting and killing, look at the brothers below, there are food and drink, there are women to play, this day is not very good. Big brother. Then have you ever thought that if you don't kill others, others will also kill over, the warehouse in Dad's hand will be discovered sooner or later. Xianming didn't say anything after hearing this. Dad advocated stability, the second advocated killing, it was difficult to be caught in the middle himself. Seeing his elder brother slightly loosened, Xianpu whispered, "Doesn't Dad like that Shimeng woman? If I bring Shimeng here, can I do it according to my plan? Help me to ask." This. Brother, Dad is old people like stability. Xianming let out a long sigh, and could only go into the office again to ask. Xianpu stood outside, and from time to time, he looked at his dad to cast a different gaze. A few minutes later, Qianming walked out with a sullen face. Qianpu felt bad. Suddenly, Qianming grinned and patted his brother's shoulder. Dad said, "If you can really bring Simone here, he will promise you." "Isn't that right? Huo Wanyan can't do it, I'll do it." Qianpu craned his neck, with a touch of bravado on his face, not putting everyone in his eyes at all. "But you still need to be steady, those people in Huo Wanyan died in a strange way, maybe it's the people in the Mountain Lake community who did it." "Big brother, you're overthinking it, there really are so many jet-setters in the Mountain Lake neighborhood, none of them would be afraid of Huo Wanyan, there must be someone else." Qianpu touched out a cigarette and handed it to his big brother, the two of them lit up and started to swallow the smoke. "Spit out a mouthful of smoke," Qianming said seriously, "not afraid of 10,000 is afraid of the eventuality, bring more brothers, since the move, it is not as simple as robbing a woman, material scavenging in one step." "That's what I'm talking about, big brother, Dad's obscene development is not possible, you have to expand to collect little brothers. Dad just want to guard this acre of land as a king of the land, bring 5 sprayers over, bullets 20 rounds, save some bullets, try to use the knife." Qianpu shrugged his shoulders and laughed. "Big brother, I understand, bullets are more expensive than anything now, 5 sprays, I'll scare them to death. When do you plan to act?" Qianpu's face revealed a touch of gloom. "When they are sleeping." "Good idea." Mountain Lake District. Tang Zhe walked out of Feng Mengmeng's house and propped himself up comfortably. The progress in the past few days wasn't bad, the energy tank had risen to 7%, one step further away from the 3.0 gift package. On the sofa, Fu Qi sat with a slightly pale face, holding a cup of boiling water in his hand. This person Tang Zhe cannot be kept, he is definitely not as simple as he appears, what he has shown is all fake. Fu Qi coughed as he finished speaking, feeling that his entire body was much weaker. On the contrary, Shimeng, her recent complexion was rosy and lustrous, and the charm emanating from the whole person was even stronger, looking at Fu Qi's teeth itching. "He is useful to me," Shimeng said in a low voice, and in her heart, she was also clear that her husband had a point. Now that she thought about it carefully, the fact that a man, with 3 women like flowers, was suspicious. After all, a woman like Yi Qingyi, that was the object that men coaxed. Tang Zhe brought 3 at a time. Could it be that all the people in that neighborhood of theirs had died, and no one had gone to rob him? It could only be said that he had sneaked out alone. "If we don't kill him now, we'll be the ones who die later. With Tang Zhe dead, there's no way for me to suppress those bosses, especially since Huo Wanyan is still dead. They all think of being the boss one by one. Are you stupid?" Shimeng helplessly leaned on the sofa and rubbed her forehead. Fu Qi whispered with fierce eyes, "With Tang Zhe dead, isn't Jet ours? Still afraid those bosses won't be honest?" These words reminded Shimeng, but the squirters being in their own hands and being in Tang Zhe's hands were 2 completely different concepts. If Tang Zhe comes later, pouring him a glass of water and putting in some sleeping pills will take care of him. This matter can't be messed with, I need to think about it. Shimeng didn't want to take any chances, now that she had fewer and fewer people around her that she could use. Fu Qi was furious when he heard this, angrily rebuking, "Shimeng, are you stupid? Before he came, how many people followed you around? Now, he's the only one by your side, you have to beg him for everything. Clearly you're the boss of this Mountain Lake District, but actually at his mercy." "Enough." Shimeng's eyes crossed. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang at this time. Fu Qi's heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. It can't be Tang Zhe. Shimeng was also scared. if Tang Zhe heard those words just now, I'm afraid that entering the house would be 2 shots. Open the door. Shimeng let out a low gulp. Fu Qi clenched his fists tightly. As the door opened, Fu Qi saw Tang Zhe with a kind smile at the door. At home, Sister Shi is looking for me to talk about something. Fu Qi reddened his face and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, just about to go out. In that case, got it. Without saying anything, Fu Qi walked out of the house. Looking at Fu Qi's hurried appearance, Tang Zhe closed the door and laughed toward Shimeng on the sofa. Sister Shi, today I had a life of 9 deaths, it's almost like I came back from the gates of hell, and I almost won't be able to see you, sister. Shimeng kept staring at Tang Zhe, as if she wanted to see through Tang Zhe's hypocrisy, entering the room and starting to sell her misery, just wanting to get benefits from herself. Your guts are getting bigger and bigger now. Shimeng spoke in a calm tone, not daring to say anything too heavy, but expressing her dissatisfaction. Tang Zhe placed the spray on the coffee table, then sat beside Shimeng. Sister Shi, if you don't want to, I'll just leave now, I only blame my Tang Zhe for trusting the wrong person. Shimeng's red lips were trembling slightly, threatening me and saying that I'm not trustworthy. I wanted to use myself to control him, but now I'm being held by him instead, damn it. Alright, I'll just leave, you have to pay attention to safety in the future. Saying that, Tang Zhe picked up the spray and got up to leave. Come back. Tang Zhe stopped in his tracks, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, little I didn't threaten anyone I was all set to leave. Sister Shi, I, Tang Zhe, am not such a casual man. Shimeng. It's amazing that this can be said. Isn't it okay that I was wrong? Isn't that right? Is it that hard for a girl to admit a mistake? Fu Qi, who was in an extremely bad mood, could only go downstairs, wanting to go find Feng Mengmeng for a bit of relief, and directly opened the electronically locked door. Inside the house was dark. Fu Qi turned on the living room light, only to see the sofa scattered with clothes. A bad feeling welled up in Fu Qi's heart. Taking big steps to the bedroom, turning on the light, Fu Qi was dumbfounded. The light was blinding, causing Feng Wei to cover her eyes. Don't turn on the light, it's blinding. Mr. Fu. Feng Wei at this time counted to see clearly, rushed to cover the quilt. Aside, Feng Mengmeng also woke up quietly, saw Fu Qi standing in the doorway, was also startled. After a long time, Feng Mengmeng helplessly said, Big brother Fu, why did you suddenly come? Ha ha ha. Fu Qi suddenly became a bit maniacal, covering his face and laughing maniacally. We just want to save our lives, to each his own. Feng Wei said indifferently. Would you guys really be so naive as to think that Tang Zhe would save your lives? That's all him cheating you good-looking girls, even my wife has been cheated, all of you have been cheated by him, stupidity, all of you, are some idiots. Feng Mengmeng suddenly said, Big brother Fu, why don't you come with us? Mengmeng. Feng Wei instantly chided. Big brother Fu can be trusted, and it's just too dangerous for us 2 girls. Feng Wei was a bit angry and turned her head to look away. Go? Walk where? Fu Qi asked in confusion. Feng Mengmeng whispered, Actually, brother Tang came by car, his car is parked not far away and gave us the car keys. What? Fu Qi was incredulous, and verified his suspicions, it was indeed premeditated. It felt like the car keys were fake. Impossible, it must be a fake, lying to you girls. Only to see Feng Mengmeng take out the car keys, pointed out the window and pressed the button. Not far away from the dark alley suddenly emerged headlights, in the darkness of the night appeared particularly obvious. It's actually real. Fu Qi was shocked again, thinking that Tang Zhe was not stupid, actually gave the car keys to the 2 of them, so trusting. In the end, is it really smart or fake smart? However, Fu Qi was still puzzled and asked, since he is willing to take you guys away, why do you want to sneak away? Because I feel that Tang is dangerous, besides, there are 3 other girls beside him, all of them are better looking than us, sooner or later, we will be abandoned one day. Feng Wei's friend said that there is a shelter in the Zhonglin city next to us, so we plan to go over there. Fu Qi felt that it did make sense, the 2 of them were moderately good looking, compared to those 3, they lacked a bit. But there was always a feeling that something was wrong somewhere, but he couldn't tell. "When are you guys planning to go?" Fu Qi asked. "Now." Fu Qi was shocked and wanted to leave, but he couldn't leave his wife with the devil. "Isn't it too hasty?" Fang Wei said in a deep voice, "Now is the only time we know that Tang Zhe is at your house, so we won't be discovered." Fang Wei's words were like knives into Fu Qi's heart, as if to say, "What is such a wife going to do? If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't even want to take you." Fang Wei said in a cold voice, put on her clothes and went to prepare the supplies. "Big brother Fu, come with me." Feng Mengmeng pleaded. After all, before the end of the world, did treat herself well, even after the end of the world, a trustworthy man. Fu Qi immediately clenched his teeth. Rather than stay here and wait for death, he should go. Good. The three of them immediately packed up some supplies on their backs, put on the mackintosh and shoes provided by Tang Zhe, while Fu Qi wore Tang Zhe's set, as if it fit quite well. Fu Qi had an illusion that it was prepared for himself. Taking advantage of the night, the three of them quietly came to the ground floor. Directly out of the floor, the light rain hit on the mackintosh to make a death sound, but the three of them also know that out of this step, there is no turning back, firmly towards the entrance of the district. On the other side, Tang Zhe put on his trousers and smiled towards Xi Meng. "I'll go back first." Xi Meng's beautiful face was covered in red flashes, and she didn't have the strength to reply. Taking the spray, Tang Zhe left and immediately returned to his house, startling the three big cats who were watching TV. "Our bet starts now." Entering the house, Tang Zhe faintly smiled. Anbai was instantly surprised. Are those two girls really planning to run away? Sun Ting smiled faintly. Expected, this thing called human nature can't stand the test. Then they wouldn't have called General Manager Shi. Yi Qingyi frowned her eyebrow and whispered, in her heart, she didn't care about those two girls at all. Betrayal only has one downfall. Because Shimeng's husband also followed them ready to run, now it depends on whether Fu Qi will call Shimeng to run with them. If Fu Qi didn't call and Shimeng stayed without knowing, it's also counted as a win for you. Tang Zhe was rare and generous, lest he say he was bullying them. Yi Qingyi instantly stabilized a few more points. Knowing that Tang Zhe was letting himself off the hook, she instantly gave a kiss to express her gratitude. Sister Yi doesn't even avoid suspicion now. Xiao Bai immediately let out a flotation. Tang Zhe took out the monitor. The four of them quietly waited for the result. Yi Qingyi also got nervous. If she lost, the consequences could be imagined. In the dark alley, the three found the modified Tank 300. Especially when they saw the tracked wheels, Fu Qi was sort of convinced. No wonder it could be driven over. Open the boot. There are actually a few boxes of mineral water, as well as a good vacuum-packed variety of food. Get in the car, hurry up. Fang Wei urged, stay here for a long night. After all, this is considered to be stealing Tang Zhe's car. If he gets caught, his head will be chopped off. Fu Qi drove. Feng Mengmeng sat in the passenger seat. Fang Wei sat in the back. Don't turn on the lights. Fang Wei reminded. And Fang Wei's voice also reached Tang Zhe's side, and couldn't help but make Tang Zhe let out a sigh of relief. Actually, I was quite impressed with them, but unfortunately, they still ran away behind my back. What a way to give up a peaceful life. Sun Ting sighed. And Tang Zhe suddenly laughed. Actually, you guys can also try and see if you can run away. If you really do, then it's also counting on your ability. Tang Zhe's words scared the three girls so much that their faces went a few shades of white, and they hurriedly snuggled up to Tang Zhe's side. Just kidding, look how scared you guys are. Hate it, master. Car. Fu Qi started the car. The roar was still not small, but Fu Qi couldn't help but think of his beautiful wife at this time. Why don't we bring my wife with us? With her identity, it's good for us to talk when we go to Zhonglin City. After all, Zhonglin City also has her industry. Fang Wei immediately said, no, what if she tells Tang Zhe? Big brother Fu has a point. If Zhonglin City is safe, Chief Shi will have influence and we can live well. Fang Wei all gave an angry laugh. Feng Mengmeng, his wife is here. What else do you have to do? If you let Xi Meng know that you're a mistress, you won't be kicked to death. Fu Qi immediately said, I promise I won't. Mengmeng, you have to believe me. Well, of course I believe, big brother Fu, you are the best. Once Fu Qi heard this, He felt like he was about to be possessed by Superman and took out his mobile phone to call his wife's voice. The mobile phone on the coffee table buzzes and rings. Just the buzzing of the mobile phone makes Shimeng very upset, picks up the mobile phone to see that it is still her husband calling, even more upset. Can't you let yourself be quiet for a while? What for? You're not back yet? Wife, you pack up and go downstairs immediately. I found Tang Zai's car, fully modified. Shimeng instantly sobered up and stood up excitedly, but then frowned and sat down. How did you find it? Don't ask so much, you come straight downstairs, I'll bring the car inside. Simone's mind was scrambled, unsure of what to choose. Don't think about it, if you don't leave it'll be too late. Next to Zhonglin City is safe, you have industries over there, you don't need to stay here and be scared. Still this sentence worked. If it was really safe over there, it was indeed possible to go over there. But really or not? Now that he was being controlled by Tang Zai, he could do whatever he wanted. This kind of result was not what he wanted. Getting out of his clutches might be the right choice. Without extra words, Shimeng said in a deep voice, "Okay, see you downstairs, I'll pack up." With Shimeng's words into Yi Qingyi's mind, the whole person is like a lost soul. He lost. You cannot be saved, fiancé must also die. Tang Zai passed over a look of love and helplessness, can be willing to gamble to lose, just a pity Shimeng, she sister this time you really made a mistake. Xiao Bai comforted, sister Yi, don't be sad. Sun Ting also sighed, and in the end, Shimeng still chose to leave. Yi Qingyi had thought that Shimeng was a very smart woman, and would definitely choose to stay by the side of the strong man, but never thought that Shimeng would not be willing to submit to the strong man, and that she wanted to become a strong man herself. Condolences. Tang Zai patted Yi Qingyi's fragrant shoulder. Sun Ting and Xiao Bai cast the same gaze. It was lucky enough to be able to save themselves in this world now. Shimeng was ready at this time, standing on the ground floor looking out, also sending a message to Fu Qi. And Fu Qi also drove towards this side. Fang Wei looked at the neighborhood that was getting closer and closer, and her fear was rising, afraid that she would see Tang Zai appear and then shoot one by one. At this moment, she even saw the figure of Shimeng on the ground floor. And Shimeng also saw the car approaching, and her entire body became agitated. Don't go. Fang Wei suddenly grabbed the steering wheel. Fu Qi hurriedly braked and stopped, which made Shimeng freeze. What are you doing? Almost crashed into it. Fu Qi shouted angrily, if this crashed, everyone would die. Fang Wei said in a deep voice, a woman who has changed her heart will do anything. Tang Zai is already waiting by the side. As long as we go over, we will be killed by Tang Zai. Feng Mengmeng looked at the ground floor. This angle was indeed a bit of a card view. Not only Feng Mengmeng got scared, even Fu Qi was the same. Tang Zai's methods had been seen by everyone. Fu Qi, how your wife treats you, you have a pussy in your heart, right? With Feng Mengmeng accompanying you, are you worse than her? You now risked receiving this ancestor, you still have to face such a woman who doesn't treat you as a man. She can even disregard your feelings for the sake of power. Is such a woman worth risking your life to save? Fu Qi deadlocked on the steering wheel after hearing this, his mind struggling frantically. Why isn't it worth it? She is also my wife. Fu Qi shouted with a crying voice. After saying that, he directly put on the reverse gear and directly kicked the accelerator. I'm sorry, I really have no way to forgive you. Shimeng stood frozen in place, watching the approaching car violently reverse away. Why didn't he come to pick himself up? Taking out her mobile phone, she immediately called Fu Qi. You come over. I'm sorry, I can't pass this hurdle in my own heart. Shimeng revealed a miserable smile after hearing this. Who am I doing that for? I sacrificed so much and you just left me behind. You just took that mistress of yours and left. Although it was dark, Shimeng could still see that sitting in the passenger seat was her own secretary, Feng Mengmeng. You betrayed me. Fu Qi hissed. You betrayed me too. Shimeng's emotions were out of control at once. The only family member by her side had left her behind. Brother-in-law, come back soon, sister is waiting for you. A voice like from the abyss sounded from behind. Shimeng turned back to look at Tang Zai, and the three women behind Tang Zai. Yi Qingyi, who was originally ashen, was now smiling with her eyebrows, and Sun Ting and Xiao Bai on the side were also happy for Yi Qingyi, because as long as Shimeng stayed, it would be the same as Yi Qingyi winning. Of course, Tang Zhe still had to fight for it, in case he could win. But hearing Tang Zhe's voice, it was estimated that even 100 heads of Kun couldn't pull Fu Qi back. "You, take care of yourself." As expected, Fu Qi hung up the phone after hearing Tang Zhe's voice. Simone sat paralyzed on the ground, actually leaving herself alone in hell. Ha, ha. Shimeng suddenly laughed. Tang Zhe squatted next to her and touched Shimeng's head. "Sister Shi, why are you crying? Don't touch me." Shimeng reached out and slapped Tang Zhe's hand away. "This is the Shi sister I like. Look, I have a button here that can stop the car." Tang Zhe stretched out his hand, and before he could finish his sentence, Shimeng snatched it away and directly pressed it. In the car, Fu Qi, who was driving, suddenly heard a beeping sound. "Do you hear anything?" The beeping sound became more and more urgent. Feng Mengmeng and Fang Wei glanced at each other. A bad premonition bubbled up from the bottom of their hearts. Boom! A huge explosion came. The dark night was instantly illuminated by the flames. It looked so bright and dazzling. The buildings that were originally surrounded by darkness turned on their lights one after another to see what was happening. Only to see a fireball at the intersection, as if it was a burning car. I don't know if it was a coincidence or not. A head flew over and rolled directly to the side. Wasn't that brother-in-law? The remote control in Shimeng's hand fell to the ground. The whole person became in a trance, and her beautiful eyes looked at her husband's head. "The words are not even finished. Sister Shi, you have blown up your brother-in-law. Press 1 to explode, press 2 to stop. So anxious for what?" Tang Zhe sighed. A wave of anger welled up in Shimeng's heart at this time. This anger was not because her husband died, but the game between herself and Tang Zhe. She lost, and even ended up blowing up her husband with her own hands, and her head flew in front of her. Never had it been such a failure. Never. Tang Zhe. Shimeng instantly pounced towards Tang Zhe. It seemed like she couldn't wait to eat Tang Zhe's flesh. Sure enough, Tang Zhe was going to turn into the Tang monk. However, before she could pounce on Tang Zhe, Xiao Bai suddenly reached out and grabbed Shimeng's hair. "General Shi, you can't be rude to your master." "Oh." And Sun Ting was even more direct, raising her hand and slapping it directly on that stunningly beautiful face, also sobering up the angry Shimeng. "What kind of eyes are you looking at, Sister Shi? I don't owe you anything. After all, we've always used each other, haven't we? You tricked me." Shimeng couldn't accept that she was being toyed with like a clown while she still thought she was in control of the whole situation. Tang Zhe shook his head. "Actually, I've given you many chances, but you cared too much about your rights. You didn't want to lose this high position, which led to today's situation, and you made me lose." These words from Tang Zhe poked at the bottom of Shimeng's heart. It was true that she didn't want to lose, and there was a bigger ideal in Shimeng's heart, to be a modern-day Wu Zetian. "You lost? What do you mean?" Xiao Bai laughed nicely, "Because we bet before we came that you would end up staying or leaving." Shimeng never expected that. She thought she was the hunter, but in the end, she was their prey, and she lost so much that she couldn't even climb up. "Yi Qingyi. I was kind enough to take you in, and this is how you treat me. If the Jiang family knew what you did, they would definitely expel you from the family." Yi Qingyi said softly, "The Jiang family isn't that important to me anymore. Besides, I have people to protect." Tang Zhe yawned. "Almost done, go home and sleep, game over." "No, I didn't lose. I was just careless." Tang Zhe looked at Yi Qingyi and said, "You'll be in charge of her from now on. If anything goes wrong with her, you'll be responsible for that too." "I know." Yi Qingyi understood what this meant, having experienced it herself. "Also, in the middle of the night, so loud, disturbing the neighbors' rest. How bad civilization starts from us." Yi Qingyi nodded and said towards Shimeng, "Stop yelling. Yi Qingyi, you shall not die." With a snap, Yi Qingyi directly backhanded a slap. "You took me in, didn't you also want to profit from the Jiang family side? Don't say you have such good intentions." These words made Shimeng freeze, but remained unwilling. "I didn't lose. I, Shimeng, have never lost, and I won't let you have your way even if I die." Tang Zhe stopped in his tracks, and the other 3 women followed suit, thinking in their hearts that this general manager she would not have a good life in the future. Then I'll give you another chance. Tang Zhe turned to look at Shimeng, feeling grateful for the magnanimity he had to show. Luckily he didn't turn into that kind of murderous person. The road is behind you. Do you want to die with dignity or live happily like a cat? Make your choice. Shimeng froze in place, then chirped, I'd rather die than be a cat for you. After saying that, Shimeng ran towards the outside. This time let the three girls are dumbfounded, did not expect Shimeng actually is such a strong woman. The heart suddenly rose up admiration, especially Yi Qingyi. They are still not as good as her. In the face of life and death choice, she chose to have the dignity of a, but he bowed his head towards the death. Not only the three women, Tang Zhe also did not expect, even if the end of the world came, there are also rigid women who do not fear the power, admire. Just as the four were feeling emotions in their hearts, Shimeng suddenly made a sharp break and stood at the edge. The corners of the four people's mouths twitched. Just now they were quite admiring, why did they suddenly stop again? Shimeng was afraid. Standing at the edge, no matter what, she couldn't lift her feet anymore, as if she was being pressed by a jackhammer. Be careful of getting splashed by the rain, you'll die too. Tang Zhe also kindly reminded, and it really made Shimeng take a step back in fear. People, after all, were afraid of dying, and even more afraid of dying meaninglessly. Sister Shi, you've impressed me again. Tang Zhe said indifferently, but these words stuck into Shimeng's chest like a knife. She didn't even have the courage to die herself. Shimeng looked at Tang Zhe fiercely and questioned, what the hell are you doing? What use am I to you anyway? Compared to those girls who throw themselves at me, I personally prefer those who have a strong sense of defiance and are sinister, because I will put them on the right track in life, giving them wholehearted help and love. Look at them, now they are completely adapted to the ways of the end times, and will not be bullied by anyone anymore, except me. This last three words can be said to be the essence. Shimeng said that she had never seen such a brazen generation. Her husband was right, this is his true face. If she had just listened to her husband's words and drugged him, now it's another situation. Sister Shi, there is still a long road ahead, you are a smart woman. Shimeng said in a cold voice, don't you know that smart women are also stubborn? It's true that we used each other in the past, but now that you have no use for me, you also don't want me to be a dog for you. Told you, not as a dog, as a pussycat. Fuck, is there a difference? Shimeng couldn't even help but burst out. Xiao Bai weakly said, of course, cats are so cute. Shimeng was directly rendered speechless. This Anbai looked soft and weak. I'm afraid that if he wanted to run away, he could only do it from her. However, when she saw Anbai pull out a silenced version of a USP and hold it against her temple, Shimeng's face instantly turned white. Sister Shi, you must be obedient. Oh. Shimeng sort of understood that this Anbai was saying the softest words and doing the most ruthless things. No wonder Tang Zhe said that they had already adapted to post-apocalyptic life. And they still had guns. Before they didn't even know, didn't they get searched when they entered the neighborhood? Where did the guns come from? Could it be that Tang Zhe brought it in from outside? Bai, she's not under your control. Tang Zhe reminded. And Bai gave a pitiful oh and put the gun inside his down jacket. Let's go Shimeng, don't make me do it. Yi Qingyi said faintly. You're really a good daughter-in-law of the Jiang family. There was a snap. Shimeng covered her cheek. This was already the third slap tonight. I'll say it again, I have nothing to do with the Jiang family anymore, he's my master and yours. Ha, you guys are cheap, I'm not that cheap. These words could ignite the anger of the three girls. Tang Zhe flirted, Mr. Shi, it looks like you're going to have a hard time the rest of the day. What are you guys doing? Let go of me. Without saying a word, Sun Ting directly knocked out Shimeng. It was really noisy. On the other side, the suburban warehouse. The three lorries were ready, the tires had been changed to tracked ones, but at a glance it looked like they had been unloaded from a digger. The modifications were rough. Qian Pu stood on the table with a shotgun in hand, scanning the surrounding. Hundreds of people drank. Brothers, let's go to do a big job tonight. Mountain Lake District everyone should have heard of, our Huan City rich people live in the district. The moment these words came out, the little brothers got excited. I heard that there are many beautiful women. There might even be stars living in it. The rich people must have hidden a lot of food and drinks, there are supplies and beauties, this is a good ticket. Qian Pu laughed fiercely, that's right, the mission this time is to scavenge for supplies, the men resist killing, the women are captured, and more importantly, capture the boss of the Shanhu district, Shimeng. Could it be our Huan city's property queen? I've heard that she is as beautiful as a fairy, and that pair of breasts which man is not confused when he looks at them. I've seen it on TV and came on the spot. These words instantly caused laughter. Qian Pu loudly droned, that's right, it's her. In the future, Mountain Lake District, you guys can live in whichever one you want, and each of you will share 2 wives. As long as you do a good job, double the wives. Oh. The shouts continued. Once upon a time, it was a problem for these men to get a wife. Not only do they need a bride price, but also a house, and now they can directly share a house, and also allocate wives. As long as they are ruthless enough, it's no problem to marry 17 or 18 of them. What? Did you say bride price? Does this pig-killing knife look like a bride price? Depart. With Qian Pu's order, the crowd feverishly boarded the car. Qian Ming came along and urged, pay attention to safety, and don't save too much on bullets, lives are more important. Just wait for my good news, after all, the richer the person is the more afraid of death, it's just a rabble. Qian Ming smiled and patted Qian Pu's shoulder, wait for your triumph, the most beautiful woman brother has already prepared for you. Qian Pu compared to women, Qian Pu preferred the pleasure brought by power. At this time it is already early in the morning, the Mountain Lake community is silent, all people have entered the dreamland, the underground car park there are only 4 on duty, bored to doze off. Inside the house, Tang Zhe sat on the sofa, propped up his chin to appreciate the play of Yi instructor. After all, Yi Qingyi is also a person who has come over, having received profound guidance from Sun Ting. But this time, the target was a strong woman, Shi Meng, not something that could be made obedient with a few words. Sun Ting was massaging Tang Zhe's thighs and curiously said, Master, how do you know that Fu Qi's lover is Feng Mengmeng? Hee, at Fu Qi's house it felt like there was a problem, the eyebrows, 100% will steal my car, all of them can't stand the test. Sun Ting hastened to praise a few times, Tang Zhe is not testing people all the time, but the test is not passed, pulverized. Want me to be in the same boat as you guys, dream on. Shi Meng's willpower was strong, and she had been resisting since she woke up. Yi Qingyi said in a deep voice, what do you mean by being in the same boat? How can a woman be a match for a man in the end times? They all become commodities, appendages, but as long as we are united, we can survive, don't you understand this reasoning? Hee, aren't you guys an accessory? What's the use of talking in a grandiose manner? Sun Ting smiled and suggested, you have to use my set. Wouldn't it be too ferocious? Xiao Bai said softly, always looking like a weak little person. Hearing this, Simone gave a slight lurch. Tang Zhe got up and propped himself up, little Ting Ting, come with me, you guys cheer. Sun Ting's heart was slightly happy, this was the first time she had been told to go to the bedroom, and Bai and Yi Qingyi on the side were both slightly surprised, after all, this was the first time. Soon there was a subtle sound coming from the bedroom, this all put Bai to envy, next time should call me. You guys are just brainwashed by him. Yi Qingyi said indifferently, without him, we would have died in the neighborhood long ago, you have never seen how messy ordinary neighborhoods are, there is no bottom line to speak of. Yeah, without him, my corpse might not even be spared. Shimeng was shocked, was it so exaggerated? Yi Qingyi lowly persuaded, as long as you follow him, you don't have to worry about supplies or being taken by a man, as long as you serve well, you'll be a man under a man. Won't he die? You guys are really dreaming. Master won't die. Xiao Bai firmly said, but in Shi Meng's eyes, this little girl had already gone crazy, and only Yi Qingyi still maintained a bit of sanity. Shi Meng sneered, won't die, does he still have an immortal body? Yi Qingyi's beautiful eyes were cold, Shimeng, not afraid to tell you, before we came we killed someone, and master he cleared 2 neighborhoods, you should be glad to have such a face, otherwise your end will be the same as that Feng Mengmeng and Fang Wei. Saying this, Yi Qingyi held Shimeng's chin, what do you think makes master come back with Huo Wanyan's head? If he wanted to, no one in this neighborhood would be alive. After all, Shimeng has never experienced a harsh environment, she doesn't know what it means to be desperate for help, she hasn't even seen a corpse before Tang Zhe came. In Sun Ting's words, Shimeng is still a flower living in a greenhouse, empty of passion. All her ideas are so childish. Especially if you plan to take someone to see Huo Wannian, it's no different from a sheep in a tiger's mouth. These days the word credit has long been thrown into the sewers. Half an hour later, Sun Ting walked out of the bedroom naked, her exquisite face with a red flush that hadn't faded, and she directly laid down on the carpet, covered with a blanket and whispered, "Keep your voices down." Xiao Bai pouted her red lips and flirted, "Which is not as loud as the sound you just made, oh." Sun Ting just laughed and went straight to sleep. Tang Zhe in the bedroom also slept soundly. After all, a shot before bedtime helps with sleep. "You guys sleep here at night?" Simone couldn't believe it. Wasn't there a bedroom? "There are beds that don't even sleep." Yi Qingyi said faintly, "This is the rule." "What broken rules? I'd rather die than this." Xiao Bai pointed to the balcony. "Nua, just jump straight down, no one is stopping you from seeking death." The corner of Shimeng's mouth twitched. "You can really tear down the little princess, ah, don't know that this is perhaps an adjective, express a little dissatisfaction, can't it? Think about it yourself, if you can't figure it out, don't blame me tomorrow." Yi Qing sent ultimatum according to the law, can't let Shimeng delay his time to save people. Yu is still waiting for himself. However, before going to bed, Yi Qingyi put a collar on Shimeng, lest the person ran away. As the lights in the living room went out, Shimeng tugged at the collar around her neck. There was no way to remove it. Damn it! He had actually become a prisoner. How in the world would he be able to run away? If Shimeng had experienced what Yi Qingyi had done, she probably wouldn't be so naive as to try to run away now. She simply couldn't run away. Tang Zhe had given the opportunity before, but Shimeng herself had called Tang Zhe back, and was ultimately to blame. If he hadn't called Tang Zhe at that time, Tang Zhe naturally wouldn't have stayed, but Tang Zhe knew that Shimeng, this woman, was greedy for power. With the onset of drowsiness, Shimeng curled up her body and leaned against the corner to sleep, her mind even more thinking about how to negotiate with Tang Zhe, bargaining, oblivious to the fact that a bloodbath was about to come. At 2 in the morning, 3 lorries had appeared not far from the neighborhood. All the men in the lorries had their eyes flashing with excitement, without a trace of sleepiness, their right hands tightly gripping the knife handles, a few sophisticated men using cloth to bind the knife handles to their palms, lest they come off. "Boss, look over there." The man driving the car looked to the side. Qian Pu's eyes looked, only to see a car shell overturned on the green belt, and there seemed to be a burnt person on the passenger side. "What's there to see? Haven't you ever seen a dead person in a car?" Qian Pu lit a cigarette with a disdainful cry. "But this car seems to have been blown up." "How do you know it's blown up, burned not ah? That's how it's played on the film." Qian Pu laughed, "Watch less films, they're all fake." "Boss, I feel that my heartbeat is a little fast. When I came out I also counted a fortune, the sign of great evil." Qian Pu immediately laughed out loud. "You call out the great evil omen, let's see if I, Jet, can make it change to great fortune." Between the conversations, it had already traveled to the side of the district. "Charge straight into the underground garage." After saying that, Qian Pu picked up the shotgun and loaded the bullets. In the garage, the man on duty was huffing and puffing, even the man on the floor watching the gate was asleep. Even if he wasn't, it was hard to notice that the 3 lorries didn't even turn on their lights, and they didn't even realize that death was coming soon. With a loud bang, the car blocking the door was directly knocked out of the way, which startled the dozing man, who just stared blankly at the 3 lorries stopping, as if he hadn't woken up yet. Bang, 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 as the cargo doors opened, men with sardonic grins jumped down, sharp knives in their hands. "What are you doing?" The man on duty was finally reacting, the kitchen knife held in his hand shaking slightly. A burly man walked straight over, his ferocious aura scaring the man's entire body stiff. "What for?" "Cut you ah." After saying this, he directly cut down towards the neck. Poof! The head was not cut down, but cut the aorta, blood sprayed wildly, the latter stared wide-eyed, couldn't believe that this was true. He just died? Qian Pu jumped out of the car with a spray in hand. Hee, no fighting ability, that Huo Wannian can be a real fool, this kind of neighborhood can't handle it. One person died tragically, and several other men on duty directly kneeled on the ground in fear. "Big brother, we are the owners, on duty tonight, don't kill us. Don't kill me, I'll kowtow to Big brother. I also kowtow." Chien Pu hooked his finger, the little brother next to him sent an axe to Chien Pu's hand. Chien Pu raised his arms, directly towards the man in the middle. An axe chopped down, originally wanted to show a hand chopping the head to the little brothers, but also a deterrent effect. Who knows that it didn't chop down, stuck on the cervical vertebrae, but the blood dyed the faces of the two men next to him red, one directly fainted from fear, and another one was so scared that he spewed shit and piss. "Motherfucker, go back and grind." "Yes yes yes." The little brother hurriedly responded, clearly he had sharpened it when he came out. Chien Pu kicked the man who was spraying shit and urine down. "Know where Shimeng lives?" "No, I know. No, and still not lead the way, really do not know what you guys rely on to make money in the past, like a fool." Chien Pu's words made the little brothers laugh. "Rich people are just like that. A month ago you guys were treating us with disdain, and now you're on your knees begging for forgiveness. Thank you for this end of the world, letting us bottom feeders have a place to turn over a new leaf." Soon, Chien Pu arrived at the door of Simone's. The locksmith was already ready to open the door, but was stopped by Chien Pu. "At least she is the real estate queen of our Huan city, you have to be polite." After saying this, Chien Pu rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. After waiting for 5 minutes, Chien Pu's face was getting worse and worse. "Looks like people don't accept our politeness, do it?" The lock was opened at once. The minions who entered the house were immediately surprised by the decoration in front of them, worthy of being the boss. It was like living in a palace. Chien Pu rushed to the bedroom at the first opportunity, but no one was there. "Boss, no one. Nothing on my side either. No one in the toilet either." Chien Pu's face instantly turned cold and drank. "Where is everyone?" After saying that, he looked at the man leading the way. "This is really Shimeng's home, I didn't lie to you guys." Chien Pu laughed. "Chop him to death." "No, don't. No." The screams faded away, the expensive floor flowed with hot blood, and the smell of blood suddenly filled the living room. "Fine, hide and seek with me, then turn over the entire neighborhood." Boss." At this time the sleeping Shimeng vaguely heard some noises, thought he was sleeping on a big soft bed, opened his eyes only to realize that he was leaning on the corner. As the noises became more and more obvious, Shimeng could not help but wrinkle her eyebrows. In the end, what happened? A bad feeling of foreboding welled up in Shimeng's heart, and she finally couldn't help but shout, "Hey, you guys wake up! Wake up! Yiqingyi all dreamed that she received you, but being shouted at like this, her beautiful dream was shattered. In the middle of the night, what are you yelling about?" Sun Ting was also woken up and was so angry that she wanted to shoot herself in the head. "Listen guys, it seems like something happened outside," Shimeng hurriedly said. Yiqingyi and Sun Ting listened carefully. Indeed there seemed to be a smashing sound. This kind of sound should not be too familiar. "Little White, wake up." Sun Ting patted Little White's arse. And Bai rubbed his eyes. "Have you eaten yet?" Sun Ting and Yiqingyi poofed. The thing that Xiao Bai mentioned the most throughout the day was eating. Someone came to punch the building. Sun Ting laughed. And Bai froze and immediately became excited. "That's great." After saying that, he picked up his own gun and skillfully checked the bullets and pressed the silencer on. Shimeng looked dumbfounded at the 3 women in front of her. They actually weren't afraid at all, and vaguely looked forward to it. They were actually able to laugh. Could it be that they had actually killed someone? Sun Ting and Yiqingyi also took their own guns out. That skillful movement left Shimeng dumbfounded. Was what they said before true? "Turn off the lights," Sun Ting said softly. And Bai turned off the lights, and the 3 of them continued to sleep under the blanket as if nothing had happened. "Hey, what are you guys doing?" Shimeng was getting anxious. The noises were getting closer and closer, indicating that they would soon be here. "Do you guys still want to pretend you didn't see them?" And Bai stretched out his index finger. "Shoo, don't speak. You." Suddenly, a subtle sound occurred in the door lock. Someone was unlocking it. Shimeng's heart fell on her throat. Are they crazy? What time is it? Still pretending to sleep. At this time, how could Ximeng have the same vigor as the three girls, forcing herself to calm down? As the door was opened, the light from outside shone in, and the lights in the living room were once again on. Fuck, there are still people sleeping in the living room. The men's voices came in, and Ximeng also saw the three men at the door, all holding knives in their hands, with a ferocity on their faces. They were definitely not from the neighborhood. It was really true, the people outside had killed their way in. The three men also saw Simone next to the sofa. They all froze for a moment. One of them took out his mobile phone and compared it. Fuck, actually hiding here. Ha ha ha, the titular real estate queen is actually being put on a dog chain, it's really rare. Can play, slutty. Although the three men's frivolous words made Ximeng angry, they didn't dare to make a sound at this time, so they just watched them walk over. There are also three extremely good women who are actually still sleeping. Doesn't this correspond to our three buddies? Then let's just have a good time and talk about it. He said that he was about to lift the blanket covering the three women, but never expected that the blackened muzzle of a gun was sticking out of the blanket. The three men directly froze in place. Anbai suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and said softly, "How about letting me cool off first?" There was a bayou sound. A gun directly fucked the nearest man at the center point of the triangle. Ah! The man's miserable scream woke up Tang Zhe in the bedroom. When the other two men saw this, they froze for 2 seconds and frantically ran towards the outside. Who would have thought that three stunning young girls would actually have a gun? Bau a few times, the legs of the two men were shot several times, they directly fell to the ground, blood immediately stained their trousers red. Ximeng was dumbfounded, these three women were so fierce. Facing this kind of desperate man, even dared to put them in, and this kind of shooting skill, they used to be soldiers? The three women wrapped the blanket and stood up, their delicate bodies could only be appreciated by their masters, other men were not worthy. Sun Ting came to the man covering his crotch, the black hole of the gun was aimed at his brow, and said in a cold voice, "Who are you guys, who is the boss, and what are you doing here? Stinking woman, don't even think about asking anything from my mouth." Bau. Sun Ting directly exploded the head of the man in front of him, and Bai grunted, "You're the stinky woman." After saying that, he added 2 more shots. This image saw Ximeng's entire body go into a trance. Compared to them, she was too weak, the rights she was so proud of seemed to be absolutely nothing under their guns. Yi Qingyi walked to the other two men, "Speak. We are the employees of the suburban warehouse, our oldest is called Qian Zhongran, and the one who brought us here today is his second, Qian Pu, to grab supplies, as well as to look for Ximeng." Ximeng's delicate body trembles. Is this Qian Zhongran the chief Qian in Huo Wanyan's mouth? Their target was actually themselves. "What are you looking for Ximeng for?" "It's what our boss is looking for." "Oh, how many of you have come?" "Around 100. And 5 jets." Another man added, looking at Yi Qingyi with a plea. "We've said everything we know, don't kill us, we're just part-timers, please beauty." Yi Qingyi's heart had long been ruthless as hard as a rock, lifting her hand was 2 shots, directly sent to hell. At this time the bedroom door opened, Tang Zhe yawned and walked out. When he saw the 3 corpses paused for a moment. "What's the situation, ah?" Xiao Bai instantly jumped to Tang Zhe's side, holding Tang Zhe's arm and said in a petulant voice, "Master, someone rushed the building, hundreds of people, come to look for Ximeng, their boss has his eye on it." Tang Zhe looked towards Ximeng in the corner. Ximeng subconsciously shrank her body. "Since it's here to find Sister Shi, for the safety of the whole building, Sister Shi, you have to sacrifice yourself, after all, you're the boss, you can't hide here." Tang Zhe's words didn't just make the 3 girls dumbfounded, Ximeng was incredulous. Before he had asked himself to be like them, and now he was handing himself over. What the consequences of handing herself over were, Ximeng could even imagine it. "Loosen her up." Yi Qingyi hummed, opened up Ximeng's collar and lovingly said, "Letting you obey you don't want to, let's go." Ximeng's whole body lost its strength at once, paralyzed on the ground, unable to stand. "Don't dilly-dally, they'll definitely kill someone if they can't find you." Tang Zhe said indifferently. "No. I don't want to." Ximeng suddenly shook her head frantically, her beautiful face went white. which was as tough as yesterday, the bottom line of her heart was being destroyed frantically. Tang Zhe lit a cigarette and persuaded, there are always sacrifices when you're the boss. Didn't you go to meet with Huo Wanyan for everyone before? No, I'm pretending, I won't go, please, don't hand me over. Said Shimeng, kneeling and crawling to Tang Zhe's feet, her hands grasping Tang Zhe's trousers and begging bitterly. Tang Zhe reached out and patted Shimeng's head, laughing, too late. Don't, I can be the same as them, call you master, casually play with master, lick master's toes. Saying this, he really lowered his head. Tang Zhe instantly felt it and smiled faintly, since you've said so, then I'll give you another chance. Shimeng was thrilled, preferring to follow Tang Zhe rather than be handed over. Thank you, master. Don't be so quick to thank, let's make a bet. If you win, you'll stay by my side. If you lose, you'll have to take on the duties of the cell leader, save everyone and get a good reputation. Isn't this what you used to be good at? Shimeng looked up at Tang Zhe, not expecting it to be such a bet, but at least there was a chance. Okay, I'll bet. Then the bet is simple, although you have selfish intentions, but you're not bad to the people in this neighborhood, motivating them to live well, and sending out supplies. I wonder if they'll be grateful and brave enough to fight the evil forces. So the bet is simple, will they help you or push you into the fire, ladies first? Shimeng bit her red lips. It was hard to make a decision all of a sudden, but it was also about her own death. Suddenly, Shimeng recalled what Yi Qingyi had said, the post-apocalyptic world wasn't like the old days, where people's selfishness would be infinitely magnified, and they could do anything to stay alive. How does it count if someone is willing and someone is not? Shimeng asked. That definitely depends on how high the appeal is over there. Don't worry, I'm fair. They'll push me into the fire. Although Simone didn't want to say this, it felt like this was the reality. So unconfident. Shimeng said softly, I know what kind of character they have better than you do, and although I intentionally avoid it, I always have to face it. Hehe, it seems you think I'm a better fire pit to enter. Shimeng didn't say anything, indicating her acquiescence. Both are fire pits, definitely choose Tang Zhe. In fact, I still expect everyone to keep you. After all, I really want to see if there are still good people. Go. Shimeng really wanted to ask, just walk out? There were hundreds of them. Let's go, what are you waiting for? Sun Ting let out a low voice, not having much goodwill towards Shimeng. Shimeng could only follow along and walk out, feeling like she was simply like the meat and potatoes delivered to the door. Shouldn't she be running at this time? Underground car park, one after another owners from the downstairs, most of them appeared in pajamas, resisting men basically killed on the spot. Now down the men are submissive card, women, not to mention, the knife is raised. What all agreed. Boss, worthy of being a rich man's neighborhood, the goods are quite a lot of advanced. Little brother with a greedy face looked at the women downstairs. This temperament is not outside the Rouge can have. Simone still haven't found it. Qian Pu pressed his mind on these women. The key target is not found now. No news yet, but definitely hiding somewhere. Qian Pu swept around, the owners bowed their heads and dared not look directly. This boss, I might know. A man in the crowd raised his hand and shouted. Qian Pu turned his head to look and asked with a smile, then you say, if you dare to lie to me, the next step is to be beheaded by me. Good, I think Shimeng is definitely at Brother Tang's house. And who is Brother Tang? Qian Pu gave a puzzled cry. Brother Tang brought back Huo Wanyan's head before and was deeply appreciated by Shimeng. These words made Qian Pu's brows tighten. The spray in his hand couldn't help but tighten a few points. He didn't think that it was really someone from here who did it. What does he do? Special forces? It's a deliveryman. Huh? Delivery? You're fooling me, chop him to death. Qian Pu was enraged and directly ordered the execution. The man also didn't expect this, thinking that he could live if he spoke up. Boss, what I said is true. They can all testify. However, the people around them all bowed their heads. It's none of their business. Speak up, you guys. No one spoke for the man, and as the axe came down, the head rolled to the ground. Suddenly two figures appeared from the stairway. This boss, are you looking for me? The crowd's gazes looked, only to see Tang Zhe appear with a spray gun, followed by the pale-faced Shimeng. Instantly, 5 sprays were aimed at Tang Zai, and Shi Meng's feet went weak as she looked at the muzzle. "Whoa whoa whoa, calm down, this gun has no bullets," said Tang Zai and dropped the sprayers on the ground. This scared the hell out of Qian Pu and his party. They all thought a gunfight was going to break out. And the owners cursed in their hearts, "It's okay to scare them, why did you throw the gun, how is this going to save us? This boss, I'm actually bringing someone to you." After saying that, Tang Zai wrapped his arms around Shi Meng's willow waist, and his palm was even resting on his arse. Qian Pu finally saw the legendary Shi Meng, previously seen on TV, today is finally seen in person. "I did not think that the person is more beautiful than on the TV temperament, no wonder Dad cannot forget her, this kind of woman themselves like ah. Those who recognize the times are wise, little brother, I appreciate you, I heard them say that it was you who slaughtered Huo Wanyan." "Indeed. Little brother is so capable, why don't you work with me and fight the world together?" "That's great." Tang Zai was beaming with joy and carried the spirit of two-headed grass to the extreme, but that big hand didn't move, which made Qian Pu a little upset. At this time, there was suddenly a homeowner shouting, "Tang Zai, general manager, she didn't treat you well, now that you're selling out, we all look down on you." "Right. Look down on you." These words caused the other owners to resonate. After all, they were still waiting for Tang Zai to come to their rescue. They didn't expect Tang Zai to directly capture Shi Meng to take credit. Qian Pu laughed out loud, "Your neighborhood is lively." "Indeed lively." After saying this, Tang Zai drank towards the crowd. "Owners, it's not that I'm selling out, but the situation is different, you've all been captured, what's the use of just me, on weekdays Shi Meng treats you well, she didn't let you starve in the end of the world, and now that there's a difficulty, as long as you guys are fighting back with me, I, Tang Zai, am willing to give it all up, with 5 of their guns. They're only about 20 rounds of bullets tops, and we've still got a chance." Qian Pu froze, "Just now you have to sell out, and now you are starting to provoke the struggle between the two sides, how much do you mean? Whoever dares to move, I'll kill them." Qian Pu raised his sprayer and fired a shot. The loud gunshot made the owners' heads not dare to raise, no one wanted to die for Shi Meng. There was still a trace of fantasy in Shi Meng's heart, at least half of them would stand up for themselves, after all, the relationship was still good on weekdays. But found, usually those good relations with the head lowered even lower, as if they did not see themselves. At this moment, Shi Meng heart cold, know that no one will save, but did not expect one or not. After all, it is still raising a group of white-eyed wolves ah. Tang Zai let out a long sigh, "Look at you guys, you've eaten quite a bit of her, now you're all seeing death, then don't scold me for selling out, besides I've saved you guys a few times, if it wasn't for me, you'd have already been slaughtered by Huo Wanyan. Oi oi oi, can I interject a word, I'm the one who came here to rob, please respect me, okay?" Qian Pu heart in very upset, this kid is stealing his thunder ah. "Sorry, a bit on the top, this boss, you say?" Qian Pu said in a cold voice, "Put your hands down." Your request is a bit difficult, it's her hip that's on my hand." Tang Zai innocently shrugged his shoulders. "Grass mud horse, fooling me, put it down." Qian Pu instantly raised his spray to aim at Tang Zai, feeling the insult from Tang Zai, but not daring to shoot for fear that a spray would go over and kill Shi Meng. Tang Zai's face shifted slightly, his hand slowly lowered and said, "I'm an orphan, it's really impolite for you to talk like that, kill." Bang 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 bang. 5 consecutive gunshots broke the balance. Apart from Qian Pu, the other 4 were directly shot in the head on the spot, while Qian Pu's gun fell on the ground, covering his broken fingers, cold sweat. "There are gunmen. Quickly pick up the gun." However, the juniors who rushed to pick up the gun were all shot on the spot without exception, which made the juniors not even dare to move a bit, fear bubbling in their eyes. But such a situation undoubtedly made the owners rejoice, finally saved. This delivery man was smart enough to bring Simone out to divert their attention, arranging for the others to look for opportunities in the shadows. "You have a gun." Covering his finger, Qian Pu's lips trembled as he looked deeply at Tang Zai. "These days without a gun, you're too embarrassed to mix outside, otherwise you think why she's so honest." After saying that, he pinched Shi Meng's exquisite face. Qian Pu laughed, "What do you want?" "Don't want to do anything, just want to beat you to death." After saying that, he pulled out the pistol on his waist and opened fire under Qian Pu's fearful gaze. Bang! With ambition unwillingly Qian Pu collapsed, interpreting what is called not listening to the words of the old man. "Young people are just hairy, what's wrong with being an Earth Emperor? The boss is dead." The surrounding minions are a bit overwhelmed at once. At this time, the three women came out from the surrounding. The owners thought who it was, but I didn't think it was the three women around Tang Zhe. They actually had such shooting skills. "Congratulations, you are qualified to stay by my side," Tang Zhe said indifferently. These people in front of him were really disappointing. Shimeng didn't hold any expectations for these people either, and knelt straight down towards Tang Zhe. "Thank you master for taking me in." "So good." Tang Zhe patted Shimeng's head. This was going to turn on fixed fourfold speed. Just as Shimeng knelt down to worship his master, a voice suddenly rang out, "Put the gun down." At some point, there were actually a few men who had picked up those spray guns and were now aiming at Tang Zhe and the others. Such a result made Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi shake their heads straight, and Bai puffed out her cheeks. Her puffed-up look was particularly cute. Tang Zhe, on the other hand, laughed, stroking Shimeng's head and smiling. "Everyone, I just saved you. Is this how you repay me?" From the crowd came out a bald man. Shimeng looked at him and said softly, "This is Mr. Chen, never been very honest." "Ha ha ha, old brother Tang, it's not that I'm ungrateful, the main thing is that you're too strong, making me very bottomless. Even a woman like Shimeng can be subdued, and even make her kneel. I also want to make her kneel. Tang Zhe helplessly laughed. "Mr. Chen, let's do it this way, I'll take them away, and in the future, well, water does not offend river water." "Elder brother Tang, even if I can promise you, the owners won't. They're also afraid that you'll come to retaliate, don't you think so, everyone?" "That's right, even Mr. Shi is afraid of you." "Kill him, take their guns, we also have the ability to defend ourselves." "That's right, keep him, we'll all have to listen to him, we'll have to make decisions for ourselves." "The owners have expressed their will, the meaning is simple, you are too strong, we are not balanced, killing you will balance it." Qian Pu's juniors were given a shock, they actually imploded. They are all talented. "You guys are doing this, making it difficult for me. Tang Zhe scared, wanting to leave you guys a way out, but you guys want to kill me. This post-apocalyptic I save you, you kill me, it's really a matter of course." General Chen laughed. "No need for you to make things difficult, we are all better off if you die. Besides, there are 4 beauties to accompany you, and you will still have a good time down there. The words have come to this, so let's not leave a single one behind." Tang Zhe's eyes were cold, and the crouching Shimeng was all ready to die, but when she heard Tang Zhe's words, she revealed a miserable smile. "Kill them." General Chen instantly drank. People from both sides raised their guns to shoot at the same time at this moment. Bang bang bang. Only to see the 5 men with spray guns being killed by headshots one after another, while on the contrary, on Tang Zhe's side, nothing happened at all, as if they were shooting empty shells. However, steel balls were falling on the ground, and they were all manipulated by Tang Zhe without even getting close. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, completely unaware of what was happening, especially General Manager Chen. Why did nothing happen to them, but the ones who died were the ones on their side? Shimeng opened her eyes, she thought she was hanging, but she didn't feel any pain. The 5 people on the other side had already fallen. What had just happened? Tang Zhe suddenly put his hand into Shimeng's deep V, which made Shimeng's heart tremble. What was he doing? Under the gazes of the crowd, Tang Zhe drew out a golden chopper. The chest drew the knife. "The male dies, the female stays," Tang Zhe said indifferently. The men who reacted quickly immediately went to grab the sprayer. Yi Qingyi raised her hand and fired 2 shots. Sun Ting and Bai no longer showed any mercy, their guns spewing flames. Bang bang bang. The car park instantly became a riot, running around in order to escape, whether it was the owners, or Qian Pu's minions. "I told you that today is a great evil omen," the junior brother shouted. Before he could run a few steps the back of his head was penetrated. General Chen was terrified, these people were simply perverts. Tang Zhe's gaze locked onto the fleeing General Chen, and he threw the golden chopper in his hand out fiercely. Plop! The chopper didn't enter from the back of his head and shot out from his mouth, perhaps he didn't control the power at once, directly skewering the few running in front of him into a gourd, and then it didn't enter the concrete wall. The owners who saw this scene were terrified. This is not a pervert, this is simply a devil crawling out of hell. As Tang Zhe stretched out his palm, the chopper that had not entered the cement wall was immediately sucked back. No more pretense, all of you must die. The knife rose and fell, the fleeing owners were chopped in two, the entire underground garage was like purgatory, and a few were directly scared to death. Shi Meng just stared blankly at Tang Zhe, who was like a demonic god. Now she finally understood what Yi Qingyi had said before. It seemed like he really wouldn't die, ordinary people were not his match at all. Huo Wanyan might have died that way. Earlier it was said that he had cleared 2 neighborhoods, now I'm afraid it's the 3rd. What a scary man. Fortunately I won my bet and became his pet. There were 3 other women, firing a shot to send one away. Even if they were on their knees begging for mercy, they didn't even blink an eye and killed them directly. Leave one alive. Tang Zhe, who was covered in blood from killing, looked at Sun Ting and said. Already left it. Very well, you guys take inventory, I have to visit from house to house. Yes. As Tang Zhe left, the car park was quiet, the ground flowed with blood slowly entering the gutter, the smell of blood mixed with a stench. Shi Meng directly gave in to vomiting. On the contrary, the 3 girls, as if they were already accustomed to it, checking if there was anyone who had crashed and died to make up a shot. Don't kill me, I'll give Brother Tang as a little brother, do anything. Sure enough, a man pretending to be dead was found in the pile of corpses. Sun Ting shouted towards Shi Meng, have you finished puking yet? Come over when you're done. Shi Meng almost threw up her stomach. When had she ever seen such a scene? There were corpses everywhere. I'm coming. At this time, Shi Meng completely lowered her stance, which dared to have a trace of disobedient expression, positioning herself all under the 3 women. Sun Ting extended her pistol out, shoot him. Yi Qingyi and Anbai stood by the side. As long as Shi Meng had the slightest hint of being out of place, he would directly kill. Shi Meng's hands were shaking, the whole person was like sleepwalking. Hey, dreaming. Shi Meng instantly came back to her senses, looking at the blackened pistol, slowly reaching out her hand, feeling a bit of residual warmth. With Sun Ting letting go, Shi Meng didn't hold it steady for a moment, and directly dropped it on the ground. Sun Ting even gave a laugh, pick it up. I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to be so heavy. Shi Meng hurriedly picked it up, this time holding it with both hands, but the muzzle was still shaking. Come on, aim it at him. The man instantly shouted, Chief Shi, it's me, Shao Chen, I'm very close to Brother Fu, I even sent you bacon in the new year, and you even named my child, don't kill me. Yi Qingyi said indifferently, he just shouted in the crowd too, to kill us. Bang! The shot directly dried on the man's arm, the screams echoed in the car park. Yet Simone suddenly let out a scream and kept pulling the trigger until she emptied the clip. All right. Sun Ting pressed down on Shi Meng's hands, and could understand how Shi Meng felt at this moment. After all, she had experienced it herself, that feeling as if her spirit was about to break down and turn into a madman. Shi Meng was panting heavily, sweat was wetting her temples, and her eyes were lax. Go and ask which location that suburban warehouse is in, or pay a visit. Sun Ting said towards Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi nodded and walked towards the only living person, said living person, whose legs had been wasted and only had one breath left. Where is your warehouse? Tell me to give you a pain. The pale man looked at Yi Qingyi's face. Even at this time, he liked it. Pulley warehouse. Bang! Let's go back and wait. Sun Ting looked around, there was nothing for herself to do next. Yi Qingyi hummed, there are still corpses at home, go to Shi Meng's house and wait. That's fine, it's also disgusting to look at, Shao Baiyu hold her up. Good. Shi Meng at this time suddenly stood up by herself, after all, is also a contemporary strong woman, just a moment did not adapt to the shock. I'll just walk by myself. Anbai let out a sound, with a touch of vigilance scanning over Shi Meng, seems to be not quite at ease with this new arrival. What did Master go for? Simone directly changed her title, which only appeared to be sincere. After all, the scene just now was fresh in her mind. Went to suck blood. Anbai carefully stepped on the corpse, but the thin high heel still stepped out a bloody hole. Shimeng was shocked. Sucking blood? Sun Ting said indifferently, the master is a vampire, with the ability to take things from space. You can be looked at, your ancestral tomb is smoking. Shimeng sucked in a breath of cool air. So Tang Zhe is a vampire, no wonder it's so strong. This world actually does have such a thing as a vampire. Then are we his blood slaves? Shimeng suddenly exclaimed in shock. Yi Qingyi paused. Your kind of argument is fine, that's basically it. Aya, Sister Meng Meng, don't worry about it, as long as you don't make your master angry, it doesn't feel like anything at all. And Bai patted Shimeng's fragrant shoulder, seeing as it scared the real estate queen. After all, Shimeng's cognition was still stuck in neck biting, but their necks were white and clean. Is it neck sucking? Shimeng weakly asked. And Bai whispered in Shimeng's ear, and Shimengot, her pretty face gradually flushed. It was also good to feel that biting the neck would still hurt, so at least it was being sucked in comfort. Came to Shimeng's house, a few women did not dare to go to the bath, can only sit on the sofa with the blood to sleep, wait for Tang Zhe to come back to be able to go to the bath, and now it is difficult not to wash themselves to smell good. Outside the house, the sky is gradually white, but it is still cloudy and raining, and it is obvious that the temperature has been reduced by a few degrees, and now most people are most afraid of a power outage, which if the electricity stops, do not have to starve to death. I am afraid that they will freeze to death at that time. Suburban warehouse. Mard, this weather is getting colder and colder. This morning it was estimated to be only 7 or 8 degrees. The lean man on sentry duty hailed hot air, his eyes looking towards the far side of the road. The man next to him sipped the hot water in disbelief. What does it matter? We have a lot of supplies, and when the second lord grabs the Mountain Lake district, there are still fine houses to live in. Indeed, can also can those white collar, think about it. It's already 7:30 in the morning, why is there still no news? You have to bring the car back. In the office. The ashtray on the table is full of cigarette butts. Qian Zhongran and his son Qian Ming are sitting in front of and behind the desk, waiting for news. The more they waited, the more unsettled they became, and no one answered the phone. Dad, something won't happen. Qian Ming finally spoke. Shut up. Being bellowed by his old son, Qian Ming slightly bowed his head in silence and looked at the Rolex on his wrist. It was already 8 in the morning. Qian Zhongran stood up and walked back and forth in the office, suddenly drinking 5 spritzers, 24 rounds of ammunition. It's impossible to not be able to attack a neighborhood. Yeah, but there's no news from them at all now. Qian Ming felt that his old brother wouldn't hang up. Qian Zhongran said morosely, there is another possibility, your brother wants to fly solo. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qian Ming stood up in excitement. There is nothing impossible. Qian Pu has always been against my strategy, this time letting him take half of the jets. He still doesn't stand up for himself. I was also overwhelmed by the women, how did I give half out? With Qian Zhongran saying this, Qian Ming felt very reasonable, sitting powerless on the chair, remembering his brother's urgent eyes last night. His purpose turned out not to catch Shimeng, but to take the gun. You go and tell the brothers to be vigilant, this brat has been consumed by power, and is likely to bring people back to kill. No matter what, you are also his father. Qian Zhongran suddenly laughed. I am now finally the one who understands that in ancient times, those rebellious emperors even dared to kill their old sons, and also understands that the old son can even lay his hands on his son. This is a fight to the death. Maybe Qian Pu's mobile phone is out of battery, or it's just inconvenient to answer the phone. Dad, you must be overthinking it. Did everyone's mobile phones all run out of battery? How much longer do you have to comfort yourself? This brat must have scavenged a lot of benefits in the Mountain Lake community and wants to keep it all to himself. Although Qian Ming didn't want to believe it, the fact was right in front of him. Cutting off contact, was it not mutiny and what? I know. Only let the brothers be vigilant, don't say that Lao Air has mutinied, lest it affects people's hearts. The remaining 5 sprays, you give me 1, yourself 1, and then give it to 3 trusted brothers. Hearing these words, as if he was about to go to war with his oldest brother, Qian Ming just sighed helplessly, hoping that this was just Dad's speculation and that his oldest brother would be back soon. However, by noon, no one was seen coming back. Qian Ming knew that his brother must have defected. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tang Zhe was finally back at Shimeng's house. You guys are really here. Entering the house, Tang Zhe looked at the four women and smiled, only this smile was creepy, the main face was covered in blood. Anbai instantly ran to Tang Zhe, "Master, hungry." Tang Zhe laughed and patted Anbai's head, "Go take a bath first, then let's eat." The harvest this time was indeed not small, the energy tank directly dried up to 63% of the progress, the large and small zones were just that, the quantity was complete. And also scavenged a lot of supplies, although it's not much use to myself, but I can't leave it to others. I, Tang Zhe, am not a great benefactor. I'm not a big benefactor. I'm still close to upgrading the system, and according to the quadruple speed, it will take a month at least. We are also quality people, the point is to be reasonable, people do not bully me, I do not bully people, you want to kill me, I kill your whole family, woe is not as good as the family that is a fart, keep a tiger overcrowded. In addition to Shimeng slightly a little bit unable to put, the other three women are cordial, came to Shimeng's cloakroom, which is full of high-grade clothes, LV, Hermes are standard, naturally, the choice of Tang Zhe like the style. What is our purpose? Not to fall in love, but to serve the master, make the master happy, enjoy the supreme treatment. Tang Zhe in the living room sitting on the sofa was already eating durian pizza, and the four women who had just come out of the bedroom instantly smelled the aroma. Shimeng all gave a shock, it felt like this smell was like what they had smelled in their last life. The four women gazed at the pizza, where did it come from? You guys split it yourselves. Tang Zhe, who was in a good mood, laughed, making it seem like he was like a slave owner, living to be played by them as the villain. Originally to correct their bad habits, but as soon as this proposal came out, it was directly rejected by sharp words, and he himself was stunned at the time. Especially when Anbai said, "As the master's kitten, how can you be qualified to eat at the table with the master? This is blasphemy to the master, disrespect to the master, but also ask the master to respect us, respect our innermost and truest thoughts." From that time onwards, Tang Zhe also casually them, so as not to say that he was trampling on their human rights and disrespecting women, and a set of punches almost knocked himself out. After eating and drinking, naturally, he was ready to work, don't get the wrong idea. The work Tang Zhe was talking about was going to find Qian Zhongran and the others, and then he was ready to head to Yunhai City. After all, if you promised someone something, you have to do it. After taking revenge, he also had to make a trip to Shuangdong district, and he didn't know if Ning Qingwei had lied to himself. Big star. Just how big is it? It couldn't be smaller than Shimeng. What, can't give it up? How about you stay? Tang Zhe looked at the reluctant Shimeng. Shimeng hurriedly explained, "Master misunderstood me, this is my first suite, I might not see it in the future." Tang Zhe laughed, lit a cigarette and said, "Yi Qingyi insisted for almost a week, you, less than a day, in the end, do I say you're smart, or do I say there's no bottom line? Being able to serve my master will be the greatest honor for me, Shimeng, in the future." Saying that, she knelt at Tang Zhe's feet, and lowered her head to kiss Tang Zhe's shoes lightly, expressing her loyalty. And Tang Zhe just smiled, "All right, I understand your feelings, let's go." "Thank you master." Shimeng walked ahead and pressed the lift, standing respectfully at the side, feeling like a knowledgeable secretary. The group didn't go to the car park, after all, the smell inside was a bit heavy, and came directly to the entrance of the ground floor. After all, went out, the four women wearing warm down coat, the whole body is covered tightly, the inside of the stunning scenery is also only exclusive to Tang Zhe. And at this time, Tang Zhe is choosing a seat, the last tank 300 was blown to pieces, feeling that the back row is still lacking a little bit, so this time you have to target the back row. Then the Maybach, Mercedes-Benz main focus is the rear row comfort, this 4-seat Maybach is not suitable, that is the basic Maybach 480, 5-seat version, the number of people is just right. Give you guys a magic trick. Wow, is the master starting to tease girls? Anbai asked excitedly. Tang Zhe shrugged, "Do I still need to tease you guys? It seems like you guys are the ones teasing me." Pfft, Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting both gave a laugh, although Shimeng wanted to laugh, she didn't dare. "Come. Taishang Lao Jun, urgent order, change for me." Only to see out of thin air a tracked version of a gold Mercedes Maybach appeared by his side. Thick gift crab. The four beautiful women's little mouths were Big dream, you go drive, and Ting accompany me in the back row. Master, Xiaobai wants to accompany you in the back row. Don't be in a hurry, everyone take turns. Tang Zhe felt quite a lot of feelings. Before the end of the world was a silent stinky loser, after the end of the world it became a big fragrant stinky, anyone would want to take a bite. As the five boarded the car, the real estate queen directly to the driver, and by enviously turned back from time to time. Tang Zhe felt that this is what life is all about, much more comfortable, big dream, some soothing music. Okay master. Departure, pulley warehouse. Tang Zhe's gaze gathered. The 12-cylinder engine let out a fierce roar, and the tracks rubbed sparks on the concrete floor, then rushed out of the mountain lake neighborhood. Such a car appeared on the main road, it was the center of attention, the residents on both sides of the street looked on in disbelief, some shouting for help. And inside the car, it reached a very perfect soundproof effect, pink ambient light, soft music, the car is filled with a good-smelling woman's fragrance. How long to arrive? About half an hour. Tang Zhe a sound, just have time to brush the energy tank, this is called life, the previous self can only be said to survive. Driving the car, Simone gripped the steering wheel tightly, looking into the rearview mirror from time to time, more or less thinking about it. Pulley warehouse, everyone looks nervous, bad rumors have spread, making people panic. The one thing that could calm people's hearts, besides food, was women. Getting quite a few women over from Huo Wanyan's side, Qian Ming immediately took out 10 for his brothers to taste, which stabilized them a little. Dad, now they can guess without us saying it. Qian Ming was in pain, his own brothers actually fell apart for the sake of interests. Qian Zhongran tapped his fingers on the desk, you have to pay attention to the proportion, sugar and sticks should be combined, kill a few troublemakers and use guns. I know right. After saying that Qian Ming walked out of the office with a spray. A bald guy dangling a toothpick walked out of the room, boss, tired of playing, is there any better goods? Yeah boss, these women are not moisturized, dry. Qian Ming smiled and walked to the bald head, there is. Then why don't you bring it out for the brothers to play with, ha ha ha. Laughing, the bald man couldn't laugh anymore, the spray was already on his jaw. Bald head froze and squeezed out a smile, boss, watch out for misfires. Bang! In front of the sprayer, everyone was equal, his head was directly blasted out of a hole, Qian Ming's face was splattered with hot blood and brain matter, and all the surrounding minions were stunned. You really got me, went off. After saying that Qian Ming looked at the man who had just agreed. The man directly knelt down, boss, I didn't say anything, really, don't kill me. However, what greeted him was a spray, this brutal method instantly shocked everyone, not daring to say a word, 2 bullets had such an effect, Qian Ming was still satisfied. Who else is not satisfied? Qian Ming swept around, not a single person said a word. But at this time there was a knocking sound coming from the iron door. Is there anyone inside? I'm a deliveryman. The sudden sound caused everyone in the warehouse to freeze, their gazes looking towards the closed iron door, it was as if this moment had returned to the old days, as if there was no end of the world at all. Not true. It's the end of the world, where are there still delivery men? There are still delivery men in this day and age, I'm afraid they're here to get killed, go open the door. Qian Ming drank lowly, the sprayer in his hand was once again loaded. The little brother how dare to disobey the words of the boss, money is the big brother, honestly go to open the iron door. Pushing the iron door open fiercely, the little brother instantly ran back, the scared look was comical. Only to see Tang Zhe holding Shi Meng's hand and walking into the warehouse. The men in the warehouse were stunned, confused for a moment as to what this meant. This young man looked harmless, smiling as if he had come to visit the door, and the woman he was holding was ripe like a peach, the raging snowy mountains, the white hips, and the exquisite features, in this end of the world, could completely cause men to fight over them. You're Shimeng. Qian Ming quickly recognized it, but all of a sudden his head was a bit spinning, why did she come here on her own? The men were talking a lot, but their gazes were very uniform, all of them were looking at Shimeng greedily, no wonder the boss wanted to get her, who wouldn't want to get such a superb beauty. Mr. Shi, welcome. A voice came out from the first floor, only to see Qian Zhongran standing beside the parapet, looking down at Tang Zai's side, or to be more precise, looking at Ximeng. Ximeng returned to her queenly aura at this time, losing her pleasing winks and replacing them with a haughty and indifferent one. Tang Zai said, "You guys, don't change yourselves for me, just do what you need to do. After all, the original flavor is only interesting, otherwise they are all soulless shells. You're the same General Qian that Mr. Hua was talking about, right?" Ximeng thought that Qian Zhongran would be that kind of big boss, but he didn't realize that he was just a small boss who owned a few warehouses, and if it wasn't for the supplies in the warehouses, there wouldn't have been anyone to follow him. Qian Zhongran felt the contempt in Ximeng's eyes, but was indifferent and laughed. "I've only seen General Manager Xi on TV before, and today, I really see that I'm a beautiful and gorgeous person. You're not qualified to judge my beauty." These slightly overbearing words made the men dumbfounded. After all, what you can't get is fragrant. And Tang Zai suddenly moved closer to Ximeng, smiling softly in his ear, "Demeng Meng, I still appreciate the current you more." Ximeng's heart trembled slightly, and tingling came from the root of her ear. Qian Zhongran looked at his prey in a love affair, and also drank lowly. "Ximeng, where is my son? He is in your hands, right? Beaten to death by me." Ximeng said indifferently, directly taking the blame for this. "Fuck." Qian Zhongran suddenly raised his gun and aimed it at Ximeng, but only just raised it. Ximeng laughed coldly and chortled disdainfully, "Revenge for your son, or do you not want to kill me? After all, it's hard for you to meet a woman like me." These words really spoke to Qian Zhongran's heart. If his son really died, wouldn't it be even more of a loss to beat her to death himself? "Ha ha ha, no wonder she will become the youngest female boss in our city. It's not unreasonable, say it, what do you really want?" Ximeng frankly said, "I'm here to beat you to death." "What? Beat me to death? Ha 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 ha, what are you going to beat me to death with?" Qian Zhongran laughed maniacally. Originally he was still worried about not being able to find her, but now he directly sent her to his door and made a big fuss. Ximeng at this time but scanned the surrounding minions. "You guys fought to the death for this old man, what did you get in the end? Cheap women? And he gets to enjoy me? Is that fair?" Of course the junior brothers felt it was unfair. Why should all the pretty women be given to the boss and the crooked ones be reserved for themselves? "Don't listen to this woman's compulsion." Qian Zhongran shouted angrily at once. He really didn't have good intentions. And Ximeng pointed at Qian Zhongran and shouted lowly, "Whoever kills him, I'll be his woman." At that moment, the warehouse was silent, as if only the sound of men gulping could be heard. Looking at Ximeng's absolutely beautiful face, if she could kiss her, it would be the peak of her life. At this time, Tang Zai were surprised for a moment. After all, according to the plan is not like this, Xiao buy them in the distance rack sniper kill. And Ximeng actually want to let them in fighting. In the end, can the three views follow the five senses? Suddenly, Qian Ming raised his gun towards the other man with the gun. "Zhu Hai, what are you doing? Put the gun down." "Brother Ming. What are you pointing at me for? You're crazy." Zhu Hai also immediately raised his gun towards Qian Ming. At such a tense moment, Ximeng added more fire. "Don't you guys want to get me? Don't you want to enjoy my hot body? Kill them." Bang! Only Qian Ming suddenly shot and killed Zhu Hai. Even the two minions beside Zhu Hai were hit and injured. "Fuck! You killed my brothers." The other gunman, who was obviously on good terms with Zhu Hai, instantly raised his gun and shot towards Qian Ming. With a bang, Qian Ming was shot in the chest and fell down, and when he fell down, he also fired a shot, killing the two minions next to him. Qian Zhongran on the first floor saw his son shot, immediately took the spray and shot at the gunman. The scene was chaotic, and some people really ran towards the first floor with knives, to cut Qian Zhongran to death, to obtain such a stunning beauty as Ximeng. Coveting Qian Zhongran's position as the boss is not in the minority, now not only can take the position of the boss, but also can hold a beauty. This business can be engaged. Tang Zai looked at the chaotic scene in front of him, was also surprised, turned his head to look at Ximeng. Indeed beautiful, but not so much. In fact, Tang Zai, this should be called aesthetic fatigue. Every day when you open your eyes to see is a beautiful person, what other people open their eyes to see. Hair is messy, not bathed for several days, the body has a stench, so Tang Zei cannot feel the other side to see the feeling of Shimeng. Using her own beauty, Shimeng is not the first time, especially in the Mountain Lake district, there are many men for their own, just the only time is in Tang Zei suffered a loss. Why did Shimeng feel that half of the men would fight for her last night? It was also from this point, but Shimeng forgot that last night's self was subservient to Tang Zei, the high persona collapsed, and the attraction naturally diminished. And now that might was on display again, coupled with the fact that people were already on edge today, directly causing the other side to kill each other. Little Li. Don't you mess around. Xian Zhongran raised his gun at the young man holding a dagger in front of him. Before that, he was also his own employee, honest, he did not expect to become like this. Xiao Li breathed sharply and said, "Boss, thank you for cultivating you for so many years, you are already old, the opportunity to leave it to us young people will be fine." "You disappoint me too much, Xiao Li." Xian Zhongran pulled the trigger, resulting in a mere click. Xiao Li revealed a smirk, "Boss, I counted, you're out of bullets." Xian Zhongran instantly slammed the gun out and turned around to run towards the office, wanting to lock himself inside. Just as he turned to open the door, a stabbing pain came from his back. "You!" Xian Zhongran slowly turned back to look at Xiao Li, whose face was hideous. Xiao Li was also a ruthless person, continuously stabbing fiercely. Xian Zhongran did not expect that he would actually die in the hands of his former employee. Killing Xian Zhongran, Xiao Li raised his dagger and shouted, "Xian Zhongran has been killed by me." The warehouse fell silent again, looking towards Little Li on the first floor. Suddenly a silhouette appeared beside Xiao Li, giving Xiao Li a penetrating cold directly from behind, and then laughed maniacally, "From now on, I'm the boss, Shimeng is mine." "Fuck, what qualifications do you have to be the boss, brothers, chop him up." At this moment, everyone fought tooth and nail for the boss and Shimeng. Anyway, as long as they killed the one in front of them, they would be the boss. Bored Tang Zei lit a cigarette. "I didn't expect you to be so charming. Master, you weren't the same in the beginning." Cough cough cough, "I was pretending." "Okay, Master is pretending." Tang Zei slapped on that arse, "Big dream, a bit naughty. Learned from Xiao Bai." Sure enough, the bad ones are especially easy to learn. Shimeng smiled lightly. If there is no Tang Zei by her side, she wouldn't dare to run to this wolf's den alone. The reasoning of finding a strong backer is still understood by Shimeng. At this time, Tang Zei and Shimeng's earphone rang out Xiao Bai's voice, "Sister Shi, you can really shake off the pot. It's called being enlightened." Sun Ting snickered. The opposite side was killing each other, but this side was flirting. Tang Zei couldn't even listen to it anymore. The more he talked, the more dirty he was getting. He was bringing himself down. Between the conversations, the entire scene was pretty much dead, and in the end, there were still two warriors left in the duel. Tang Zei wondered, "Do I look so weak? Do I look like air?" Not to mention, these men all treated Tang Zei as air and didn't give it a second thought. One could only say that Tang Zei's appearance was too deceptive. "Brother, how about the two of us stop fighting and join together?" one of them suggested. I don't have that kind of taste, come on." Negotiations collapsed, the blades mercilessly slashed at each other's bodies. Even the final winner had multiple stab wounds all over his body, and wouldn't live long without medication. Tang Zei sighed, "I didn't expect that you would let only one of them remain with a single word. I've made my master laugh." Only the winner walked slowly, his fingers dripping with blood and flowing all over the place. His face was slashed and skinned. But his gaze was fixed on the absolutely beautiful Simone, as if the one who was injured didn't seem to be him. Was the beauty's allure so strong? "I did it, you'll be mine from now on." The winner seemed as if he was announcing his winning prize. His eyes blossomed with a final greed. Shimeng revealed a beautiful smile and said, "Little brother, didn't your mother tell you that the prettier a woman is, the more she can cheat?" The little brother looked confused, and when he saw Shimeng take out a pistol from her down jacket, it was as if he had been immobilized. Bang! As the shell casings fell to the ground, the entire warehouse was silent. Tang Zei couldn't even help but applaud, worthy of being the great dream, one bullet took care of them all. It's mainly because the master is by his side that big dream has the backbone. "You are modest, let's go." Master, wait. Shi Meng pulled Tang Zai's hand, and her beautiful eyes began to swirl slightly. What's wrong? Shi Meng suddenly changed her pettiness, and with a queenly tone whispered in Tang Zai's ear, "Cam me." What a slut. Sun Tin laughed through the scope. I, Tang Zai, such a decent person, am really going to be brought down by these women, really bottomless. I must boycott and condemn this behavior. In the floor not far from the side, 3 Barrett aimed at the warehouse, 3 charming figures lying on the ground. Only the images in the sights were no longer of the enemy. What a slut. Sun Tin laughed through the scope. It's so big. Anbai was more or less envious. Yi Qingyi bristled and didn't continue to watch, patting Sun Ting and Anbai, telling them to switch off their headsets first. What's wrong? Sun Ting asked suspiciously. Yi Qingyi said seriously, Shi Meng had such a performance as soon as she arrived, I'm afraid it's a bit unfavorable for us. Anbai was naive and said, Sister Yi, you're worrying too much. Yi Qingyi directly gave up on Xiao Bai, you are still counting your money after being sold, and looked toward Sun Ting. Indeed, quite good at seducing the master, let's see what her attitude is first. Now there is no longer any excuse to kill her. If the master blames us, we will shed layers of skin even if we don't die. Then it can only be like this first. Anbai said in a serious manner, I don't think there seems to be any problem. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi simultaneously rolled out their eyes. It's a good thing that you followed your master in the last days, or else with your brain, you would have directly given yourself away. Before leaving, Tang Zai collected all the supplies from the surrounding warehouses, and wherever he went, not a single grain of rice was left behind. Back in the car, this time switching to Sun Ting to drive, Shi Meng sat in the passenger seat to rest. De Meng, where is your warehouse? Shi Meng opened her eyes and said in embarrassment, the things in my warehouse are long gone, it's all a lie to them, otherwise I wouldn't have gone to Huanyan. Sun Ting, who was driving the car, said indifferently, you're quite good at lying. Shi Meng immediately sensed Sun Ting's hostility and curried favor, sister, I couldn't help it at the time. But don't call me sister, I'm still a few years younger than you. Sun Ting's tone loosened up a few points, after all, she felt that Shi Meng was pleasing herself. Shi Meng wasn't a stupid woman and laughed, all of you are my sisters, please take care of your sisters. I told you. Yi Qingyi saw Anbai's mouth and immediately coughed a few times. Shi Meng looked at Yi Qingyi, and Anbai, just smiled and didn't say much, but in her heart, she felt that they had a problem. She was a newcomer, and I'm afraid that she would give herself a downward spiral, coupled with today's performance, they were worried. What I, Shi Meng, want to do is to be a woman under one person, your worries are right. Tang Zai smiled and looked at the 4 women, I'm afraid there are 800 hard eyes in this car. From today's performance of Shi Meng, the 3 of you together are not as powerful as one of her. Shi Meng's adaptability is very strong, and also has her own ideas. The only one who can break bread with Shi Meng is Xiao Yi. Xiao Ting still has to be counted. Xiao Bai is even worse, she was sold and doesn't even know it. But Tang Zai felt that Yi Qingyi plus Sun Ting were no match for Shi Meng. Tang Zai clapped his hands, we have a rule to tell our own stories, experiences. De Meng, start your speech. Experiences, huh? From childhood? Shi Meng was surprised, the newcomer still has to tell his own story? Could it be that you want to know your roots? This was Shi Meng dreaming too much, it was just Tang Zai who unintentionally brought it up, and after that it became a convention. Right. Yi Qingyi said. Shi Meng pursed her red lips, eyebrow slightly knit, I was born in the countryside, the family is very poor. When my father was working outside, my mother ran away with a man in the city, my father was devastated, and died within a few years. I didn't finish high school, I dropped out of school to come to Huan City to work. Into a factory to work, because beautiful poorer than others easily, and I also gradually will use their own beautiful to achieve the purpose. The factory director's son are attracted to me, what I want to buy, he will buy me, even his father, but still overestimate themselves, actually want to come to the strong. At that time was very desperate, a foot to kill that grandson's balls, and then ran out, just this time bumped into Fu Qi, he was about to get on the car, and ran into me who begged for help. Fu Qi's family has a lot of power, at that time, he also had a wife, but also in the crazy pursuit of me, and even helped me to set up that father and son. I opened a company, he paved the way for me, looking for a bank loan in one go, where there is a development project. I was the first to know first, and in the end, he was divorced, and his wife also found me, said he was impotent, but for me, it was good news. So it wasn't long before we got married, but no wedding, just a certificate. The business got bigger and bigger in the back, and he resigned in order to avoid suspicion, and that's about it for my life. Tang Zhe stroked his chin and looked at Sun Ting. What are you parking for? Listening to the story otherwise you'll get into an accident if you're distracted. Sun Ting said pitifully. Tang Zhe came to a realization, looked at Shimeng and slapped his leg. No wonder you're so tight. Chatting with you guys I always seem out of place. You guys are too dirty, I can't even keep up with the speed of the car. Yi Qingyi was unconvinced. Am I flabby? It's still my first time. I'm also said as if who is not the first time seems to be. My big brother in the live room about me did not go it. Sun Ting oohed and awed, looking down on Hu. And Bai also raised his hand and said weakly, actually, it's my first time too. Tang Zhe snorted and laughed out loud. These women are too amusing. Okay, then it's my first time as well, so no one loses out. Chatting with you guys I always seem out of place. You guys are too dirty, I can't even keep up with the speed of the car. Tang Zhe's words immediately caused the four women to boo. We're just going through the motions, you're really coming to the real thing, with an Master, what about your story? Shimeng and curious about Tang Zhe's experience. Was he also a ruthless man in the past? Tang Zhe's experience of the other three women cannot dare to talk nonsense, after all, and now the contrast is too big. Little Yi, you tell it, I said it all last time. Tang Zhe was generous, Black history well, say it out everyone happy. Yi Qingyi listened and immediately started gossiping. Our master in the past, he was really an honest boy. I go, you really say not you let me say it. Yi Qingyi was given a fright. Seeing Yi Qingyi's face go a few shades of white in fear, Tang Zhe burst out laughing. Just kidding, keep talking. Master you. Don't say it. Yi Qingyi wrapped her hands around her chest and looked out the window in exasperation, having just thought she was going to die. At this time it was up to Bai to play. Shall Bai you come? Good, our master used to be the kind that can bully anyone a bit, suffered from workplace suppression, chased a girl and ended up being insulted on the spot, so pitiful. The gossip in Shimeng's chest burned madly. What girl? Tang Zhe laughed. It's that lover called, by something. By Jian? They were killed by you, master? Simone instantly remembered. Yeah, they wanted to drug me to take my supplies, but I ended up killing them back, actually went to your neighborhood, mainly to find this woman. Tang Zhe said I also don't want to kill people but I don't kill people, others kill me What can ITMD do? Shimeng sighed. Anyone would have a past, but Tang Zhe was different from other men would hide their past very well, but Tang Zhe didn't care at all to speak about it, and even had a flavor of self-deprecation. Sometimes it felt like he was cruel, but sometimes it felt like he was like a child, just forced by this end world. Where are we going here now? Simone looked a little puzzled as she watched the car drive towards the city again. To look for a star. I don't know if it's real or not. If not, we'll go directly to Yunhai City. Looking for a star? Tang Zhe hummed. Maybe this big star is in deep water. As a man, I have to help out. The four women's white eyes rolled to the back of their heads at the same time. At this time, whoever is being helped by you, the master, it's definitely a mental destruction. But Tang Zhe really got one sentence right. This big star was indeed in deep water. Coastal Garden, the most awesome villa area in Huan City. All of them are single-family houses, and the environment is very good. The selling price of each one of them is around 200 million yuan, and a lot of rich businessmen and celebrities have bought them here. But at this time these rich people all regretted why they bought in this shitty place. Because the entire Double East district had a power cut a week ago, and Coastal Garden was in it. At this temperature drop, sooner or later, they will freeze to death. Luckily some of them have fireplaces in their homes where they can take their books and burn them. Some people still have a lot of supplies stored in their homes, thanks to the spirit of fear of death of the rich, nothing to do in the home of a bit of supplies, for fear that one day the world will end, and this time really come. But some didn't, or didn't have much. For example, the villa where Li Linger lived didn't have much food left. Sitting by the fireplace, covered with a quilt, Li Linger tore the book and threw the paper in to burn. The firelight illuminated that one stunning face, just like the most gorgeous flower in spring. It didn't need too much modification at all. The natural beauty was enough to charm thousands. Her pair of eyes should have been glowing, but now it carries a touch of despair, but her eyebrows are like a beautiful stroke in the landscape, adding a few points of playfulness and spirituality, but unfortunately, the warm smile is gone, and she just repeats the action of tearing up the book. Before the end of the world, Li Linger is a new star in the entertainment industry. With a TV series, in-depth acting will be conquered by the audience, and from then on, brand endorsement, filming, and even on last year's Spring Festival Gala, and now it is even more. Is only 22 years old, the university have not graduated. Originally just took a commercial performance, and then arranged to rest here, the result of the same night it rained, and then was trapped, and then there is no then. I thought a rain would pass quickly, but the last of the food had been eaten, and I was left with half a bottle of water, and the rain hadn't stopped, so this was to wait until I starved to death. Once before the rain stopped for a bit and so many people broke in with sticks and knives in their hands that it was a shock. The iron door outside was smashed, but luckily the door to the room was hard enough not to be kicked in, or else they would have been taken by those bandits, and with the rain the men ran away again, and if the rain stops, they'll surely come back again. Sometimes I hope the rain stops, sometimes I don't hope the rain stops. Anyway, the food has been eaten up, then wait quietly for death, no big deal. 18 years later is still a good man. Thinking about it, Li Linger was amused by herself, and it was true that a smile is like a city. At the entrance of the coastal garden, Tang Zhe stood under the rain with 4 women wearing protective clothing, looking very different. How about we make a bet? Tang Zhe suddenly proposed. Upon hearing that Tang Zhe wanted to bet, the 4 women directly stepped back, betting with the master. I'm afraid that if you lose, your life will be lost. In this regard, and by all know that gambling harms people, stay away from gambling. What are you guys doing? Make me seem like a devil. The eyes of the 4 women said, isn't it? If you win, you will be rewarded with one of your favorite food. If you lose, just give me a dance. How about it, come or not? The 4 girls took a step forward in unison. I told you so. It scared the meowers to death. How to bet? Anbai asked curiously. Let's go door to door and knock on the door. Just bet on whether or not to open the door. If the other party takes us in and doesn't harm us, I will also give supplies. Tang Zhe just wanted to know if there were any good guys left these days. Anyway, until now it was one he hadn't seen. No, Luo Jun from Mountain Lake Community counts as one, which is why giving them the chance 3 times still doesn't change anything. But this is a villa, not like a neighborhood. This is directly entering someone's home. Someone must have opened the door. Simone said immediately. After all, it was a matter of probability, and losing was just a dance anyway. Me too. Sun Ting chimed in. Wasn't dancing an old favorite, and had even danced before. Tang Zhe looked towards Yiqingyi and Xiao Bai, who nodded. All right then, I'll bet that no one opens the door. If someone is kind enough to take us in, not much to say, at least give us a year's worth of supplies. Having robbed so many supplies, Tang Zhe didn't want to give it to some bad people. Good people were more worthy of living. Master, you can be kind. Sun Ting couldn't help but flirt a bit. It's not like I was bad in the first place. Did I force you guys? No, right? Yes, we all volunteered. Tang Zhe shrugged, speaking so unwillingly. Please just turn around and walk backwards. I promise not to pursue. After saying that, Tang Zhe walked towards the inside. Aya, the master is angry. Wait for Xiao Bai. And Bai was quick. The 3 women at the back door glanced at each other. Sun Ting also followed. Yiqingyi and Shimeng felt that this was a chance to leave, but how long could they live without Tang Zhe? Maybe not even walk out of this city. There was nothing to consider. Yiqingyi and Shimeng also followed. Look, this is something you guys volunteered for. Looking at Tang Zhe's real expression, the 4 women all laughed. Perhaps this was the real him. Coming to the first villa, the iron gate outside seemed to have been violently smashed open. It seemed that the villas in the rich area had also been robbed. Directly came to the door and knocked on the door. If Tang Zhe comes now with a cry, your takeout is here. It was like a horror film. Tiny footsteps seemed to approach the door. Tang Zhe shouted, anyone? Can I borrow your room for a night? Get lost or I'll chop you to death. The man in the house looked at the cat's eye on the door, and there were 5 strange men standing outside, probably tricking themselves into opening the door and then grabbing the supplies. Tang Zhe helplessly spread his hands, this brother has a lot of fire. Big brother, open the door. Anbai suddenly shouted daintily. Actually using a woman to seduce herself to open the door. Get lost. Tang Zhe shrugged his shoulders, even Xiao Bai stepped in and was useless, it seems wearing a protective suit won't work, revealing his face might open the door. Of course, cannot say that others are bad, do not open the door is normal behavior, open the door is not normal. Change a home cluck. Tang Zhe helplessly let out a cry, want to send supplies cannot send out. Coming to the door of the second villa, the iron door was still open. This time, in order to make the other party open the door, the 4 women were close to taking off their protective suits. Oi oi oi, can't be rogue. Tang Zhe immediately stopped it, if you guys reveal your faces, even the most vigilant man will open the door. Big brother in the house, open the door. It's cold. Brother, open the door. Several black lines appeared on Tang Zhe's forehead, and goosebumps were about to fall all over the place. However, a woman's voice rang out from inside the house, scram. Pft, ha 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 ha. Tang Zhe burst out laughing, actually ran into the mistress in the house, how could he let you guys in to seduce his man? Change the house. An hour later, Tang Zhe had already revealed a victor's smile, finally it was time to win a hand. Since we're going to dance, you guys have to rehearse, it has to be that sexy and hot, like that kind of Korean dance troupe. Tang Zhe had already begun to make demands, this was simply a post-apocalyptic girl group Yi Qingyi pursed her lips and said, haven't lost yet. Tough mouth, these days, if anyone can open the door, I'll chop myself up. Shi Mengjiao laughed, that's not good, we're all out of luck. That's right, can't chop. Sun Ting chimed in. Tang Zhe said that he used to be lovingly indifferent, but now he was all cupped in his hands and pampered, and in his mouth for fear of melting. Arriving at the entrance of the villa, Tang Zhe knocked on the door, anyone? Li Linger in the house looked towards the door with a hint of panic. Sun Ting shouted with a hint of trembling, we fled to this place, can we borrow a night? Please. Anbai's slightly glutinous timbre did kill. Hearing the girl's voice, Li Linger still stood up wrapped in the quilt and put on the mask to the door. Tang Zhe heard the lightness of the footsteps and judged that it should be a woman inside, you guys hit the gun again. Just do not break into the door, cannot find the so-called star, or forget it, in broad daylight, robbing people's women is not their style. Li Linger saw 5 people through the cat's eye, wearing protective clothing, feeling like a rescue team. Where did you guys come from? Li Linger's voice rang out. Tang Zhe secretly said bad things, actually a young girl, it will not be compassionate to open the door, it should not be, it will not be so stupid. Yi Qingyi hurriedly said, we escaped from the Mountain Lake neighborhood. Was your neighborhood robbed by bad people? Shimeng felt that there was a game, this girl spoke softly and softly, yes, my parents were both murdered, there was really no place to go, and the roads were full of bad people. These words seemed to resonate with Li Linger, feeling that they didn't look like bad guys either, opening the locks one after another. And Tang Zhe saw the slowly opening door, his eyebrows trembled, how can they win every hand? The 4 women were all smiles, master, your gambling luck seems to be a bit poor, yo. Tang Zhe would like to see, in the end, what kind of woman heart so big, this kind of time still dare to open the door, not afraid of being killed look is not experienced in the world of white. Looking at the woman wrapped in a blanket and wearing a mask in front of him, Tang Zhe paused, and these eyes are good looking. But Tang Zhe has not lost, maybe the back door hides a few stingy man, as long as you go in and get killed, that way the reverse is true. Thank you, we'll stay one night and leave. Anbai's tone was easy to feel good about. Li Linger nodded, then you guys come in. Tang Zhe's hand was already holding a gun, ready to shoot at any time, little sister, your acting skills are too poor, call out your accomplices. However, when he walked into the house, there was nothing but a stream of cold air. Tang Zhe understood, it must have been hidden in the bedroom, no wonder he didn't hear any footsteps. Sorry, the food's all gone, there's only half a bottle of water left, don't mind if I drink it. Li Linger's words made the 5 people directly freeze. Is it still possible to entertain guests like this nowadays? Don't you know how precious water is nowadays? Tang Zai laughed in his heart, this water is afraid to be poisoned, a glance will see through your tricks. The 5 people first took off their protective clothing. Li Linger finally was able to see the appearance of the 4 women, also a touch of amazement, a boy actually brought 4 such beautiful girls. Then we're welcome. Tang Zai laughed, secretly thinking in his heart, you definitely can't spare it. However, Li Linger brought over the half bottle of Centennial Mountain on the coffee table, and also found 5 paper cups, pouring water just like she used to entertain guests. Tang Zai slightly narrowed his eyes, I am afraid that I just drugged it before entering the house, waiting for me to take a test. Receiving the paper cups, Tang Zai immediately took out the tester and put it into the cup, however the display was a green light. Safe? How could it be? Oh, got it. Pretending to be half a bottle of water to gain goodwill, such a big villa must be hiding more supplies, wait for me to find out. A bit pissed, where's the toilet? Tang Zai laughed. Straight ahead and turn right is it? Thanks. With that, Tang Zai pretended to go to the toilet and immediately went upstairs when Li Linger wasn't looking. Li Linger said with a hint of a smile, sorry, it's a bit cold in the house, come over here and roast the fire, oops, the fire is going out. Saying that, she hurriedly ran to the fireplace to tear the paper. Let me help you. And Bai fell on his arse and ran to help. The 3 women at the back door glanced at each other. In fact, the idea of entering the house at the beginning was similar to Tang Zai's, smelling a smell of intrigue, but it was Bai who was not the least bit defensive. As the fire got bigger, Li Linger breathed a sigh of relief, all of you come over to roast the fire don't catch a cold, there's no medicine for colds now. Little sister, do you live here alone? Shimeng came to the fireplace, much more comfortable. Li Linger hummed and helplessly whispered, well, there was electricity before, but it suddenly went out last week. Where are your parents? Yi Qingyi looked around and asked curiously. Speaking of this, Li Linger's eyes couldn't control the water mist that condensed out, they've been killed. What happened? Yi Qingyi asked with concern. My parents live in a 5th-tier city, at first we had contact, but gradually my dad said that the district was not safe, my mom even let me not go out, and then a few days later, she did not reply to me, so I asked the neighborhood aunts because my dad resisted those people, and as a result. Said Li Linger as she cried. Such stories Sun Ting, and Bai, Yi Qingyi have experienced too many. Yi Qingyi is even more talkative, her own brother-in-law is also a good person, the result, no good reward. Shimeng sighed and comforted, sister, don't be sad, I am sorry. I'm already satisfied to be able to bump into you guys and talk at this time. Li Linger wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and removed her mask as well. When revealing her appearance, the 4 women froze for a moment. Yi Qingyi whispered, sister, why do I feel that you look like a star? I also feel that it's too much of a resemblance. And Bai Du moved closer to Li Linger and even reached out to pinch Li Linger's face to see if it was a fake. Sun Ting said in awe, you're Li Linger, aren't you? Shimeng felt that Tang Zai's luck is also too good, so many doors do not open, only Li Linger opened this door, and this Li Linger looks cannot be worse than them, and even has a star aura added, which man does not want to be his own. If the people outside know that Li Linger lives here, I'm afraid that this place is going to be robbed rotten. She can live until now, thanks to living in the villa area this side of the people do not contact, if replaced with the neighborhood, it has long been played rotten. Li Linger sensed that Yi Qingyi and the others did not have any malicious intent, so she faced it openly. Can you give me an autograph, I especially like you. Xiao Bai immediately let out a cry of joy. In the past, he had only seen it on TV, but today he actually saw it in person. Shimeng smiled, what autograph do you need, she's all about to become the owner soon. At this time Tang Zai was about to turn the villa over, not to mention the food, a cockroach was found. So Tang Zai had to accept the fact that this girl was really a good person. It was too unbelievable. What are you guys talking about? Tang Zai walked up and laughed. When he saw Li Linger looking back, Tang Zai directly froze in place. As a hot-blooded man, how could it be possible that he hadn't seen this face on his mobile phone, and had even seen the AI version? But suddenly realized how the live version of Li Linger was going to be worse than them? It was like she was malnourished, and her skin wasn't as lustrous. Look at Sun Ting's skin, it was glowing and white as jade fat. It is estimated that they didn't eat a few good meals to get like this. After replenishing their bodies, their face value won't lose to them. You are Li Linger? Li Linger looked at Tang Zhe and nodded. The other 4 girls through your blessed gazes, this can even run into Li Linger, it's simply the lord of erotic encounters. Tang Zhe had thought that it would just be a small star, definitely hadn't thought that it would be a big star like Li Linger. But why don't you come to harm me, you harm me, so that I have a reason to enlighten you, to help you on the right track. I'm your fan. Tang Zhe helplessly laughed, walking to the side and leaning on the sofa. Shi Meng looked at Tang Zhe, feeling that Tang Zhe was a bit strange. This is still not making a move? It wasn't just Shi Meng who thought so, the other 3 women also thought so. But Tang Zhe couldn't make a move on a good person. Just for opening that door, she had to be rewarded with a year's worth of supplies. Thank you. Are you all in the same neighborhood? Li Linger asked curiously. It's good to have someone to talk to, otherwise you'd be depressed and kill yourself. Tang Zhe pointed to Sun Ting and the other 3 girls, then towards Shi Meng. We're from the same neighborhood, then we ran to her neighborhood, and then there was a riot, and I escaped with them. Alas, so many people died. Oh my god, you guys are amazing, you actually managed to run out. Li Linger couldn't believe it. It felt too amazing that Tang Zhe was able to run out with 4 girls. After all, it felt like Tang Zhe was well-mannered. Tang Zhe stretched out his hands close to the fireplace and asked curiously, why do you live here alone? Came to attend a business show as a guest, was arranged by the organizers to rest here for the night, and ended up getting stuck. Tang Zhe let out an "oh," then didn't say anything. Yiqingyi and Sun Ting glanced at each other. The master is a bit abnormal. It can't be that he ran into the goddess of his heart, and is a bit too scared to dare, or let's be the villain. Where are you going? Li Linger asked curiously as she warmed her hands with hot air. Shi Menghui said, we are ready to go to Yunhai City. Yunhai City, that's over 400 kilometers, are you guys walking or driving? Right. Oh, it seems like you can't drive now. Tang Zhe suddenly got up, interrupting the topic and said, why don't we eat something first? I don't have anything to eat anymore, really. Li Linger thought Tang Zhe had asked her to take something out to eat, and hurriedly explained. Looking at Li Linger's pitiful appearance, Tang Zhe laughed bitterly. Didn't ask you to take out food. I have food, I'll go get the car. Can't just turn tricks. After all, with Li Linger is not familiar, but let's talk to Count, said that a year's worth of supplies will not be missing a piece. Li Linger was surprised, watching Tang Zhe put on his protective suit and walk out, and it wasn't long before he saw a ferocious Maybach drive up. Oh my god. Li Linger covered her small mouth and was stunned, feeling that this car was like it came out of a science fiction film. Not only Li Linger, the people from the surrounding several villas were looking this way, with surprise and greed in their gazes. If they grabbed this car, then they wouldn't need to be stuck here. Since the car was taller, it couldn't be backed into the garage, so it could only be parked outside the garage. I'll go help. Li Linger said that she was going to help, but was pulled back by and by. Yiqingyi laughed, no need to help, we girls can't lift it. Then how embarrassing. Nothing to be embarrassed about, don't think too much. Sun Ting patted Li Linger's fragrant shoulder, and found that there are still such girls that are too rare nowadays. After all, they still haven't seen the world, and still maintain the pre-apocalyptic state of mind, but anyone who has gone through the purgatory of the earth will not be so naive. Tang Zhe deliberately stayed in the garage for a while before entering the house. It's almost time, let's see what we'll eat for lunch. When Li Linger came to the garage to take a look, her small mouth was able to stuff down a large ham sausage. More than 40 boxes of mineral water were yards away, and next to it was a superb amount of food, from snacks to fresh meat, fruits, and even red wine, and skincare products were all there. Li Linger rubbed her eyes. She couldn't believe that all this in front of her was real. No, could that car put down so many things? You guys aren't coming to choose yet. Tang Zhe skimmed his lips, shouting sweet master on his mouth. He didn't know to let his master win a hand to be happy, he didn't know any better. Shi Meng pulled Li Linger and laughed, come along, take whatever you want to eat yourself. I consider it as the cost of our lodging, take your own pick, don't be embarrassed. Tang Zhe opened a bottle of happy water, comfortable. After thinking for a while, Li Linger said seriously, then I'll do it, can't eat your food for nothing. That's fine too. Sun Ting softly said, let me help you. No, you guys just go rest, tell me what you want to eat and I'll see what I can make. Tang Zhe flirted, I didn't expect a big star to be a cook. Big brother is laughing, if it's not delicious, you can't scold me. That wouldn't be the case. Tang Zhe smiled, eager to see if Li Linger would sprout bad thoughts after he took out so many supplies. As long as there was a little bit of bad thoughts, then he would have to punish you on behalf of justice. However, very soon, Tang Zhe's hope fizzled out, people are as honest as they want to be, lunch was wrapped up by one person, turning into a little cook in seconds, cutting up delicate fruit plates and bringing them up. Big brother Tang, sisters, have some fruit. Li Linger, who was wearing an apron, seemed to be looking a little better, not even a little bit of the high tone of a star, but now she was like a maid, serving everyone. Shimeng had been watching Li Linger, from the time she took the fruit knife and finished cutting the fruits, she was not eating any of them. If she were herself, after being hungry for so long, she would have secretly eaten one anyway, such a girl is a bit unsuitable for her team. Thinking of this, Shimeng suddenly understood that Tang Zhe suddenly quiet a lot at once, before coming to the time is still very excited, everyone in the car to discuss which star, when found that Li Linger did not be changed by the end of the world, so it changed its mind. After all, we women before more or less there is a kind of selfish calculation, want to take advantage from Tang Zhe, but Li Linger does not seem to have, perhaps she does not know how chaotic it is outside. We often eat it, you eat more, it's all full of vitamins. Yi Qingyi smiled, this smile was incomparably gentle in Li Linger's eyes, just like a caring big sister seemed to be, her heart was full of emotion, it's been a long time since anyone cared about herself so much. 2 lines of moving hot tears also flowed down from her eyes, thank you. Don't be like this, good people will still be rewarded. Tang Zhe laughed, feeling that the world hadn't completely fallen, there were still good people like Li Linger, but how long could those good people live? Li Linger only took a slice of orange, I'll go cook first, but there's no electricity. There's self-heating rice inside that supply, go look for it. Tang Zhe said. Okay, I know. As Li Linger went to look for it, the 4 women looked at Tang Zhe at the same time, that look was strange. Why are you looking at me like that, there's something wrong with your minds again. Tang Zhe was about to offer a harsh criticism. Shimeng approached Tang Zhe, exhaling her breath like orchids, Master, such a stunning beauty, won't she come in to warm the bed? She's not like you guys, not bad enough to blend in. Yi Qingyi tooted her red lips and said, I'm not bad either. I'm still not plundered by you, Master. You're still not bad I saved you and you just patted your arse and left, where is this kind of good thing? Shimeng laughed badly, this time I'll stand on my master's side and condemn you for this kind of knowing and not repaying behavior. Yi Qingyi could only admit defeat, what you all say is reasonable, I'm wrong all right. Then Li Linger also received so many supplies, how do you want to repay? Xiao Bai gave a curious cry. Tang Zhe immediately knocked on Bai's forehead, silly people open the door to let us live, also we repay her, besides I have said, whoever opens the door, there is no harm to our heart, will give supplies. Master, Xiao Bai is going to be knocked silly by you. Sun Ting snickered, indeed, the more you knock, the dumber it gets. Like a silly white sweet. Yi Qingyi even added a stab, which made little white so angry that his mouth could hang a bottle of oil. Hearing Li Linger's footsteps walking back, the 5 people also stopped chatting. Almost an hour and a half later, 7 dishes and a soup were made by Li Linger. Originally Tang Zhe did not have a delicious attitude, but he did not expect the taste to be good, especially this braised pork ribs, the color was red, and it looked very appetizing. There was also that small chicken stewed mushrooms, the chicken flavor was strong, there was also that plate of beef fried with garlic moss, it was really a beautiful cook. Oh. I haven't cooked for a while, I'm a bit rusty, sorry. Li Linger stood next to her and wiped her hands and said modestly. Doing very well. Then you guys sit don't all stand. This again relates to the issue of rules, or Tang Zei has to give the word, in front of outsiders, you guys don't give me a whole hand of sprawling eating method, or else I'll become a perverted maniac. Sit down. After saying this, Tang Zei also threatened with his eyes, although he didn't take Li Linger away, he still had to maintain his image. Sun Ting and Anbai both felt like they hadn't sat down to eat for a long time, they were both a bit uncomfortable. Serving the last bowl of soup on the table, Li Linger asked, Big brother Tang, do you want something to drink? I'll pour it for you. No, don't drink, so don't get busy, hurry up and sit down to eat. Yes Linger, come and eat, it's hard for you to cook. Sun Ting pulled Li Linger and pressed her to sit down on a chair. Li Linger was embarrassed. Yi Qingyi got up and smiled, I'll go get a bottle of red wine. I'll go. Li Linger immediately shouted, but was again held down by Sun Ting. Tang Zei sighed in his heart, such a good girl, how come she isn't a bit bad, a bit of a bad mind isn't to blame. Soon Sun Ting brought a bottle of red wine and poured them all. Cheers, today is finally seeing the big star himself. Tang Zei said cheerfully. I'm not a big star now either, if I hadn't bumped into you guys, I guess I would have starved to death in a few days. Ximeng laughed, sister, with these supplies, save a little and you can survive for 2 years. Thank you sister, thank you all, I'm dry. After saying this, Li Linger directly took a sip. Sun Ting laughed, sister is a good drinker, then I'll drink one too. Then I'll have one too. Xiao Bai also followed along to join in the fun. Tang Zei was also convinced, I'll drink less, I don't want to pick up corpses. Happy, don't come and drink with us. Fuck you. A bottle of red wine is obviously unable to satisfy them, directly move a box over, there is not drunkenness. Tang Zei is not a drop of alcohol, the main red wine is not very good, not as happy as water. After 3 rounds of wine, the girls are a little bit drunk, all of them are gorgeous, but also took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Sister, can I borrow your mobile phone to make a call? Sure. Ximeng handed her mobile phone to Li Linger. Li Linger wanted to make a call to her old neighbor, but as the phone dialed out. The user you have dialed is not in the service area. Why can't I get through? Li Linger frowned brow, she was able to get through before. Sun Ting said, recently, many areas have lost their signals, and it is estimated that all communications will soon be interrupted. Oh, that's so. Li Linger returned the mobile phone to Ximeng. Ximeng once again raised her cup and shouted, drink today, live for the moment. Well said, live in the moment. Tang Zei got up and all dried a glass of red wine. A meal lasted for 2 hours, 1.5 of which was spent drinking, looking at the bottles on the floor, and now started to stand on the sofa and sing and dance, even Li Linger sang along as if to vent her emotions. Looking at the 5 women bickering in the living room, Tang Zei took out his mobile phone and took a picture of them as a souvenir. After all, at this moment, he himself felt the long-lost happiness, not some master and slave, just a simple friendship. But then again, it had to be said, if it wasn't the end of the world, how could one sit here, eat with them, these proud girls of heaven, and see their embarrassing behavior after drinking? Come and play with us Anbai shouted towards Tang Zei. Tang Zei shook his head, you guys play, I won't come. Come on come on. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi directly went up and dragged them over, how did they all turn into innocent little virgins, don't mention how fierce they were when they cam us. However, Tang Zei soon found that these women forcefully pushed themselves to Li Linger's side, really uneasy good intentions, look at others Li Linger are embarrassed, which like you these female rascals are. Tired of playing, everyone leaned against the fireplace and formed a pile around it to keep warm. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun. Yi Qingyi murmured as she looked at the fire in the fireplace. Me too. Sun Ting whispered. Little White had already fallen asleep. Although Ximeng didn't say anything, today was indeed a special day, mainly because Li Linger, a kind girl, had made everyone let their guard down. Li Linger leaned against Ximeng's side, her beautiful eyes looking towards the flames, her pretty face flushed and beginning to shine, not as weak as before. Thinking about what? Ximeng asked curiously. Nothing. Li Linger said quietly, she was indeed happy today, but she would still be left on her own tomorrow. Shimeng gently stroked Li Linger's back. Say what you have to say, don't hold it in your heart. Can I follow you guys and leave together? Li Linger said weakly, with a wave of pleading. Without waiting for Shimeng to say anything, Tang Zhe laughed. Those supplies are enough for you to use for a year, and by then, perhaps the end times will have passed and the previous order will be restored. I know this request of mine is a bit too much, but it's still fine if I can cook for you, wash your clothes, and do some odd jobs. I really don't want to stay here alone. Said Li Linger, her emotions a bit uncontrollable, but fortunately, there was Shimeng comforting her. Tang Zhe never expected that after a meal and some bouncing around after drinking, she herself would instead take the initiative to join in. This team of ours doesn't suit you, you'll be a little more comfortable staying here. Tang Zhe persuaded. They had to provide themselves with energy tanks every day, sometimes they also had to act as fighters, the work intensity was very high. I have a strong ability to adapt. Tang Zhe let out a sigh and said directly, Li Linger, to tell you the truth, we've killed a lot of bad guys, you're not safe following us, you know. Bad guys should have deserved to die in the first place. I also want to kill bad guys and avenge my parents. I go, is this big star drunk on fake wine, what does she have to follow me for? Seeing that Tang Zhe didn't say anything, Li Linger suddenly got up and came to Tang Zhe. Big brother Tang, take me away, I'll be your woman. This was probably Li Linger's only trump card, herself. Looks like you're drunk. Tang Zhe frowned and said. No. After saying this, she directly pressed Tang Zhe to the ground, and her rosy lips directly dominated Tang Zhe's mouth. This could stun the three women next to him, so fierce big star, the master was actually forced to kiss. And Bai slowly woke up at this time, looking at the scene in front of her, so I'm still dreaming, let me sleep again. I have to say, the feeling of being forcefully kissed by a big star was very subtle, but Tang Zhe still pushed Li Linger away. Are you sick? I don't need you to be my woman. No, you just responded to me. Li Linger retorted. That's a man's physiological response, don't be irrational, I'll get angry and you won't have any good fruit to eat. Tang Zhe's face instantly turned a few points colder. Shimeng hurriedly pulled Li Linger away. You will only make him unhappy. As for Li Linger, she was also shocked by Tang Zhe's attitude. Her tears fell indisputably. She had already shamelessly gone to forcefully kiss a man, even her first kiss, praying to take herself away, but she was mercilessly rejected. Did her body not even have a little bit of value anymore? Obviously gave herself hope, but then stomped out her hope. It would be better to let herself wait for death in silence. Only to see Li Linger suddenly running towards the door, directly opening the door of the room and rushing out, clearly the rhythm of suicide. Probably the same as you. Tang Zhe said as he looked towards Shimeng. These words made Shimeng ashamed of herself. Dying with dignity, and living meticulously, she chose the latter, but she still had to act as if she was going to die. Thinking about that time was quite humiliating. And Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting were pretty much thinking the same thing, anyone who wanted to go over there and die, but when it came time to die, they didn't dare. Just when the people thought Li Linger was going to break, Li Linger jumped towards the rain. The people in the room looked at Li Linger in disbelief. She really dared to jump. She actually did what everyone dared not do. Not being Tang Zhe's woman, all of them would rather die. I'll go. This damn glamour. Li Linger, who jumped out with her eyes closed, felt no pain on her body at all, and didn't even feel like she was being rained on. Slowly opening her eyes to take a look, why was she still under the roof? Hadn't she all jumped out? Do you want to die so much? Is it not good to stay here properly and wait for rescue? Tang Zhe smoked a cigarette and stood behind him and said, I am not even a good person, you a good girl should not fall like this. Li Linger bit her red lips and whispered, have you ever lost your parents? Spitting out a mouthful of smoke, Tang Zhe faintly said, I am an orphan. Li Linger froze and said silently, I lost my parents, but as a daughter I can only hide here and live on, unable to avenge their deaths, so I might as well reunite with them early. Hee, then why did you wait until now? Why didn't you die earlier? Li Linger looked at the modified Maybach next to the garage. Because of you, you let me see that revenge is expected. You can bring your sister and the girls to escape. You must have your own means. There are still so many supplies. This car definitely can't be loaded, and it's not possible for the general public to have a protective suit like yours. You're very smart. I thought you were a stupid white sweet like Little White. Li Linger turned to look at Tang Zhe and said seriously, I can be a silly white sweet, as long as I can take revenge. You're negotiating with me? Tang Zhe frowned slightly. He had thought that Li Linger was rescuing herself and the others without any purpose, but it seemed that she also had a little something in her heart. Tang Zhe hooked up that delicate chin and sighed, seriously, you let me down slightly. I'm no longer a big star, and I don't have much to fall back on. The only thing I can rely on is this body. What my sisters can do, I can also do. You see? The sisters have to look at you and nod their heads when they take their seats for dinner. It feels like you're not like a normal boyfriend/girlfriend relationship, it's more like an upper and lower class relationship. Tang Zhe smiled, really underestimated people's insight ability, all guessed 8 or 9. Are you so sure you can avenge your parents? In case you can't avenge them, wouldn't it be a loss for this body? That's better than waiting to die in place. Besides, doing business is supposed to have profit and loss. Oh, that's quite reasonable. Li Linger's nails were about to be pinched into her flesh as she whispered, then are we considered to have reached a deal? Didn't even inspect the goods, how can it be considered a deal? I'm clean, no one has touched it. Li Linger clenched her silver teeth, she actually managed to say such shy words. Tang Zhe laughed after hearing this. The house was all numbered for the first time, and came close to smell, a little odor. I like fragrant women, this look inspection, I am going to return it. I also want to take a bath, but there is no water. Said this word, Li Linger's jade neck are reddish, who do not want to be a fragrant girl. There's water now, you can go and wash yourself. Okay, I'll go now, the master bedroom on the 3rd floor is waiting for you. After saying that, Li Linger ran into the house with her head lowered. The most shameful words in her life had just all been given out, but for the sake of revenge, what could this be? Looking at Li Linger running into the house, Tang Zhe will be the cigarette flicked away, in the end, from the beginning of the house others in the plan. I told you, this world has no simple-minded people, even more no reason to ask for help, are in order to achieve their own purposes, even if it is Li Linger is not an exception. Happy to have such a big star woman as Li Linger, unhappy to have such a big star woman as Li Linger. Alas, let's go and inspect the goods first. Walking into the house, Sun Ting directly came with a 90-degree bow, congratulations master. Yi Qingyi, and Bai, and Shi Meng also bowed the same way, delicately shouting, congratulations master. I really suspect that it's you guys who are teaching others. Tang Zhe felt that Li Linger had changed too quickly, without a single sign before. We didn't, absolutely not. It's just pure congratulations on master's delight in obtaining a stunning beauty. Another one to share the damage. You're blaming me. Half an hour later, Tang Zhe came to the master bedroom and saw Li Linger on the bed, so cold that she was wincing. Don't you know to turn on the air conditioner? Tang Zhe picked up the remote control and turned on the air conditioner, the heat to the maximum, and turned on the lights by the way. Incoming call? Li Linger exclaimed. Tang Zhe shook his head, sitting on the edge of the bed, and said indifferently, just messed with the generator. Originally I didn't want to do it. After all, once the lights are on in this villa of yours, those people around will definitely come to find you in trouble. Hearing this caring words from Tang Zhe, there was a touch of warmth in his heart, but he also smiled bitterly and said, your car parked there is already in trouble. With you guys gone, I don't think I'll live long. You're blaming me? Li Linger slowly lowered her head. Head up. Li Linger slowly lifted her head, looking into Tang Zhe's aggressive eyes, her pretty face surging with a touch of crimson. A beautiful face indeed, barely able to collect. Fingers touching those soft red lips, Tang Zhe said indifferently. Hearing this, Li Linger was instantly relieved, but was it so barely? Even though she wasn't a big star anymore, she was still proud of this face. Now you can come over and kiss me. Huh? Li Linger suddenly exclaimed in shock, isn't it usually the boys who take the initiative? Do you want me to serve you? Sorry, I don't really understand. There was still a need to teach newbies on the spot. An hour later, Tang Zhe was not satisfied and went downstairs. The feeling brought by the big star was indeed different, it was the body that was weak and did not enjoy it to the fullest. The master is not even compassionate. Shimeng flirted and laughed, now also probably feel clear Tang Zai's bottom line, sometimes joking that is called flirtation, but shouldn't joke when, don't touch, this point is even a little white understand. Tang Zai white eyes are rolled to the back of the head, hee, I taught at least half an hour, you teach her well. The women immediately laughed happily. When Li Ling came downstairs, she could be caught in the act. I found that those villas around are peeking towards us. After the joke, Yi Qingyi said vigilantly, this electric light turned on and became a target. Tang Zai suddenly picked up Yi Qingyi with a hug, they only have a part to envy, be a bit more honest and envious, otherwise it's death. Yi Qingyi wrapped her arms around Tang Zai's neck, listening to Tang Zai's overbearing words, her eyes gradually appeared to worship, Master. Didn't enjoy myself just now. Saying that, he casually chose a bedroom and walked in. Anbai was much smarter and directly snuck in. Sun Ting and Shimeng in the living room glanced at each other, in the future when will it be their turn once there are more of these women who? As night falls, the entire Shuangdong district is plunged into darkness, only this villa emits a bright light, just like a mirage. But it also seems to be screaming, come to rob me I have electricity. At this time the temperature has come to -6 degrees, the ground has begun to freeze. Double East everyone is wrapped in the quilt shivering, and Tang Zai wearing trousers, black vest in the living room to do push-ups, Sun Ting, Yi Qingyi and Shimeng still have the heart to practice yoga, wearing yoga trousers is simply tempting to pull the full, that the long legs are not just a name. The kitchen from time to time issued a pleasant laughter. Li Ling is injured to go downstairs to cook for everyone, was flirting with the red face, hate to dig a seam to drill in, but Anbai ran to help, Li Ling can be a little easier, after all, it is the meal of 6 people. Tang Zai secretly thought in his heart, in the future it is better to go with the flow, now 5 times the speed is enough, and get Li Ling energy slot actually rose to 74%. This is very unexpected, will soon unlock the 3.0 gift pack, I do not know what good things will be inside. This 2.0 is now unrivaled, once the 3.0 gift pack is opened, how else can others live? Can you guys keep your voices down? I can hear you all badmouthing me. Doing push-ups with one finger, Tang Zai shouted towards the kitchen, when I'm deaf Anbai held the spatula and stuck out his head and shouted, Master, I didn't. Little Linger, you less learn from them to be bad to learn proper. Tang Zai's serious reminder, but caused the 3 women doing yoga to snicker, Master your mouth said serious is serious. Li Ling almost used a mosquito voice to jade neck is to be read through, coupled with Anbai crazy flirting, are to stand unsteadily. Soon, the sumptuous dinner was served on the table by Li Ling. Tang Zai sat on the main seat, looking towards Li Ling who was kneeling next to him, the bad ones learn quickly, the good ones learn slowly, against me right. All sit and eat, make me really look like a pervert. Sun Ting said in a serious manner, to offer food with the master, that is a violation of the following, this is the most basic reasoning, also please understand the master, there are no rules, also to let the newcomers know, who is in charge here. Yes, we can't offend the master's authority, in the future there will only be more and more newcomers, eating is to establish authority. Shimeng's words were even more agreeable to the women present, in the future, the newcomers rows of back kneeling to go, the front row is not qualified to kneel. See, Itangza instead became a sinner. Okay, sit once a week, this request is not excessive. Once in half a month. Yi Qingyi said. Tang Zai all gave a gasp and laughed, who brought the crooked style, stand out, see if I don't whip him. In fact, sitting down to eat would have a feeling of home, and Tang Zai was eating alone from birth until now, perhaps that meal at noon touched a certain nerve. After eating, Tang Zai directly walked towards the living room, wanting to look at the post-apocalyptic novels to add a little more knowledge, who knew that there wasn't even an internet here, it felt like this communication was going to be completely cut off. Anbai suddenly shouted, Master, you haven't pitched us yet. Throw your head, you don't have hands yourself, Master still has to serve you guys what crooked reasoning. Tang Zai cursed and sat on the sofa, recently is not a good temper, give them swell up, it seems to have to throw a few bones to be honest. 1 can still feed, 5 still feed a hare. Ling Ling, you made Master angry. Anbai whispered. Huh. No. Yes, master said that your little tiger teeth are too sharp. Li Linger's small face reddened and whispered, Sister Xiao Bai, teach me later. Okay, no problem, you practice with a banana first. Yi Qingyi curiously asked, what are you two secretly chatting about without eating? Nothing, nothing, eat eat eat. And Bai and Li Linger's heads shook like rattlesnakes, while Li Linger felt her face rolling. After the meal, everyone sat on the sofa eating fruits and fuming, TV without TV, internet without internet. Right, let's listen to little Linger's story. Tang Zhe instantly found the topic, the newcomer's self-introduction. Li Linger, who was holding a banana, came back to her senses, I'm not very good at telling stories. Oops, what the master means to say is to introduce your previous experiences, from childhood to adulthood. And Bai was quite chatty with Li Linger, perhaps because of the small fan. Li Linger was silent for a moment and said, I was born in a small city, my parents are both teachers, maybe that's the reason for my strict discipline, especially not allowed to fall in love early, concentrate on your studies, and you'll have a good job in the future, and I didn't let them down, I was admitted into a 985 school, and learnt English as a major, thinking of becoming an English teacher in the future. You studied English? I thought you studied acting, so how did you end up in theater? Sun Ting peeled the skin of the grapes, and then sent the skinless grapes into Tang Zhe's mouth. Tang Zhe was now an open-mouthed character who relied on feeding. Yi Qingyi, who was sitting on the other side, was even better, biting the grapes with her teeth before sending them into Tang Zhe's mouth, taking advantage of Tang Zhe. Li Linger looked at this scene, small face red, shyly averted her gaze. When I was a freshman in college, I originally accompanied a friend to audition for a film, but I ended up being cast myself, holding a playful mindset like this. It can still be like this, that's enough to show that you're very talented. Shimeng let out a sigh of emotion, playing with the idea of being on fire herself. It's actually not much of a talent, it's just that I'm quick to adapt, and I find it fun. Sun Ting let out a long sigh, how come I don't have this kind of luck and can only make a living in the live broadcast room? Saying this on her lips, she had actually been looked at, but the bosses all had conditions, as for what conditions men understood. Linger, you should have a big boss behind you to cover you. Shimeng peeling oranges, of course, not for themselves to eat, have to care about the master all the time to be able to get reused in the future, after all of you sitting here at least is also a patriarchal level. Li Linger frowned her eyebrow and thought for a while, no, I don't think so. Could it be that you haven't been suborned? Yi Qingyi couldn't believe it, with a beauty like Li Linger, that was definitely the rich man's favorite. No master knows. Said Li Linger blushing again, not daring to touch Tang Zhe's gaze, like a newlywed little petite wife. Shimeng let out a sound, I understand, it seems that behind you there is a man who silently pays, just before you have time to stand in front of you, this end of the world came. And then it was cheap for me. Tang Zhe also followed with a snort. And Bai even said, the boss will have to cry in the toilet. Ha 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 ha. Except for Li Linger, who blushed, everyone else laughed heartily. Li Linger didn't want Tang Zhe to misunderstand, anxiously explaining, there's no such thing as a boss, nonsense. Oops, in a hurry, whoops. Sun Ting's words caused a few women to squint plus a long eek. This made Li Linger even more anxious, looking at Tang Zhe as if to say, I really don't have any boss. Alright, you're all going to make the others cry in a hurry. Tang Zhe hitched a hand and laughed. Yi Qingyi let out a long sigh, it's true that people are more angry than people, I was also crying like a pear, master your heart is hard as a rock, when people's Linger is in a hurry, your heart aches. Huh. Another hush, Tang Zhe were made to laugh bitterly, while Li Linger pinched her fingers and bowed her head, her jade neck reddened again. And while the crowd was chatting, they completely failed to notice that the rain outside had stopped. This was also the second time the rain stopped after the end of the world, and what did it mean? Killing and plundering. Alright, you all said so, little Linger, sit on me, come on man, let them be envious. The four women were once again up in arms, whistling. Quickly go still stupid. Shimeng patted the shy Li Linger. Li Linger used a mosquito voice to him, got up and came to Tang Zhe's side, while Tang Zhe held that white wrist and pulled it, directly into the arms of the beauty. This was even better, the sound of coaxing seemed to lift the roof off the room, causing Li Linger to directly hide her face in Tang Zei's arms. Kiss one, kiss one. And Bai Du stood on the sofa and clapped her hands, with and by starting, the other three girls immediately added fire. Tang Zei were all a little embarrassed by the whole thing, they had really drifted recently, and they would have to throw a bone tomorrow to do so. However, looking down at the exquisite face, the watery big eyes slowly closed, the red cherry lips exuded infinite temptation, waiting for the master's taste. Just as Tang Zei lowered his head and prepared to savor it, a sudden knock on the door interrupted the rhythm. Tang Zei instantly frowned, looking up to the outside of the house. Li Linger also opened her beautiful eyes, which were more than a little lost. Looks like they can't wait any longer. Shimeng's tone gradually got a few points colder. Sun Ting had already taken out her matching gun to check the ammunition. Li Linger was dumbstruck, she actually had a gun. Tang Zei patted Li Linger's head. Li Linger obediently sat aside and whispered, "How could someone come at this time?" Yi Qingyi inserted the clip and said indifferently, "Because we're the only place where the lights are on." "Alright, you all put your pajamas on." Tang Zei barked out, "With the heater, one dressed so cool, when I can't stand the test ah." The girls obediently put their pajamas on and tidied up their hair. This image still needs to be there. Li Linger suggested, "Why don't we wear masks?" Shimeng patted Li Linger's fragrant shoulder and laughed, "We're so good looking, why should we cover up?" "Then what if? Kill?" Yi Qingyi said indifferently. Sun Ting patted Li Linger's head, "Your first lesson will begin soon." Between conversations, Tang Zei had already opened the door, and a wave of cold air rushed directly into the room. Looking at the dozen or so men in front of him, wearing thick down jackets and wincing in the cold, Tang Zei revealed his signature kind smile. "Everyone, what's the matter at this late hour?" More than 10 men looked at Tang Zei. Such a cold day, he actually just wore shorts and t-shirt, his feet are either stepping on clinker or wrapped in several layers of plastic bags. Thinking about it, there was electricity inside, there must be a generator. "Hello, my name is Zhuo Zhixian, I live in that villa across the street, you should have seen me on TV." Zhuo Zhixian said and also held up that gold glasses, also slightly posed proud side face. "Haven't seen." Tang Zei honestly said that he really hadn't seen it. A young man in the back shouted, "Dude, the one in front of you is the richest man in Huan City, you actually don't recognize him, no eyes." "Shut up." Zhuo Zhixian immediately drank towards his son. Zhuo Yong skimmed his mouth, a face that didn't care, his eyes instead looked towards the modified Maybach next to him, thinking about how to get his hands on this car. "It's too cool. I'm sorry, my canine son doesn't know what he's doing, forgive me." "It's fine, it doesn't matter." Tang Zei still carried out his honest and humble attitude. But this attitude fell into the eyes of these men, which equaled 2 words. "Good bully. We didn't mean anything else by coming over, we just wanted to ask, why do you have electricity here?" Although Zhuo Zhixian was smiling, but his teeth were chattering, the temperature had now dropped to -10 degrees, and there was also a biting cold wind. Tang Zei gave a long "Oh, I bought a diesel generator." "I see, this car is also yours?" "Yeah, mine." More than a dozen men couldn't believe how this ordinary young man in front of them could have so many supplies. Some of them knew that he had even come knocking on the door before, all wearing weird protective clothing. Looking at the group of freezing shivering men in front of him, Tang Zei smiled, "Anything else?" "I'm all set to sleep." One of the men in the group shouted, "Handsome man, can you let us in to warm up?" With a man opening his mouth, Zhuo Zhixian had a kind face. "It's not easy for everyone now, the temperature has dropped especially hard in the past 2 days, and there's no electricity in the house. Look, little brother, can you let us go in and rest a little bit? Don't worry, sit down for a while and then leave. A small matter, inside please." Seeing Tang Zei actually so generous, those who didn't open the door before had a weak heart. When walking into the house, one immediately felt the warmth from all directions. This warmth felt as comfortable as being in one's mother's embrace. How come there are still fairies? It can't be a cold hallucination, right? Zhuo Yong also rubbed his eyes, and when he was sure that it was real, his mouth was watering. Not to mention Zhuo Yong, even his father is also a face of amazement. Next to those men are standing in place, do not know how to move, as if 8 lifetimes have never seen a beautiful woman seems to be. Tang Zei has to admit, their killing power is really great, the spiritual level of the kind. Some men thought to themselves, if I had known it was such a beautiful woman, who would have opened the door. Huh, that woman looks a bit familiar, looks like a star. Ah. It is actually Li Ling'er. Li Ling'er lives here, actually no one knows it. Zhuoyong also found Li Ling'er, the real person can be really beautiful. Ah, red, with a delicate attitude, but the one next to it is also good looking. Ah, there are also left and right side, I fuck. All so like. Ah, all want. Hello beauties, my name is Zhuoyong, this is my dad, the richest man in Huan City. Zhuoyong directly stepped forward to introduce, immediately smelled a fragrant smell. This woman's fragrance is really fascinating. Mr. Shi? Zhuo Zhixian instantly recognized Shi Meng, never expecting her to be here. Shi Meng smiled, General Manager Zhuo, what a coincidence. Why are you here? Don't you live in Mountain Lake Community? Our neighborhood has been in chaos, so the guys ran here to hide. Shi Meng looked natural, and the men could only see the beautiful face now, and the devilish body hidden inside the nightgown. Zhuo Zhixian sighed and said in a deep voice, after this kind of thing, the first unlucky ones are us who have money. It stopped raining once before, and a lot of robbers came, and almost rushed to the house, but luckily it rained, and they all got drenched to death several times, and they ran away in the gray. Yes, now if we don't unite, we will be robbed and killed. Shi Meng had a helpless face, while everyone seemed not to hear what she said, but looked at that face of hers, and the chest that even held up her pajamas. Zhuo Zhixian looked like an old leader with a long sigh, that's why we have to unite together, that way we can have hope to live, selfishness that will never live long. Mr. Zhuo is right, I am in favor of it. Shi Meng said with a smile, the depths of her eyes had revealed a chill. Zhuoyong at this time found that there was actually fruit on the coffee table in the living room. Holy shit, you guys actually have fruit to eat. Not waiting to disagree, Zhuoyong directly rushed over and picked up half a piece of watermelon and gnawed on it. While eating it, he also lamented, mad, the watermelon that I didn't care to eat before, I suddenly found that it is particularly sweet. There's still watermelon? After hearing this, the men also walked towards the living room and took the fruit without saying a word, as if it was their own family stuff. Tang Zei smiled and watched. Li Ling'er was a bit scared, leaning on Tang Zei's side, her hands tightly holding Tang Zei's big hand. For Li Ling'er, now everything is given to Tang Zei is her everything. If Tang Zei died, these men were afraid that they would play themselves into a corpse. The men ate the watermelon very fast, completely disregarding their image, knowing that to be able to live here, which man wasn't the boss, watching the watermelon juice constantly flowing down from the corners of their mouths, falling down on the valuable carpet. Sun Ting and Yi Qing were already about to explode with anger. That was the place where they would sleep tonight, and they still had to change the carpet. These bastards. Xiao Bai, Ling'er, cut a few more watermelons over for the bosses, the richest man hasn't even had one yet. Tang Zei was generous to a fault, which made Zhuo Zhixian satisfied. This young man had a lot of respect for himself, even awe. Xiao Bai pulled Ling'er, who was a bit nervous and scared, to get the watermelon, while the men in the living room ate the watermelon while looking at Xiao Bai and Li Ling'er. The greed in their eyes was already almost too much to hide, especially Zhuoyong. The evil was already rising at the corners of his mouth. As the watermelon was once again served on the table by and by, the men who just didn't eat the watermelon madly grabbed it. Zhuo Zhixian didn't go to grab it. After all, he had to take into account the image of the richest man, and in his heart he was cursing his son for not knowing to bring a piece of it over to his old son. Tang Zei smiled and took a piece over. Mr. Zhuo, taste, this watermelon is old and sweet. Thanks little brother, there are quite a few good people now. Isn't that so? All the ones I've met are bad guys, even the women are an exception. Tang Zei's words caused the girls to dislike. Where are we bad? What nonsense. Zhuo Zhixian didn't understand the implication of this for a moment, eating watermelon to change the topic. Our Huan city hasn't even dropped to 0 degrees in winter, this cold weather is even worse. Tang Zei touched out a packet of cigarettes, gave Zhuo Zhixian one. Zhuo Zhixian were stunned. Actually have a cigarette? Zhuo Zhixian also did not polite. One hand took the cigarette handed by Tang Zei, directly in the mouth, but no fire. At this time, Tang Zei handed over the fire again. Zhuo Zhixian hands without any action, just stretched out his head to light the cigarette, Tang Zai's smile a few points thicker. I also work in Huan City for a few years, I have not encountered such cold weather, I guess the northern people can adapt. Zhuo Zhixian exhaled a mouthful of smoke and laughed, if this temperature drops further, I'm afraid even northerners can't carry it. You kid actually have a cigarette, send a cigarette so ignorant. Zhuo Yong came and said with a big grin, not putting Tang Zai in his eyes at all. Tang Zai took out a packet of huazi in an honest manner, and it was taken away by Zhuo Yong. Tang Zai also wanted to hear Zhuo Zhixian stop words, the results of this when the father just looked, and did not say anything. Smoking Zhuo Yong slowly walked to Sun Ting, with a provocation toward Sun Ting blew a mouthful of smoke, beautiful woman, wearing so little, or all off it. Said actually reached out to pull Sun Ting's nightgown. Sun Ting was already almost unable to suppress it, and wanted to directly pull out a gun to give this kid a headshot. But the master hadn't had enough fun yet, so he suppressed his anger and showed a panicked expression as he stepped backward, and even hid behind Tang Zai. What are you doing? Zhuo Zhixian seemed to discourage, but his tone was not harsh. Zhuo Yong flicked his cigarette ash which slowly fell on the clean floor, a scene that drove the clean-loving Yi Qingyi crazy. Just kidding. Zhuo Yong laughed, Dad, what are you still pretending? I haven't touched a woman for almost a month. The other men began to stand around in an encircling stance, and there were two walking around as if they were looking for some supplies. Chief Zhuo, we're going to take a break. Simone said faintly. Zhuo Zhixian threw his cigarette on the ground and stomped it out, Yi Qingyi was going to be tense. Holy shit, there are actually so many supplies in the garage. Suddenly a man shouted. All the men rushed into the garage, and when they saw the small mountain of supplies, their eyes glowed. Beautiful women, supplies, this was not the pinnacle of the end times. Watching the men looting, Li Linger couldn't help but shout, those are our supplies. However, this dissuasive voice was not heeded, and even because of Li Linger's good timbre, it made the men even more greedy. You kid has means, these supplies and cars are all robbed, right? Zhuo Yong left hand holding a salt-baked chicken leg, right hand holding a snowflake beer smiled and said, what kind of divine life is this, no wonder such beautiful women are following him, so it's all about supplies. And by all couldn't help but daintily drink, you have eaten and taken, now it's time to go. Zhuo Zhixian let out a laugh after hearing this, ignoring it and sitting directly on the sofa, didn't I say before that we should help each other? And yet you guys want to kick us out, more or less a bit selfish. These words all made the girls laugh, worthy of being the richest man, immediately standing on the moral high ground to condemn. Tang Zai immediately laughed, what Mr. Zhuo said is true, I'll take them upstairs, you guys are downstairs. Kid. You let my dad live downstairs, do you want to die? Only to see Zhuo Yong directly take out an exquisite Nepalese military knife, the other men also stopped pretending and took out knives from their down jackets. Tang Zai's face suddenly changed dramatically, this expression looked at the girls dumbfounded, especially Li Linger, if she had known Tang Zai earlier, she would have been able to bring along with her to act. Zhuo, General Manager, this is? Tang Zai's trilling voice even made Shimeng worship, no wonder he was tricked so badly. Zhuo Zhixian stood up and actually took out a golden desert eagle from his waist, Tang Zai was given a shock, besides Zhuo Yong, the other men were also dumbstruck. Previously it was only intended as a collector's item, I didn't expect it to come in handy now. After saying this, Zhuo Zhixian directly fired a shot. The loud bang startled Zhuo Yong. The girls immediately hid behind Tang Zai, that delicate appearance didn't make the men play pity, but instead became more impatient. However, the muzzle of the gun was slowly aimed at Tang Zai. Chief Zhuo, it's not so bad that you want to kill me, right? I haven't killed anyone yet, just let me experience it, I'll take good care of these women for you. Dad, I want these too. Zhuo Yong pointed at Sun Ting and Li Linger and said. Zhuo Zhixian gazed at Tang Zai and directly pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet slowly shot out from the muzzle. That's right, it was moving slowly. You guys are really no fun. With Tang Zai's words, the golden bullet fell onto the tiles, the clear sound seeming to fall into the hearts of the crowd. Not only were these men dumbfounded, even the girls were dumbfounded, could this be the strength of a vampire, it was actually so exaggerated that the bullets fired could be controlled. You are also the richest man in our Huan city, actually also do such despicable things, really let me slightly disappointed, sincere indeed can't exchange sincere. Tang Zhe sighed repeatedly. I thought that the law of the last days would also have a wrong place. It seems that the law of the last days did not lie to himself or must continue to be a person without feelings. Zhuo Zhixian looked at Tang Zhe in front of him in disbelief, and his mind was still thinking about why he didn't die. Was it a hallucination just now? A man near the door was finally back to his senses, pulling his legs and running outside. Bang bang, 2 shots. The man's legs were shot, and Yi Qingyi's icy voice was like the cold weather. Don't you want to live here? Go what? Did I promise? The men looked at the gun in Yi Qingyi's hand. Each was like a lightning strike. She actually had a gun too. Dad, what are you still waiting for? Shoot! Zhuo Yong shouted. Zhuo Zhixian thoughts were finally back on the body, wanted to pull the trigger, but his finger couldn't do it. How could he press it down? Tang Zhe reached out and pressed his hand on the golden sand eagle, easily getting it in his hand. Worthy of being a golden sand eagle, this weight is indeed a bit. Dad, how are you? Chief Zhuo. What are you doing? The men exclaimed in shock. Just like that the gun was taken away. Zhuo Zhixian turned around and drank hideously. I don't know. Tang Zhe held the golden sandhawk and came to Zhuo Yong, who looked at Tang Zhe in horror, his trousers gradually wetting. And Tang Zhe just took out his packet of huazi from Zhuo Yong's down jacket. You dare to rob my cigarettes, pissing your trousers now won't save you. Hearing Tang Zhe's words, shame and anger welled up in Zhuo Yong's heart, and when Tang Zhe turned around, the Nepalese army knife in his hand directly cut down. Bang! Ah! The Nepalese saber fell to the ground, and Zhuo Yong covered his bleeding right hand, his eyes looking at Sun Ting in panic, as well as the smoking pistol in her hand. There were actually 2 guns. These people of their own had actually come to rob a bandit nest. These women looked weak, but they didn't expect to play with a gun like a thief. 6, that cowardly look just now was all an act. Stinking woman, you hurt me. Zhuo Yong shouted, seemingly not realizing his situation. Sun Ting had wanted to do this for a long time and slowly walked to Zhuo Yong with her pistol. Kneel down. I won't kneel even if I die. Bang! Son! Zhuo Zhixian hissed and shouted. Zhuo Yong opened his eyes, red spots appeared on his forehead, the back of his head seemed to have been opened. He didn't think that this woman really dared to shoot. With unwillingness, Zhuo Yong collapsed to the ground, but at this point, his consciousness had not all disappeared, looking at Sun Ting's gun aimed at his head again. You are also worthy of taking off my clothes. Bang 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 bang. Emptying the clip-style headshots showed how angry Sun Ting was. When Li Linger saw this scene, her stomach began to churn as Tang Zhe said indifferently, bear with me. Hearing these cold words from Tang Zhe, Li Linger seemed to see another Tang Zhe, suppressing the urge to vomit in her heart. I'll say it again, kneel down. Sun Ting swept all the men. At this time the men didn't have the greed at the beginning, replaced by infinite horror. Chief Zhuo's son was actually madly shot in the head. This woman was ruthless, like a snake and scorpion. The heart all think so, but the knees are honest, collectively dropped the knife in the hand to kneel down. Shi Meng said in a cold manner, my master entertained you well, let you eat fresh fruits, and you repay me like this. People and gods are furious. Zhuo Zhixian looked up when he heard Shi Meng's title. She actually called him master? It's because we have eyes and don't recognize empty tie, we won't dare next time. Little brother, no, big brother, it was all Zhuo Zhixian's idea, we were all compelled. Right, he was the one who proposed to rob you all, we didn't even know. Zhuo Zhixian's eyes spewed fire and shouted angrily, you sons of bitches, now you're putting all the blame on me, you shall not die. Tang Zhe fished out a cigarette and lit it, looking at Zhuo Zhixian, Chief Zhuo, when others hand you fire, you should at least stretch out your hand, it's also the minimum respect isn't it? I was wrong, next time definitely. Huh? You still want me to pass you fire? No, I'll pass. Too late. After saying that, he waved towards Yi Qingyi, who obediently placed the gun in Tang Zhe's hand. And Tang Zhe pulled Li Linger behind him to his body. You're new, now is the first lesson, killing. I. Li Linger chickened out, her hands couldn't help but tremble, how could she dare to kill? Take it. Tang Zhe extended the gun to Li Linger's eyes. However, Li Linger found that her strength seemed to have been drained as if she had been drained, and it was a struggle to lift her hands, let alone hold that gun. I don't want to repeat myself a second time. Tang Zhe's voice also went a few degrees colder. Shi Meng suddenly pressed down on Li Linger's fragrant shoulder and said delicately, Linger, don't be afraid, you can do it. Sister Meng. Sun Ting said faintly, if we weren't stronger than them, what would be the outcome now, think about it yourself. Yes, if it wasn't for the master being strong, then he would have already been insulted by these brutes by now, and would die without even knowing who his parents' enemies were. Suddenly, Li Linger felt that her arm had strength, fiercely gripping the pistol, not to mention the posture of holding the gun was quite standard, after all, people had practiced when acting. Shoot. Tang Zhe said indifferently. With Tang Zhe's words, the men kneeling on the ground were terrified, as one man kowtowed and begged for mercy, the others followed along, their scalps cracked. Don't kill me, I have an old man and a young man. My wife only gave me a child yesterday, please for the sake of the child, don't kill me. Faced with such a plea, Li Linger hesitated, unable to lay her hands on him at all. And Bai suddenly said, these words are already standard in the end times, I've heard them so many times. Tang Zhe slightly narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, don't you want to avenge your parents' deaths, and you don't even dare to kill anyone now, is it true that if the murderer also kneels down in front of you and admits his mistakes and begs for forgiveness, you'll also forgive? No, I won't. Li Linger shouted. Then you shoot. Li Linger tensed her arm and pressed her finger on the trigger, but she couldn't press it down. Tang Zhe let out a long sigh, stomped out his cigarette, and beckoned toward Sun Ting, who placed the gun in Tang Zhe's hand. Tang Zhe's next action was mind-boggling to everyone, watching in disbelief. The gun in Tang Zhe's hand was aimed at Li Linger's temple. Li Linger could even feel the lingering warmth of the gun's muzzle, her face instantly turning white. I said that she can't fit in, are you guys satisfied with this result? Tang Zhe looked towards the other four women. Li Linger could become so fast, it must be that they gave someone else the idea. Who exactly was it? Pursuing it was no longer necessary. The four women didn't say anything, in their hearts they were only thinking, Linger you shoot if you do it, you'll be fine. Tang Zhe looked into Li Linger's eyes, what problem can crying solve? The circles are different, you can't squeeze hard, you'd better not follow us and stay here. But this rain has stopped, I guess someone will soon come over here to rob, and you'll be robbed as well, why don't I send you a pain in the arse, and go to see your parents earlier, so that you won't be insulted. Tang Zhe's words had just finished. Bang! Li Linger pulled the trigger frantically with a scream, the shot seemed to shatter the tenderness within, shattering the pity. The men kneeling on the ground felt like they were going to die, but as the sound of the gunshot disappeared, they opened their eyes and saw that they were fine on their own, and looking left and right, everyone was fine. Because the press was blind-fired. Kakaka, although emptied the magazine, but Li Linger still keeps snapping. Give her a new magazine. Tang Zhe said indifferently, thinking that shooting was over. It was really too naive. And Bai immediately walked up and changed the magazine, giving Li Linger an encouraging hug. The men thought it was over, but they didn't expect them to change to a new magazine. This is not a rascal. Think about your parents, they were also killed by cruel people like them. As a daughter, think about it. Bang! The first man on his knees on the left fell down with his head exploding. A bit of accuracy, it seems to have been practiced, besides how far was this, 5 or 6 meters away. But the recoil still made Li Linger's arm lift high. Tang Zhe said softly, grasp your center of gravity. Li Linger didn't say anything and fired again. The second one fell. At this time, Li Linger's eyes became firm, and the previous softness was like a different person, as if she grew up in that moment just now, and integrated into this post-apocalyptic environment. Either you die, or I die, there is no third option. Don't kill me, I'll give you money, I'll give you the company, I'm worth hundreds of billions of dollars, I'll give you what you want. Zhuo Zhixian watched one by one people fall down next to each other, Where do you still care about the title of the richest man? The forehead is knocked through the blood. But Li Linger, whose eyes were ice cold, aimed her gun at Zhuo Zhixian and pulled the trigger. Zhuo Zhixian's eyes closed tightly, but heard a card. It turned out to be the bullets hit the light, but just now that let Zhuo Zhixian shits and pisses, never felt the death of their own so close. If the time to turn back the clock, kill do not come here. This is not a sheepfold, all tigers. Tang Zhe has to correct it a little bit. Fierce tiger is fierce tiger, but that kind of white fierce tiger. Out of bullets. Li Linger's eyes looked empty and lifeless, as if her soul was locked up by herself. Tang Zhe took Li Linger's gun over. Demeng Meng, take her to rest. Good. Shi Meng pulled Li Linger towards the side, while Li Linger pointed at Zhuo Zhixian and said dully, there's still one more that I haven't killed. Linger good boy, don't mind him, you need to rest now. No, master will not want me, master will kill me. Li Linger appeared in a trance-like state, feeling as if she was going to collapse at any moment. Tang Zhe naturally realized, you go too. Not expecting to drive Li Linger into such a state, Tang Zhe sighed, a woman who wants to protect herself in this post-apocalyptic world, this is a necessary lesson. Walking over to Zhuo Zhixian looked up and begged for mercy, duh. Bang! The words were not finished, directly blown up by his own golden sand hawk. Tang Zhe did not want to talk nonsense with this kind of person. You guys clean up, I'm going out for a walk. Tang Zhe said indifferently, directly walking out of the living room filled with the smell of blood, his good mood all gone with the arrival of this group of people. Tang Zhe walked out of the doorway, looking up into the night sky, feeling like he hadn't seen such a bright full moon in a long time. The ground was illuminated by the moonlight, it was truly a night of murder. Walking directly across the middle of the road, he came to the villa on the opposite side of the street, that is, Zhuo Zhixian's home. The door lock was obviously unable to resist Tang Zhe's footsteps, and the house was dark. A woman's voice rang out from the living room with expectation, hubby, did you kill the people across the street? I heard so many gunshots. Tang Zhe didn't say anything and walked into the living room. The moonlight shone through the glass. Tang Zhe saw the woman wrapped in a quilt. She didn't seem to be very old, she looked like she was just in her early 30s, an old cow eating young grass. Who are you? My husband has a gun. The woman also saw Tang Zhe, a stranger, and immediately stepped back. Are you talking about this one? Tang Zhe raised his hand, and the moonlight shone on the golden sand eagle, making it look very unique. The woman stared blankly at the gun in Tang Zhe's hand. Sister-in-law, don't be afraid, I don't kill women. After a long time, the villa resounded with a gunshot, and Tang Zhe also walked out from the villa, took a deep breath, and walked back to Li Linger's villa. The body was left outside on the lawn. Walking inside, Tang Zhe saw Sun Ting and then by mopping the floor while Li Linger's violent crying came from upstairs. Tang Zhe smiled, it was good to cry it out. It didn't take long for Shimeng to come downstairs with Yi Qingyi, and Li Linger followed along, feeling like a frightened bunny. Her red and swollen eyes were pitiful to see. All go clean up. Tang Zhe did not bother to look at Li Linger and said indifferently. In the face of Tang Zhe's ignorance, Li Linger slightly bit her red lips and bowed her head. Shimeng softly said, go ahead, won't blame you. He likes to scare people the most. Yi Qingyi followed, although Tang Zhe liked to scare people, but he didn't know when he would come for real, that's what was scary. Li Linger inhaled deeply, taking small steps to Tang Zhe's heel, while Tang Zhe still didn't raise his head. His mouth said softly, go and do hygiene first, the rest will come later. Bean-sized teardrops fell along that exquisite face. Li Linger said with a choked sob, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Wrong about what? This word made the other four women froze. These three words used to seem like a woman's line, right? I was timid and I'm a crybaby. Didn't you claim to have great adaptability? I don't want to bring a crying woman on the road. Li Linger immediately wiped away her tears. The way she wiped her tears was like a child. Tonight is still long, the test for you is not over, this rain it won't fall for a while. Tang Zhe looked at the eerie full moon outside the house, as if he knew a darkness, emitting a bright light for humans to engage in a bloody fight. The girls looked out the window. that time before the rain stopped was only more than 10 minutes, this time there was more than 20 minutes, I'm afraid that the streets and alleys are now in total chaos. I won't let you down again. Li Linger said respectfully. Tang Zhe patted Li Linger's head, which caused Li Linger's nervousness to slacken a few points. She was really scared before. With a wave of Tang Zhe's hand, 5 automatic rifles appeared on the coffee table, HK-416. On the side there were also accessories, muzzleloaders, scopes, grips, magazines, and more than a dozen boxes of 5.56 bullets. One for each person after sanitation, first in the number of kills, reward her with a wish. This kind of reward was undoubtedly a great temptation, and the 5 girls hurriedly wiped off the floor, sprayed it with freshener, and the carpet was replaced with one. Soon they were sitting next to the coffee table, each with an ammo box by their side, and were loading bullets into their magazines. For automatic rifles, not only Li Linger was unfamiliar with them, but Shimeng had never played with this kind of gun either. Anbai was responsible for teaching Li Linger. Sun Ting then taught Shimeng. The knowledge of disassembly was definitely too late, so she taught some simple designs. It's better to install red dot aiming, use this kind of right angle for the grip, and use this kind of long muzzle, the accuracy will be higher. Anbai acted like an old greaseball matching weapons to Li Linger. Little sister Bai, how do you know so much? Anbai proudly crossed her arms, who says girls can't play with guns, and I like the masters best. These words made the girls present snort and give a laugh. Tang Zhe wiped his chopper with a handkerchief and also revealed a smirk after hearing this. These filthy girls. Go outside and fire a few shots to get used to the recoil, don't make a fool of yourself then. Tang Zhe reminded. Before, Anbai and the 3 of them had adapted for a day, while for Shimeng and Li Linger there was not a day, the people outside would come at any time. Opening the door, Shimeng and Li Linger raised their muzzles, and did feel the automatic rifle a bit weighty. Bang! The sound of the gunshot was unique in the dark night, making the people living around even more panicked, not knowing if it was a firecracker or a gunshot. Feeling the recoil of an automatic rifle for the first time, Shimeng and Li Linger were indeed alarmed. The sound of this gunshot was completely different from a pistol. Hold the grip tightly, and press down when shooting continuously, lest the muzzle lifts up. Anbai in the guise of coach and was still instructing. He also dragged a few corpses with Sun Ting and placed them in the middle of the road as targets. Bang bang bang. Continuous gunshots continued to be issued, which scared away the crowd that was ready to come in to rob, thinking that there was a firefight in the villa neighborhood, looking at the kitchen knives in their hands. Forget about it, it's just going to die. And in the whole Huan city, people have come out from their homes. The first target is the supermarket, convenience stores, large shopping malls and so on. So these places appear the most intense robbery war. In order to a bottle of mineral water fight, the death of 7 or 8 people has been normal. Compared to these unorganized robbery, many of the community has formed their own group combat, which can be a lot more efficient than the lone wolf. But if the neighborhood touches the neighborhood, it's an inevitable scramble. In the half hour when the rain stops, the deaths in the whole Huan city have reached 3,000 to 4,000 people, and this number is still rising, and it will soon break 10,000. Streets are full of corpses, some hungry skin and bones of people in the body rummage for something to eat, but nothing turned over. Hungry this group of people, directly in the street cannibalism, the scene is disgusting fear. And such a situation is more and more. After all, not everyone has the ability to grab food, locked up in the house for so many days, and out of the strength to grab things. Physical weakness, after the fall never stood up. End times. As if it had really come at this time. Happy neighborhood. Outside the street parked only hub vehicles, less than 30 cars, but in the forefront of all the cars, but an old man music. But this old man car had a bloody human head hanging from the back, making people extremely uncomfortable. And in the neighborhood, at this time is carrying out inhumane killing looting. This group of people deal with the way not to leave any survivors, regardless of men and women all killed, and then collect supplies. The man at the head of the group was probably in his 30s, he was wearing a black overcoat and had a clean inch hair, his rigid face had no unnecessary expression, and in his right hand he was holding a tang knife, the sheath of which was a bit old, indicating that the age of this knife was not small. Many of the people following him had all kinds of cold weapons. The green dragon crescent blade were all served out, directly chopping off the head of a homeowner. It could be found that this man's stance was very standard, he hadn't practiced a lot on weekdays. Please please please, don't kill me, I can be a woman for you, let me do whatever. A woman around 25 knelt on the ground and begged bitterly for mercy. The man's eyes were calm as he quickly drew his sword and chopped it down, the woman's head rolling to the ground. Don't leave a single piece of the supplies behind. Luo Cheng once again instructed, shaking off the blood on the blade and sheathing it handsomely. Yes, Teacher Luo. This group of people were from the martial arts school, there were a few teachers in the group, and the rest were all young students. These days had already gone through several killings in the school, and in the end, only these people were left. They thought they were about to starve to death in the school, but they didn't expect the rain to stop, and immediately rushed to the city, and killed when they encountered someone, without bleeping. And that old man Lu is Luo Cheng's car, the heads hanging in the back are all defeated men, 2 of them are still previous colleagues. By the way, keep a few women, after all, they are all bloodthirsty teenagers, but don't overdo it, lest your hands and feet are powerless. Luo Cheng said indifferently, kicked the woman's head aside and continued walking towards the upper floor. Soon, the entire neighborhood became quiet, basically all of them were cleared out, all the supplies were also carried downstairs, a few boys carried the woman and threw her directly into the boot. Old Luo, this harvest is not small. The one who spoke was another teacher, named Yu Tong, his hand grappling technique was amazing, it wasn't easy to kill out from the school, they were all experts. Luo Cheng gazed at the full moon in the night sky, rob more while it's not raining. These few women are still less, the students more or less want one each. Luo Cheng's brows tightened and said seriously, people who practice martial arts are less close to women, one for each person, let them all simply die on a woman's belly. Yu Tong didn't even know what to say after hearing this, in the past this kind of argument was right, but now that everyone has killed out, there has to be a release. At this time next to a chubby boy suggested, Luo teacher, you teacher, let's go to rob the rich people's neighborhood, I heard that the women over there are also good looking right classmates. As soon as they heard this, the boys with the chicken blood when they went to learn martial arts really learnt the right thing, this time it becomes the way of survival. Old Luo, just let the students indulge for one night, don't be so strict. Luo Cheng glanced at Yu Tong laughed and said, let's go to Shanhu district, that's also the place where the rich people live in our Huan city, kill those people, we can also live in that luxurious district. Then go, I hope that the Mountain Lake community hasn't been robbed by others. Luo Cheng sighed, at this time a man rolled and ran out. Still running. Hands and feet cut off for you. The classmate who chased out behind him shouted angrily, his whole body was covered in blood. Luo Cheng waved his hand, the classmate stopped chasing, Yu Tong shook his head helplessly and started again. Give you a chance to live. Walking up to the man, Luo Cheng said indifferently. What? The man's fear was tinged with anger, his wife and son had just been killed by these beasts. A knife was thrown in front of the man. 1-on-1, you win, I die, I win, you die. The man looked at the knife in front of him, which still had his wife's blood on it, and immediately gripped it in his hand, the anger in his eyes completely suppressed his fear. Good. The man gripped the knife with both hands, looking at the stance, he knew it wouldn't work. While Luo Cheng's thumb slowly pushed the knife out, his right hand gripped the hilt, I forgot to tell you, within 5 steps, I am invincible. As soon as the words fell, there was a flash of silver light. The man's head rolled off, eyes wide open, while Luo Cheng lassoed the man's head and tied it to the back of the car. Depart, Mountain Lake community. Luo Cheng shouted, and the convoy drove towards the Mountain Lake subdivision in great numbers. When a convoy of this size drove on the road, basically no one dared to touch it, unless there was a stronger force, obviously, for the time being, there was no very strong force, and the potentially strong force was pretty much exterminated by Brothers A. Soon, the convoy came to the Mountain Lake district. Luo Cheng saw the district constantly running out of people, running while vomiting, as if they saw some disgusting picture. Luo Cheng stopped the car, and the convoy behind him followed suit. Go in and take a look. Luo Cheng said indifferently, walking into the neighborhood, he again found people running out of the garage. Luo Cheng and Yu Tong exchanged a glance, then nodded towards the underground garage. Just as they walked to the entrance of the garage, they smelled a pungent smell of blood and stench. Luo Cheng and Yutong frowned, but still chose to walk inside, and soon they saw a scene like hell. Some of the students directly gave in to vomiting. They didn't even vomit when they just killed someone themselves, but as a result, seeing this image in front of them, they just couldn't stand it. Luo Cheng and Yutong stepped on the coagulated blood, looking at the bullet casings on the ground with furrowed brows. "Looks like someone is much faster than us," Yutong said in a low voice. Luo Cheng didn't see it that way. These people didn't just die, it feels like they should have died yesterday, and with so many shell casings at the scene, there are quite a few guns. "Old Luo, come and look," Yutong suddenly shouted. Luo Cheng immediately walked to look, his eyes gradually became different. Luo Cheng squatted on the ground, reaching out to touch the wound of the corpse. What a fast knife, the whole body was chopped in two horizontally. This power is definitely not human. "There are many more over here." Yutong was incredulous. Most of these people were chopped in two, such strong arm strength. Luo Cheng also saw it. These people must have been very desperate before they died. Being cut in two would not kill them immediately, they would see the other half of their body slowly dying. What a cruel tactic. "Are you sure if you run into this person?" Yutong asked. "From what I can see now, this person's strength is above me, but there doesn't seem to be much technique, just swinging and chopping, still the same words, within 5 steps, I am invincible." Luo Cheng did not bother to observe the corpse anymore and walked towards the outside. The smell inside was really unpleasant. Yutong's heart was also steady after hearing this. He followed. This cell seems to have no value anymore. At the side, the two students looked at the hole in the wall. "What the hell is this poking out? A drill? Doesn't look like a drill. Why does it look like a knife blade to me?" "A knife? You stick one in and show me. It's a concrete wall." The classmate pointed to the corpses at his feet. "Look at these 4 corpses, the wounds are all in a line. If I guessed correctly, at that time, the 4 of them were standing in a line, and the murderer violently threw out the knife. The blade penetrated their heads and pierced into this wall." Hearing such words, the boys slowly applauded. "Why don't you go write a novel? This imagination is very awesome." "What do you know? This is called reasoning." "Then you slowly reason in this pile of dead people. I can't stand the smell anymore." The classmates could only leave helplessly, but still couldn't help but look back at the hole in the wall. This shouldn't be something that people can do. Coming outside and breathing in the fresh air felt like coming alive. Where to go now? Continue to rob the neighborhood? Yutong asked. Now was the time to grab. Luo Cheng thought deeply. Well, keep grabbing. We need to grab enough supplies. I feel like this weather is going to get colder and colder. Not enough supplies. We'll freeze to death alive. Students, get on the bus. Let's continue to rob the neighborhood. Teacher, I also heard that there is a rich man's neighborhood, all rich people who live in villas. Luo Cheng raised his hand to stop it and said in a deep voice, our primary task is to gather supplies. We can go if we are on the way. Inside the villa. Yi Qingyi played the elegant piano. The HK416 was placed on the lid of the piano. The two different items looked otherworldly when placed together. But if it was paired with the screams outside, it was a different story. The robbery in the villa area started early, because this villa was leaning in. It hadn't been robbed here yet. Tang Zhe also deliberately turned off the lights. He didn't want to attract firepower for the other rich people. The open door of the room sent out the melodious sound of the zither, and someone had already heard it. Big brother, listen. In the villa not far from the side, 7 or 8 men were gathering supplies, and the homeowner's family had all been hacked to death on the spot. Big brother also heard it and laughed playfully. Rich people play with ya, brothers, let's go and take a look then. A group of people will be loaded with supplies. Listen to this piano sound is not very far. Soon came to the entrance of the villa, and other different. The door of the room actually are not closed. In the grass outside is also placed more than 10 corpses. Big brother, feel a little evil. The little brother said vigilantly. Big brother did not think, what is pretending, play a piano, outside the corpses, shooting a film, all with me. Said big brother took the brunt, directly up the steps into the house, was about to step into the house, forehead a touch of cold. Big brother's heart is going to jump out, slowly looked up into the darkness. Gun barrel. Big brother couldn't help but back away slowly, and the person in the darkness revealed his face, and it was as if Big Brother was going to forget his fear after seeing it. What a beautiful face it was, exactly like the stars on TV. Big Brother, what are you doing? The little brothers stood at the back, worried as they watched their big brother keep retreating. Li Linger solved her cowardice problem, which was to imagine that she was now acting, and today's role was that of a ruthless female assassin. Pretty girl, toy gun it is. Big Brother smiled a little forcedly. Then try it out and see if it's a toy gun. Before the Big Brother could answer, Li Linger directly pulled the trigger, bang. The little brothers in the back stood as if struck by lightning, the back of the Big Brother's head exploded. Before the stagnant little brothers could start running, Li Linger directly pulled the trigger and fired, bang bang bang. With the last shot finished, there was still a little brother standing in place not knowing what to do. Li Linger unloaded the magazine and took out a full magazine from his waist. Bang! Simone appeared from the side and easily solved it. See, it's not that hard. Tang Zhe patted Li Linger's fragrant shoulder. Li Linger loaded the bullets and suddenly turned around and kissed Tang Zhe, I won't let you down. After saying that, she walked out the door. Tang Zhe all froze for a moment. People are rather queenly now. Shimeng teased, also leaving a lip print on Tang Zhe's cheek, following Li Linger out. The sound of the piano in the room disappeared, and Yi Qingyi walked out with her gun in her hand, her long hair tied into a ponytail as well, standing on her tiptoe to give Tang Zhe a deep kiss, and then followed handsomely. The corner of Tang Zhe's mouth twitched, what the hell, they are all playing handsome right. Not to mention, it was indeed quite handsome. Sun Ting and Anbai stood on both sides with smiles, obediently standing on their tiptoes to give a kiss, running out with cheerful giggles. Tang Zhe slowly touched out Huazi and lit one, the corner of his mouth showing a smile. Less than 10 minutes, the headlights slowly appeared, and the sound of grumbling could be heard. Fuck, came late, all these villas were robbed. Let you guys come over earlier and don't believe me, rich people are definitely the first not to rob. The 4 cars drove and stopped, and finally drove over. There seems to be a woman standing on that roadside. The man in the passenger car exclaimed. Shimeng ran over with a touch of panic. The man in the car was amazed when he saw Shimeng, and now he could still see such a special thing. Beauty, is it a hitchhiker? Speaking with his mouth, his hand could start looking for a knife. Shimeng was just about to speak when the gun actually slipped off her back, which made Shimeng laugh bitterly, while the men in the car were in a state of stupefaction when they saw the blackened guy. Sorry, didn't tie it tightly, said Simone as she brought up the gun. Fuck. The men inside the car grabbed their knives and tried to rush out, but were greeted by merciless bullets. Bang bang bang, all of them were shot into a hornet's nest. The second car also came down with a man, who was about to greet Shimeng. When he saw Shimeng sweeping towards the car with his gun, the man just stood frozen in place. Shimeng looked at the man and smiled, what, still not running? The man instantly reacted and turned to run, while Shimeng had already changed to a new magazine, and with a bang, the man flopped to the ground. The 3 cars behind him hurriedly reversed, but only the hubs were left, idling madly. Not so fast, little brothers. In the men's view, a few more stunning women stepped out beside them, but they held nightmares in their hands. No. No. Don't kill me. Rush out and kill them. Run them over. The car was in chaos, but the gunfire had already started, not giving any chance. Tang Zhe sat on the steps and smoked a cigarette. It seems that they have already adapted to the post-apocalyptic rhythm, not only 5 more bed warmers, but also 5 more fighters. Even the timid Linger has already begun to adapt. It seems that it did not lie to itself. This adaptability is indeed a bit impressive, without blinking an eye. In less than 2 minutes, these robbers were all solved by the 5 girls. Li Linger also finally experienced the feeling of controlling her own destiny. Before every day was afraid that someone would break into the house to their detriment. Now she is not afraid, and even managed to kill back. She is very brave, she can go to avenge her mom and dad's death. Awesome. Linger, killed more than me. Sun Ting patted Li Linger's fragrant shoulder and flirted. Li Linger was very humble. Sister Ting taught me well. Prepare yourself well, someone else will come. Sun Ting looked towards the full moon in the sky. it seemed to be getting brighter and brighter. There wasn't even a hint of rain coming. If it didn't rain, the killing wouldn't stop. It didn't take long, and sure enough, headlights were seen, along with the sound of talking. However, the next thing was a series of gunshots, and even grenade throwing. It was so vicious. Other people with knives, you guys with guns, the rush of cold weapons with hot weapons, it's like a descending blow. And Tang Zhe did not make a move, has felt a kind of loneliness of the master, used to watch TV and think it is impossible, now experience it in person, it will indeed be there. Might as well eat something, it's so late, just a whole barbecue. When you're done killing, come over and eat some, replenish. Tangza shouted towards the girls. And Bai gave an oh-so-sweet sound, finished off the man begging for mercy with a single shot, bounced towards Tang Zhe's side, picked up a bottle of snowflakes and ton. Don't get drunk. Tangza grilled the beef and reminded. And Bai said with a big grin, a bottle of beer can't put me down, only the master can put people down. I have to learn from little sister Bai. Li Linger also ran from the side, calling out to worship and learn from her master to please him. Tang Zhe coughed lightly, don't learn from her, the more you learn, the worse you get. I'm going to become bad, the old bad kind. Sister Meng, come over and eat the barbecue, the master is feeding us. Tang Zhe cried and laughed, now it has turned into you guys flirting with my words. Eating barbecue meat and drinking beer, looking at the full moon, this is simply the most perfect date, but my brother Zhe is just dating 5 sisters. Not only is it my Zhe's daily routine, it's everyone else's dream. It wasn't long before the lights came on again, and I could tell from the sound that there were quite a few cars coming, not 3 or 4, I'm afraid it was 30 or 40. You're all hiding. Tang Zhe wanted to see, what was the origin of such a group of people. The 5 girls scattered to the surrounding villa houses, quietly waiting for their prey to take the bait. Soon, the girls saw the car at the front, an old man Lu. But what's hanging on the back? With the moonlight illuminated, the girls were shocked for a moment, actually a human head, so sick? Tang Zhe still stood on the side of the road barbecuing, just like a normal night seemingly, completely ignoring the vehicles coming over. Luo Qing frowned and surveyed, there are a lot of corpses on the ground over here, and there are many cars parked on the roadside, the people inside seem to be dead as well. Stopping the car, Luo Qing jumped down from the old man music, his eyes looked towards Tang Zhe who was not far away. In addition to the smell of blood in the air, there was also a smell of barbecue meat, his stomach couldn't help but grumble. As Luo Qing got off, the students behind him also got off. Yutong walked to Luo Qing's side and said, this place is all robbed, there's nothing of value. Look at that. Is that a barbecue? Yutong was surprised and looked at Tang Zhe, what time is this, outside are killing crazy, actually there are still people barbecuing. Luo Qing looked at the corpses on the ground and then looked at Tang Zhe, feeling that this man was dangerous, very dangerous. Classmates, we have a barbecue to eat tonight. Yutong shouted and laughed, everyone hadn't eaten meat for a long time. The students immediately cheered after hearing this, and without waiting for Luo Qing to stop them, they ran towards Tang Zhe, the weapons in their hands already raised. Tang Zhe, on the other hand, picked up the sugar-free happy water and took a sip, wiped his mouth with a paper towel, drew out the chopper that was leaning to the side, and headed towards a group of young men who were running towards him. When the students saw Tang Zhe holding the chopper sword, instead of being afraid, they shouted in excitement and stormed towards Tang Zhe. Kill! The young man's blood churned and he shouted in a low voice. Tang Zhe made a downward chop, his classmate raised his sword to resist, but the next moment he stiffened, the sword was chopped off by Tang Zhe, let alone the man. The 3 boys next to him who followed the charge were confused. Being distracted while fighting, this can kill you. Tang Zhe's chopper slashed down mercilessly, and 4 bodies fell to the ground. Luo Qing looked at Tang Zhe, his face grave. He is, Yutong said with a horrified tone. Luo Qing took a deep breath, it was just as he thought, empty of brute strength, but only able to chop and slash. I will go and finish him off. Luo Qing said indifferently. Be careful, this person is evil. Yutong was worried, after all, recalling that car park, I am afraid it would be a nightmare for the rest of his life. Luo Cheng hummed and walked towards Tang Zhe with his tang knife. His pace was steady and his eyes were sharp. 5 meters apart, both of them stopped in their tracks. A lot of strength, but no moves. Luo Cheng directly opened his mouth to teach, with a big enrollment stance. Tang Zhe sized up Luo Cheng's dress, and the knife in his hand, and said indifferently, "You seem to have a bit of strength." "There is indeed a little, so I wanted to come and meet you." "Hee, you are the first person to challenge me. If you win, I die, but if I win, all of you die." Tang Zhe revealed a kind smile. Luo Cheng frowned when he heard this. After all, this was his own mantra, and he was actually lulled over by him. "Teacher Luo, chop him to death, he's also too arrogant, and he's still letting us die. Unload 8 pieces, pretending to me here." The students cursed. Teacher Luo was a godlike status in their hearts, the master of masters. Luo Cheng raised his arm and the shouts instantly disappeared. "Good. I shall oblige, but I have one request. If I win, I don't need you to die, be my little brother." "Okay." Tang Zhe agreed with alacrity. "A kind reminder, within 5 steps, I'm invincible." Hee, then I'm looking forward to your performance." Tang Zhe's smile intensified. A one-on-one fight started right away. The moonlight shone on the two men's bodies, rushing the atmosphere became tense all of a sudden. Even the girls hiding in the villa were tense. Even though they knew that Tang Zhe was very powerful, they were still nervous as hell, afraid that Tang Zhe would scratch the skin. Luo Cheng knew that the man in front of him was very powerful, so he planned to go all out. He was very powerful, as long as he dodged a cut. That would be his death. Waiting for him to make a cut. Tang Zhe watched as Luo Cheng never came out with his blade, but instead took strange steps to circle around himself. Raising his blade was the chop. Luo Cheng saw it, the time had come. With a clanging sound, Luo Cheng dodged and also drew his sword at the same time, chopping straight into Tang Zhe's neck, with no intention at all to take in his little brother. It was all about confusing his opponent and making him think that it didn't matter if he lost. Suddenly, Luo Cheng felt a coldness in his waist. Why was he falling down? Why did his own blade deviate so much, just slashing along his shoulder? With a muffled sound, Luo Cheng fell to the ground, but his gaze went to his lower body in the scattered intestines. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It was absolutely impossible for him to stop with that slash. It was too late to try to return the blade with that much inertia. But when one's own knife came out, his knife seemed to stop, and then chopped his waist. How could he stop? This is the most basic inertia. Why didn't he comply? Why is this happening? Why am I dead? It hurts a little. If you met someone else, you would indeed be invincible within 5 steps, but unfortunately, you matched me. Tang Zhe looked down at the dying Luo Cheng. Although he didn't know his name, this person had some guts. Hearing Tang Zhe's words, Luo Cheng died with wondering. Yutong in the back didn't even react now. It was too fast, didn't even see what happened. Luo Cheng was killed. The students were all dumbfounded. Mr. Luo was so strong in school, 1 against more than 10 teachers was no problem. He just died in one go. The idol of the heart was killed in seconds. This was a blow to the students, as if the world was collapsing at this moment. Looking at the approaching Tang Zhe, Yutong shouted angrily to dispel his fear, his 5 fingers forming a claw and shouting lowly, "Then let me learn about your excellency's sword." Tang Zhe raised his chopper again, and Yutong clasped Tang Zhe's wrist with the same magnificent stride, his heart bursting with joy. However, he suddenly realized that he had only snapped his wrist, but had no way to move it. It was like steel essence. Not even using a sword, looking down on me so much? Tang Zhe turned his head to look at Yutong and said indifferently. Yutong's heart raced, feeling Tang Zhe's death glare. His heart was about to jump out of his throat. Before he could react, his own wrist was grabbed. Ah! Yutong let out a miserable scream. His wrist was directly pinched off, and the white bones were exposed. Tang Zhe grabbed the other arm and directly ripped it off, kicking the other party's legs off. In the eyes of the students, second only to Teacher Luo, Teacher Yu had his limbs broken, and was grabbed by that man's neck. "Promise someone something and do it, kill." Tang Zhe said in a deep voice. Bang 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 bang. In the villas on both sides, relentless bullets were fired. instantly half of them fell, and half of them hit around the vehicles, but they were also scared. Right, they must have guns. At this time a classmate said, "What did I say? That hole was made by him, even Mr. Luo is not an opponent, it's over, we're dead." Said did not hear a reply. The classmate patted his best friend beside him, while his best friend staggered and fell down, his face was shot twice, his eyes with deep fear. When the classmate turned back, but had seen the raised chopper, at this moment, the classmate realized that the chopper was similar to the marks on that wall. His own reasoning was indeed correct. Then he felt the sky spinning and saw his own body spewing out blood. The girls in the villa stepped out to clear the area, facing the young men who rushed over with cold weapons. Eboshi didn't even bring a twitch and just pulled the trigger. There were also some throwing flying daggers. At first it scared the girls a little bit, but when they found that the flying daggers fell to the ground before they reached the front, they didn't need to think about it much. It must be the owner who had performed that horrible ability. Now they had no more worries. Bullet casings kept falling under the high heels. These teenage girls had no time to appreciate those stunningly beautiful long legs, because every step they took could take away 2 or 3 lives. Their slender fingers had become the horn of death, and their angelic appearance seemed to have been transformed into a hellish phantom. This is the feeling of controlling the life and death of others. Shimeng and Li Linger finally experienced it. No need to worry about what other people think, and no longer need to be afraid of the men's threat, because they themselves are the one who is the threat. With the last gunshot, the shell casings fell onto the corpse with a wisp of smoke. Tang Zhe was holding a chopper in his hand, splattered with blood, and his eyes were devoid of any emotional color, as if he had turned into an emotionless killing machine. The girls looked at Tang Zhe among the corpses. Their beautiful eyes couldn't help but become different, with a hint of fascination, a hint of worship. The arrival of the end of the world. Have seen too many different men. There are good people, there are selfish, there are cruel, and he seems to have all of them. At first it was indeed quite repulsive, thinking all the time about how to escape from his clutches, but now didn't want to escape, wanted to follow this fearful, fascinating man. Tang Zhe didn't bother to see how the girls were doing, nor did he want to know what they were thinking in their hearts, sticking his chopper into the corpse next to him, taking out a cigarette and lighting it. A wisp of smoke slowly drifted up as Dons pulled out his chopper and vaguely saw another vehicle drive in. "It's not over yet," Tangza faintly reminded. The girls returned to their senses and began to count their ammunition. A new round of killing was staged here, and gradually, the corpses on this road paved over the road like it was a gateway to hell. The villa area would have no shortage of people to rob. Until Tang Zhe killed the entrance to the villa, the blood had already flowed outside. Now no one dared to enter the villa area. After all, looking at the corpses laying inside, he knew that it must not be good. Although the fantasy that there are supplies and beautiful women inside, but compared to their own lives, it does not seem to be so important. Robbing other places is the same as robbing. So one after another, there were convoys coming to the entrance of the villa, but as soon as they saw the corpses spread to the entrance, they immediately turned around and left. Tang Zhe's group returned to the villa, and everyone still seemed to be in a state of exuberance. "Who's in first place?" Tang Zhe asked as he sipped his water. Li Linger immediately reported excitedly, "I killed 109. "Awesome, what about you guys?" Shimeng was embarrassed, "I forgot to count." "I also forgot." Yi Qingyi chimed in. Looking towards Anbai and Sun Ting, both of them also shrugged their fragrant shoulders. Li Linger instantly understood, "Sisters, let me Then you can't let them down. Say, what is your wish?" Tang Zhe was a bit surprised that he actually let this opportunity go to a newcomer, especially a woman with such ideas like Shimeng. Li Linger had never even thought that she could get first place, and now she was a bit confused. "Linger, quickly say it." Anbai said with a smile, curious about Li Linger's wish. As long as she said it, her master would definitely be able to fulfill it. I want master to love me again." After saying this, Li Linger could not wait to dive into the pile of corpses. Her pretty face reddened. The 4 women froze after hearing this. Then there was a cacophony of voices, exclaiming that Li Linger is good at coaxing her master. "We've all underestimated you." Tang Zhe was also surprised, but also put his arm around Li Linger's waist. "Good." Li Linger buried her head in Tang Zhe's chest, even though it was already stained red with blood at this point. This feeling was like, if you go to hell, I'll accompany you to hell as well." Even though they had only known each other for a day, it was as if they had already gone through a long time. This was the man who changed his life. When he came across a girl like Li Linger, Tang Zhe did like her quite a bit, but this bowl of water had to be leveled out. This night, Tang Zhe violently swiped 3% of his energy tank, which led to the girls not being able to lift even a single finger. A ray of harsh sunlight caused Tangza to frown and subconsciously roll over. 2 seconds later, Tangza snapped his eyes open, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar bedroom and the sunlight coming in through the window. This feeling was as if he had returned to before the end of the world, and he still had to get up to deliver takeaways. Raising his hand and touching the sunlight, it felt no different from before. Could it be that the end of the world was just over? The bang of a gunshot made Tangza pause for a moment, getting up and walking to the window to look, only to see the road full of corpses, vaguely visible several sneaky figures around the villa. Sun Ting was shooting. Craning his somewhat sore neck, he hadn't even had much rest last night. He was busy until more than 7 in the morning, and now it's 4 in the afternoon. Walking downstairs, Tang Zhe saw Li Linger cooking, Xiao Bai was helping to cut vegetables, Yi Qingyi and Shimeng were loading magazines. Everyone had a clear division of labor. Getting up so early, none of them are tired. Downstairs, Tang Zhe teased. The girls passed off whiny looks. Who let us have a hard life? Sooner or later we will die suddenly at work one day. At this time, Sun Ting pushed the door in. A strong chill blew in so violently that Tang Zhe shivered. There was clearly sun outside, but it felt even colder than last night. How many degrees is it now? More than 20 below zero. Sun Ting all let out a breath. It's still much better inside. It's really freezing outside, and it's also windy. Shimeng sighed. I reckon it will drop to minus 40 degrees tonight. That still lets people live. And Bai had a depressed face, and didn't look at himself now wearing a halter top, half-ball state. Silently loading magazines, Yi Qingyi frowned tightly. Tang Zhe naturally knew why, originally intended to leave Yunhai City today, and even now has arrived. All get ready, we're preparing to go to Yunhai City. Tang Zhe patted Yi Qingyi's head. What I, Tang Zhe, promised will absolutely be done. Sure enough, hearing Tang Zhe prepare to move his voice, Yi Qingyi finally revealed a smile. Thank you. I like action style, thanks. Yi Qingyi directly pounced over, wrapping her hands around Tang Zhe's neck and offering her sweet red lips. This undoubtedly drew flirtatious boos from the girls. Sun Ting even exclaimed, looks like Yi has moved on. This caused Yi Qingyi to be so shy that she chased after her and fought. Since there were more people now, Tang Zhe also planned to change the car, but it still had to be comfortable, preferably with a big bed. Soon, Tang Zhe finalized a caravan. Double-decker design, post-apocalyptic style, the same with tracks, fully automated driving, luxury decoration inside the car. The ground floor is the living room, with entertainment room, tea and card room. There is even a KTV. The first floor was changed by Tang Zhe into a pass-through bedroom. Even if it is another 20 girls can do it. Alive and well. Post-apocalyptic fortress. Post-apocalyptic home. When such a car was placed outside, Li Linger felt that Tang Zhe did not have Doraemon's pockets on his body. It was too amazing. The other girls seemed as if they had already seen it happen to Tang Zhe, so it was nothing to be surprised about. Though it was indeed surprising to see this car. Getting into the car, the girls took off their down jackets and enjoyed the warmth, and Bai directly pounced on the soft carpet and rolled over. It feels like I'm traveling. Yes, others are living, we are living. Sun Ting lamented that it was fortunate that she knocked on Tang Zhe's door that day, which was God opening a door for herself to live. If God gave her another chance, she would still choose to knock on that door to live. Not only Sun Ting felt this way, Lycan Bai and Yi Qingyi also felt this way. If it wasn't for Tang Zhe, beautiful girls like them wouldn't know if they were still alive right now. Maybe they were eaten too. Depart. With a roar, the wide tracks began to move, directly crushing on top of the body. I thought that the car would sway a bit, but there was no such feeling at all. It was like walking on a flat surface. After all, the weight of the body here, not that gold Maybach comparable, simply heavier than a tank. The ordinary concrete road was directly pressed to crack. Without a moment, the tracks were stained with blood and flesh, and the crushed bodies were embedded in the ground, unable to shake this steel beast at all. Seeing such a result, Tang Zhe said that he should have taken it out and enjoyed it long ago. It's no better than a small car. The only shortcoming was that it was a bit slower. With 2 blood trails, it drove out of the villa area. The small cars parked on the road were simply ignored, and directly crashed through them one after another. Wow, awesome! Xiao Bai excitedly clapped his hands in place, naive like a small child. Shimen was shaken to the core. She really wasn't Tang Zhe's opponent at all. Fortunately she had such a face, otherwise she didn't even have a ticket. On the highway still have to pass through the city. When this behemoth appeared, people's eyes are dumbfounded. How can there be such a thing? Vaguely can see someone sitting inside. On the street, there were quite a few people standing, pointing towards Tang Zhe's side. Oh my god, there's this kind of modified caravan, so fierce. There seems to be a girl inside the car, with a huge body. What's the point? The disaster is over. That's right, it's just a bit cold now. Help will be here soon. You killed 2 people last night. They will definitely arrest you and shoot you then. The man next to him turned pale. No one expected the sun to come out today. The thought that he had killed someone last night, he would definitely be liquidated. Tang Zhe sat on the crispy sofa. Big Star Li Linger rubbed her shoulders, and Bai cut fresh fruits and brought them over. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting sat on both sides. Now they didn't even need to be fed by hand, they were directly fed by mouth. Every time they ate a piece of fruit, they had to kiss deeply, which made Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting spit out their eyebrows and their hearts were like numbness. Why aren't they all fighting anymore? What are you doing standing on the street? And Bai put down the fruit plate and asked curiously. Shimen whacked Tang Zhe's leg and laughed. I guess it's because they think that the end times have passed, and if they still fight, they're afraid of being arrested. Yeah, look at those men. Where are the craziness from last night? All of them are ashen. Li Linger looked at the thugs sitting on the street. They had all put down their knives and were in a bit of a trance. Suddenly there was a thud from the body. Only to see the screen turn to camera mode, and at the left rear of the car someone threw a rock. Thunk. There was the first one and then there was the second one, not just throwing stones, picking up everything around them that they could throw and smashing them over. Tang Zhe said indifferently, jealousy makes faces. Linger, go fix it. After saying that, she lowered her head and kissed Tang Zhe, turning around and picking up the gun that was set aside. A man in his 30s shoved a bin under the tracks in an attempt to get them to jam, but this was undoubtedly naive. Suddenly, the door at the back of the car gradually rose and the men chasing after it froze. The corners of their mouths began to rise when they saw white high heels appear in front of them, and as the door rose, there were long, white legs, still in their white hip-hugging skirts, exploding with sex. However, when seeing the muzzle of the gun appeared, the excitement on the face began to stiffen up, but seeing that face, it seems to forget about the gun at once, turning into a state of infatuation. What a beautiful girl, why does it feel a bit familiar? Looking to the huge poster on the side, the girl on it was simply too similar to her. She's Li Linger, oh my god, it's actually Li Linger. Quickly catch her. Of course Li Linger heard it. Originally she just wanted to discharge her blank gun to scare them off, but she didn't expect that these men were actually hitting on her again. A bunch of bastards. Without any hesitation, Li Linger raised her gun and directly swept the gun. In a moment the men chasing the car were all killed, the ones smashing things around stopped moving, there were actually guns. And it was an automatic rifle. To be able to have this kind of post-apocalyptic caravan, it was really not ordinary. Everyone was honest at once. Li Linger coldly scanned the surrounding people on both sides of the road. I don't want to kill anyone, but you guys don't want to mess with me either. As the car door lowered, the people on the roadside breathed a sigh of relief. Che, killing so many people, when the time comes, I'm sure I'll be arrested and split into 5 horse corpses. That's right, let's go and report it at that time. What's the hang-up? Just at this moment, the sunlight suddenly faded away, and a dark cloud floated overhead at some point. Some disheveled men looked up to the sky, their empty eyes gradually gaining color again. Suddenly a man laughed madly, good. The end times aren't over yet, ha 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 ha. I won't be liquidated, just said old man right, old man cut you to death. Instantly, the city that seemed to have recovered was once again thrown into commotion, and some people immediately ran back to their homes. Seeing this scene in front of him, Tang Zei no longer felt anything, while a car on the opposite side came crashing ferociously as if to force himself to a halt. It was just an egg hitting a stone. Before the impact, that driver still knew how to jump out of the car, but this car was directly run over. That could be more cowhide than a tank. However, more and more cars began to surround it, and these people knew that if this car was snatched down, it would definitely survive. Just all that was done was futile, unless there was no more road ahead to stop this post-apocalyptic caravan from advancing. Suddenly, a snowflake drifted on the glass. "It's snowing," Simone muttered. "Ah." The streets were suddenly resounding with miserable screams. People who were just alive and well were stuck by the snowflakes, and within a few moments, they convulsed to the bottom and died. And Bai looked around at the people in the end and muttered, "I told you, how could it pass so quickly? Alas, it's only just begun." Sun Ting gave a helpless cry. Boom, 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 a knocking sound rang out. The crowd looked in the rear-view mirror. 3 or 4 girls ignored the drifting snow chasing after the car. They all ran to the door of the car. It must be said that wanting to live exploded their potential. "Open the door, let us get on the car. Big brother, please 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 take us away. Don't leave me behind, let me do anything." However, the car couldn't hear what they were saying at all, only saw them shouting anxiously while Tang Zei looked on indifferently. "Get in the car." Then there were hard standards, at least as beautiful as Li Linger. "Unfortunately, you guys are nothing but young." A few young girls knew that if they couldn't get on this car, what awaited them would also be death in despair, so they might as well take a gamble. After all, the girls knew in their hearts that they were also material, the object of men's competition. However, they had gambled wrong this time. Not all men would open the door. As the first girl fell, tripping the girls behind her as well, the tracks pressed mercilessly over their bodies. Instead of being painfully killed alive by snowflakes, this was a much quicker way to die. Tang Zei looked at the girls and said indifferently, "If you want to be kind you can, just go down and change." Only a fool could do such a thing, but it was obvious that just showing that kind of look had upset Tang Zei. "Hurry up and coax the master." This wave swiped 1% of the energy tank. The car also drove to the entrance of the highway. But the car was too wide and too tall. And while the entrance was clogged with cars fleeing for their lives, the people in the cars were all dead. How is this going to get by? And Bai was lying on Tang Zei's chest drawing circles, Yi Qingyi was leaning on the other side, and now Tang Zei was dominated by these 2 women. Tang Zei stood up and laughed, "I'll show you some magic. Again. But this time you have to close your eyes, no peeking." The girls honestly closed their beautiful eyes, but they were all peeking, curious as to how it would really go. "Rascal, all turn around." The girls one by one didn't comply, pouting like 5 big cats. In front of the iron-faced Tang Zei, in the end, they could only obediently turn around and go over. Tang Zei's gaze looked towards the toll booth, only to see it begin to shake up and collapse in a moment. After doing so, Tang Zei sat on his arse on the sofa, dizzy. The nimble master was indeed very strong, but it was still very overwhelming for such a large target. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Tang Zei become weak all of a sudden, the girls were nervous, fearing that if Tang Zei had any trouble, then they wouldn't be able to live either. Seeing these worried pretty faces, Tang Zei couldn't help but laugh. "Not dead yet, each one of you is crying with a sad face. Scared us to death." Yi Qingyi couldn't even help but pat Tang Zei, and the girls also patted their chests, having just seen Tang Zei, whose face was white. But when the girls looked at the toll booth in the ruins, their little mouths turned into O shapes. What kind of magic is this? Where's the toll booth? This was too strong, so strong that it was outrageous, so strong that it wouldn't let other people live. Women, who were born to adore the strong, at this time, their heart towards Tang Zei was even more determined. Whoever dared to harm Tang Zei was taking their lives. "Master, you look so weak, do you want to suck my blood to replenish it?" And Bai's heart was aching, so much so that she was willing to dedicate herself to her master. "We can do it now too." Looking at the 5 stunningly beautiful faces in front of him, Tang Zei flirted, "What, falling in love with me?" The girls froze and blushed slightly. "Master, you are so stinky." Where's the stinky master? Listening to these broken chatter, Tangza felt that this is called living, the previous self with loneliness as a companion, now more of them, it does not seem to be too bad, it is to make fun of themselves this point to knock. With the end of the caravan over the vehicles, directly to the highway, the highest speed 60. And from Huan City to Yunhai City, there are 512 kilometers. Normally, it would take 5 or 6 hours to get there, but now at this speed it would take at least 3 more hours to get there. Together with the cars blocking the highway from time to time, Tang Zei expected that it would take at least more than 10 hours to arrive in Yunhai City. It was now 7 o'clock in the evening, and the earth was already covered in snow, so he expected to arrive at his destination at 6 or 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Brushing a brush of energy tanks, everyone sat down to play cards, and even more so, they could hear a live version of Li Linger's song. But let Tang Zei comment, the Li Linger singing voice on the bed is the most melodious, the soul will be shouted out. It's your turn to grab a card. Shimeng reminded. Oh. Yi Qingyi still looked distracted. Sun Ting played 5, yesterday when the rain stopped, there were a few places that were the focus of robberies, the university was one of them, although there were no supplies, there were young and pretty girls inside. Isn't that right, those brutes love it the most, 9 cylinders. Simone snorted coldly, hating those men who robbed women the most. What? You're saying that Tang Zei also robbed them? Shimeng said, the master that was attracted by charm, which of you sitting here is not voluntary? Tang Zei grabbed on the card and said indifferently, you guys just don't scare her, there's nothing you can do if it really happens. Yi Qingyi instantly turned red. Shimeng and Sun Ting glanced at Tang Zei, you call this scaring others, directly scaring them to tears. Tang Zei patted the back of Yi Qingyi's hand, don't cry, as long as your niece lives, I won't let her die. Well, Yu is definitely still alive, she's very smart. Pretty too. Anbai suddenly smiled thievishly. Shimeng reached out and flicked her hand, Xiaobai, you're getting ready to drive again aren't you? Well, which is not, I'm not driving, I'm not an old driver, master, I want to drink milk. The corner of Shimeng's mouth twitched. Tang Zei all rolled his eyes, go get it yourself, in the cupboard. People don't want small straws, they want those big straws. Pfft. Sun Ting, who was drinking water, gave a spray, Li Linger, who was singing, ran out of tune, and then there was a burst of laughter. Anbai crossed her arms, what are you guys laughing at? It's really annoying too, master you also follow along and laugh at me, hum. Suddenly, Tang Zei felt that the speed of the caravan slowed down, looking ahead, the horizontal and vertical cars were blocked, according to this speed, tomorrow morning is estimated to not be able to arrive in Yunhai City. It seems that you have to modify the front of the car and install a triangular shovel, so that you don't have to lower your speed, and directly shovel out the cars blocking the road in front of you. Stop for a moment, I'm going to load something. Although he wasn't afraid of snow, Tang Zei still put on his protective clothing. The girls stood in the car and watched curiously, not knowing what their master was going to install a thing out. When they saw the huge triangular shovel in front of the car they instantly understood, spacing is so strong. Install this thing, really can open all the way wild mode, even if the thicker snow cannot stop the advance of the end of the caravan, with 3 words to describe. That is bull. At this time, the temperature has come to -30 degrees, for southerners, this is simply a death sentence, some places without power cuts can still resist, but it is also a matter of time. And late at night, the temperature is afraid to come directly to -40 degrees. Yunhai University is a 985 university, in the country is also ranked among the top universities, from here to graduate out of the students, often can find a preferred job, for the south of the schoolchildren, get into the Yunhai University, at least in the future not worry about food and clothing. However, nowadays, the students in Yunhai University were worried about food and clothes. In the beginning, the teachers in the school organized the students to face the bad weather together, and it was still in order. However, as the food ran out day by day, and the water source dwindled day by day, everyone's patience was gradually lost, and the restlessness was passed from person to person. Yet the trigger for everything was because a girl stood up and said something. Why don't you boys go out and look for something? Do you want us girls to go out and look for food? are you still not men, you don't have any courage at all. When this was said, it instantly set all the boys on fire, and they were directly beaten to a pig's head. Now all the girls didn't dare to talk nonsense. And the boys see the girls afraid of themselves, have begged themselves, the courage is also getting bigger and bigger, especially to the girls who used to admire, more so, the situation in a step-by-step deterioration in. But still much more civilized than some neighborhoods, still in the stage of food temptation, not to the point of forcing their hands, but privately, many girls are secretly trading with the boys. But now that the temperature had plummeted, and with the rain stopping earlier, a lot of people outside had rushed into the school to rob the young girls, and naturally the boys didn't want to do it, and it was a cold weapon showdown. There were serious deaths and injuries to the boys, and a lot of girls were taken, and with the weather that was killing them, it made everyone think that they were going to die at this fancy age. The lure of food, now no longer in the shadows, had begun to make its demands in the open. However, not all the boys have broken through the line and still hold on to their morals and protect the girls from bullying. But there are not many such boys. The first boy is a sophomore named Su Fu. His hometown is in the countryside, honest and kind. The end of the world began to work hard. But because of the style of some boys are not accustomed to, with some of the righteous boys to go their separate ways. Said to part ways, but also ran from the library to the indoor basketball court. Good thing there is no power outage, for the time being do not feel the cold. Su Fu, Gao Tian's group will kill us sooner or later, we don't have many people left. The one who spoke was Su Fu's brother from one of the dormitories, Jiang Shan. The other two brothers in the dormitory had already been killed by the people outside when the rain stopped. The original team of 100 people was now left with only 30-odd boys and 20-odd wounded. But yet, they had to protect over 100 girls. Su Fu dark skin, hands with calluses, weekdays in the countryside to help his family plow the fields and plant the land, strength is much stronger than his peers. Jiang Shan is from Huan City, but weekdays are keen on fitness, physical fitness is not small. The two men are also the core output of the gang. Su Fu looked not far away, the girls took care of the injured, the mood seems low, but everyone is gritting their teeth, hoping that there is a rescue team. But it had been so many days, the rescue team seemed to be just a fantasy in everyone's mind. Teacher Chu, I don't need to drink water, it's no longer working. A sudden voice rang out, Su Fu and Jiang Shan immediately ran over. A boy's arm was gone, and the broken area was tied with a girl's underwear to stop the bleeding because there was no gauze. But at this moment, the boy's face was pale, obviously losing too much blood. Teacher Chu, who was taking care of him at the side, was the most beautiful teacher in the hearts of the boys in Yunhai, elegant temperament, gentle character, especially those eyes as clear as a lake, even now the skin is still fair. Chu Lu. What silly words, you can live. Chu Lu said sternly, but the boy looked at Chu Lu to reveal a smile, slowly closed his eyes. Chu Lu tightly gripped the mineral water in his hand, the girls around him had started to cry. Teacher Chu, there are a lot of mats in the back warehouse, we can move them out. Only to see Xia Mingyue running over from not far away, but when she saw that the boys were already dead, her face that was slightly happy became stiff. Chu Lu took a deep breath and stood up. Female students, all come over and help move things. The girls who were not willing to be in the same boat as Gao Tian were all clean, with their own dignity and bottom line, they all stood up to help. They knew in their hearts that the boys needed to rest in order to protect them, letting them rest more in order to ensure everyone's safety, and that the girls could do some of the logistical work. Teacher Chu, let's help you. Su Fu said as he walked over. Chu Lu shook her head, no need, we girls need to do some work too. We can't keep dragging you guys down. Yeah, we have hands and feet, you all have a good rest. Xia Mingyue was big-hearted, as the civilian school flower was also deeply loved by the boys. Compared to the high-cool school flower, everyone liked Xia Mingyue. Su Fu also stopped saying anything, the boys really needed to rest after a day of fighting. Trouble Teacher Chu. Xia Mingyue suddenly shouted towards the girls, sisters, we can also pick up our weapons and fight those beasts, we can't keep letting the boys protect us. The girls were stunned upon hearing this, and thought in their hearts, how are girls a match for those men, it's simply a punch for a little friend. Everyone is to white whoring, you are good, rushed out as a hero. At this time at least more than 30 girls thought so in their hearts, but still there are also more than 10 girls stood out to support Xia Mingyue, while the other girls said that they can take care of the injured. Oddly enough, there is also one who said that her foot is broken. Alright, we're all volunteering, not forcing anyone. Chu Lu listened to everyone's sparse words, and immediately interrupted, now this time can't be civil unrest. Chu Lu's words were still listened to by everyone, after all, he was the only teacher. When no one was around, Chu Lu softly said toward Xia Mingyue, the words you just said can easily make the boys resentful. I was trying to help the boys. Xia Mingyue hurriedly explained how it could make the boys resentful. But how did those girls react after you said that, and the expression of those girls fell in the eyes of the boys, what was the effort they made yesterday? People's hearts are made of flesh. Listening to Teacher Chu's words, Xia Mingyue instantly understood that she had done a bad thing with good intentions. I'm sorry, I didn't think that much just now. But you are indeed right, girls do need to take up arms. Chu Lu's gentle gaze became deep. By this stage, Chu Lu understood that the only way to survive was to be more ruthless than men. Xia Mingyue nodded and took out her mobile phone. There was no signal display on it anymore. I wonder how my sister-in-law is doing now. Is she alright? Is she still alive? And Mum and Dad, is everything okay? Didn't sister-in-law say that her husband would come to save her? Why didn't she see anyone coming when the rain stopped? Chu Lu knew about Xia Mingyue and thought that her sister-in-law was in a bad way, especially after the rain stopped yesterday. She was even more determined. Those brutes were all too willing to rush into the university to kill each other in order to snatch a woman. Their methods were heinous. Teacher Chu, when can we go back to the old days? Xia Mingyue with her head lowered murmured and whispered, sometimes she really wants to collapse. She can't wait to rush into the rain and snow to kill herself. Living is more tiring than dying. Chu Lu revealed a smile and reached out to press his hand on Xia Mingyue's fragrant shoulder. It won't be long. Looking at Teacher Chu's smile, Xia Mingyue nodded, wiped the corners of her eyes and went to move the mat. Chu Lu sighed softly, and in his heart, he was all asking himself, can we still go back to the old days? Can it still go back? Just like yesterday, it was clearly like it was over. Everyone thought that the disaster was over, and that there would be relief soon. But who would have thought that it was snowing? Some boys were even heard cheering as those boys were able to do whatever they wanted again, not a person at all, but an uncontrollable animal. Suddenly, the lights of the entire stadium went out. Everyone froze, and Su Fu shouted, "Don't panic, I'll go check the electric switch." After saying that, he took Jiang Shan and prepared to take a look. But one of the boys on sentry duty shouted, "The library over there isn't blacked out." Su Fu immediately walked up the steps to the window and looked, and sure enough, there was no blackout over there in the library. Soon Jiang Shan came back as well. "There's no problem with the electric switch, I'm afraid." It was Gao Shengtian. He was the one who cut off the electricity and tried to freeze himself alive. Originally the heating wasn't very sufficient. Now without electricity, there wasn't even a trace of warmth. It even felt like just for a moment, the indoor temperature was dropping wildly. Chu Lu and Xia Mingyue came running with their mobile phones lighting up. Chu Lu asked suspiciously, "Is it tripped?" Teacher Chu, "No, I'm afraid it was that bastard Gao Shengtian who did it." Jiang Shan slapped his fist on the wall, showing his teeth in pain, but so angry. Chu Lu looked at the students and immediately shouted, "Everyone, let's go together to the small warehouse next to us. There are quite a few mats in there to cover up." Some of the girls weren't even wearing very thick clothes, just a jacket, at this time so cold that they were shivering with their hands holding their arms. Their hearts were even shaking. "As long as you give your body there will be food and drink, and don't suffer from the cold. Why did you have to follow over at that time, and now there is no way to go over?" Not only one girl was thinking, at least half of the girls on the scene regretted it. After all, compared to living, sleeping with the boys actually won't kill them. Everyone came to the warehouse one after another, even the wounded were carried in, but a discerning eye could see that they basically wouldn't survive until tomorrow morning. "Everyone lean in closer, that way it won't be too cold." Chu Lu voiced out a reminder, and now they could only hug each other to keep warm. Su Fu suddenly walked in holding quite a few wooden sticks with the door open, and a wave of cold air blew right in from outside, scraping at his skin like a knife. "I knocked some chairs as firewood, so everyone won't be so cold." Chu Lu immediately said in a deep voice, we don't have a lot of space here, and we can't ventilate, it will poison us. Then how about going outside? Jiang Shan suggested. A girl whispered, it's even colder outside, a little firewood is no way to keep warm. Su Fu also wanted to help everyone get through this, but with such a cold day, wasn't there any other way to think of? Why don't we just go over there? After a long time, a girl finally said weakly, really not wanting to freeze to death here. The boys deeply frowned after hearing this. One of the hot-tempered ones got upset and said, the ones who said to leave before were you, and now the ones who want to go over there are also you. The feelings of these brothers of mine have died in vain. Who was it that said that even if they die, they won't be insulted by those brutes? Now that they're just a little bit colder, they're willing to play for those brutes. Bad luck. The boys were indignant, feeling particularly unworthy. How stupid to protect these white-eyed wolves. Su Fu angrily shouted, all stop arguing. For a while everyone quieted down. People have their own aspirations. I, Su Fu, never forcefully stay. You guys want to go over there, be my guest. If then a girl got up and shouted, is there anyone who wants to go with me? Instead of freezing to death here, why don't we just go over there? Big deal, we'll exchange our bodies. I'll go with you. Only a soft girl raised her hand and stood up. I'll go too. A long-haired girl next to her chimed in, only with her head bowed deep. The boys pooh-poohed it. It was the same long-haired girl who yelled about defying the power and insisting on defending to the end, and had already surrendered before the end. One after another, more than 40 girls chose to go over, but there were still many girls who chose to stay. Even if they froze to death, they would not let those animals touch them. The girls who left began to make tools. After all, it was snowing outside now, not raining, and the foot protection had to be in place, or else they would be dead. These girls dismantled a lot of cardboard, ready to use their heads, also pasted cardboard all over their bodies, lest they get snowed on, and under their feet. They use plastic buckets or iron buckets. Rubbing the snow is not very high now. There is a chance to go over, and by tomorrow morning, there will be no chance to go over even if they want to. In the warehouse, Xia Mingyue can see those girls walking out one after another. In order to live, they are really not afraid of death. Suddenly, that soft and weak girl fell. The whole person directly collapsed. Xia Mingyue covered her mouth. In fact, the relationship with her is not bad. Sure enough, within a few seconds, her whole body started to convulse, just like epilepsy. Within a few seconds, she broke. What are you all waiting for? If you don't want to be like her, hurry up and leave. With a word from the leading girl, the girls began to move slowly. 300 meters into the journey, one had already fallen. The library was also a bit cold, but at least it was heated, but it was still within tolerance. There were at least 300 people gathered in the entire library, 100 boys and 200 girls. Originally it was the boys who were going to be more numerous, and that wasn't a lot of dead people. Come and see, those people are coming over again. Only one girl shouted with a scoff. Everyone began to stand by the window and watch. Mard, what's the point of pretending? Now it's still not honestly come over to Cam, right brother Sheng? After the girl finished speaking, she started to flatter Gao Shengtian who was beside her. But Gao Shengtian directly reached out and pushed, said in a cold voice, Scram, come any closer to Lousy, throw you outside. The girl hurriedly walked to the side, and just watched Gao Shengtian walk towards another girl. The heart is crazy jealous, all the end of the world. This pussy still put on a stinky face pretending to be high and cold, but also Gao Shengtian ate this set of things, a different man early to get. Beside the bookshelf, a girl is searching for books. Delicate little face looks very calm, and other girls form a sharp contrast. She is like coming to the library at night to read books. What happens outside has nothing to do with her. All the girls knew that the commoner school flower had Xia Mingyue, while the high and cold school flower had Lu Yudi, and her family was also super rich, and her car was a Bentley GT model.